After graduating from university, Suin resolutely chose to return to his hometown to engage in coastal forging. This decision was fueled by the possession of a unique forging system. However, unlike others who forage by the seaside or out at sea, he delves into the depths of the ocean. While others fret over the possibility of a typhoon that day, Suin smiles broadly, thinking, "What concern does a typhoon above have for me beneath the waves?" Chapter 1. The Divine Forging System. In the sweltering summer, the sea breeze, laden with its characteristic briny essence, caresses the land of Moon Bay. Suin sits in a jolting urban-rural bus, gazing at the azure expanse he has not seen for 4 years. His heart is sketching a blueprint for the future, causing the corners of his lips to involuntarily lift. Yet, this buoyant mood dissipates the instant he disembarks. Beneath the sprawling banyan tree at the village entrance, a group of gossipy women, upon spotting him, begin to speak in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this the university student from the Sioux family back again? Looks like you couldn't stand the city life, huh? Well, it's not that easy to find a job. After studying at a prestigious marine university for 4 years, you're back home to dig for sand. Those tens of thousands in tuition fees, TSK, seem to have gone down the drain." Their sharp and caustic remarks pierced through him like daggers. Yet Suin's expression remained calm, while the hands tucked in his pockets quietly formed fists. Upon returning home, he is met with the sorrowful faces of his parents and a table laid with the simplest of meals. His father's cough sounds heavier than it did over the phone, while his mother's temples have sprouted more strands of gray. The atmosphere at the dinner table is somewhat oppressive, as his parents hesitate to speak. Ultimately, it is his mother who breaks the silence, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "Son, we are still indebted to the tune of 30,000 yuan to support your education." Before she can finish, his father exhales a heavy sigh. A profound sense of guilt weighs upon Suin, nearly suffocating him. He intends to utter some comforting words, but the creaking wooden door to the courtyard is suddenly kicked open. The village bully, Wang Hailong, swaggering with a cigarette in his mouth, strides in. He casts a disdainful glance at Suin, then directly addresses Suin's father. "Uncle, I won't beat around the bush. I'll offer you 50,000 for that old homestead of yours. This money will conveniently help your precious university student settle his debts." Wang Hailong exhales a ring of smoke, gesturing mockingly at Suin's face. "What's so special about being a university student? Can't make it in the city, and you come back as a useless person? Listen to me, stick with me, and I'll give you a job carrying water buckets when we go out to sea." Suin slowly suppresses his rising anger, standing tall, slightly taller than Wang Hailong. He gazes calmly at him. "I will not sell an inch or a cent of my family's land. As for my future, I do not require the concern of someone who cannot even distinguish the various tides of the sea." His words, devoid of vulgarity, struck like an invisible slap, causing Wang Hailong's smile to freeze in place. He had not anticipated that this quiet scholar could wield such sharp tongue. "Fine, Suin, you have guts." Wang Hailong, furious and embarrassed, jabs a finger at Suin's nose. "Mark my words. From this day forth, you will not earn a single meal from this sea in Moon Bay. They'll see who dares to buy your fish." With that, Wang Hailong shot Suin a fierce glare before storming out. As soon as he left, Suin's mother nearly burst into tears. "Son, why do you argue with him? His uncle is Wang Fuge, the wealthy fishery owner in town. We cannot afford to provoke them." His father, meanwhile, continued to sigh heavily, the air in the room growing increasingly stifling. Suin mustered a few words of comfort for his parents, but inside, turmoil raged. He understood that the conventional path to earn money and repay debts had been blocked by Wang Hailong. After dinner, he did not linger at home. Alone, filled with a sense of frustration and indignation, he walked toward the familiar sea, now his only beacon of hope. Night had fallen, and the astronomical tide had receded far, revealing an expansive mudflat. The sea breeze tugged at his clothing, bringing a hint of chill. Facing the boundless darkness, Suin could no longer contain his roar. As a distinguished marine biologist reborn in this world, am I to be crushed by such trivial predicaments? No sooner had his voice faded than a dispassionate mechanical tone abruptly reverberated in his mind, detecting the host's intense emotional fluctuations in perfect harmony with the marine environment. The divine forging system is activating. 10, 50, 100. Activation successful. Suin stood frozen, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Was this an illusion? He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming his reality, causing him to gasp. It was no illusion. A virtual panel, shimmering with a faint blue glow, hovered before his retina, exuding a cinematic quality. Host, Suin level, LV0 not activated. Forging value. The materialistic worldview he had built over decades in his previous life shattered in an instant. Yet, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy. He stifled the urge to laugh aloud, his chest heaving with excitement. This was his leverage, his opportunity to defy fate. He quickly began to explore the system's functions, the core mechanism being straightforward. Selling catches would yield money, which the system would convert into forging value at a ratio of 100. Forging value was the sole currency within this system, usable for upgrades, personal enhancements, and redeeming items from the mall. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the system and receiving a novice gift package. Would you like to open it now? The mechanical voice sounded once more. Open, Suin silently commanded, unwavering in his decision. A beam of light flashed across the panel. Congratulations, host, on obtaining. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin twisted open the cap and consumed the physical enhancement liquid in one gulp. A warm current instantly radiated from his stomach, permeating through his limbs and bones, and he could even hear the faint crackling sound of his own skeletal structure, reminiscent of frying beans. His body, which had previously been somewhat frail due to prolonged inactivity in school, now felt as though it had been infused with a brand new vitality, brimming with explosive strength. He casually picked up a fist-sized piece of coral rock from beside him, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. Chapter 2. The Exquisite Sand Crab. Crack. The rigid surface of the reef was unexpectedly marked by several distinct white impressions. What formidable strength! As Suin felt the transformation of his body, his confidence surged. Newbie task released. A trial of capabilities. Task content. Please earn your first income of 1,000 yuan within 24 hours by beachcombing. Task reward. Unlock system LV1 permissions. Activate tool exchange function. Failure to complete the task will result in the permanent disabling of the exchange function. 1,000 yuan. This sum was undeniably a substantial fortune for the Su family at this moment, capable of alleviating their pressing needs. Suin gripped the titanium alloy sand shovel tightly. Recalling the vast reservoir of knowledge in his mind, akin to an oceanic encyclopedia, as a clear plan swiftly took shape. Ordinary individuals rely on experience and luck while beachcombing. However, he, Suin, would rely on the scientific advancements of an era ahead of this world. He immediately calmed himself, his mind racing as he began to analyze the surrounding environment. Today was the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, a time of astronomical tides. With the waters receding farther than ever before, revealing many treasures hidden beneath the sand. The villagers beachcombed, merely hoping for fortune on the soft shores, unearthing common clams and razor clams. Yet, he understood that the true delicacies were concealed in the special areas that others were reluctant to venture into. Suin raised his gaze toward a seemingly inconspicuous stretch of tidal flat, mingled with copious amounts of mud and rubble. Based on his expert judgment, the water flow, salinity, and sediment structure of that area constituted the ideal habitat for an exceedingly rare and expensive species of sand crab. This crab typically dwelled deep within half-meter sandy burrows, making it exceptionally difficult to discover. However, once captured, it could command a market price of at least 200 yuan per pound. If he could unearth a sufficiently hefty specimen, the task of earning 1,000 yuan would be effortlessly fulfilled. Resolute in his decision, Suin strode purposefully toward the target area, wielding the uniquely designed titanium alloy sand shovel. His steps were steady and determined, his gaze sharp and confident. A stark contrast to the downtrodden university student who had been mocked by relatives and neighbors just hours earlier. From this moment forth, his life would be transformed by his own hands. Upon reaching the edge of that area, he observed several villagers, similarly armed with buckets for beachcombing. One middle-aged man recognized him, smirking as he called out, "Oh, a university student has come to dig for sand too? Take my advice, don't go over there. It's all rubble and as hard as iron. You'll find nothing worthwhile, so don't waste your energy." Suin merely turned to him and offered a genial smile. Refraining from further explanation, he approached his chosen spot and plunged the black sand shovel forcefully into the moist sand. The instant the shovel's tip penetrated the earth, a faint buzzing sound emanated from the handle, a peculiar vibration coursing through his arm to his brain. The corners of his mouth curled into a wider smile. "Is that so? I have a feeling there is something substantial hidden within." The middle-aged man, known as Zhao Laosi, was notorious for his incessant chatter. Seeing Suin disregard his advice and prepare to dig, he couldn't resist adding a few more words. "Hey, you young lad are quite stubborn. Beneath that area lies nothing but rocky plates. There's nothing to be found. Don't ruin your new shovel. You'll have no one to cry to when it breaks. Suin paid him no mind. He tightened his grip on the titanium alloy shovel's handle, the peculiar sensation of vibration growing clearer. It felt akin to a high-precision radar sketching a three-dimensional image of the underground within a 50-centimeter radius in his mind. At the center of the image, a distinct life signal was slowly moving. Right here, Suin took a deep breath, his arm muscles subtly tensing, and abruptly drove the shovel vertically into the ground. Splash! The black blade of the shovel effortlessly sank into the sand, the sensation akin to slicing through a block of tofu rather than digging into hard tidal flats. Zhao Laosi was momentarily stunned. He had spent half his life digging in this tidal flat and could distinguish hard from soft ground even with his eyes closed. The area Suin was working was notorious for being hard as iron. Even a regular shovel would dull its edge. Yet how was Suin managing so easily? Ignoring his astonishment, Suin flicked his wrist and pried upwards. A large clump of moist mud and sand was turned over. Nothing was there. Zhao Laosi was about to burst into laughter, poised to deliver another round of mockery. However, Suin seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Barely glancing at the overturned mud and sand before swiftly plunging the shovel into the ground beside the previous hole. This time, he did not rush to pry upwards. Instead, he gently stirred the sand with the shovel's tip. The vibrations from the handle allowed him to distinctly sense the escape route of the small creature. Trying to flee? Suin exerted his arm's strength, forcefully digging and scooping. With a splash, accompanied by a spray of mud and sand, a crab the size of an adult's palm emerged, entirely dark golden, adorned with markings resembling galloping horses on its back, securely cradled in his shovel. The crab raised its formidable pincers high, gleaming fiercely in the moonlight, evidently still unaware of its predicament. Sand crab. Zhao Laosi's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. All the prepared taunts were lodged in his throat. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not mistaken. It truly was a sand crab, and such a sizable one. This species was legendary in Moon Bay, rarely seen for a decade or more. And it was said that the grand restaurants in town priced these crabs by weight. My heavens, how could this be possible? Zhao Laosi's voice trembled. Suin, however, remained calm, as if he had merely unearthed the most ordinary of crabs. He donned the gloves he had brought from his bucket, deftly grasped the sand crab's rear shell, and tossed it into the bucket. The sound echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. And this was merely the beginning. Suin did not pause. The titanium alloy shovel seemed to come alive in his hands, executing each thrust with unparalleled precision. Splash. The second. Splash. The third. In a mere 10 minutes, 5 similarly sized exquisite sand crabs filled the bucket at his feet. They jostled against one another, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. Music to Zhao Laosi's ears akin to the clinking of gold coins. Zhao Laosi was utterly flabbergasted. He stood frozen in place, observing Suin's movements, feeling as though all his decades of beachcombing experience had been rendered futile. This was no mere beachcombing. Chapter 3, The Crab King. This was akin to harvesting radishes from one's own vegetable garden. A few villagers in the distance were drawn to the commotion, and when they caught sight of what lay in Suin's bucket, their gasps surpassed even Zhao Laosi's in excitement. Oh my goodness, it's all sand crabs. What kind of luck has this kid struck? What treasure is that shovel of his? How can he find one with every dig? Whispers, gasps, and envious glances instantaneously enveloped Suin. He seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion, remaining focused on his task. The vibrations from the system panel indicated that beneath the sandy terrain lay a true behemoth. Its signal was even stronger than the combined readings of the previous 5. Suin adjusted his breathing, gripping the shovel tightly, channeling all his strength into his arms. He aimed for the strongest signal point and plunged down with fervor. This time, the blade of the shovel penetrated the earth to a depth exceeding half a meter. Just as he prepared to exert force to pry it up, an arrogant voice erupted from the crowd behind him. What are you all gathered here for? Have you struck gold? The crowd parted, revealing Wang Hailong, accompanied by 2 lackeys. Strolling over nonchalantly, he immediately spotted Suin, surrounded by onlookers, and the water bucket at his feet. Upon discerning the contents of the bucket, his expression froze in disbelief. Sandy crab, Wang Hailong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with avarice. He swiftly donned a domineering facade, pointing at the ground beneath Suin. I have my sights set on this spot. You better scram. Consider the crabs in your bucket as rent for occupying my territory. At his proclamation, the villagers around them wore expressions of disdain, but none dared to voice their objections, intimidated by the Wang family's influence. Suin slowly raised his head, casting a glance at him, his gaze calm, yet unervingly disquieting to Wang Hailong. Is your land deed written in ink or saliva? This tidal flat belongs to the sea, not to your family. After delivering his retort, Suin ignored him, gripping the shovel with renewed vigor. Lift it up. With a low command, He forcefully pried up the titanium alloy shovel buried deep in the sand. The volume of mud and sand he unearthed this time was several times greater than before. At the bottom of the open pit, a massive shadow, roughly the size of a basin, brandished a pair of claws as thick as an adult's forearms. A crab king. A mutated sandy crab king, far exceeding its peers in size. A chorus of gasps resonated around him. Everyone was awestruck by this colossal creature. Wang Hailong's eyes turned bloodshot, his breathing becoming labored. A crab king of this size could fetch at least 5 figures in the city. He bellowed, launching himself at Suen, reaching for the small crabs in his bucket. In his mind, seizing even a few was better than none. Suen, having anticipated this move, deftly sidestepped as Wang Hailong lunged, simultaneously using the shovel to block the water bucket with precision. Wang Hailong's hand collided painfully with the cold metal of the shovel. Arg! A scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed across the beach. Clutching his wrist, Wang Hailong writhed on the ground in agony, his fingers contorted at an unnatural angle. Clearly broken, Suen barely spared him a glance, lightly nudging the crab king that was still flaunting its prowess in the pit, before effortlessly lifting it and tossing it into another large bucket. Once that was accomplished, he leisurely addressed the 2 stunned lackeys. Take him to see a doctor. I'll cover the medical expenses. And please convey a message to his uncle, Wang Fu Gui. Just tell him Suen has returned. With that, Suen grasped a bucket in each hand and, under the watchful and awed gazes of the villagers, turned toward home. Just as he had taken a few steps, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Beginner task. A small trial of strength completed. Task rewards issued. System LV1 permissions unlocked. Tool exchange feature activated. Detected host's first extraordinary gain. Additional reward. Coastal harvest value x 50 points. Suen paused slightly. The gigantic crab king in the bucket was restlessly waving its massive claws, striking the walls of the bucket with a resounding thud. He returned home, placing the 2 heavy buckets down with a clatter in the center of the courtyard. Hearing the noise, his parents rushed out, one after the other. Son, you didn't have another altercation with Wang Hailong, did you? His mother hurriedly approached, grabbing Suen's arm and anxiously scanning him up and down, fearful for his well-being. His father, Su Jiangwo, wore a furrowed brow, gripping his smoking pipe tightly as his gaze fell upon the 2 buckets. No, Dad, Mom, look. Suen smiled, lifting the lid of one of the large buckets. In the next moment, the yard fell into a profound silence. Under the dim light of the courtyard bulb, a crab of grotesquely exaggerated size, brandishing claws as thick as an adult's forearms, was ferociously battering the walls of the bucket, producing loud thuds. Su Jiangwo, having spent a lifetime as a fisherman, felt his throat go dry, and the pipe slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. He trembled, pointing at the gigantic creature in the bucket, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Is this a sandy crab? A crab king of such size? His mother staggered back a step, covering her mouth in disbelief. Suen opened the other smaller bucket, revealing 5 lively dark golden sandy crabs, which left the elderly couple utterly flabbergasted. Anzi, did you catch all of these? Su Jiangwo finally regained his voice, filled with astonishment. Yes, I was lucky. I discovered them on the rocky shore to the east. Suen casually replied, delivering the explanation he had meticulously prepared. The marine ecological behavior analysis he had studied in university unexpectedly proved useful. This rationale was reasonable, although Su Jiangwo still found it hard to believe. Seeing his son's confident demeanor gradually replaced his shock with exhilaration. He crouched down, scrutinizing the crab king with increasing awe and excitement. Treasure. This is undoubtedly treasure. Its quality, its size, the price in the city is unimaginable. His mother snapped back to reality, a deep concern etched on her face. But didn't Wang Hailong declare that the villagers shouldn't buy our fish? If we can't sell such a valuable catch, or if they underprice us, it would be in vain. Suen placed a reassuring hand on his mother's shoulder, urging her to sit down. Chapter 4. Selling for a staggering 12,000. Mom, don't worry. If the villagers want to buy, the townspeople will. There will always be those who recognize its worth. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. This isn't meant for them. Dad, go borrow Uncle San's tricycle at the village entrance. We're heading to the county now. To Hai Tiangu. Hai Tiangu. Su Jiangwo sprang to his feet. That's the most upscale restaurant in our county. I've heard their dishes can cost over 1,000. Yes, that's south the place. Suen's plan was clear. Only they could afford the price we desired. Half an hour later, a dilapidated tricycle rumbled into the bustling heart of the county town, transporting Suen and his 2 buckets of exorbitantly priced crabs. It finally came to a halt outside the resplendent Hai Tiangu Hotel. The hostess, adorned in a cheongsam, cast a glance at the incongruous vehicle amidst the surrounding luxury cars and the unassuming young man atop it. She maintained a professional smile. though it failed to reach her eyes. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are here to dine? Reservations are required in advance." "I am not here to dine," Suin replied as he leapt from the tricycle, giving the buckets a pat. "I am here to deliver something extraordinary." The hostess paused, her expression betraying a hint of disdain as she scrutinized the two grimy buckets. "I apologize, sir, but our hotel sources its ingredients exclusively from designated top-tier suppliers. We do not procure from external sources." The implication was clear. He should leave promptly and not be a nuisance. Unperturbed, Suin understood the demeanor of these individuals well. "Very well. Could you summon your head chef or procurement manager? Just inform them that a once-in-a-century crab king has arrived from Yuliangwan, and let them decide if they wish to meet." The hostess hesitated, seeking another excuse to refuse. Just then, a portly middle-aged man in a pristine white chef's uniform emerged from the lobby, seemingly on his way out for a smoke. He caught the tail end of Suin's words, halting momentarily to scrutinize him. "Young man, quite the bold claim you make. A crab king, you say? To sell it at my Haitian-go?" Recognizing the name on his badge, Lu Fu, executive chef, Suin wasted no time. He strode forward and lifted the lid of one of the large buckets before Lu. "Take a look for yourself." As the colossal sand crab king was revealed under the bright lights at the hotel entrance, the skepticism and disdain on Lu Fu's face evaporated, replaced by astonishment and fervor. He rushed forward, nearly leaning over the bucket, his eyes aglow as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "My heavens, it truly is a sand crab king. Its size, its vitality." Lu Fu's voice quivered with excitement. After over 20 years in seafood cuisine, he had encountered countless exquisite seafood varieties, yet had never laid eyes on one of such caliber. He abruptly raised his head, his expression transformed into one of respect and eagerness. "Young brother, quickly, follow me to the kitchen. This specimen cannot linger outside." Under the astonished gazes of the hostess and other staff, Lu Fu, the executive chef of Haitian-go, personally assisted Suin in transporting the two buckets through the hotel's private entrance. Inside the kitchen, a group of chefs gathered curiously as Lu Fu solemnly brought in the two battered buckets. When the crab king was gingerly extracted and placed upon a massive stainless steel table, a collective gasp resonated throughout the kitchen. "Chef, where did you procure this divine creature?" One young chef murmured in awe. "Goodness, is it not about to attain sentience?" Lu Fu waved the others away, donning gloves to examine the crab closely, his satisfaction becoming increasingly evident. "Young brother, name your price." He turned to Suin with sincerity. "Provided your price is reasonable, we at Haitian-go will purchase both buckets." Suin extended a single finger. 100,000? Lu Fu speculated, considering it a steep price. Suin shook his head. "The crab king is priced at 100,000. The 5 crabs in the smaller bucket, packaged for 20,000. In total, 120,000. At these words, the kitchen fell into a stunned silence once again. A young chef whispered incredulously, "Is he mad? 120,000 for a few crabs?" Lu Fu frowned, studying Suin, searching for any hint of hesitation or doubt in his expression. To his dismay, Suin remained utterly calm, as if he were quoting a mere $12 rather than 120,000. "You, young brother, are asking for a rather high price," Lu Fu pondered aloud. "Hi," Suin replied, unfazed. "Chef Lu, you are the expert. This mutated crab king weighs over 8 pounds, and I guarantee its rose fullness exceeds 90%. Its shell is flawless, a rare and exceptional delicacy. This is no ordinary ingredient. It is a prestigious calling card. The clientele at Haitian-go is affluent and seeks unique experiences. Imagine the fame and discussion this crab king could generate as a signature dish. Is 120,000 too steep for a topic that would enthrall the county's elite?" Lu Fu found himself speechless, compelled to concede the validity of Suin's arguments, which even surpassed his own insights. This young man was undoubtedly no ordinary fisherman. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fu's eyes sparkled with resolve. "Very well, 120,000. It is a deal." He immediately summoned the finance team to transfer the funds on the spot. As Suin's phone buzzed with the notification of 120,000 yuan credited to his account, his heart raced with exhilaration. The debts at home could not only be settled but would be comfortably exceeded. Almost simultaneously, the system notification chimed in his mind as expected. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction and acquiring 120,000 yuan. System conversion in progress, successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining seaside value, x 1,200 points. Current host level, LV1, Apprentice Seaside Collector. Current seaside value, 1,260 points. Initial 10 points. Task 50 points. This transaction 1,200 points. The System Mall, Tool Zone, has been unlocked for the host. Would you like to view it?" Suppressing his excitement, Suin nodded toward Lu Fu. "A pleasure collaborating." "Wait a moment." Lu Fu called after Suin, handing him his business card. I am Lu Fu. Should you acquire more goods of this caliber, please contact me immediately. We can negotiate a favorable price. As Suen accepted the card, preparing to express his gratitude, Lu Fu leaned in closer, his expression serious. To be frank, Brother Su, next week, our hotel will host a distinguished guest from the provincial capital, whose status is exceptionally esteemed. This guest has specifically requested a dish made from a creature known as deep-sea blood eel, and despite our efforts, we have been unable to procure it. This creature is said to appear only during the high tide of the deep night in certain profound oceanic fissures, and it is notoriously fierce. Given your ability to source such a crab king, you must be someone extraordinary. If you could assist me in obtaining a deep-sea blood eel, Hai Tian-ge is willing to offer this amount. Lu Fu extended 5 fingers, their weightiness emphasized in the brightly lit hotel kitchen. This amount. Suen raised an eyebrow. 500,000. Lu Fu resolutely uttered 3 words, each resonating with undeniable authority. As long as it's a live one, in pristine condition, I will pay you 500,000 in cash on the spot. 500,000. This staggering figure caused the chefs in the back kitchen, who had been murmuring quietly, to fall silent, each regarding Suen with a look akin to that of a curious onlooker witnessing a rare beast. For a mere handful of crabs, their esteemed head chef had already made an exceptional offer of 120,000. Now, for a fish yet to be seen, a bounty of 500,000 was being proclaimed. Who exactly was this young man? Suen's heart skipped a beat. The deep-sea blood eel, having been a marine biologist in his past life, he was all too aware of its ferocity. It dwells near the hydrothermal vents of the deep sea, a savage creature with razor-sharp teeth capable of emitting high-voltage electric currents, making it impossible for ordinary diving equipment to approach its territory. To attempt capturing it by hand would be tantamount to suicide. Chef Lu, this creature is no easy task. Suen did not immediately acquiesce, opting instead for candor. I am well aware. Lu Fu replied earnestly. That is precisely why I have offered this price. Brother Su, I do not wish to impose. But if you have any connections, I implore you to assist me. Once accomplished, you shall be the most esteemed guest at my Hai Tian-ge. I have noted that. Suen pocketed the business card and assured, I will contact you once I have news. He refrained from making any definitive promises and turned to leave Hai Tian-ge. As he rode back to Moon Bay on his dilapidated 3-wheeled motorcycle, the night breeze against his face gradually calmed his racing heart, replacing it with clarity. He silently recited and summoned the system panel. Host, Suen, level, LV1, apprentice beachcomber. Beachcombing points, 1,260 points. Personal attributes, strength 12, endurance 12, agility 11. Mental power 11. The standard for an average adult male is 10. System Mall. Tool Zone has been activated. Due to the enhancement serum and the increase in level, his physical attributes had seen a slight improvement. He focused his attention on the Tool Zone. A dazzling array of virtual shelves unfolded before him. At the top, 2 items shimmered with a soft glow, clearly available for exchange at his current level. Universal telescopic iron pincer, crafted from deep-sea recovered silver alloyed with titanium. It extends up to 3 meters, with formidable gripping strength, and emits a mild electric current, capable of easily subduing large crustaceans. Required beachcombing points for exchange, 200 points. Basic waterproof bag, 1 cubic meter of space, completely waterproof and odor-proof. Required beachcombing points for exchange, 50 points. Suen's heart surged with excitement. The universal telescopic iron pincer was nothing short of a tailor-made artifact for beachcombing. Many exquisite treasures in the rocky zones lay hidden in deep, inaccessible crevices. With this tool, those treasures would be his for the taking. Exchange for universal telescopic iron pincer. Ding. Consumed 200 beachcombing points. Exchange successful. Item has been stored in the system space. Available for retrieval at any time. The beachcombing points on the panel instantly dropped to 1060. Suen felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. This tool was not only a vital asset for beachcombing, but also an excellent weapon for self-defense in critical moments. Upon returning home, he found his parents still awake, anxiously awaiting his arrival in the yard. As soon as she saw him safe, his mother rushed to greet him. Anzi, how did it go? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Mom, look at this. Suen said no more, directly pulling out his phone, opening the bank transfer notification, and presenting it to her. His mother leaned in closer, counting the zeros under the light. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1,200,000. Her voice suddenly soared. And in her shock, her hands trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Su Jianghua, standing beside her, abruptly stood up, snatching the phone away. His eyes wide as he repeatedly verified the numbers. When he confirmed that the digits were indeed correct, this man, who had weathered the storms of the sea for most of his life and had been hardened like a rock, found his eyes suddenly moist. Good, good. He patted Suen's shoulder heavily, his voice choked with emotion. My son Su Jiangua is making a name for himself. The 30,000 yuan debt had loomed over their family like a mountain for several years. Now, not only had that mountain been moved, but they also suddenly had an additional 90,000 yuan in savings. The elderly couple was so exhilarated that they hardly slept that night. The next morning, Suin took the 30,000 yuan in cash and methodically repaid the family's debts, one household at a time. The neighbors who had once whispered behind his back, upon seeing the thick wad of cash in his hands, underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, their smiles more painful than tears. The news spread like wildfire throughout Moon Bay. Everyone learned that the once deemed useless Su family son, who had returned from 4 years of university, had overnight earned over 100,000 from a few crabs. Suddenly, no one dared to underestimate Suin. Instead, voices of envy and jealousy echoed all around. Meanwhile, in the villa of Wang Fuguei in town, Wang Hailong, with his left hand encased in thick plaster and suspended around his neck, was resentfully recounting his grievances to his uncle Wang Fuguei. Uncle, you must stand up for me. That kid not only encroached on my territory, but also broke my hand. Look how arrogant he is now. I heard he paid off all his debts early this morning, and the villagers are practically worshipping him as a deity. Wang Fuguei, in his 50s with a protruding belly and a face full of excess flesh, leisurely savored a cup of kung fu tea. He listened to Wang Hailong's complaints without raising an eyebrow. A broken hand? Just reattach it. How can you be so impatient over a mere brat? How can I trust you with my family business in the future? But uncle, what about him? Wang Fuguei finally set down his teacup, casting a cold glance at him. Do you think I am unaware? You took people to rob his possessions, only to be outmatched and left incapacitated. You dare return and weep? If it weren't for my lack of heirs, I would never entrust this business to you. Wang Hailong shrank his neck at the reprimand, daring not to utter another word. However, Wang Fuguei abruptly shifted his tone, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. This kid indeed possesses some unusual talent. To acquire so many sand crabs in a single night and sell them to Hai Tian Gu, this is tantamount to trampling on my face and reaching into my territory. Having monopolized the aquatic business in town for many years, he relied on his dominance. In all of Moon Bay, any good catch had to first pass through his hands. Suin's direct bypassing of him to establish connections with a large hotel in the county had crossed his bottom line. Hailong, go find a few clever individuals. Wang Fuguei pulled out a wad of cash from his drawer and tossed it onto the table. From today onward, keep a 24-hour watch on him. The moment he sets out to sea, follow closely. I want to see what secrets he possesses. Furthermore, spread the word that Suin has disrupted the rules of Moon Bay. Anyone who dares to assist him is opposing me. Wang Fuguei. Wang Hailong's eyes sparkled, and a sinister smile crept across his face. All right, uncle. I shall take care of it right away. This time, he must regurgitate every morsel he has consumed, with interest. Suin had long anticipated the Wang family's maneuvers. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters now. After settling a portion of his debts, he secluded himself in his room, meticulously strategizing his next course of action. The bounty of 500,000 was an irresistible temptation. Securing that sum would enable him to instantly elevate his family's living conditions, even affording a modest fishing boat of his own. Yet, the peril associated with deep-sea blood eels necessitated a cautious approach. With his current physical condition, coupled with an infinite breath-holding skill, descending into the depths should pose no issue. The crux of the matter lay in how to counter the blood eel's high-voltage electric shocks and razor-sharp teeth. System. Is there any equipment in the shop that can defend against electric currents? Ding. Host's needs detected. Conducting a search in the tool zone. Search complete. The following items are recommended for the host. Insulated diving suit, beginner. Capable of withstanding electric shocks below 1000 volts, providing basic physical defense. Required sea gathering value for exchange, 800 points. Portable underwater propeller, significantly enhances underwater mobility, can be utilized for escape in critical moments. Required sea gathering value for exchange, 500 points. Suin scrutinized these two items, his brow furrowing. The combined cost totaled 1,300 points, leaving him short by over 200. It appeared that before daring to confront the deep-sea blood eel, he must first earn a substantial amount of sea-gathering value. His target, the rocky area. The complex terrain and turbulent undercurrents promised an abundance of treasures. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his newly exchanged universal retractable iron pincers. Resolute in his decision, Suin timed his departure to coincide with the afternoon's low tide, gathering his tools as he made his way back to the seaside. As he stepped outside, he keenly noticed a group of idling ruffians at the village entrance, casting malevolent glances in his direction. They were Wang Hailong's men. Affecting ignorance, Suin proceeded directly towards the eastern Rocky region. The thugs immediately trailed him at a distance, their phones in hand as though reporting to someone. A cold smirk graced Suin's lips. He did not alter his course, but rather quickened his pace. Today, he intended to venture into the rocky area that Wang Hailong claimed as his territory. Not only would he go there, but he would also extract every precious item without leaving a single one behind, all while under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The rocky area was a labyrinth of jagged stones, with waves crashing against them, sending sprays of foam soaring several meters high. As Suan arrived, Wang Hailong emerged from behind a massive boulder, flanked by 7 or 8 scruffy youths, effectively blocking his path. Wang Hailong's left arm was suspended in a sling, while his right finger jutted menacingly towards Suan, his face alight with vengeful glee. Suan, you truly dare to come. This rocky area is mine. If you know what's good for you, scram. The rocky landscape, with its relentless waves crashing against the dark stones, sent sprays of white foam high into the air. As Suan stepped onto the terrain, Wang Hailong and his gang materialized from behind a giant rock, effectively obstructing his way. Wang Hailong's left arm, bandaged, hung limply as his right finger aggressively pointed at Suan's nose, his face a portrait of triumph. Brother Long is right. This is our territory. A mere bookworm thinks he can challenge us? Get lost. Suan halted, surveying his surroundings. The rocky area was indeed a treasure trove, with crevices and pools exposed by the receding tide, concealing numerous valuable items. Ignoring the taunts of the ruffians, he focused his gaze back on Wang Hailong. You've claimed it? I don't see your name etched on the rocks. You. Wang Hailong stammered, momentarily speechless, before his face flushed with anger. What I say is law. If you dare take another step forward, you'll experience the taste of a broken bone. Suan feigned ignorance to his threats, leisurely extracting from his tool bag a long, uniquely designed rod, entirely black. One end featured a handle, while the other presented 2 metallic pincers glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Wang Hailong's lackeys, upon recognizing the object, paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. I thought it was something valuable. Turns out it's just a stick for stoking the fire. Ha! Brother Long, look at him. Is he planning to roast crabs on the rocks? Wang Hailong's disdain deepened. A useless fool, even his gathering tool is subpar. Suan, take your fire stick and return to your kitchen. This is no place for you. Suan remained unfazed by their ridicule. He weighed the universal retractable iron pincers, which had cost him 200 gathering points, feeling its cool, solid grip instill a surge of confidence within him. Without further ado, he bypassed Wang Hailong and his gang, heading directly toward another cluster of rocks. Chapter 7. This is the real-life embodiment of a triumphant protagonist. Wang Hailong, incensed by Suan's audacity to disregard him, erupted in frustration, gesturing to his subordinates. Damn it, ignore him. Search thoroughly. Today, we will turn this place upside down to uncover every last treasure. I want to see what tricks a useless person like him can conjure. The group immediately dispersed, wielding hooks and shovels, clanging as they rummaged through the rocky crevices. They occupied every prime spot that seemed likely to yield treasure, pushing Suan to the periphery, beside the least conspicuous rock. Suan paid them no mind. He stood quietly, refraining from immediate action, instead meticulously observing the contours of the rocks beneath his feet and the traces of the water's flow. His accumulated knowledge of marine geology from his previous life allowed him to effortlessly discern where the waves had eroded into dead ends and where the undercurrents converged, creating deep fissures ideal for harboring marine life. Wang Hailong's crew quickly began to yield results. Brother Long, I've caught a flower crab. I've got one too. Wang Hailong approached to inspect. Both were worthless trinkets, and he immediately scolded them in impatience. What is this paltry haul worth? Find me something substantial, something valuable. As moments ticked by, Wang Hailong's gang had nearly scoured the entire area, yielding only a few small crabs and some sea snails, all of which left them exhausted and panting. In stark contrast, Suan had barely moved. He simply stood atop a flat rock, appearing to enjoy the scenery. Damn it. That kid can't possibly be scared silly, can he? One thug wiped his brow and gestured towards Suan. Wang Hailong found it odd too, but an ominous premonition began to brew within him. At this moment, Suan finally stirred. He approached an inconspicuous fissure in the rocks, dark and foreboding, barely wide enough for 2 fingers, exuding an unsettling aura. For an ordinary person, merely glancing into it would invoke dread, let alone reaching inside. Cut it out. Trying to be mysterious, Wang Hailong sneered dismissively. Yet the next second, his expression froze in shock. Suan pressed a button on the stick he held. A low hum reverberated through the air, accompanied by a faint sound of mechanical operation. The elongated black rod astonishingly extended forward at a visible pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The initially unremarkable rod transformed instantaneously into a colossal iron claw of terrifying length. What the hell? A subordinate of Wang Hailong, startled, dropped the iron hook in his hand, releasing a scream akin to that of a ghost. Everyone's movements froze as they stood, transfixed, watching Suen's performance. With unwavering focus, Suen deftly maneuvered the 3-meter-long claw, precisely inserting its pincers into the unfathomable crevice of stone. A faint vibration emanated from the handle, a feature of the system's built-in biological sensing capability. He could clearly perceive that, at the depths of the fissure, a substantial creature lay in wait. Found it. With a slight flick of his wrist, he remotely controlled the claw, snapping it open forcefully, then clamping down with a vengeance. A dull metallic crunch reverberated from the depths of the stone crack. Got it. Suen's arm muscles tensed as he began to pull outward with all his might. A fierce struggle erupted from within the crevice, a tremendous force returning through the claw as the entity inside resisted capture. Come out, you! Suen barked, and his enhanced physical strength surged forth in an explosive display. With a splash, amidst a shower of water, a magnificent creature, entirely jade green, with a polished shell and measuring over 1/2 meter in length, was forcefully dragged from the stone fissure. It was a premium giant green dragon. 2 robust tentacles, longer than chopsticks, flailed wildly in the air, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the scene. Wang Hailong and his gang of subordinates stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, expressions akin to having swallowed a toad, filled with absurdity and incredulity. They had toiled for half a day without catching even a glimpse of a lobster. Yet here was Suen, effortlessly using a firewood stick to extract a giant green dragon worth at least $1,000 from right beneath their feet. Surely, this must be a dream. Not far from this area, a sweet-faced girl, wielding a selfie stick, was recording the entire spectacle. The comments flooding her live stream had gone utterly wild. What in the world is that claw? Is it a transformer? Streamer, get closer. I want to see that handsome guy. So cool. This lobster is enormous. The streamer hit the jackpot today. This girl was none other than the outdoor internet celebrity known as Xiao Yubuqiyu, who had hoped to strike it lucky in the rocky area, but never anticipated capturing such an explosive scene. Straining to contain her excitement, she quietly zoomed in on the focal point of the event. Finally snapping out of his stupor, Wang Hailong was overtaken by insatiable greed and jealousy. His eyes reddened as he pointed at the giant lobster in Suen's hands, shouting irrationally, "That lobster is ours. You must have come to snatch it after seeing us find it. Hand it over." As he spoke, he actually charged forward, reaching out to seize the giant green dragon. A cold, cruel smile finally graced Suen's face. He had been waiting for this very moment. The instant Wang Hailong lunged at him, Suen twisted his wrist, and the just victorious universal retractable claw, like a serpent striking, reached its target first. But this time, its aim was not the lobster. Instead, it was Wang Hailong's unscathed right hand that extended toward him. Snap! The cold metallic pincers clamped down on Wang Hailong's wrist with an irresistible force. A scream, 100 times more agonizing than the last time his bone had broken, echoed across the beach. The greed etched on Wang Hailong's face morphed into sheer agony and terror. He felt as if a hydraulic press had seized his wrist, an excruciating pain coursing through him, draining him of all strength. And he collapsed to his knees before Suen. "Let go of me. My hand. My hand is going to break." Tears streamed down his face, his demeanor utterly pitiful. Suen looked down upon him, increasing the pressure in his grip. Now, does he still perceive this as a mere firewood stick? This dramatic scene was captured in its entirety by Xiao Yu's live stream. Within a matter of seconds, the popularity of the stream skyrocketed to over 100,000 viewers. The comments cascaded down like a waterfall. "Wow. Incredible. This young man not only possesses skill, but is also so tough. Well done. I detest those thugs who steal from others. Streamer, get a close-up. I want to fangirl him. This is like a real-life action hero." Chapter 8. A tycoon shows up with 200,000? Xiao Yu's face flushed with excitement as inspiration struck her, and she shouted into the live stream, "Everyone, do you think this young man resembles the legendary king of claws from the sea? Hit that follow button and give a thumbs up. Let's get the term king of claws trending in our city." Suen paid no mind to Wang Hailong, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, and released the claw. He tossed the still writhing giant green dragon into a bucket, then hoisted the now restored black claw onto his shoulder, turning to leave. Wang Hailong's subordinates, pale with fear, scrambled to help their boss up, no longer daring to glance at Suen. As Suen approached the internet celebrity, he paused for a moment. Xiao Yu's heart raced, fearing he might confront her. To her surprise, Suen merely flashed a warm and sunny smile at her camera. "Do me a favor and let everyone know that the seafood in Moonlight Bay is exceptionally fresh." With that, he walked away from the rocky area, oblivious to the astonished gasps and cheers of countless netizens. Behind him, Xiao Yu's live stream was inundated with the words "King of Claws," flooding the entire screen. Upon returning home, the internet in Moonlight Bay had erupted. No sooner had he stepped into the yard than his phone began vibrating incessantly. Notifications from various apps filling the screen. King of Claws captures lobster with one claw. Moonlight Bay unveils real-life action hero. What black technology is behind that extending claw? Eye-catching headlines accompanied the most thrilling clips from Xiao Yu's live stream, soaring to the top of the trending list. The backend of Xiao Yu Buqiyu's live stream was inundated with private messages and gift effects that nearly caused her phone to crash. Watching her follower count surge to 50,000 in an instant, she felt elated enough to leap off the rocks. She knew she had become famous, but even more so, it was the young man carrying the black claw who left everyone with a captivating silhouette. Brother King of Claws, please start a live stream. I want to see you go crabbing, and I'll shower you with gifts until you're satisfied. Unaware of the online frenzy, Suin settled the still wriggling giant green dragon in the bucket before stepping inside. His parents sat upright, expressions grave, as if interrogating a criminal. Anzi, did you get into another fight with Wang Hailong? His mother's voice was filled with concern. No. It was he who attempted to seize my possessions, but lost his footing and knelt down instead. This explanation was so peculiar that the elderly couple momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Father Su Jiangwo pointed towards Suin's phone and inquired, "What about this, the so-called King of Claws? What is that all about?" Just now, Zhao Laoxi's son from the village came running, saying you have become an internet sensation. It was only then that Suin opened the videos to take a look. One must admit, the streamer named Xiao Yu possessed remarkable camera presence. He portrayed himself as a master of martial arts. Particularly with that final smile paired with the background music added by netizens, the effect was simply overwhelming. At that moment, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Upon answering, a polite male voice greeted him. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Suin, the King of Claws? I am the operations manager for the trending section on the Douyin platform. I've noticed your video has gone viral, and I would like to discuss the possibility of signing you as a streamer. The terms are exceptionally favorable." Without a moment's hesitation, Suin declined. The idea of exposing himself as a streamer paled in comparison to the practicality of quietly earning a living by forging at sea. Just as he hung up, a WeChat friend request popped up, with an avatar adorned with a golden wealthy character and the nickname Emperor of the capital. The verification message read, "Brother King of Claws, are you selling that lobster? I'll offer you 100,000. Suin raised an eyebrow. This Qinglong lobster was of exquisite quality, with a market value of around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and the other party's offer was clearly driven by ulterior motives. He accepted the friend request and replied, "Not for sale, I'll eat it myself." The other party responded immediately with a laughing emoji. "Haha, I like your personality. I found it incredibly satisfying how you dealt with that village bully. It freshened my spirits. Here's a little token of appreciation. Let us be friends." No sooner had he finished typing than a large red envelope appeared in his WeChat. Upon opening it, Suin was momentarily stunned by the figure displayed, 20,000 yuan. His finger hovered over the accept button, hesitating. No reward without effort. He replied with 5 words. "No need for that, brother." The emperor of the capital then sent a voice message, sounding youthful and exuberant. "I just can't stand that guy. You've avenged me. You deserve this money. If you refuse it, it would mean you look down on me." Such words were impossible to reject. Suin set aside his reservations and clicked to accept the payment. "Send me your address, and I'll ship you this lobster. In the future, if I come across anything good, I'll send it your way." After a moment's contemplation, he typed back, but the other party merely responded with an okay and fell silent. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received 200,000 yuan. System transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained C forging points, X 2000. Detected additional earnings for the host. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained online reputation. Additional reward, mental strength 1. Suin felt a rush of clarity, his mind sharper than ever. He glanced at his system panel. Host, Suin. Level, LV1, Apprentice C Forger. C Forging points, 3060, remaining 1060 from this transaction. Personal attributes, Strength 12, Endurance 12, Agility 11, Mental Strength 12. System Mall, Tools section, has been unlocked. Wealthy. Now, not only could he afford those 2 diving gear pieces, but he could also easily clear out the tools section. While he was in high spirits, the Wang family was shrouded in gloom. Wang Fuguwei glared at his useless nephew, whose arms were both in slings, nearly having a stroke from anger. Useless. Truly a waste. He pointed a finger at Wang Hailong and scolded. "Once was an accident. But twice? You brought so many people, and yet you were made to kneel before hundreds of thousands. You've utterly humiliated the Wang family. Uncle, that kid is uncanny. His iron claw." "Shut up." Wang Fuguwei slammed the table. "I don't want to hear your excuses. All I know is that everyone in town is laughing at the Wang family." He paced back and forth in the living room, his expression dark enough to draw water. Su-in's rise had severely threatened his business and position, especially with the high Tian-go line, which felt like a tube inserted into his heart, ready to siphon his lifeblood at any moment. He could not allow Su-in to continue thriving unimpeded. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Fugui's eyes. The next day, the fame of Su-in, the king of claws, completely erupted. Numerous out-of-town tourists and internet celebrities even drove to Moon Bay, eager to catch a glimpse of this online sensation. Suddenly, Su-in's doorstep was bustling with people. Chapter 9. The youth of today is too impetuous. That afternoon, as Su-in prepared to venture out to test his newfound abilities, he was encircled by a group of villagers. Leading them was an old fisherman, dark-skinned and slender, known as Uncle Chun, recognized as the most skilled sea forager in the village. Uncle Chun puffed on his pipe, his murky eyes scrutinizing Su-in Anzi. "I hear your skills have improved to the point where you can catch the Lobster King." His tone was somewhat sarcastic. "Just luck, Uncle Chun," Su-in replied politely. "Luck?" Uncle Chun scoffed. "Young people think they know everything with a bit of skill. When we old folks were scraping a living from the sea, you were still in diapers." His words elicited agreement from several elder villagers nearby. Indeed, today's youth are far too restless. Just because of some live streaming, they really believe they become sea kings? Su-in understood that they were looking for trouble. Remaining calm, he simply inquired, "So, what does Uncle Chun mean?" "Simple." Uncle Chun struck the pipe against the ground. "Let us see what you're made of. Dare to compete with me?" The contest would be to find the general's hat, a top-tier shellfish named for its resemblance to an ancient general's helmet. It clings tightly to the smoothest surfaces of rocks, blending in perfectly, rendering it nearly impossible to spot. Furthermore, it only consumes the freshest seaweed sprouts, requiring pristine water quality, making it a true delicacy. Finding this creature demands keen eyesight and experience, rendering any tool useless. By proposing this challenge, Uncle Chun clearly intended to use his expertise to dampen Su-in's spirited confidence as a viral sensation. On the outskirts of the crowd, several of Wang Hailong's lackeys were gleefully filming with their phones, ready to capture Su-in's potential embarrassment. Looking at the proudly confident Uncle Chun and then surveying the villagers eager for entertainment, a smile crept across Su-in's face. He had been searching for a reason to venture into the rocky area to earn some sea foraging points, and here it was, delivered right to him. He extended 3 fingers and declared, "Uncle Chun, merely competing lacks flavor. Let us raise the stakes. 3,000 yuan, 1 hour limit. Whoever finds the heavier general's hat wins. The possessions and the money shall belong to the other party. I have been defeated. Henceforth, I shall take a detour in your presence. Should you face defeat?" Su-in paused, his voice not loud, yet distinctly resonating in the ears of all present. "There shall be no more pretentious displays of age and experience." As Su-in's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a tumult of astonishment. 3,000 yuan. For the villagers, this was no trifling sum. Furthermore, Su-in's subsequent remark dripped with provocation, practically pointing at Uncle Chun's nose and declaring his inadequacy. Uncle Chun's weathered visage flushed crimson. To be so challenged by a younger generation, if he were to back down, how could he hold his head high in the village henceforth? Well, what a bold lad. Quite audacious. His anger was palpable as he called out in approval. 3,000 it shall be. Today, I, this old man, shall impart a lesson. So you may grasp who truly holds dominion over this vast sea. Let us proceed to the East Reef immediately. Uncle Chun tucked his smoking pipe into his waist and strode forward, exuding an air of assured victory. A throng of onlookers followed, eager to witness this contest between the old and the new masters of the tide. Wang Hailong's subordinates were particularly exhilarated, quickly relaying the news back. The East Reef was the very site where Su-in had previously showcased his prowess. Returning to familiar grounds, the expressions of Wang Hailong's crew shifted from disdain to a hint of apprehension. The rules of the contest were straightforward. Each would oversee a designated area for 1 hour. And at the end, the weight of their catch would determine the victor. With a shout from an elder to commence, Uncle Chun fell into rhythm, moving with the grace of an experienced elder navigating the slick rocks. His keen eyes scanned the surfaces, nearly glued to the rocks as he sought diligently, occasionally using his specially crafted small shovel to pry loose a coin-sized, grayish-brown object from what appeared to be a smooth rock face. That was a general's hat. Uncle Chun's skills were as sharp as ever, finding one so swiftly. Indeed, he had devoted his life to this pursuit, able to detect its presence even with eyes closed. The villagers gasped in admiration. In less than 10 minutes, Uncle Chun's bucket already contained 5 or 6 general's hats. Though small, such efficiency was astonishing. In stark contrast, Su-in seemed somewhat lackadaisical. He did not scour his area with the same fervor as Uncle Chun, but strolled leisurely, occasionally crouching to feel the temperature of the rocks or to dip a finger into the seawater to taste its salinity. His peculiar actions left the onlookers bewildered. What was Suin up to? Could he truly discern treasures by merely touching rocks? I suspect he is merely putting on a show. Wang Hailong's subordinates were particularly vocal in their derision. King of claws? More like the king of touching. Uncle Chen glanced back, observing Suin's movements. A smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. In his eyes, these were merely flashy antics. Tide gathering relies on years of accrued experience, the deftness of eye and hand. Not on theatrics. Little did they know, Suin was employing his advanced knowledge of oceanography to analyze the microenvironment of the waters. The growth of generals' hats is intricately tied to light exposure, water flow velocity, and types of seaweed. By scrutinizing these seemingly trivial details, he had constructed a mental treasure map of the rocky area. Those scattered small generals' hats held no allure for him. His aim was the rare, decades-old specimens hidden in the most clandestine corners. As the minutes ticked by, Uncle Chen's bucket filled to nearly half, weighing no less than a pound. Meanwhile, Suin's bucket remained utterly empty. Even Suin's parents began to harbor concerns. Just as everyone believed Suin to be on the brink of defeat, he finally halted. He stood before a massive sloped rock, smoothed to a mirror-like sheen by relentless waves. Such locations, to any tide gatherer, were deemed the least likely to harbor life, as the waves were too fierce to hold anything. What was he doing there? That place could not even sustain seaweed. It's over. This lad has completely given up. Uncle Chen shook his head, believing the contest had lost all suspense. Yet, Suin's next move left all eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He did not reach for a shovel. Instead, he removed his shirt, revealing a physique sculpted by extensive training. Then, taking a deep breath, under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, he plunged directly into the deep pool beneath the sloping rocks. The waters churned with hidden currents, connecting to the open sea, such that even the most proficient swimmers would hesitate to dive. Insanity. This lad has lost his mind. Quickly, pull him up. Even Uncle Chen's face paled. Should anything happen, it would escalate into a calamity. Amidst the chaos, however, Suin's figure emerged from the pool's opposite end. In his grasp was a stone, dark and moss-covered, larger than his face. He flipped it over, revealing the pale yellow underside, unmistakably a colossal general's hat. A kingly specimen. My heavens. An old fisherman's bucket clattered to the ground, echoing loudly. Everyone stood frozen, their minds blank as they beheld the monstrous general's hat in Suin's hand. They had never encountered anything of such magnitude. This single find must weigh no less than 3 to 4 pounds, far surpassing the small collection Uncle Chen had painstakingly gathered. But that was not the end. Suin seemed to have unlocked a new realm of possibility, repeatedly diving into the unfathomable depths of the pool that none dared approach. Each time he surfaced, he bore another general's hat of comparable size. The second, the third. By the time he tossed the fifth giant general's hat into his bucket, the rocky area fell into a stunned silence. All gazed at Suin as though he were a creature of legend, including the once arrogant Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen stared blankly at the pitiful little specimens in his bucket, then glanced at the 5 gigantic hats in Suin's, his face transitioning from red to purple, then pale, ultimately bowing his head in shame. He had lost. Utterly and irrevocably defeated. His decades of pride and experience and vision had become a mere jest in the face of Suin's near-miraculous display. I have lost. Uncle Chen's voice emerged hoarse and dry, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Suin emerged from the water, returning the 3,000 yuan to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, I do not seek the money. I merely wish to demonstrate that the times have changed. While traditional experience is undoubtedly valuable, scientific methods allow us to see further. This proclamation shattered the last remnants of Uncle Chen's psychological defenses. He gazed at Suin's youthful, confident countenance and, with a long sigh, silently turned to leave. Suin's victory reverberated throughout the Moon Bay once more. If the previous occasion was merely a stroke of luck accompanied by favorable circumstances, then this time, it is a genuine demonstration of formidable strength. Just as the villagers were preparing to extend their congratulations, an untimely voice broke the atmosphere. What a lively scene. The crowd parted, revealing Wang Fuguwei, his beer belly protruding prominently, ambling forward amidst a throng of bodyguards clad in black. He paid no heed to Suin's harvest in the bucket, instead sauntering directly to an esteemed elder of the village. Sangong, isn't our annual sea god festival in Moon Bay approaching? The elder, referred to as Sangong, paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Fuguwei, indeed, it's next week. Excellent. Wang Fuguwei clapped his hands, raising his voice so all could hear. This year's Sea God Festival Wang Fuguwei, will personally sponsor a cash prize of 100,000 yuan for the champion of the competition. 100,000. The crowd erupted in excitement, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. Wang Fuguwei savored their reaction before shifting his gaze to Suin, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You are Suin, are you not? Young man, having talent is commendable. Since you are so capable, you must be aiming to secure the championship at this sea god festival, yes? All the fishermen in the village will participate. That will be a true test of skill, unlike this child's play. His words appeared to be complimentary, but were laced with a covert intent to place Suin under scrutiny. Aren't you quite the adept? Very well. I will provide you with a grander stage, a prize of 100,000. If you choose not to participate, it would imply fear, reducing your previous accolades to mere jest. Should you choose to compete, facing the multitude of seasoned fishermen from the village, claiming victory will not be so simple. If you fail to secure first place, I, Wang Fuguei, will have countless ways to affix the label of mediocrity upon you. A masterful tactic of retreating to advance. A heart-wrenching strategy. All eyes converged upon Suin. He met Wang Fuguei's seemingly amiable, yet chilling gaze with a warm smile. Slowly he spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough for all to hear. Very well. I shall claim that championship. Wang Fuguei's proclamation of a 100,000 yuan reward sent ripples through the entirety of Moon Bay. The news spread like wildfire, reaching the surrounding villages overnight. 100,000 yuan. For the fishermen who rely on the sea for their livelihood, this was undeniably a life-altering sum. In an instant, every villager capable of fishing, young and old alike, rolled up their sleeves, brimming with determination to showcase their skills at the Sea God Festival. Suin's name was thrust once again into the limelight. That lad Suin is bound to falter this time. Indeed, harvesting along the shore and fishing are worlds apart. It all hinges on whether the heavens bestow their bounty. Wang Boss has played his cards brilliantly. Suin now finds himself in a predicament. The village's public sentiment shifted subtly under the allure of money. No longer was he viewed as the omnipotent king of clamps. Instead, the villagers regarded him with a sense of anticipation, eager to witness his fall from grace. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Suin secluded himself in his room, calmly analyzing the current situation. He perceived Wang Fuguei's overt strategy clearly. Yet for him, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Securing that 100,000 yuan would enable him to purchase a small fishing boat, achieving true financial independence, no longer beholden to others. More importantly, he needed a victory of substantial weight to firmly establish his standing in Moon Bay, ensuring that Wang Fuguei would think twice before acting recklessly. He accessed the system's shop. Insulated diving suit, beginner. Required shore harvest points for exchange, 800 points. Portable underwater propeller. Required shore harvest points for exchange, 500 points. These items were prepared for deep-sea blood eels and were not immediately needed. In Chapter 11, Underwater Tribute Wine, his gaze descended to the skill area. Currently, there was only one skill illuminated and available for exchange. Unlimited breath holding, beginner. Passive skill. It allows for microstructural modifications to the host's lung structure, enabling internal respiratory circulation underwater, theoretically allowing for limitless diving. Required shore harvest points for exchange, 1,000 points. This is it. Suin's breath quickened. The Sea God Festival judges the total value of the catch. To win, he must venture where others cannot, to seize treasures others cannot. With the skill, the entire coastal expanse would become his personal garden. He glanced at his shore harvest points. Shore harvest points, 3,060 points. After competing with Uncle Chun, selling several prize generals for over 5,000 yuan, he had accumulated more than 50 points in shore harvest points, a substantial amount. Exchange for unlimited breath holding. Ding. Consumed 1,000 shore harvest points. Exchange successful. Skill, unlimited breath holding, activated. An indescribable sensation of elation surged from his chest. Every breath felt elongated and powerful, as if his lung capacity had multiplied exponentially. His body brimmed with an unprecedented vitality, igniting an impulse to leap into the sea immediately. Remaining were 2060 shore harvest points. After a moment's contemplation, he spent 800 points to exchange for the insulated diving suit. While primarily designed for electrical protection, its resilient material could also effectively shield against cuts from underwater rocks or certain creatures, providing a layer of physical security. Having completed all preparations, he felt a newfound confidence. With just 3 days until the Sea God Festival, he resolved to take advantage of the night to test his new abilities in the sea. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suin donned his lightweight diving suit and slipped silently to the shore. He roused no one, moving like a fish as he glided into the icy waters. The moment he submerged, a marvelous sensation unfolded. He felt no hint of suffocation. Rather, it was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, enveloped by an indescribable freedom and comfort. He attempted to breathe underwater, and astonishingly, his lungs began to autonomously circulate, extracting trace amounts of oxygen from the surrounding seawater. Remarkable. Suppressing his inner jubilation, Suin swam deeper into the abyss. Freed from the constraints of needing to surface for air, His movements underwater became fluid and efficient. The daytime clamor faded, revealing a mysterious and resplendent underwater world at night. Bioluminescent plankton drifted by like stars, and various marine creatures began to stir from their slumber. Suan, like a sovereign surveying his domain, leisurely roamed through his private garden. He even had the leisure to extract a nest of exquisite abalone from a coral reef, where they were peacefully sleeping. He descended further, quickly surpassing depths of 10 and 20 meters. This was uncharted territory for the fishermen of Moon Bay. Pressure surged from all directions, yet his body, enhanced by the system, adapted effortlessly. Here, the light was exceedingly dim, but Suan's mental acuity granted him extraordinary underwater perception. Everything around him constructed a vivid outline in his mind through a unique form of sonar. As he acclimated to his newfound ability, he began to explore with intention. To claim victory in the Sea God Festival, he needed to uncover fish of substantial value. Ordinary grouper or lobster, no matter how large or abundant, would hardly secure an undeniable advantage. What he sought was something that could dominate the entire arena upon surfacing. While traversing a deep trench, an unusual feedback emerged on his sonar map. At the trench's bottom, there appeared to be a colossal artificial silhouette. A sunken ship? Suan's heart skipped a beat. He promptly altered his course and dove toward that location. As he approached, the remnants of a wooden fishing vessel, submerged for many years, gradually came into his perceptual range. The hull was in a state of decay, having been repurposed as a home by various marine creatures. Suan circled the wreckage but found nothing particularly remarkable. Disappointment crept in as he prepared to leave, only to detect a discordant element in his perception. At the very bottom of the ship's hold, buried beneath thick layers of silt, lay an unusually rectangular structure. He swam over, clearing the mud with his hands. The object felt cold and hard to the touch, resembling a box. After considerable effort, he managed to extract the heavy box from the muck. The box measured approximately half a meter in length, constructed from an unidentified hardwood and reinforced with metal strips. Despite the ravages of seawater, it retained a remarkably intact structure. A rusted copper lock adorned the exterior. Suan shook the box, and the sound of liquid sloshing within resonated. A possibility struck him: rum or wine from an ancient shipwreck. If preserved well, these items could attain immeasurable value in the constant temperature and humidity of the ocean depths. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced this unexpected boon and swam vigorously toward the surface. By the time he returned to shore, it was past 4 in the morning. He concealed the box in a hidden crevice among the rocks and returned home with a handful of abalone he had gathered. As dawn broke, Suan, having endured a sleepless night, felt invigorated. Gazing at the exquisite abalones still bubbling in his yard, he devised a plan. Money was merely the first step. He aimed to leverage the Sea God Festival to firmly establish his name and construct his own seafood empire. After breakfast, he disregarded the village's chatter regarding the festival and rode his tricycle directly to the county town. He sought to validate his hypothesis. In the largest antique market in the county, Suan found an elderly gentleman specializing in ancient artifacts. He presented his sketches of the box and the copper lock. The old man adjusted his glasses, took a glance, and abruptly looked up. "Young man, where did you find this?" "From the sea," Suan replied nonchalantly. "The sea?" The old man's breath quickened. "This is an official box from the great maritime period of the previous dynasty, specifically designed for transporting tributes. Especially this cloud dragon patterned copper lock. It signifies royal use. The contents of this box are worth a fortune." With this affirmation, Suan's heart settled completely. He expressed his gratitude to the old man and turned to leave, leaving the elder lamenting behind him. Back at Moon Bay, Suan refrained from retrieving the box immediately. He understood that once revealed, it would undoubtedly create a furor. Chapter 12, Divine Aged Liquor. He needed a reliable buyer with the means to handle such a treasure. In his mind, the figure of Chef Lu from the Sea Sky Pavilion immediately surfaced. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Fu. "Chef Lu, this is Suan. I have something valuable in hand. I wonder if you might be interested?" On the other end, Lu Fu's tone was laced with professional enthusiasm. "Su, my dear brother, it's rare to hear from you. Have you caught another exquisite king crab?" "Something even more intriguing than the king crab," Suan replied calmly. "Chef Lu, are you interested in tribute wine from a century-old shipwreck?" There was a 3-second silence on Lu Fu's end. "Su, are you joking?" His tone shifted to one of gravity and skepticism. Such treasures typically existed only in legend or at auction. How could a mere fisherman from Moon Bay possibly acquire them? "I never joke about such matters." Suan's tone remained serene. "I have the goods in my possession, well preserved, 12 jars in total. I need a trustworthy channel to sell them. And you were the first who came to mind." This statement served both as a test and a gesture of goodwill. Lu Fu pondered on the other end. His position as the executive chef of Sea Sky Pavilion required extraordinary insight and decisiveness. From their first encounter, Suin had exuded an aura of enigma. Whether it was the mutated king crab or the extraordinary claw video, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Shall we take a gamble? If what Suin claims is true, the value of this tribute wine could elevate the prestige of Sea Sky Pavilion to new heights. Su, this matter is of great significance. Would it be possible for you to send me a photo or a video? Lu Fu's tone had regained its seriousness. Not convenient. Suin firmly declined. If that official box becomes public, it would attract not buyers, but sharks. The item is too sensitive. Exposure would lead to complications. If Chef Lu doesn't believe me, consider this call as if it never happened. The more cautious Suin appeared, the more Lu Fu's conviction grew. Wait. Su, if you trust me, I naturally trust you. How about this? Give me an address, and I will come personally. I'll set off immediately. As Suin hung up the phone, a slight smile crept across his face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Only by having Lu Fu visit in person could the true value of the goods be maximized, ensuring he retained control of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's residence, the atmosphere was decidedly grim. Wang Fuguei sat in a grand chair, rolling 2 polished walnuts in his hands as he listened to his subordinate's report. Boss, that kid went to the county town today, acting suspiciously. We don't know what he was up to. The Sea God Festival is about to begin, and he still has the leisure to run into town? Wang Fuguei furrowed his brow. He felt as though events were slipping from his grasp. That Suin was like a slippery eel. Every time he thought he had set a trap, the other would manage to slip away from an unexpected angle. Uncle, what kind of expert did you hire? Are they reliable? Wang Hailong asked impatiently from the side. Shut up. Wang Fuguei glared at him. This time, I've hired Chen Gui from the neighboring Haishi town, known as the King of Resentment. Upon hearing this name, Wang Hailong's eyes lit up. Chen Gui's reputation was well known across several coastal towns. It is said that this old fellow can hold his breath underwater for over 10 minutes. In his youth, he relied on this remarkable skill to salvage countless treasures from sunken ships. Truly a ruthless character who thrived on the spoils of the dead. I spent 50,000 yuan to invite him to this year's Sea God Festival. A cold smirk appeared on Wang Fuguei's face. Isn't Suin quite capable? Isn't he a diver? Before Chen Gui, he is but a mere child. Moreover, I have already informed Chen Gui that during the competition, there will be no need for any rules. A glimmer of malice flashed in Wang Fuguei's eyes. Even if I cannot eliminate him, I will ensure he suffers greatly. So he understands whose territory this sea truly is. In the afternoon, a black Mercedes business vehicle slowly rolled into Crescent Bay. This luxury car, so out of place in the small fishing village, immediately caught the attention of all the villagers. The vehicle came to a halt in front of Suin's home, and as the door swung open, Lu Fu, dressed in an exquisite suit, alighted with 2 capable assistants. The villagers were left dumbfounded. Isn't that Chef Lu from the Hai Tian Pavilion in the county? I saw him at a wedding last time. What is he doing at Suin's house? My goodness, what an extravagant car. Could he be here to purchase some overpriced seafood again? Amidst the murmurs, Lu Fu had already stepped into Suin's courtyard. Brother Su, I've arrived. Chef Lu, please come in. Suin welcomed Lu Fu inside, while his parents anxiously fidgeted, uncertain of where to place their hands. Lu Fu, however, appeared quite courteous. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Brother Su, where are the items? Suin said nothing but led him into his room, locking the door behind them. From beneath the bed, he dragged out an object meticulously wrapped in waterproof cloth. As the cloth was unveiled, revealing an ancient and hefty wooden box, Lu Fu's breath caught in his throat. Although he was not an expert in antiques, the box's aura of time and the exquisite, albeit rusted, cloud dragon patterned bronze lock told him that this was the real deal. Open the box. Lu Fu's voice trembled with anticipation. Suin retrieved the tools he had prepared and carefully pried open the bronze lock. With a faint creak, the lid slowly lifted. An unusual fragrance, a blend of wine and wood, instantly filled the room. Inside the box lay 12 palm-sized, archaically designed black ceramic jars, perfectly secured with straw and wood shavings. Quietly resting there, on one jar ceiling point was a yellowed sticker, inscribed with 2 blurred characters, Jiangzhuang. Lu Fu, trembling, extended his hand and carefully cradled one of the jars. Just the texture and appearance convinced him 9 out of 10 times. Brother Su, this he was so excited he could barely articulate his thoughts. Suin smiled slightly, picked up a jar, and broke the seal. A richer, more robust aroma of wine burst forth like a bomb, engulfing the room. Lu Fu merely inhaled and felt as though he was on the brink of intoxication. Divine product. This is undoubtedly a divine product. He glanced at Suin, his eyes ablaze with eagerness. Chapter 13. I want 10% equity. Brother Su, name your price. We at Hai Tian Pavilion will take this batch of wine. Suin extended a single finger. 1 million? Lu Fu ventured cautiously. Suin shook his head. 10 million? Lu Fu gasped in shock. Again, Suin shook his head, then spoke slowly. I do not want money. Lu Fu was taken aback. Suin looked at him, articulating each word deliberately. I want 10% equity in Hai Tian Pavilion. Furthermore, I accept the 50,000 yuan bounty for the deep-sea blood eel you mentioned. This batch of wine shall serve as my declaration of allegiance to Hai Tian Pavilion. Suin's words detonated in Lu Fu's mind like a thunderous explosion. No money. Only equity. This young man's ambition and vision far exceeded his expectations. Hai Tian Pavilion is the leader in the county's catering industry, valued at tens of millions. 10% equity means at least $1 million in dividends annually. To exchange a batch of untraceable wine for a guaranteed lucrative position. This deal is simply Lu Fu's mind raced. He gazed at Suin's calm visage and suddenly understood. What Suin desired was not merely money. He sought a platform, an identity, a springboard that would allow him to leap from a humble fisherman to a significant player in the industry. And this batch of wine was his capital. Was this batch of wine truly worth only $1 million? No, if properly managed, with the allure of a century-old tribute wine. It could elevate Hai Tian Pavilion's reputation beyond the county, resonating throughout the city. The intangible value generated would far exceed 10 million. More importantly, Suin had also accepted the 50,000 yuan bounty, indicating his capacity to continually provide top-tier supplies. This was a genuine talent, a partner worthy of investment. Realizing all this, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Fu's forehead. He looked at Suin and solemnly extended his hand. Brother Su, no, from today onwards. I should address you as Director Su. I cannot make this decision alone, but I will immediately report to our chairman. I assure you, within 3 days, you will receive a satisfactory response. Very well. Suin shook his hand. Then this batch of wine will be temporarily stored with Chef Lu. After bidding farewell to Lu Fu, Suin's phone promptly received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. This was the deposit Lu Fu had personally prepaid for the deep-sea blood eel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500,000 yuan. System conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained sea gathering points, x 5,000. Host, Suin. Level, LV1, Apprentice Sea Gatherer. Sea gathering points, 7,060 points. Personal attributes, Strength 12. Endurance 12, Agility 11, Spirit 12. System Mall. Tool Zone has been unlocked. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers on the system panel, Suin took a deep breath. Overnight wealth. He finally possessed the capital for a stable life. Meanwhile, word of Suin's clandestine meeting with Chef Lu and the latter's respectful demeanor as the Mercedes departed quickly spread through the village. The villagers' imaginations ran wild. This young man, Suin, must have become the head supplier for Hai Tian Pavilion. Surely, it must be something remarkable. Otherwise, how could Chef Lu have exhibited such an expression? In no time, Suin standing in the village was elevated once again, shrouded in mystery and depth. Naturally, these tales reached Wang Fugui's ears. Enraged, he smashed a teacup in frustration. Useless. All of them are useless. He felt as though he were striking a punch into cotton, utterly constrained, filled with exasperation. Uncle, don't be angry. Just wait until tomorrow. Wang Hailong fanned the flames from the side. Once Qingui takes care of that kid, let us see how arrogant he remains. Wang Fugui, with a darkened expression, nodded. Tell Qingui to deal with him ruthlessly. The next day, the day before the Sea God Festival. According to village customs, a small-scale sea worship ceremony was to be held today as a prelude. All the fishermen of the village gathered at the dock. Wang Fugui approached, accompanied by an elderly man with a sallow complexion and deeply sunken eyes, resembling a specter of tuberculosis. Allow me to introduce him. This is Brother Chun from Haishi Town, an old friend of mine. He has come specifically to partake in the festivities of our Moon Bay Sea God Festival. Coughing twice, Chen's murky gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Suin. His stare was as sinister and sticky as that of a venomous serpent. Recognizing Chun, several seasoned fishermen gasped in astonishment. It's the breath-holding king, Chun. What brings him here? This promises to be quite a spectacle. He is indeed a formidable figure. Naturally, Suin felt the weight of that malevolent gaze. Yet he merely returned a calm glance before dismissing it. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Wang Fugui suddenly raised his voice. Dear villagers, today, Brother Chun has traveled a great distance, and we must not treat him lightly. I have heard that we have a remarkable talent in our village, an exceptional swimmer. He subtly gestured towards Suin. How about we invite our village's rising star to spar with Brother Chun and broaden our horizons? Upon this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This was a blatant provocation. All eyes converged upon Suin and Chun. Stepping forward, Chun rasped, I hear you possess commendable underwater skills, young man. Are you bold enough to compete with me? Compete in what? Suin inquired nonchalantly. In the simplest of contests, breath holding. Chun grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. We shall both submerge, and whoever surfaces first shall be deemed the loser. The loser must kneel and bow 3 times to the victor, proclaiming thrice that they are a coward. What do you say? Such a wager was utterly malicious. This was no mere contest. It was a deliberate assault on one's dignity. Wang Hailong and the others immediately began to incite the crowd. Let us see it. Suin, aren't you the breath-holding king? Surely, you're not afraid? The villagers murmured among themselves, knowing well of Chin's prowess. It seemed that Suin had bitten off more than he could chew. Suin's parents, standing at the back of the crowd, turned pale with anxiety. Just as everyone anticipated that Suin would reject this unfair challenge, he smiled. Gazing at the self-assured Chun, he slowly extended 2 fingers. First, I'll forego the bowing. I dislike having others kneel before me, especially someone who looks on the brink of death like you. Second, mere competition lacks excitement. Let us add some stakes. I'll wager 200,000. What about you? 200,000. The crowd fell silent in shock. Stunned by the figure, Chun's expression shifted as well. As a destitute old fisherman, how could he possibly come up with such a sum? Seeing this, Wang Fuguei immediately stepped forward, thumping his chest. I will cover Brother Chen's wager. 200,000 it is. Suin, do not regret your decision. I have no regrets. Suin replied, shedding his outer garment to reveal a physique both balanced and powerful. He approached the edge of the dock, casting a sidelong glance at the pallid Chun. Old senior, you'd best take a few deep breaths of fresh air now. For once you're in the water, that opportunity may well vanish. As his words echoed, under the command of an elder from the village, Suin and Shun plunged into the icy sea simultaneously, like 2 cannonballs. The air above the dock seemed to freeze. All gazes were riveted upon the surface of the water, now rippling from their entry, as even breaths were instinctively stifled. Time ticked by. 1 minute passed. The sea remained tranquil. Wang Fuguei's subordinates began to whisper amongst themselves, their expressions relaxed. Old Chun is steady. It's been a minute. That kid must be nearing his limit. Indeed, Old Chun's nickname isn't given lightly. 2 minutes elapsed, and some villagers with good swimming skills began to pale. For an ordinary person, holding one's breath for 2 minutes was already a remarkable feat. Suin's parents, Su Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin, felt their hearts rise to their throats, their hands clenched tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. 3 minutes. A chorus of gasps erupted from the dock. My heavens. It's been 3 minutes. Neither of them has surfaced. Could Suin truly hold his breath for this long? Wang Fuguei's demeanor began to falter. He glanced at the equally bewildered Wang Hailong and muttered, what is the panic? Old Chun's record is 10 minutes. That kid is merely at his last gasp. 5 minutes. The dock fell utterly silent, save for the sound of the wind whipping across the sea. Everyone was petrified by this duration, surpassing their understanding of human limits. Beads of sweat began to form on Wang Fuguei's brow, as he anxiously monitored his watch, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Meanwhile, 10 meters beneath the surface lay an entirely different world. Chen was floating effortlessly, his eyes closed, heart rate slowed. Entering a state akin to that of a turtle's hibernation, skills honed over decades of underwater labor. He felt the burning sensation in his lungs, a warning from his body. Yet, he remained unperturbed, fully aware of his limits. Slowly, he opened his eyes, eager to see the plight of that audacious young man. However, upon observing Su and state not far from him, his previously tranquil mind was thrown into chaos. Suin was not conserving energy as he was. Instead, he leisurely strolled beneath the water, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ease akin to a stroll in his own garden. In fact, he even playfully extended his hand to tease a butterfly fish that swam past him, which, unafraid, nibbled at his fingertip. This scene nearly made Chun's eyes bulge from their sockets. A hallucination. It had to be an illusion born from oxygen deprivation. How could he be so relaxed underwater? Was he not in need of breath? Chun's mind spiraled into disarray. With his thoughts in turmoil, his breathing hastened, and he began to consume oxygen at an alarming rate. The burning sensation in his lungs intensified drastically. Meanwhile, Suin watched him with an air of nonchalance. The skill of infinite breath-holding was tailor-made for such a scenario. Not only could he hold his breath, but he could even afford to take a nap underwater if he wished. Observing Chun's face, now reddening from lack of oxygen, he even waved cheerily at him. This gesture became the last straw that broke Chun's mental resolve. He was losing his mind. This boy was undoubtedly a monster. An overwhelming instinct for survival and profound terror engulfed his reason. Unable to endure any longer, he kicked furiously, propelling himself toward the surface with all his might. After enduring a grueling 7 minutes of anticipation, the crowd was on edge. Suddenly, with a tremendous splash, a figure burst forth from the water. It was Chun. He gasped for air, his face pale with a hint of an eerie bluish tint, resembling a fish stranded out of water, utterly disheveled. Wang Fugui and Wang Hailong were momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by expressions of wild elation. They had triumphed. Ha ha! Old Chun had won. Wang Hailong shouted in exuberance. Wang Fugui sighed in relief, a smug smile returning to his face as he cleared his throat, preparing to announce the outcome and humiliate Suin. But just then, a terrified scream pierced the crowd. Look, there's another person in the water. Following the direction of the shout, everyone turned to see Suin's figure calmly and leisurely rising from the depths not far from where Chun Gui had surfaced. He even yawned, shaking off the droplets from his hair, his demeanor as serene as if he had merely splashed water on his face. He glanced at the still coughing Chun Gui, then directed his gaze toward the stunned expressions of Wang Fugui and Wang Hailong. The entire dock fell into a deathly silence. Everyone regarded Suin with the expression reserved for ghosts. Over 7 minutes. He had been submerged for over 7 minutes and emerged without even a hint of flushed cheeks or labored breath. Was this still a human being? Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Suin stepped out of the water, droplets glistening on his chiseled muscles under the sun. He approached the ashen-faced Wang Fugui, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pearly whites. Boss Wang, 200,000. Will you transfer it or pay in cash? Wang Fugui's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. 200,000. In front of the entire village, if he failed to pay, he would never be able to hold his head high in Moon Bay again. He felt as if his heart were bleeding, every pore exuding frustration. Transfer, transfer. He managed to squeeze out those words between clenched teeth, trembling as he fumbled for his phone. Wang Hailong, anxious beside him, exclaimed, Uncle, you can't give it to him. This kid must be pulling a fast one. Shut your mouth. Wang Fugui snapped, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Hailong's face, silencing the rest of his protests. It was too late to say anything now. He could not afford the consequences of dishonesty in front of so many witnesses. Suin leisurely provided his bank account number. Wang Fugui's fingers poked at the phone screen for what felt like an eternity before he finally entered the numbers, closing his eyes and pressing confirm to complete the transfer. Soon, Suin's phone chimed with a crisp notification. Chapter 15, Redemption of Biological Radar. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 20,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 90,034, 550 yuan. The surrounding villagers swallowed hard at the figure. 200,000. Just from one dive, 200,000 had landed in his hands. This was quicker than robbing a bank. In an instant, countless gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and awe converged upon Suin Boss Wang. A pleasure to collaborate. Suin said, pocketing his phone and extending a hand with a smile. Wang Fugui glared at that hand, wishing he could bite it off, but he ultimately restrained himself, merely snorting disdainfully through his nose before storming off with his entourage. As for Chun Gui, he had long since slipped away unnoticed. The thrilling gamble concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. Suin, once again, astonished the villagers of Moon Bay with his extraordinary display. If he had previously been regarded as the king of snatch, now, in their eyes, Suin was akin to the embodiment of the sea god. Su Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin rushed over in excitement, with Zhang Guilin clutching her son's arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Anzi, you scared your mother to death. How could you be so bold? Mom, I had it all under control, Suin reassured her with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction and receiving 200,000 yuan. System conversion in progress. Successful conversion. Congratulations, host, on acquiring sea gathering value, X 2,000 points. Host, Suin, level, LV1, novice sea gatherer. Sea gathering value, 9,060 points. Personal attributes, strength 12, endurance 12, agility 11, mental power 12. System mall. Tool zone has been unlocked. Gazing at the impressive array of numbers on the system panel, Suin felt an unprecedented sense of security. These sea gathering values represented his most substantial capital for survival on this ocean. He lacked neither money nor fame. The pressing matter was to convert these virtual points into tangible combat prowess to prepare for the upcoming Sea God Festival. Upon returning home, Suin locked himself in his room. He opened the system panel and resolutely began allocating points. System, increased strength, endurance, and agility by 5 points each. Consuming 1,500 sea gathering points, strength 5, endurance 5, agility 5. Attribute update, strength 17, endurance 17, agility 16, mental power 12. A surge of exhilarating energy coursed through his limbs, invigorating every muscle and bone. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing a momentous transformation. Strength surged, his muscles bursting with explosive potential. Endurance extended, as if fueled by an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. The enhancement in agility propelled his reflexes and bodily coordination to unprecedented heights. He was now confident that even if he encountered a white shark underwater, he could engage it in a test of strength. With 75-60 C gathering points remaining, Suin's gaze fell upon the skill zone in the system mall. In addition to the already redeemed infinite breath holding, there was a grayscale icon that illuminated at this moment. Biological radar, beginner, active skill. Upon activation, it scans a radius of 500 meters within the water, detecting all marine life valued over 1,000 yuan, marking them as red dots on a mental map. Continuous mental power consumption required. Conversion cost, 3,000 points. A remarkable find. Suin's eyes sparkled. This was tailor-made for the Sea God Festival. With it, locating rare catches would be as simple as activating a map cheat. Exchange. Ding. Consuming 3,000 sea gathering points. Exchange successful. Skill, biological radar, activated. A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, as if a brand new sensory organ had been added. After completing all this, Suin felt thoroughly armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, in the Wong family mansion, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could condense into water. Crash! An exquisite purple clay teapot shattered violently on the floor, splintering into pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He berated Wong Hailong, jabbing a finger at his nose. 200,000. The 200,000 Wong Fuguei, painstakingly earned, squandered by you. A worthless wretch. Wong Hailong shrank back, too intimidated to utter a sound. Wong Fuguei paced the living room, his chest heaving violently, the fury in his eyes nearly erupting. Money is but a trifling matter. What truly gnaws at him is the humiliation of being trampled underfoot by a mere lad in front of the entire village. Wong Fuguei has roamed the Moon Bay for years. When has he ever suffered such indignity? Uncle, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Wong Hailong stoked the flames from the sidelines. At tomorrow's Sea God Festival, we must ensure he pays dearly. Pay dearly? Wong Fuguei sneered, his gaze transforming into a sinister glare. I do not wish for him to merely suffer. I want him dead. He seized his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Once connected, he lowered his voice, speaking in a tone devoid of any emotion. Black Shark, I have a job for you. Tomorrow at the Sea God Festival, a boy named Suin will enter the water. I care not how you accomplish it. I want his legs to remain in the sea forever. Upon completion, 30,000. Hanging up, a malevolent smile crept across Wong Fuguei's face. Suin, aren't you an adept swimmer? Then may you forever dwell with your ocean. The following day, Moon Bay welcomed its most bustling day of the year, the Sea God Festival. Even before dawn, the dock was alive with a cacophony of voices and the resounding clamor of gongs. Hundreds of fishing boats from the village were adorned with colorful flags, poised for action. The rules of the competition were straightforward. From sunrise to sunset, the participant who amassed the highest total value in catches would be crowned champion, claiming a cash prize of 100,000. With 3 resounding gongs from the village elders, hundreds of boats surged forth like arrows released from bows, racing towards the vast expanse of the sea. However, amidst this uproar, one figure stood starkly apart. Suin possessed neither boat nor team. He waited until all the vessels had ventured far before leisurely making his way to a secluded rocky shore on the opposite side of the dock. Villagers regarded him with expressions of bemusement. What was Suin up to? Without a boat, how could he possibly fish? Perhaps he had grown arrogant after winning money the previous day, disregarding the 100,000 prize. It seemed he had resigned himself, knowing he could not compete with the seasoned fisherman, sparing himself the embarrassment. As the crowd lost interest in Suin, he donned a sleek black wetsuit, a marvel of modern design that accentuated his athletic physique. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the water like an osprey's, disappearing silently beneath the cerulean surface. The instant he submerged, the chaos of the world above was silenced. Enveloped by the gentle embrace of the sea, an unprecedented surge of power and confidence coursed through him. Without hesitation, he activated his newly acquired skill. Biological radar, activate. A wave of invisible energy emanated from his mind, swiftly scanning a 500-meter radius beneath the waves. In the next moment, a remarkably clear 3D map materialized in his consciousness. Countless luminous dots flickered across this map, predominantly white, representing common fish and shrimp. But a few scattered red dots stood out conspicuously. Each red signified a fish worth over 1,000. 300 meters to the northwest. At a depth of 15 meters, a grouper awaited, valued at 1,500. 400 meters to the east, nestled within the crevices of the rocks, a wild lobster worth 2,000. A smirk curled at the corners of Suin's mouth. It was as if he had been granted divine vision. He refrained from hastily capturing these smaller fish, instead concentrating his mental energy to delve deeper and further into the ocean's depths. His goal had never been the trivial catches of the near shore. He sought the kind of treasure that would render all others speechless upon its emergence. Soon, his radar expanded to encompass the underwater trench where he had previously discovered a sunken treasure chest. Beep, beep, beep. The radar in his mind suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. In the depths of that shadowy underwater canyon, an enormous, brilliantly radiant red dot appeared at the periphery of his map. Its brilliance surpassed that of all previous red dots combined, shining 100-fold brighter. This is it. Suan's spirits soared as he propelled himself like a released arrow towards the colossal golden light. As he descended, the surrounding light dimmed and the water pressure intensified. Yet, for Suan, whose physical attributes soared to an impressive 17 points, these challenges posed no obstruction. He effortlessly navigated through the intricate underwater reefs, swiftly reaching the canyon's edge. Just as he prepared to plunge into the abyss, two uninvited guests appeared on his radar. Two smaller red dots stealthily approached from his flank. It was human. The radar clearly indicated the metallic objects they bore, spearfishing guns. Suan's expression hardened in an instant. Evidently, Wang Fugue remained undeterred. He made no sound. Instead, swiftly concealed himself behind a massive coral reef, suppressing all traces of his presence. The two divers were indeed the professional black divers Wang Fugue had hired, known as Black Shark and Blood Eel. Their orders were to incapacitate Suan, ensuring he would never swim again. Where is he? He was just nearby? Black Shark spoke into his waterproof walkie-talkie. Split up. He can't have gone far. The boss said that as long as we eliminate him, we'll never have to worry about food again. His voice dripped with greed and malice. The two separated, fanning out in search. One unfortunate diver swam directly towards Suan's hiding spot, brandishing his spear gun, scanning the area with vigilance, completely unaware that death had silently descended upon him. As he glided past the coral reef, a powerful hand emerged from the shadows, seizing his neck with lightning speed, while another hand snatched the spear gun from his grasp. The diver's eyes widened in shock. Just as he attempted to resist, an irresistible force gripped him, slamming him violently against the hard reef. Bang! The tremendous impact rendered him momentarily blind, and he lost consciousness, his breathing apparatus dislodged, releasing a trail of desperate bubbles. The entire encounter was swift and silent, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, the other diver remained oblivious to his companion's peril, meticulously searching the vicinity. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance in the water behind him. Spinning around, he was met with the sight of Suan, who had appeared from nowhere, brandishing his partner's spear gun, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at his mask. Black Shark's soul nearly fled in terror. Without a moment's thought, he prepared to pull the trigger of his own spear gun. Yet, Suan's speed eclipsed his by tenfold. With a flick of his wrist, Suan struck the spear gun against Black Shark's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of cracking bone reverberated through the water. Audible only to Suan, Black Shark emitted a silent scream, the spear gun slipping from his grasp. Suan granted him no respite, taking a swift step forward and delivering a precise strike to the nape of his neck. Black Shark followed in his comrade's footsteps, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After neutralizing the two nuisances, Suan's expression remained impassive. He procured the ropes from their bodies and securely bound them together. Then, like dragging dead dogs, he hauled them to a hidden cave at the edge of the canyon. Having completed this task, he redirected his focus to the immense golden light pulsating in the depths of the canyon. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer and plunged into the unfathomable darkness below. Within the canyon, turbulent currents surged and bizarre rock formations loomed. Utilizing his formidable physical prowess and biological radar, Suan descended unscathed. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. As he reached a depth nearing 100 meters, he finally arrived at the location of the golden light. It revealed an enormous underwater cavern, its entrance dark as if the maw of a colossal beast, exuding an ancient aura that sent shivers down his spine. Suspended at the cavern's mouth, Suan's robust mental acuity allowed him to perceive a vast, unimaginable life form lurking deep within. With every breath it took, the surrounding waters surged, creating powerful undercurrents. Steadying himself, he cautiously approached the cavern's interior. The moment he crossed the threshold, the slumbering behemoth seemed to awaken. An overwhelming pressure descended like a thunderclap. In the cavern's deepest shadows, two gigantic, lantern-like orbs radiating a soft, golden glow suddenly ignited. They were not lanterns at all. They were eyes. Chapter 17, The Hundreds of Pounds of the King Grouper. A massive grouper, nearly 2 meters in length, its body adorned with thick, rock-like scales and as robust as a bull, emerged slowly from the darkness. The king grouper. This creature had undoubtedly lived for countless years. It regarded Suan, the unwelcome intruder in its domain, with palpable hostility, turning its enormous head towards him, its golden eyes filled with savagery and authority. It opened its cavernous mouth, capable of swallowing a full-grown dolphin, and aimed directly at Suwon, inhaling sharply. An irresistible suction force instantaneously formed a massive underwater whirlpool, threatening to draw Suwon into its gaping maw. Yet, in the face of this terrifying force capable of distorting iron vessels, Suwon's body remained as steadfast as a rock. With knees slightly bent, he anchored himself to the seabed. His muscles tensed as he summoned his extraordinary strength to withstand the torrent. The king grouper, clearly taken aback by the strength of this seemingly insignificant human, registered a flicker of surprise in its golden eyes. Undeterred, it intensified its suction. The waters within the cavern began to surge violently, countless small stones and shells being swept up to form a lethal sandstorm that barreled towards Suwon. Yet, instead of retreating, Suwon surged forward. He forcefully pushed off the seabed, using the reaction force and the thrust of the water to launch himself like an arrow straight into the king grouper's open mouth. This audacious maneuver completely exceeded the grouper's biological instincts. In its perception, all creatures facing its might should flee desperately. Who would dare approach willingly? At the moment Suwon was about to be engulfed, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the row of sharp teeth. Simultaneously, the fish spear he had seized from the assassin was primed for action. He did not aim for the grouper's seemingly vulnerable eyes or mouth, which would surely provoke the underwater monarch. Instead, his target was the gill cover beneath the grouper's massive head, the most lethal weak point in any fish. With a thrust, the steel spearhead, infused with Suwon's formidable power, accurately penetrated the gap in the gill cover. While it did not pierce through, it lodged firmly, causing the king grouper's breathing to falter. Roaring in pain, the king grouper emitted a deep, resonant growl. It thrashed its massive head, attempting to dislodge the pesky flea. Its colossal body churned the entire cavern, creating towering waves that sent rocks tumbling from the walls. Yet Suwon clung to the spear like a piece of stubborn chewing gum, refusing to let go, regardless of the grouper's violent thrashing. His physical attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary human, and his endurance was nothing short of astonishing. He was confident in outlasting this behemoth. In this 100-meter-deep underwater cavern, a primal and wild contest of strength unfolded between man and fish. As time passed, the king grouper grew desperate. With its gill cover ensnared, its breath became labored, and its power and speed rapidly dissipated. Fear began to flicker in its golden gaze. Having lived for over a century, it had never encountered such a tenacious adversary. Suwon astutely sensed this shift in its emotions. He knew the moment had come. He abruptly released the spear and, before the grouper could react, surged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike atop its head. In this strike, he did not exert his full strength. Instead, he transmitted a simple yet profound intention through his palm, utilizing his formidable mental power: submit or perish. This transcended mere verbal communication, representing an absolute dominion of a higher life form over a lesser being. The once mighty king grouper froze, feeling an oppressive force that sent shivers through its very soul. Its once malignant golden eyes fixed intently on Suwon, it struggled momentarily before its massive head gradually lowered, as if acknowledging a gesture of submission. Success! Suwon exhaled in relief, realizing he had wagered correctly. The king grouper had lived too long, developing a flicker of sentience that allowed it to comprehend this mental exchange. He gently patted the rough surface of the grouper's head and gestured towards the cavern's upper reaches. The grouper, understanding his intent, slowly turned its immense body and swam out of the cave, with Suwon climbing onto its back. The king grouper sought out a smaller grouper, though small was relative. It still weighed over 200 pounds. Next, he faced the challenge of hauling this behemoth ashore. He directed the king grouper back to the cave where he had hidden the two assassins, who were still unconscious. Without hesitation, Suwon stripped them of their diving gear and, using their ropes, fashioned a secure knot beneath the gill cover of the grouper. Having completed this task, he patted the grouper's body, signaling it to depart. The king grouper regarded him with a deep, lingering gaze, as if memorizing his scent, then swished its tail and vanished into the depths of the dark sea. Gripping the other end of the rope, Suwon commenced his arduous tug-of-war journey. Dragging the 200-pound grouper through the water proved to be an exceedingly strenuous endeavor. Fortunately, Suwon's endurance attribute was sufficiently high, allowing him to adjust his breathing and swim steadily toward the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, at the pier of Moon Bay, the competition for the Sea God Festival was drawing to a close. The setting sun bathed the water in a resplendent golden hue. Fishing boats, laden with their bountiful catch, gradually returned to port, where fishermen weighed their day's haul on the gigantic scales at the dock, while the village elders meticulously recorded the value. The entire dock was suffused with an atmosphere of harvest joy intertwined with competitive tension. Wang Fugue stood in a prominent position, his face aglow with satisfaction. The professional fishing teams he had hired at great expense had indeed lived up to the expectations, capturing an impressive array of valuable seafood, leading the competition by a significant margin. Boss Wong, your prowess is remarkable. This year as champion must surely be you. Indeed, the sun is nearly set, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of that Suin. He must have given up long ago. The surrounding villagers surrounded Wang Fuguwei, showering him with flattering remarks. Wang Fuguwei, stroking his ample belly with pride, secretly chuckled to himself. Give up? Perhaps he would remain forever lost in the depths. He glanced at his watch. The time was ripe, and the black sharks should have succeeded by now. Clearing his throat, he prepared to announce his early victory. Just then, a small black dot suddenly emerged on the distant sea. Chapter 18. He must be cheating. The black dot was approaching the dock at a leisurely pace. What is that? Someone is swimming back. A sharp-eyed villager shouted, pointing into the distance. All eyes were drawn to it. As the dot drew nearer, they finally discerned that it was a person. It was Suin. He had actually swum back. Wang Fuguwei's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Had the black sharks failed? Impossible. The villagers erupted into laughter. This is hilarious. He really swam back. What did he catch? With his bare hands? He must be empty-handed and embarrassed to board. Amidst the jeers, Suin finally reached the dock. Ignoring everyone, he silently climbed ashore, turned around, and grasped a rope submerged in the water, beginning to pull with all his might. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers as they wondered what he was up to. Suan's arms bulged with muscle, veins protruding. Each pull appeared immensely laborious. Beneath the surface, a massive shadow seemed to be slowly dragged from the depths. Initially, people speculated it might be a large rock or some debris. However, when the object fully emerged from the water, all laughter, chatter, and even breaths ceased abruptly at the dock. A gigantic grouper, far larger than one could fathom, was being forcibly hauled onto the pier by Suin. Its rock-like scales shimmered with an ancient luster under the sunset, and its golden eyes, though devoid of life, still exuded an aura of regal authority. The dock fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if enchanted, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the king of groupers that resembled a prehistoric beast. Wang Fuguwei's triumphant smile had completely frozen. Is that a grouper? An elderly fisherman stammered, breaking the stillness. Having spent his life at sea, he had seen the largest groupers weigh no more than 30 or 40 pounds, yet the creature before him resembled a small calf. Oh my heavens! This fish must be enchanted. Suin, how did he manage to catch this? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Shock, disbelief, and incredulity were etched on every face. The expressions directed at Suin transformed from derision and disdain to profound reverence, as if they were beholding a figure from mythology. Suin's parents, standing at the back of the crowd, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Their son had once again performed the miraculous. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A sharp, furious roar snapped everyone back to reality. Wang Fuguwei's complexion turned ashen as he pointed at the enormous grouper, howling in madness. Cheating. He must be cheating. There is no way such a large fish could exist in the waters near Moon Bay. He must have bought it from somewhere else. He could not accept the reality that his meticulously orchestrated plan had been so brutally usurped by Suin. Wang Fuguwei's furious shouts rained down like cold water on the boiling dock. Everyone fell silent, instinctively glancing at Suin cheating. The very word infused the previously rising awe with a hint of doubt. Indeed, this grouper was too extraordinary, too surreal for these waters. Yes, it's definitely cheating. Wang Hailong found his footing and leaped forward to echo the sentiment, pointing an accusatory finger at Suin. We, the descendants of Moon Bay, have been fishing here for generations. Who has ever seen a grouper this large? You must have bought this dead fish from some large aquaculture facility and dragged it here today to deceive us for the prize. His words resonated deeply with many. Yes, it's too unbelievable. Wang Fuguwei observed the villagers' wavering expressions with a cold smile, continuing to escalate the situation. Fellow villagers, don't let him deceive you. The Sea God Festival is our Moon Bay's most sacred tradition. It is a test of true skill, not a matter of trickery. I propose we disqualify him. Disqualify. Disqualify. Wang Hailong, along with a few ruffians, immediately joined in the uproar. In an instant, public opinion turned sharply against Suin's parents, desperate and sweating, attempted to push through the throng to defend their son, but were blocked by the surging crowd. Meanwhile, Suan, at the epicenter of the storm, remained unfazed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. He surveyed the faces around him, some skeptical, some envious, some reveling in his misfortune, before fixing his gaze on Wang Fuguwei's greasy, plump face. Boss Wang, Suin spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the noisy dock. You claim this fish is dead? Of course. If it's not a dead fish, what could it be? Wang Fugui scoffed. You say this fish was purchased? Otherwise, how could you possibly catch such a creature? Wang Fugui wore a look of disdain. Very well, Suan nodded, then turned and approached the massive grouper. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he crouched down and effortlessly pried open the grouper's tightly sealed gill cover with 2 fingers. Everyone could see it clearly. As the gill cover opened, a vivid crimson, almost dripping with freshness, and even slightly quivering gills were fully revealed to all. It was a color that only fish caught within hours of surfacing could possess. A symbol of unparalleled freshness. At the dock, those seasoned fishermen, who had spent their lives dealing with fish, felt their pupils constrict in an instant. The gills. They are as red as blood. It must have just died. No, even. An esteemed and venerable old fisherman, affectionately referred to as Uncle Lee by the villagers, trembled as he pushed forward, straining to observe closely, only to gasp in astonishment. The blood of this fish had yet to coagulate. It was an exquisite catch, freshly pulled from the water less than an hour ago. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Wang Fugui's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He yearned to retort. Yet the vibrant red gills of the fish struck him like a resounding slap, leaving him utterly speechless. Suan rose to his feet, clapping his hands with a playful smile adorning his face. Boss Wang, do you still believe it to be a mere dead fish purchased from elsewhere? Wang Fugui's lips quivered, his face ashen, but the spectacle was far from over. At that moment, the gargantuan grouper, which appeared lifeless, suddenly thrashed its mighty tail forcefully against the muddy ground. With a resounding crack, accompanied by splashing water, the nearby villagers recoiled in terror, retreating several paces with startled cries. This single blow struck like a thunderclap upon the heads of all present. Chapter 19. The grouper is worth another million. In that moment, all doubts dissipated. Every shred of skepticism and envy vanished in the wake of that thunderous tail slap, replaced by a tidal wave of astonishment and reverence. Goodness, it's alive. Truly alive. Suan had captured a living fish king. Incredible. It was as if the sea god himself had descended upon him. The villagers gazed at Suan with expressions that transcended mere awe. They looked upon him as a deity walking among them. Wang Fugui's legs weakened, and he nearly faltered, only to be steadied by Wang Hailong just in time. It was over for him. He understood that from this day forth, the prestige he had painstakingly built over half a lifetime in Moon Bay had been irrevocably trampled by Suan. The village elders, brimming with excitement, approached to announce the final verdict. The champion of this year's Sea God Festival is Suan. The prize is 100,000 yuan. When the hefty sum, wrapped in red cloth, was placed into Suan's hands, the entire dock erupted in jubilation. Suan's parents were overwhelmed with joy, moved to tears, and rendered momentarily speechless. Suan weighed the cash in his hands, a smile illuminating his face. With the money in hand, he navigated through the throng of ecstatic villagers and strode directly to the ashen-faced Wang Fugui. Boss Wang, I sincerely thank you for your generous prize of 100,000 yuan. He emphasized the word you. Wang Fugui felt a rush of blood to his throat, nearly choking on a mouthful of bitterness. Humiliation. This was a blatant affront, yet he could muster no retort. Just then, the distant roar of an automobile engine echoed from the dock's entrance. A black Bentley, more ostentatious than Lu Fu's Mercedes, glided to a halt. The door swung open, and Lu Fu respectfully held it ajar for a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, exuding an air of elegance yet commanding authority, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Which of you is Su and Mr. Su? The middle-aged man's voice boomed, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd. The villagers instinctively parted to create a pathway in response to his imposing presence. Suan turned to face him. Upon spotting Suan, the man's eyes brightened, and he strode forward, extending his hand. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Jinxiong, chairman of Heishentang. I have long admired your reputation, and seeing you today confirms you are indeed a dragon among men. Qian Jinxiong, the titan of the county's culinary industry, a figure worth over 100 million. He had personally come to meet Suan. Moreover, his demeanor was remarkably courteous. The dock fell silent in astonishment. Qian Jinxiong's gaze settled upon the colossal grouper, his eyes igniting with fervor. Turning back to Suan, he spoke with unwavering authority in front of the entire village, making a solemn announcement. Mr. Su, on behalf of Heishentang, I formally invite you to be our chief special consultant. Furthermore, for the grouper in your possession, we offer a price of 500,000 yuan. Let us finalize the transaction now. 500,000. These words detonated like an underwater bomb amidst the crowd at the dock. Just moments ago, the villagers had been elated over 100,000 yuan prize. Now, their minds struggled to comprehend this staggering sum. One fish, worth 500,000? This was beyond their realm of understanding. Many among them had lived their entire lives without ever encountering such a sum in cash. Countless envious and resentful gazes converged upon Su-in an instant. If the previous 100,000 yuan prize had crowned Su-in a king in the village, this 500,000 would elevate him to divine status. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Fugui felt darkness envelop him, his body swayed, and this time, even Wang Hailong could not support him as he collapsed onto the ground. He had toiled tirelessly to monopolize the aquatic business in town, and his annual profit barely approached that sum. Yet Su-in had merely ventured into the sea for a single day, amassing an income equivalent to his entire year's earnings. The profound disparity left him feeling as though his very insides were in turmoil. Qian Jinxiong regarded Su-in with a sincere smile. His offer, while seemingly extravagant, was astutely calculated. A 200-pound wild grouper was already worth a fortune. More importantly, its sensational impact and marketing potential could elevate Haishentang's reputation to new heights. Spending 500,000 to acquire a legend and secure Su-in as a future top supplier was a shrewd investment. Su-in observed Qian Jinxiong's outstretched hand, but did not immediately accept it. Calmly, he replied, "Chairman Qian, I do not feel worthy of the title of chief consultant. However, I am quite intrigued by the 10% equity stake in Haishentang that Chef Liu mentioned earlier." A collective gasp echoed around him. Everyone thought Su-in had lost his mind. To forego 500,000 in cash and audaciously demand shares in a publicly traded company? Even Qian Jinxiong momentarily faltered. His smile momentarily faltering, clearly taken aback by Su-in's forthrightness. He scrutinized Su-in with renewed admiration. This young man possessed ambition and vision. He sought not a one-time transaction, but rather a ticket to a grander stage. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qian Jinxiong erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent. You possess courage. I, Qian, will befriend this brother of yours." He neither directly accepted nor declined, skillfully sidestepping the topic of shares by emphasizing friendship. The matter of shares was significant and required board discussion. However, this friendship, I must establish today. He produced a black bank card from his assistant and personally handed it to Su-in. This gesture was masterfully executed. It not only showcased his financial prowess and sincerity, but also deftly redirected the conversation, regaining control of the situation. The surrounding villagers had become utterly numb. 100,000, 500,000, and now, yet another million. Their hearts raced as if they were on a roller coaster. Su-in smiled, fully aware that when dealing with such seasoned figures, it suffices to keep things succinct. This was precisely the demeanor he sought. Given Mr. Qian's sudden generosity, Su-in resolved to be equally magnanimous. Qian Jinxiong's eyes sparkled with delight as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Brother Su, I have decided to befriend you. Tonight, at the Haitian Pavilion, I shall host a banquet in your honor." Thus, a transaction concluded before the astonished eyes of many. In a manner no one had anticipated. The Sea God Festival had come to an end, yet the legend of Su-in was merely beginning. Qian Jinxiong's team employed professional lifting equipment to meticulously transfer the colossal grouper onto a cold chain vehicle. The Bentley and transport convoy gradually departed the dock, leaving behind a topic that would fuel conversations for an entire year in Moonlight Bay. Overnight, Su-in transformed from a derided returning university student into a figure of reverence for the entire village. Chapter 20. Boss Su, a prodigy indeed. Boss Su, truly a prodigy. The village chief was the first to approach, beaming with a smile that seemed entirely natural as he called out Boss Su. "Indeed, Boss Su. Do take good care of us, your fellow villagers. Boss Su, I have a daughter who is quite lovely. Perhaps I could introduce you to someday?" Those who had previously mocked him now flocked forward, their faces alight with joy, as if Su-in were a long-lost son returned to them. Su-in responded to their insincere flattery with merely a faint nod, supporting his parents, who were already overwhelmed with excitement. He made his way towards home amidst the throng of admirers. He recognized that from this day forth, his life in Moonlight Bay would be considerably quieter. The evening sun cast elongated shadows as the clamor of the dock gradually faded away. Yet, Su-in's expression revealed little joy. The celebration was for others. The prize and fame were merely the beginning. His mind lingered on another matter. The two assassins he had concealed in the underwater cave required his attention. After ensuring his parents were settled, he excused himself under the pretext of seeking solace by the sea and discreetly departed the lively crowd, heading towards a secluded rocky beach. The night enveloped the bay like a vast black veil. The sea breeze brought with it a hint of chill. Standing on the rocks, Su-in gazed at the twinkling lights of the village in the distance, his demeanor taking on a depth and coldness akin to the night itself. The revelry of the day had merely been for show. Now, the true reckoning was about to commence. He shed his coat, stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing in the stillness. Taking a deep breath, he submerged himself once more into the icy, dark depths of the ocean. The midnight seabed was an entirely different realm, devoid of the vibrant hues of day, leaving only an infinite abyss of darkness and silence. Like a specter, Suen glided silently through the shadows, melding seamlessly with his surroundings. He soon located the underwater cave where the two assassins were hidden. The cave was modest, roughly 10 square meters. Although it was dry above water, oxygen was scarce. Inside, the black shark and blood eel were tightly bound with ropes. Still unconscious due to the lack of oxygen and cold, Suen wasted no time, dragging them out of the cave as if they were two lifeless dogs. Hauling them to an abandoned shipyard on the shore. With a sharp crack, Suen landed several resounding slaps across their faces, coughing violently. The black shark and blood eel awoke, sputtering out mouthfuls of briny seawater. As they blinked in confusion, their eyes were met with the decaying ribs of the shipyard overhead and a pile of fishnets that reeked of decay. Awake? A calm voice emerged from the shadows. They turned to see Suen perched on an overturned wooden crate, casually twirling a sharp filleting knife in his hands, its blade gleaming ominously in the faint moonlight filtering through the gaps. What do you want? The black shark shouted, his bravado faltering. As professional assassins, they quickly assessed their predicament, yet he could not fathom why this young man had not alerted the authorities after capturing them. Nothing much. I merely wish to have a chat with you too, Suen replied with a smile, stepping closer. Who sent you? I don't know what you're talking about. The blood eel retorted defiantly. Is that so? Suen's smile remained unchanged. It seems you two are quite the professionals. Unwilling to shed tears until you see the coffin. Without resorting to violence, he crouched down and picked up something from the damp sand, an ordinary seashell, palm-sized with beautiful patterns. Do you recognize this? Suen held the seashell to the blood eel's ear. This is a chicken heart shell, one of the most venomous creatures in the ocean. Just 1 milligram of its toxin can kill 10 adults. Suen's voice was imbued with an unusual allure, akin to a biology teacher patiently elucidating a lesson. Interestingly, its venom is a complex neurotoxin. When stung, you won't die immediately, nor will you even feel pain. Your body will gradually lose sensation, starting from your toes, slowly becoming paralyzed and petrified. Cold sweat began to bead on the blood eel's forehead, but your mind will remain alert. You will acutely feel your body dying inch by inch, sensing the cold seawater enveloping you, feeling those hungry little fish and crabs beginning to nibble at your flesh. Starting from your toes, Suen's voice dropped to a whisper, echoing like a devil's murmur in the cavernous shipyard. You will helplessly watch as you are devoured, reduced to nothing but bones, sinking to the seabed. The entire process could last 3 to 4 hours, during which you won't be able to move a single finger or call for help. You're lying. Who are you trying to scare? The blood eel's voice trembled. Am I trying to frighten you? Suen chuckled softly, placing the chicken heart shell gently on the blood eel's thigh. Ah! The blood eel let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing as if struck by lightning, desperately trying to rid himself of the shell. The profound fear shattered his composure in an instant. I'll talk. It was Wang Fugaway from Moonlight Bay. He paid us 300,000 to break your legs during the Sea God Festival and let you drown. The black shark's expression darkened, realizing that his companion had succumbed so easily, spilling everything with just a few words. Excellent. Suen nodded in satisfaction, removing the shell and tossing it into the sea. The chicken heart shell was, of course, a mere ordinary shell he had picked up, but the horrific scenario he had painted was all too real. Such is the power of knowledge. Sometimes, it possesses a more lethal power than a fist. Suen retrieved his mobile phone, activated the recording function, and aimed it at the two individuals. He instructed them to repeat their earlier statements for the camera, under the looming threat of death. They dared not resist in the slightest, recounting Wang Fugaway's scheme in meticulous detail. After obtaining the evidence, Suen rose to his feet. All right, my questions are finished. Black shark and blood eel exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief, believing they had narrowly escaped. So can we leave now? Black shark ventured hesitantly. Leave? Suen turned, a smile revealing his teeth. What a delightful thought. Before his words had fully escaped, he abruptly raised his foot and forcefully stamped down on Black Shark's calf. Crack! The resounding sound of a bone fracturing echoed vividly in the stillness of the dock. Ah! Black Shark's wail shattered the night air. Suen did not relent. With another decisive kick, he broke Blood Eel's other leg. This serves as a lesson for you. Remember, Crescent Bay is not a place for the likes of you. Having concluded his actions, Suen turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Upon reaching the dock's exterior, he utilized an anonymous phone card to dial the Coast Guard. Hello, is this the Coast Guard? I have discovered 2 suspicious individuals at the abandoned dock in Crescent Bay. They appear to be involved in smuggling and are injured. You should come and take a look. After hanging up, Suen snapped the phone card in half and cast it into the vast sea. He gazed at the clear confession video on his phone, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wang Fugaway, the game has only just begun. He found Wang Fugui's phone number and composed a text message, sending only a screenshot. It depicted Black Shark and Blood Eel kneeling on the ground, tearfully accusing him in the video. After completing this task, Suin whistled cheerfully, striding homeward with a light step. Chapter 21. Wang Fugui kneels. When Suin returned home, the lights in the courtyard were still aglow. His parents had not yet retired. Seated at the old dining table in the living room, where several untouched dishes lay, evidently awaiting his return. "Dad, Mom, why are you still awake?" Suin entered, bringing with him the scent of the sea breeze. "Son, you're back." His mother, Zhou Yunxia, sprang to her feet, hastening towards him, her hands grasping his arms as she scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "You scared your father and me to death. When Boss Qian called you, we thought you... What nonsense are you spouting?" His father, Su Jiangwo, interjected sharply, though the tension in his posture and the tightness of his face betrayed his own anxiety. "I'm fine. Director Qian is a good person. He just kept me talking for a bit longer." Suin placed the black bank card on the table. "I didn't attend the celebration banquet. I had a simple meal with Chef Liu and Director Qian. This is the money from Director Qian. It's all right here." The eyes of the elderly couple immediately fixated on the card. "Is there really 1 million in there?" Su Jiangwo's hands trembled slightly. Having lived more than half his life, he had never seen a sum that large in cash, let alone 1 million. "Yes, 500,000 is for buying fish, and the other 500,000 is a deposit." Suin nodded nonchalantly. Zhou Yunxia covered her mouth, unable to contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Even the typically taciturn Su Jiangwo felt tears welling up in his fierce eyes. He reached for the cigarette box on the table, attempting to light one. But his hands trembled so much that he struggled to even grasp it. "Good, very good." He repeated the words, his voice choked with emotion. Observing his parents' elation warmed Suin's heart. "Dad, Mom, please don't cry. This is a joyous occasion. Our family's good days are yet to come." He poured each of them a cup of hot water. "Tomorrow, I will head to town and withdraw some of this money to settle our debts. The remaining funds will go towards building the grandest seaside villa in the village on that slope to the east." "Build a villa?" His parents were momentarily stunned. "Yes. A 3-story one with a large courtyard, and let's have a spacious terrace on the roof. From now on, you can enjoy the view of the sea from home." Suin envisioned a bright future. Let the whole village see that the Su family has risen. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a luxurious self-built villa, Wang Fugui paced anxiously. He had just finished showering and changed into silk pajamas, yet the shock from the giant grouper at the dock, combined with the mixed expressions of sympathy and mockery from the villagers, lingered painfully in his mind. Today, he had humiliated himself beyond measure. Useless. A pack of useless fools. He seized the crystal ashtray from the table and smashed it to the floor, producing a sharp sound. Where are those 2 fools, Black Shark and Blood Eel? Why haven't I heard from them yet? He bellowed at his nephew, Wang Hailong, who stood nearby. Wang Hailong recoiled, shrinking back as he stammered, "Uncle, I've made several calls, but they're all turned off." "Turned off?" A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Fugui tighter. Just then, his phone chimed with a new message. Annoyed, he picked it up and opened the text. Upon seeing it, the color drained from his face. The screen displayed a photograph, a dimly lit dock, with Black Shark and Blood Eel, bruised and battered, kneeling in fright, speaking to the camera. Although the sound was muted, the image conveyed a message that plunged Wang Fugui into icy despair. It was over. His hand slackened, and the phone clattered onto the expensive carpet. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Wang Hailong leaned in curiously, picking up the phone. When he glimpsed the photo, he gasped and collapsed onto the floor. This means they've been captured?" Wang Fugui did not reply. His entire body trembled, cold sweat soaking through his silk pajamas. He understood better than anyone that hiring someone to harm another, intending to cause death, would land him in prison for the rest of his life if it came to light. "Call Suin. Quickly," Wang Fugui shouted hoarsely. Grasping at the last thread of hope, Wang Hailong fumbled to locate Suin's number and dialed. The phone rang for an eternity before being abruptly disconnected. He tried again, only to be met with the same result. The expression on Wang Fugui's face shifted from terror to desperation. He realized that Suin was tormenting him, forcing him to experience the helplessness and fear he had once inflicted on others. "Prepare the car. We're going to Crescent Bay?" Wang Fugui sprang to his feet, snatching the car keys and rushing outside. He could not afford to wait. With each passing minute, the risk of being imprisoned increased. He had to plead with Suin in person. In the midnight silence of Crescent Bay, Suin had settled his parents down to sleep, but found himself unable to close his eyes. He sat in the courtyard, listening to the distant sound of waves, idly toying with his phone. On the screen, a dozen missed calls from Wang Fugui flashed. He paid them no mind, simply waiting in silence. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of a car engine approached, stopping outside his home. As the car lights extinguished, a figure staggered out, revealing itself to be Wang Fugawei. He dared not sound the horn nor call out loudly, instead pacing anxiously at the door like an ant on a hot skillet. Suin's phone vibrated once more. This time, he pressed the answer button. Suin, boss Su. On the other end, Wang Fugawei's voice trembled, laced with a sob. Is there something you need? Suin's tone remained calm, devoid of any ripple. To Wang Fugawei, this tranquility was far more terrifying than any outburst. Boss Su, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. Greed clouded my judgment. I am not worthy of being called human. I beg of you, show mercy and spare me. It's inconvenient to talk. Suin interrupted his pleas. At dawn, come alone to the old wharf at the eastern edge of the village. With that, he abruptly ended the call. As the first light of dawn broke, a thin veil of mist shrouded the sea. At the abandoned old wharf, only the monotonous sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. Suin had arrived, not dressed in yesterday's diving suit, but rather in a simple casual outfit, leisurely sitting at the edge of the dock, letting the sea breeze caress him. A black Mercedes pulled up not far away. The door swung open, and Wang Fugawei tumbled out, crawling in haste. In just one night, this man, once a formidable figure in town, appeared to have aged a decade. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sunken, and his face bore the marks of exhaustion and dread. Boss Su. Wang Fugawei approached Suin, falling to his knees from a distance of 3 to 5 meters. I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me, he cried, slapping his own face with a resounding echo. Suin did not even flinch, his gaze fixed calmly on the distant horizon. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Please, get up. His tone was flat, yet Wang Fugawei dared not rise, instead inching forward on his knees. Boss Su, if you spare me, name your price. 500,000. A million? Whatever I can manage, I shall comply. He presumed Suin summoned him solely for monetary compensation. Finally, Suin turned to glance at him. A calm yet piercing gaze that sent shivers down Wang Fugawei's spine. Money? Suin chuckled. Do you think I am in need of it? Wang Fugawei was momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in his words. After all, Suin earned over $1 million in a single day. How could he covet such a paltry sum? Let us discuss other matters, Suin suggested as he rose, leisurely strolling. According to the law, hiring a hitman, even unsuccessfully, carries a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison for the principal offender, and in severe cases, even life imprisonment. Do you believe your situation qualifies as severe? Wang Fugawei's body began to tremble violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Those 2 assassins have already been taken away by the Coast Guard. Can you guess how thoroughly they will divulge your involvement to lighten their sentences? Suin's words struck Wang Fugawei's heart like a hammer. No. They wouldn't, he stammered, clinging to the last shred of hope. Oh really? Suin produced his phone, opening a video that displayed the 2 hired killers tearfully implicating Wang Fugawei. It was Wang Fugawei, the Wang Fugawei of Moon Bay. He paid us 300,000 to break your legs during the Sea God Festival and let you drown. Each word rang clear from the phone, piercing Wang Fugawei's soul like nails into a coffin. Wang Fugawei crumbled, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. He knew he was finished. If Suin released this video, he would never rise again. Boss Su, I beg you, I'll be your servant. Please don't report me. He clung to Suin's leg, weeping uncontrollably, stripped of all his former bravado. Suin withdrew his leg, looking down upon him from a height. If you wish for me to refrain from reporting you, there is a way. Wang Fugawei suddenly lifted his head, akin to a drowning man grasping for driftwood, his eyes ablaze with a desperate will to survive. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. I want all your aquatic enterprises, Suin stated slowly. This includes all your cold storage facilities, storefronts, delivery trucks, and your clientele and suppliers, all transferred to me. Wang Fugawei was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a demand. This was the empire he had built over a lifetime. Boss, this is all I own, he lamented. You may refuse, Suin replied, his tone still unfazed. It is a choice between living freely or holding on to these possessions while spending the latter half of your life in prison. The decision is yours. Wang Fugawei froze. One path led to his lifelong efforts, while the other led to a dark, desolate prison. The choice was not difficult to make. After much inner turmoil, he felt utterly drained, his head drooping in defeat. I will comply, he managed to utter. Excellent, Suin nodded in satisfaction. As for the acquisition price, he held up a single finger. Wang Fugawei's heart leapt with hope, assuming Suin would at least leave him some retirement funds. 1 million? $1. Suin uttered a figure that nearly caused Wang Fugawei to faint. You. Anger surged within Wang Fugawei, blood rushing to his throat. Yet he swallowed it back down. He understood that Suin was mocking him, trampling his dignity with the very currency he once held dear. Tomorrow morning, bring all the contracts and documents to the law firm in town. I expect no mistakes. With that, Suin turned away, leaving Wang Fuguei on the ground without another glance, striding along the dock toward home. The rising sun cast a long shadow behind him. Kneeling in place, Wang Fuguei gazed at Su En's retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, but above all, a profound fear. He understood that from this day forth, Moon Bay, and indeed the entirety of Qingshan town, had irrevocably changed. As Su En walked back to the village, his emotions were not as elated as he had anticipated. Absorbing Wang Fuguei's enterprises was merely the first step in his commercial ambitions. He required a legitimate, systematic channel to manage the rare catches he would acquire from the sea in the future. Wang Fuguei's operations were perfectly suited for this purpose. At that moment, his phone gently vibrated. Upon checking, he read a familiar blue text on the screen. Ding. Host has completed the hidden achievement Bloodless Conquest, establishing the foundation of a commercial empire. The system will undergo a significant version update. System updating. Expected duration, 10 minutes. Please be patient. Su En halted in his tracks, an unexpected expression crossing his face. He had not anticipated that resolving the Wang Fuguei issue would trigger a system update. Finding a secluded corner, he continued home while keeping an ear out for any developments in his mind. 10 minutes later. Ding. The God-level beachcombing system version 2.0 has been successfully updated. The content of this update is as follows. 1. Wealth conversion. The prize for the Sea God Festival is 100,000 yuan, along with the sale of the Grouper King and a prepayment of 1 million yuan, totaling 110,000 yuan, which has been successfully converted into 11,000 points of coastal value. 2. Mall unlocking. The system mall has unveiled 2 new sections, Vessel Zone and Special Equipment Zone. 3. Task release. A brand new main quest has been generated, aiming to dominate the regional seafood market. A series of notification chimes invigorated Su En's spirit. He immediately immersed himself in the system. On his personal panel, his coastal value balance had skyrocketed from a mere few hundred points to an astonishing 11,200 points. This was a substantial fortune. Eagerly, he clicked on the newly unlocked Vessels Zone. A dazzling array of listings unfolded before his eyes. Used small dinghy, comes with an old diesel engine, priced at 100 coastal points. Like new fiberglass speedboat, 8 meters in length, equipped with a Yamaha engine. An excellent tool for nearshore fishing, priced at 1,500 coastal points. Nearshore professional fishing vessel, 15 meters long, featuring a small cold storage compartment and basic trawling equipment. Priced at 5,000 coastal points. Luxury leisure yacht, priced at 20,000 coastal points. Chapter 23. Major shareholder of the Sea and Sky Pavilion. Further down the list were larger oceanic fishing vessels and even research ships marked as coming soon, along with diving motherships and more. Su En felt a surge of excitement. A boat is the lifeblood of a fisherman. To venture into more distant waters and harvest more valuable marine produce, a good vessel is indispensable. He temporarily quelled his impulse to exchange immediately and clicked into the Special Equipment Zone. Underwater propeller, handheld, with a maximum speed of 15 kilometers per hour, priced at 800 coastal points. High-precision sonar fish finder, capable of detecting fish distribution and size within a 200-meter underwater range. Priced at 2,000 coastal points. Small underwater exploration drone, equipped with a high-definition camera, maximum diving depth of 300 meters, capable of real-time image transmission, priced at 4,000 coastal points. Each of these items set Su En's heart racing. This was no longer mere coastal gathering. It was a technological assault that altered the dimensions of the game. Finally, he turned his gaze to the new main quest. Main quest, dominate the regional seafood market. Quest description, within 1 month, control over 80 of the high-end seafood supply channels in Qingshan town and its surrounding counties. Quest reward, 20,000 coastal points. Unlock a new system function, life transformation zone, and a random special reward. 1 month to dominate the regional market. This quest, if proposed just yesterday, would have seemed utterly fantastical to Su En. Yet now, as he prepared to inherit all of Wang Fuguei's enterprises, he possessed the foundation to accomplish this task. It appeared that the system was indeed propelling him forward. Taking a deep breath, Su En felt a surge of ambition. Without hesitation, he began to operate within the mall. Ding. Consumed 5,000 coastal points, successfully exchanged for a nearshore professional fishing vessel, now docked at the Moon Bay idle berth, with all related legal documentation generated simultaneously. Ding. Consumed 2,000 coastal points, successfully exchanged for a high-precision sonar fish finder, now installed on your fishing vessel. In an instant, 7,000 coastal points had been spent. Yet Su En felt no regret. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. With a boat and a fish finder, his earning potential would only accelerate. Having accomplished all this, he exited the system with satisfaction and strode toward home. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw his parents huddled around that bank card, whispering to each other with expressions of both joy and apprehension. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Suin approached with a smile. Starting tomorrow, Wang Fugue's seafood business in town will belong to our family. What? The elderly couple froze, thinking they had misheard. Suin briefly recounted how he had secured leverage over Wang Fugue, using it as a condition for him to transfer all his enterprises. Of course, he omitted the most perilous aspects, merely stating that he had obtained incriminating evidence of Wang Fugue's illegal business dealings. Nevertheless, the revelation sent a shiver down Su Jiangwo and Zhou Yunxia's spines, quickly followed by immense elation. So, Wang Fugue agreed just like that? If he doesn't agree, he'll end up in prison. Suin replied nonchalantly. My heavens, son. Zhou Yunxia was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, grasping Suin's hand and laughing uncontrollably, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Su Jiangwo took a deep drag from his cigarette and crushed the butt into the ground with force. Well done. He firmly patted Suin on the shoulder. This taciturn man expressing all his pride in the simplest of gestures. As the family basked in their joy, Suin's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number, but the area code was from the county. He stepped into a corner of the courtyard and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Brother Su? This is Qian Jinxiong. The cheerful laughter of Qian Jinxiong, the chairman of the Sea and Sky Pavilion, resonated through the line. Mr. Qian, greetings. Suin maintained a balanced demeanor. Brother Su, to be candid, your grouper king from yesterday has stirred up quite a sensation among the affluent circles in our county. My phone is nearly being bombarded with calls. After some pleasantries, Qian Jinxiong shifted the topic. Regarding your previous proposal to invest in the Sea and Sky Pavilion, I convened several key shareholders overnight for a meeting. Suin's heart leapt. This was the crux of the matter. Most shareholders hold a very favorable view of your capabilities, Brother Su. The board has tentatively agreed to discuss the terms of your technical investment. A smile crept across Suin's face. Matters were progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, Qian Jinxiong continued, however, there is a small complication. The buoyant tone in his voice diminished slightly, replaced by a hint of gravity. Brother Su, here's the thing. I have great faith in you, and most members of the board recognize your value. Yet, there are always exceptions. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. We have a major shareholder at the Sea and Sky Pavilion, surnamed He, named He Seahai. He operates a seafood supply chain at the provincial level and runs a company called Seahai Tower, which wields considerable influence within the province. He has expressed reservations regarding your entry into our ranks. Suin remained silent, listening attentively. The implication was clear. Although fortune had favored him in acquiring a rare grouper king, it did not equate to possessing the ongoing capability and expertise to supply top-tier seafood. While that old wine may have some years behind it, it is not irreplaceable. He believed that granting you equity would be unfair to the other shareholders. Qian Jinxiong's tone carried a trace of regret. To put it plainly, he views you as merely a lucky fisherman. Yet to earn the right to sit at our table. Suin understood. This was the inherent animosity among peers, as well as an elder's scrutiny and suppression of a fledgling. So what does Mr. Qin mean? Suin's tone remained steady. He Seahai will be visiting the county tomorrow for an inspection, and he has specifically requested to meet you. He stated that he would personally devise several examination questions, and if you could satisfy him, he would cease his objections. Qian Jinxiong's voice lowered slightly. Brother Su, this individual is known for his arrogance and notorious for being exceedingly picky in the industry. Are you confident? Examination questions? Very well, I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. His response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, which momentarily stunned Qian Jinxiong on the other end of the line. This young man, faced with such pressure, exhibited not an ounce of nervousness. Excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, at the Haitian Pavilion, I shall await your arrival. After hanging up, a wider smile spread across Suin's face. Professional knowledge? This was akin to presenting a pillow before him. He turned and returned to the main hall, where his parents were still animatedly discussing Wang Fugue's assets and the matter of that 1 million. Chapter 24, He Seahai's Test. Dad, Mom, tomorrow I need to head to the county. There are matters to attend to at Haitian Pavilion. Is it another meeting with that boss Qian? Zhou Yunxiao expressed some concern. Son, we are financially stable now and have our own business. There is no need to constantly be at the mercy of others, is there? In her simple perspective, her son was now a boss and should not always be subject to others' whims. Mom, it's not about being at someone's mercy. Suin patiently explained. I wish to invest in Haitian Pavilion. In the future, the fine catches we procure can be sold through their channels at the highest prices, and we can partake in the dividends. This is a long-term business. Su Jiangwo took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke rings. Go ahead. Pursue what you desire without concern for home. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Suin first visited the eastern end of the village to inspect the plot of land he had chosen for his residence. It was a sunlit, gentle slope with an expansive view, capable of capturing the beauty of most of the bay. He had already envisioned constructing a villa there, using the finest materials and hiring the best designers, ensuring his parents would enjoy a comfortable life in their later years. At 9:30, Suin arrived at Haitian Pavilion by taxi. Chef Lu Fu had been waiting at the entrance and greeted him with even more enthusiasm than their last encounter. Brother Su, you finally arrived. Chairman Qian and Chairman He are awaiting you in the Imperial Hall upstairs. As he guided Suin inside, he lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. Chairman He has brought several rare items today, clearly intending to test your abilities. The chefs in the back have been unable to fully identify them, so you must handle this with care. Thank you, Brother Lu. I'm aware, Suin replied. They reached the door of the Imperial Hall, where Lu Fu knocked before entering. Inside the private room, several individuals were seated around a massive round table made of redwood. At the head was Qian Jinxiong, with a man in his 50s, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, seated beside him. His hair was impeccably styled, and though he wore a smile, there was an unmistakable air of condescension in his gaze. This must be He Hai. Chairman Qian, Chairman He, Mr. Su has arrived. Lu Fu announced respectfully. Qian Jinxiong immediately stood up, warmly beckoning. Brother Su, come, take a seat. However, He Hai merely leaned back in his chair, leisurely lifting his teacup for a sip, showing no intention of standing, merely raising his eyelids to appraise Suin. You are Suin? His voice carried an air of superiority. You appear even younger than I had anticipated. Disregarding the disdain in his tone, Suin nodded at Qian Jinxiong and confidently took his seat at the reserved spot. Chairman He, now that everyone is present, shall we commence? Not in a rush. He Hai replied, setting down his teacup and clapping his hands. The side door of the private room swung open, and several waitstaff carefully wheeled in large silver platters covered with lids, releasing a rich and peculiar marine aroma that pervaded the air. Young man, if you wish to invest in Haitian Pavilion, you must demonstrate your true capabilities, He Hai said, reclining against his chair. I have 3 items here, sourced from around the globe. If you can name them, their origins, and elaborate on their unique qualities and optimal cooking methods, I will have no objections to your endeavors. As soon as he finished speaking, he personally stood up and lifted the cover from the first silver platter. Inside was a jet-black crab adorned with strange white spots on its shell, one claw significantly larger than the other, flailing restlessly. The executives from Haitian Pavilion leaned in to observe, exchanging glances, clearly unacquainted with it. A smirk of satisfaction played at the corners of He Hai's mouth. Well, do you recognize it? Suin merely glanced at it before calmly replying. This is a moonlight crab, found in the deep-sea volcanic regions of the Palawan Islands in the Philippines. It derives its name from the fact that it only emerges from the crevices to forage on nights devoid of moonlight. He Hai's smug expression faltered slightly. Suin continued. Due to its unique habitat, the meat contains trace amounts of sulfides, imparting a distinctive mineral flavor. Its roe is liquid gold in color, exceptionally delicious. Yet must not be prepared using conventional steaming methods, as high temperatures would compromise the roe's structure and diminish its flavor. And what would you suggest as the best method of preparation? He Hai pressed. The optimal method is low-temperature sous vide cooking. Utilizing a water bath at a constant temperature of 65 degrees Celsius allows the crab meat and roe to solidify in a state closest to nature, preserving its original flavor to the utmost. Once the roe is extracted, pairing it with roasted seaweed and a few drops of citrus oil results in a sublime appetizer. Suin articulated his thoughts with clarity and detail, as if he were not merely observing a crab, but rather elucidating a well-familiar textbook. The room fell into a hushed silence. Even Qian Jinxiong was captivated. He Hai's expression soured, his satisfaction visibly waning. He huffed, lifting the cover of the second platter. Inside lay a collection of palm-sized shellfish, their shells a dull gray-white and rough in texture, appearing quite unremarkable. And this, dog-esque claw snail, also known as the devil's foot. It is sourced from the death coast of Galicia, Spain, growing in the crevices of rock subject to the most violent waves. Suin responded effortlessly. Due to the extreme difficulty of harvesting, fatalities occur annually, rendering it exceedingly expensive. In Europe, it is hailed as seafood from hell. The edible portion lies beneath, and preparation is quite simple, just blanching in water. However, the timing must be precise to the second. Too long renders it tough, while too short leaves it raw. Most crucially, it should be enjoyed without any dipping sauces, allowing one to savor the complex taste that melds the ocean's briny essence with the sweetness of nuts. He Hai's countenance shifted from merely displeased to distinctly grim. These 2 items had required considerable effort to acquire, typically used to flaunt his knowledge in social circles. Yet, before this relatively obscure young man, he found his own understanding laid bare, revealing details even he was unaware of. Very well, you possess some knowledge. He inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, before unveiling the third and final platter. As he lifted the cover, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted forth. On the table lay a fish over a foot long, its skin a dark crimson, slick with mucus and somewhat repulsive in appearance. A high-ranking executive from Haitian Pavilion could not help but furrow his brow. Mr. He, is this fish not fresh? Humph, you ignorant fool. He High scoffed, for all his hopes rested upon this final item. Chapter 25. The 1 yuan acquisition of Wang Fugue's enterprise. Young man, if you can elucidate the significance of this fish, He High, will publicly apologize to you in front of Mr. Qian. Suan regarded the fish, his expression finally revealing a flicker of interest. Encountering such a specimen was indeed rare. He rose and approached the cart, donned the gloves handed to him by the waiter, and meticulously picked up the fish. This slippery creature, scientifically known as the blind eel, is an ancient species dwelling in the depths of the ocean, below a kilometer. It lacks a lower jaw and survives by consuming the carcasses of other fish. When threatened, it secretes copious amounts of mucus for self-defense, which accounts for its pungent odor. Few restaurants worldwide dare to prepare such a fish due to its complex handling requirements. As he spoke, he took a small knife and precisely made an incision at the fish's tail. Then, starting from the tail, he gently squeezed upward, akin to extruding toothpaste. A mass of milky mucus, intermingled with internal organs, was meticulously expelled through the small opening. Remarkably, the fish remained unscathed throughout the process. The remarkable skill left Chef Lu Fu, who stood nearby, wide-eyed and humbled. Upon completing the task, Suan rinsed the prepared fish in clean water, the foul odor dissipating instantly to reveal translucent, rosy fish flesh. The key to handling this fish lies in eliminating the mucus and internal organs. Its mucous glands and digestive tract are interconnected, necessitating this method for complete separation. Otherwise, the flesh would become contaminated and produce toxins. Suan set down the fish, removed his gloves, and wiped his hands with a napkin. As for the preparation, it was even simpler. Slice it, chill it, and serve it as sashimi. Its texture is richer and sweeter than the finest pufferfish roe. As he concluded, a pin drop could be heard in the imperial hall. High gaped, staring vacantly at the impeccably clean slippery fish, then glanced at Suan, his face alternating between crimson and pallor, ultimately settling into a shade of ashen defeat. He had lost, thoroughly and completely. Qian Jinxiong could no longer contain himself, slamming his thigh and rising to lead the applause. Bravo, Brother Su. You have truly opened my eyes today. Instantly, the private room erupted into enthusiastic applause. High felt the heat of shame on his face, as if each clap was a stinging slap across his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he approached Suan, this man who had just moments ago seemed so invincible, and solemnly bowed. Mr. Su, he, have been blind to your greatness. I apologize for my earlier arrogance. Suan accepted the bow with calm composure. You are too kind, Mr. He. What had been a meticulously orchestrated show of dominance had ultimately transformed into Suan's personal showcase. He not only proved his expertise, but also earned the respect of all present. There were no further obstacles to the investment. As the banquet concluded, Suan graciously declined Qian Jinxiong's invitation to dinner and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, Chef Lu Fu hurriedly caught up with him, pulling him aside. Brother Su, wait. Lu Fu's expression was a mixture of complexity and hesitation as he lowered his voice. There is something I'm unsure whether to share. Mr. High Building is not merely a seafood supplier for the province. They have recently expanded their business and have begun to reach into our Qingshan town. Many of Wang Fugue's long-standing clients have been getting quite close to them. His visit today was ostensibly a test, but in reality, it was reconnaissance. As you prepare to take over Wang Fugue's operations, you may find him your first adversary. Lu Fu's words echoed in Suan's mind. He turned to glance back at the imperial hall, and everything became clear. High's scheming was not only directed at the investment, but also served as a commercial probe and warning. An invisible war had already commenced before he had formally entered the battlefield. Thank you, Brother Lu. Suan nodded in acknowledgement. This meal will be on me next time. He said no more, but the tranquility in his gaze offered Lu Fu an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The following morning, at the town's law firm, Suan arrived to find Wang Fugue already there. This once ostentatious and arrogant king of seafood now sat despondently on the sofa, his eyes sunken, with a few strands of gray hair sprouting at his temples. Upon seeing Suan enter, he instinctively stood, shaking slightly, his face contorting into a smile more painful than tears. Mr. Su, you're here. The documents he had brought piled high on the table, deeds for cold storage, rental contracts for storefronts, vehicle registration for dozens of trucks, employee rosters, client lists, and supplier contacts. His life's work laid bare. The lawyer in charge of processing the paperwork, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and repeatedly verified the acquisition price stated in the contract. Mr. Su, are you certain the acquisition price is 1 yuan? Having worked in the field for over a decade, he had handled countless asset transfers, yet he had never witnessed such an astonishing transaction. Indeed, 1 yuan. Suin replied coolly. Wang Fugui's heart ached at the words, yet he dared not utter a sound. Under the lawyer's watchful eye, one document after another was signed, each bearing a crimson seal. As the final document was completed, Wang Fugui felt as though all strength had been drained from his body, slumping into his chair. He knew that from this moment forward, these assets were no longer his concern. Mr. Wang, may our cooperation be pleasant, Suin said, collecting his copy of the documents and rising. In the future, I hope you will exercise restraint. Wang Fugui's voice was hoarse. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. With that, Suin turned and left the law firm. Just as he stepped outside, Wang Fugui's phone rang. It was the Maritime Police, summoning him to assist in an investigation regarding a hired assault case. As he gripped the phone, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and ultimately, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Exiting the law firm, Suin stood in the sunlight and exhaled deeply. A business prototype belonging to him had officially formed. He did not rush home. Instead, he went directly to the largest seafood store that Wang Fugui had owned in the town. Inside the store, a dozen employees huddled together, anxiety palpable as they discussed the news of their boss selling the business, each worried for their own livelihood. Suin pushed the door open. Everyone, please be quiet. All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity, wariness, and unease. From today onward, I am the new owner here. My name is Suin. He surveyed the room before continuing. I understand your concerns. I assure you, all positions and salaries will remain unchanged. Chapter 26, Setting Sail. Moreover, starting next month, the base salary for all employees will be increased by 20%. A suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. Additionally, I will implement a new performance reward system. The more effort you put in, the more you will earn. If you perform admirably, the year-end bonus will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. I have but one request. Eradicate all bad habits of taking shortcuts and compromising quality. Our brand must be synonymous with excellence henceforth. From today onward, this establishment shall no longer be known as Wang's Aquatic Products. It has been bestowed with a new name, Dragon King Fresh. These few straightforward declarations instantly dispelled the clouds of gloom that had loomed over the employees, replacing them with surprise and anticipation. Once the staff had been reassured, Suin plunged into the office, ready to tackle the mess left behind by Wang Fugui. To his astonishment, the financial records revealed a significant turnover, yet a woefully low profit margin. Many esteemed clients had seen a dramatic decline in their order volumes over the past month. Several suppliers had also ceased their deliveries. As Lu Fu had pointed out, Wang Fugui's business empire had been ravaged by colossal competitors like Sihai Tower, leaving it a mere shell of its former self. What Suin inherited resembled more of a hollow framework than a viable business. Undeterred, however, this only ignited his fighting spirit. He devoted an entire afternoon to meticulously reorganizing the information of all clients and suppliers, devising an initial operational plan. By evening, he returned home to Moon Bay, where his parents sat in the yard discussing plans for building a new house, their faces aglow with visions of the future. Dad, Mom, Suin said with a smile as he approached, handing his mother, Zhou Yunxia, a new bank card. Wang Fugui's business has been acquired. This card contains 500,000, which serves as the family's working capital, the funds for the house, and your pocket money. The password is our old home phone number. Zhou Yunxia held the card, her hands trembling. Son, this is too much. Not at all, Suin replied, gripping his mother's hand. There will be even more in the future. You have toiled for most of your lives. It is time for you to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Buy what you wish, eat what you desire. Do not fret over expenses. His father, Su Jiangwo, stood nearby, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He abruptly rose and went inside, returning with a bottle of aged liquor he had kept for years, pouring drinks for both Su and himself. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us share a few cups. This man, usually reticent, expressed his excitement and pride in the most direct manner possible. Under the moonlight, the father and son clinked their glasses, while their mother smiled, her eyes shimmering with tears. A new chapter of happiness had truly begun for the family. In this tender moment, Suin's phone rang. It was the manager of Dragon King Fresh, speaking in an anxious tone. Mr. Su, there's been an incident. Our largest client, the Fujing Grand Hotel in the county, just called to terminate all our supply contracts. They claimed to have found a new supplier, Sihai Tower from the provincial capital. The voice on the other end was laced with palpable panic. The Fujing Grand Hotel, second only to the Haitian Pavilion in Qingshan County, was also Wang Fugui's most crucial and stable client, accounting for nearly one-third of Dragon King Fresh's current business volume. This first blow struck at the very artery of the enterprise. I understand, Suin replied, his tone calm and unwavering. Tell the employees to maintain their composure and focus on their tasks. The sky will not fall. After hanging up, he raised his glass to toast with his father and drank deeply. Something's amiss. Su Jiangwo discerned the underlying tension. Just a minor business issue, Suin chuckled. Don't worry. Dad, I can handle it. In the following 2 days, misfortune continued to rain down. 3 more restaurants and 2 large supermarkets successively canceled their orders, all opting instead for Sihai Tower. Sihai's offensive was fiercer and swifter than anticipated. Armed with robust capital and provincial-level channel advantages, he launched a devastating price war. He could supply the same products at significantly lower prices, with a wider range and faster delivery. The employees at Dragon King Fresh began to murmur anxiously, their recently ignited enthusiasm extinguished by a deluge of cold water. The townsfolk reveled in the spectacle, mocking Suin, the inexperienced youth who had taken over Wang Fugui's enterprise without the acumen to sustain it. Amidst all this turmoil, Suin remained unfazed. Each day, he dutifully visited the shop, reassuring the staff, then retreating into his office to analyze data, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. That afternoon, he convened a meeting with all the store managers. We cannot wait any longer. Sihai Tower's prices are nearly 10% lower than ours. If this continues, we'll lose all our loyal customers. One anxious manager urged. Yes, boss, let us engage in a price war. The room buzzed with fervor. Engage in a price war? Suin leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. What do we have to fight with? Our capital, channels, and connections. None of these can compare to theirs. Waging a price war would be akin to self-destruction. His words rendered the room silent. So what should we do? Just watch it happen? Others have their strategies. We have ours, Suin asserted, rising and moving to the whiteboard. Effective immediately, we will not only refrain from lowering prices, but we will also elevate the quality control standards of all our products. Any item that does not meet premium quality will be strictly prohibited from leaving the warehouse. We will establish ourselves as the highest-end brand. Those seeking bargain goods can go to Sihai Tower. Those desiring supreme quality must come to Dragon King Fresh. His declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. But boss, we currently don't have enough premium products. That, Suin replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, is the problem I intend to solve. After the meeting, he did not return home. Instead, he drove directly to the dock. At the Idle Berth in Moon Bay, a brand new 15-meter professional fishing vessel, aptly named Dragon King 1, lay quietly at anchor. Its sleek hull and pristine paint shone under the sunset, with the cabin equipped with advanced navigation technology. This was the vessel he had obtained with 5,000 units of fishing value. Suin boarded the ship and deftly started the engine. Without alerting anyone, he piloted the fishing boat out of the harbor and into the deep blue sea. This time, he did not activate the biological radar. Instead, he relied on his prior memories to locate a specific coordinate on the nautical chart. It was an area known to local fishermen as the Devil's Triangle, characterized by a treacherous seabed and turbulent currents. Few dared to fish there. Yet, it was precisely this trepidation that preserved the marine ecosystem in its most pristine state. Chapter 27. I do not covet being a shareholder. As the fishing boat reached its target area, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Suin illuminated the entire surface of the sea beneath the vessel with all the high-powered searchlights on board. Simultaneously, he activated the high-precision sonar fish finder, valued at 2,000 units of fishing value. The screen of the cockpit instantly displayed a vivid three-dimensional topographic map of the seabed, peppered with countless shimmering points of fish. Suin paid no heed to the ordinary schools of fish. He meticulously adjusted the frequency and depth of the fish finder, patiently searching. Half an hour later, a series of faint orange dots suddenly flickered in an inconspicuous corner of the screen. Found it. Suin's spirits soared as he slowly maneuvered the fishing boat closer. He donned his diving suit, carrying no weapons, but instead a specially crafted net with an exceptionally fine mesh, before plunging into the water. He descended to a seabed cliff at a depth of 50 meters. The rocky wall of the cliff was riddled with numerous fist-sized cavities. The orange dots emanated from the depths of these hollows. From his waist, Suin retrieved a sealed bag containing his proprietary bait, a blend of sea urchin roe and several special types of seaweed. He carefully applied the bait's essence to the openings of several cavities. A peculiar aroma rapidly diffused through the water. A few minutes later, a vividly red prawn, exceeding 20 centimeters in length and adorned with a pair of massive blue pincers, cautiously emerged from one of the cavities. Soon after, a second, Then a third they were none other than the exceedingly rare deep-sea species he had only encountered in top-tier marine biology journals from his previous life, the crimson flame shrimp. This shrimp was notoriously demanding in terms of water quality and environmental conditions, boasting a sweet, tender flesh that surpassed any known shrimp variety, yet due to its lifestyle, it was exceedingly difficult to capture. Holding his breath, Suin waited until a dozen flame shrimp had crawled out of their hiding spots, greedily devouring the bait. Before he sprang into action, the net in his hand moved like lightning, swift, precise, and ruthless. In an instant, he ensnared 7 or 8 of the flame shrimp. Throughout the night, he employed this ambush tactic, harvesting nearly 100 pristine crimson flame shrimp. As dawn broke, Suin returned triumphantly. He carefully housed the shrimp in a seawater tank in the backyard of the Longlong Fresh store, forbidding anyone from approaching. Subsequently, he utilized his Undersea King account to release a short video. The video contained no superfluous dialogue. It focused solely on the vibrant, flame-like crimson flame shrimp swimming in the seafood tank. Accompanied by stirring music and bold text, the Longlong ventures into the sea in search of rare treasures. 3 days later, the Longlong Fresh flagship store will reopen. Store treasure, only for gifting, not for sale. Upon its release, the video ignited a frenzy online. What kind of shrimp is this? It's stunning. From the Pincer King, it must be exquisite. This shrimp looks delectable. Only gifting? The boss is generous. I'll be the first in line in 3 days. Following this, Suin instructed the store manager to send beautifully crafted invitations to all renowned chefs, food critics, and popular bloggers in the county under the Longlong Fresh name. 3 days later, on the opening day, the entrance of the Longlong Fresh flagship store was teeming with crowds. In addition to the curious citizens, many industry insiders had also been invited. Representatives from the Four Seas Tower had even sent a few spies to mingle among the throng, prepared to witness Suin's downfall. At 10 o'clock in the morning, amidst the sound of firecrackers, Suin personally unveiled the red cloth. Thank you all for your support. Today at Longlong Fresh, we are not selling anything. We invite everyone to taste a single item. With a wave of his hand, the waitstaff presented plate after plate of chilled crimson flame shrimp sashimi. The translucent shrimp meat glistened enticingly under the sunlight. The invited guests, initially skeptical, picked up their chopsticks and placed a piece of shrimp in their mouths. In the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. An indescribable burst of extreme sweetness exploded on their taste buds. The texture was succulent, yet slightly crisp, with a lingering sweetness that refused to dissipate. My heavens! What divine flavor is this? I have cooked for 30 years and have never tasted such exquisite shrimp. An esteemed old chef rose in excitement, declaring on the spot, "From today onward, our hotel will source its seafood exclusively from Longlong Fresh." The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Everyone surged toward the tasting area, the scene spiraling into chaos. The spies sent by the Four Seas Tower stood dumbfounded, drenched in cold sweat, hastily reporting back. Suin stood at the back of the crowd, observing the explosive scene before him with a victorious smile. He knew he had triumphed. Just then, his phone rang. It was Qian Jinxiong calling, but upon answering, he was met with an unprecedented urgency in the voice on the other end. "Suin, we have a major issue. Sihai has just called for an emergency board meeting, claiming market disruption. He intends to unite all shareholders to comprehensively blacklist your Longlong Fresh." Qian Jinxiong's anxious voice pierced through the receiver, clear and alarming. The once joyous atmosphere in the courtyard dissipated in an instant due to this phone call. Su Jiangwo froze with his cup of liquor suspended in midair, and Zhou Yunxia's smile faltered, worry etching her face as she gazed at her son. However, Suin's expression remained unchanged. He downed the remaining liquor in his glass, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a warmth within. "Blacklist?" he softly repeated. His tone is indifferent, as if discussing an unrelated matter. "Yes, he is accusing you of malicious marketing, inflating prices, and disrupting the entire seafood market price system of Qingshan County with your crimson flame shrimp." Qian Jinxiong's voice grew more frantic. "He also claims you are leveraging the reputation of Hai Tiangu to endorse Longlong Fresh, only to turn around and attack our supplier network. This is utterly treacherous. In short, he has laid quite an impressive blame, and several shareholders he has swayed are siding with him. You need to think of a way out. I can barely hold on here." Upon hearing this, Suin merely laughed. It was a light laugh that sent a shiver down Qian Jinxiong's spine on the other end. "Thank you, Chairman Qian," Suin replied, standing and walking to a corner of the courtyard, away from his parents' concerned gazes. "But you need not worry about this matter." "What do you mean I need not worry?" Qian Jinxiong exclaimed. "The fire is already at our brows. If they pass this resolution, not only will Hai Tiangu be affected, but the entire hotel and restaurant industry in the county will be too scared to use your products under their pressure. Longlong Fresh will be finished. Then let it be finished." Suan's response was as casual as a gentle breeze. Qian Jinxiong was left speechless, stunned into silence for a long moment. He had not anticipated such a reaction. In his mind, Suan would either panic and plead for his help or rage against Yisihai, but he never expected such a nonchalant attitude. Suan indeed cared, but he was even more aware of Yisihai's true intentions. Blacklisting Longwang Fresh was merely the first step. Once Longwang Fresh's financial chain was severed and abandoned by the market, Yisihai would then emerge as a savior, ready to acquire Longwang Fresh along with the exclusive channel for the Crimson Flame shrimp at a price so low it would be insulting. His plan was astute, but unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Chairman Qian, listen closely. Suan's tone turned icy. First, regarding the investment in Haitian-gu, this matter is hereby concluded. I, Suan, have no desire to partner in business with someone intent on my demise. Secondly, that batch of tribute wine is my personal possession, merely stored temporarily in your establishment. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I shall send someone to retrieve it. I trust that Mr. Qian will accommodate this request and spare me any inconvenience. Thirdly, I am also canceling the task regarding the deep-sea blood eel. The 50,000 yuan deposit that you prepaid will be returned to you in full tomorrow. Each of these statements grew increasingly resolute, sending waves of trepidation through Qian Jinxiong. This was no plea for assistance. It was, unmistakably, a final ultimatum severing all ties. Suan, Brother Su, do not act impulsively. It has not come to that. Qian Jinxiong was thoroughly alarmed. The cessation of Longwang Xian would merely result in the loss of a potential top supplier for Haitian-gu. However, should that batch of tribute wine vanish, his reputation among the affluent would be utterly tarnished. He had already proclaimed that Haitian-gu had secured an extraordinary vintage, intended for the year-end appreciation banquet to host the most distinguished guests. Now, with Suan's intent to reclaim the wine, it would be akin to a public slap in his face. I have made my decision. Suan did not allow him further opportunity for persuasion and promptly terminated the call. He stowed away his phone and returned to the dining table, his expression now restored to a pleasant demeanor. Father, mother, a minor business matter has been resolved. Let us continue our drinking. He refilled the glasses for his father and himself. Observing his son's calm countenance, Su Jiangwo opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately swallowed his question. He chose to place his trust in his son. The meal concluded in an atmosphere of peculiar tension. After ensuring his parents were settled for the night, Suan retreated to his room and promptly dialed the store manager's number. Tomorrow, secure 2 reliable associates and rent the most stable cargo truck. Be ready at the entrance of Haitian-gu at 9:30 in the morning. Boss, is this for? To collect the goods. Suan's voice bore no trace of emotion. After ending the call, he rifled through his contacts until he located the number for Zhang, the antiquities expert he had met at the antique market. The call connected swiftly. Old Zhang, I apologize for the late disturbance. It is Su, your young friend. I seek your counsel regarding which auction house within our province holds the greatest renown and operates with the most audacity. On the other end, old Zhang paused before bursting into laughter. What, my young friend? Do you possess another treasure that you wish to part with? I have several bottles of fine wine that I wish to find a discerning owner for. Fine wine. Old Zhang's interest piqued. If it truly possesses the right vintage and provenance, I can recommend a place. The branches of Pali and Jiada in the provincial capital are quite formidable. However, if you wish to sell swiftly and command a respectable price, I suggest Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion? Indeed, it is not a conventional auction house. Rather, it resembles an elite private club. Membership is reserved for the wealthy, and expenditures are exceedingly lavish. Most importantly, their proprietor has extensive connections and favors rare treasures that are untainted in origin. If your goods are of sufficient quality, they can even arrange for a private tasting as soon as tomorrow. Suan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was precisely what he desired. He intended for those bottles of tribute wine to leave an indelible mark within the highest echelons of society at the swiftest pace. Thank you for your guidance, old Zhang. After concluding the call, Suan stood by his window, gazing out at the inky darkness of the sea. Hey, see hi Tiango. Do you wish to stifle me? Let us see who truly holds the power to silence whom. A cold smirk graced his lips. The following day, Suan first visited the bank, transferring 500,000 yuan in cash into a new account before leisurely hailing a taxi towards the county town. Upon arriving at the entrance of Haitian-gu, he found the store manager waiting with 2 robust men and a box truck. Boss, the manager approached, his face etched with concern. Just follow my instructions. Suan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder and strode through the resplendent entrance of Haitian-gu. The lobby manager, upon spotting Suan, forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous. Mr. Su, you have arrived. Mr. Qian and Chef Liu are waiting for you upstairs. As he spoke, he scrutinized Suan with a gaze filled with complex emotions. Clearly, He had heard of the internal turmoil within the hotel. Disregarding him, Suin proceeded directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the opulent Imperial Hall, he found Lu Fu anxiously pacing at the door. Spotting Suin, he hurried over, pulling him aside and lowering his voice. "Brother Su, why such impulsiveness? Is there no issue that cannot be resolved with a discussion? Must we escalate to this point?" Lu Fu was genuinely concerned for Suin. To him, Suin was an extraordinary talent. A partnership with Hai Tiangu was a formidable alliance. Now that things had soured, it served no one's interests. "Brother Lu, it is not I who instigated this. Others wish to see me fail." Suin spoke with calm composure. Alas, Lu Fu sighed heavily. "I know he see Hai. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. Yet Mr. Qian genuinely regards you highly. If you could extend him some courtesy, go in and speak with him. There is still room for negotiation." "Unnecessary." Suin pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Imperial Hall and stepped inside. The atmosphere within the private room was oppressive. Qian Jinxiong sat at the head of the table, his expression so dark it could have dripped water. He Sihai lounged in his chair, leisurely sipping tea with an air of smug disdain. Several shareholders of Hai Tiangu occupied the sides, each seated with varying expressions. Upon Suin's entrance, he Sihai set his teacup down and spoke first, his tone dripping with the condescension of an elder reprimanding a junior. "Young man, you have finally graced us with your presence. Were you truly so fearful as to avoid showing your face? Have you come to your senses? Will you kneel and plead for my mercy, or shall you watch your little establishment close its doors for good?" Suin could scarcely be bothered to offer him a glance. He walked straight up to Qian Jinxiong, presenting the transfer screen on his phone. "Mr. Qian, the 50,000 yuan deposit has been refunded to your company's account. May I now reclaim my belongings?" Qian Jinxiong stared at the clear transfer record on the phone, his lips quivering. Chapter 29. If we are compatible, we shall converge. If not, we shall part. He had not anticipated Suin would be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Suin." He slammed his hand on the table, rising indignantly. "Must you make this so embarrassing? For you, I nearly fell out with Mr. He and the others. Is this how you choose to repay my efforts? Your words carry weight, Mr. Qian." Suin remained unmoved. "It is merely business. If we are compatible, we shall converge. If not, we shall part. I am here solely to reclaim my personal belongings, as is my right." "You." Qian Jinxiong's face flushed with anger. "Humph, ungrateful." He Sihai chuckled derisively, signaling to a nearby assistant. Soon, a heavy wooden crate containing the tribute wine was laboriously brought in by 2 security guards and placed heavily on the floor. "Here it is, if you have the capability. Take it." He Sihai's tone dripped with provocation. "My people are waiting downstairs." Suin retrieved her phone and dialed the store manager's number. "Come up and move the items," she commanded. The atmosphere in the private room had reached an unbearable tension. Several shareholders exchanged glances, none of them anticipating that a meeting originally intended for judgment and pressure would devolve into a farcical scene of returning goods. "Suin, I ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" The voice of Qian Jinxiong carried an unmistakable hint of menace. "I am certain," Suin replied, her tone resolute. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and the store manager entered, flanked by 2 burly men. "Boss, take the box away. But be careful not to bump it," Suin instructed. "Understood." The 2 men approached the wooden crate, bending down to lift it. "I dare anyone to move." He Sihai barked, his voice sharp and commanding. The 2 bodyguards behind him stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of the crate, creating a standoff that crackled with tension. A cold smile finally graced Suin's face as she turned around, meeting He Sihai's gaze for the first time. "Mr. He, is it? I initially intended to retrieve my belongings quietly and depart. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I shall oblige." Pausing, her voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire room. "Do you truly believe that by blacklisting Long Wangxian, you can cut off my financial lifeline? Do you think that without Heishentang, my goods will fail to sell?" She produced her phone and played a recording of her conversation with Gowen Zhang from the previous night. As the name Tianbeige emerged from the device, He Sihai's expression shifted for the first time. "I have not only contacted Tianbeige, but I have also ensured that news of these several bottles of tribute wine reaches several top collectors in Beijing and Shanghai. They are exceedingly interested in the batch of tribute wine that caused the chairman of Heishentang to lose his composure." Suin switched off the recording and continued leisurely. "By tomorrow at the latest, this news will permeate the highest circles nationwide. At that point, everyone will know that a collection of unparalleled tribute wine once graced Heishentang, only to be unceremoniously cast aside by its own shareholders." She fixed her gaze on the pale-faced Qian Jinxiong and enunciated each word with precision. "Mr. Qian, I wonder, when the time comes, who will be the one embarrassed, myself, or you, or perhaps the entire Heishentang?" Her words struck like heavy hammers, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. Qian Jinxiong swayed, nearly losing his balance as realization dawned upon him. He had made a gravely foolish mistake. He believed he had Su-En's lifeline in his grasp, unaware that she held the lethal trump card. This was no longer merely a business blockade. It was a devastating blow to their reputations. Beads of cold sweat formed on Hisihai's brow as he grappled with the unexpected cunning of this seemingly youthful and naive individual. You are extorting," he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of anger and fear. "Say what you will," Su-En shrugged nonchalantly. "Now, may I take my belongings?" Hisihai opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Qian Jinxiong, in a state of despair, waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to step aside. The two men, under the collective humiliation of the shareholders' gaze, effortlessly lifted the crate and turned to exit. As Su-En followed behind, she paused at the door, casting a final glance at the disoriented Hisihai. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. If you wish to bring down Long Wangxian, feel free to try. I am quite eager to see whether your Four Seas Tower's financial might can outmatch my Scarlet Flame Shrimp in captivating the truly affluent." With that, she departed from the Imperial Hall without a backward glance. The private room fell into an eerie silence, every face flushed with the sting of humiliation, as if they had been publicly slapped multiple times. Just as Su-En and her entourage were about to exit Heishantang, a resonant and slightly authoritative voice called from behind. "Young man, please hold on." Su-En halted and turned around. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire approached briskly, flanked by a group of people. The man, in his 60s yet sprightly, possessed an undeniable aura of authority. Accompanying him was none other than the previously despondent Qian Jinxiong, who now wore a mask of humility. Too intimidated to breathe audibly, the old man's gaze passed over Su-En and settled on the crate, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He stepped closer to Su-En, scrutinizing her with an appreciative smile. "Young man, you possess remarkable audacity and skill." He gestured toward the crate. "Is the wine within truly for sale?" The appearance of this elderly gentleman transformed the atmosphere in the grand hall of Heishantang. Surrounding patrons and staff displayed expressions of reverence, instinctively stepping aside. Qian Jinxiong trailed behind the elder, his color graver than it had been moments before. He never anticipated that the mediator he had summoned would show interest in Su-En's wine. This elder, surnamed Lin and named Shan, was a renowned property magnate in the province, worth billions, and a celebrated gourmet and collector. He had long-standing business ties with Hisihai, and Qian Jinxiong had hoped to enlist him as a peacemaker to temper Su-En's fervor, but the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Lin Shan disregarded the awkward expressions of Qian Jinxiong and the hastily arrived Hisihai, focusing entirely on Su-En and the crate. "Young man, you still haven't answered my question. Is the wine for sale?" Lin Shan's tone carried an undeniable authority. Su-En assessed this imposing elder, and a plan began to form in her mind. "Mr. Lin, you jest," she replied with a slight smile. "This wine was initially intended for collaboration with Mr. Qian. Now, I am merely seeking a discerning owner." "Discerning?" "I, Lin Shan, would not claim to know better than others, but in this province, few possess greater sincerity than I." He extended a finger. 1 million per bottle. I shall purchase 1 bottle to sample the flavor. What say you?" A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. 1 million for a single bottle of wine. That's an outrageous price. Qian Jinxiong's face turned an alarming shade of crimson. Just moments ago, he had been negotiating a 10 million investment for this batch of wine, which would have valued it at merely 100,000 per bottle. Now, Lin Shan's offer in front of him was a blatant slap in the face. Hisihai's expression was equally ashen as he grasped the magnitude of what he had overlooked. He thought he was suppressing an insignificant player, only to find that the opponent possessed treasures capable of garnering the attention of a titan like Lin Shan. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Su-En shook her head in response to the exorbitant offer. "Mr. Lin, I appreciate your generosity, but I shall not sell the wine today." Lin Shan was taken aback, unable to fathom being rejected. "Why not?" he inquired with great interest. "Are you dissatisfied with the price?" "It is quite reasonable." Su-En met his gaze with calm composure. "However, I value friendship more than money." "Oh," Lin Shan's interest deepened. "How intriguing. Pray tell, how does one go about forging such a friendship?" A smile graced Su-En's lips. This was precisely the response he sought. "Lin Lao, I shall not beat around the bush with you." He stepped aside, clearing the path to the entrance. "I dare to present you with a bottle of fine wine, as a token of our budding friendship." Gift. Everyone present, including Lin Shan himself, believed they had misheard. That was worth 1 million. To simply give it away? Even Qian Jinxiong and Hisihai regarded Su-En with expressions of disbelief. Lin Shan scrutinized Su-En deeply, having lived over 60 years. He had encountered all manner of individuals. He was acutely aware that the young man's offering was far more than just a bottle of wine. "Young brother, this gesture is far too extravagant. I cannot accept such a gift without reason. Lin Shan responded solemnly. Of course, it is not without purpose. Suen finally revealed his true intentions. I have a small request. I have heard that you, Lin Lao, have a vast network of friends across the globe. I, too, have opened a modest seafood shop in Moon Bay named Dragon King's Fresh. Recently, I have encountered some minor troubles. There are those who seem intent on causing me distress. As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance toward the distant Hisihai. Hisihai's body involuntarily trembled. I hope that while you enjoy this bottle of wine, if you find it to your liking, you might mention it to your friends. Just say, this wine was gifted by the owner of Dragon King's Fresh in Moon Bay. And also, I have recently acquired a new batch of shrimp called Crimson Flame Shrimp, which is quite delectable. Upon finishing his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone gazed at Suen with a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. This was no mere gift. It was an astute maneuver, exchanging a $1 million bottle of wine for a favor and endorsement from a billionaire. He was securing the most formidable backing for his Dragon King's Fresh at minimal cost. Lin Shan remained in stunned silence for several seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent! Excellent, Suen! Magnificent Dragon King's Fresh! He pointed at Suen, laughing uncontrollably. I have decided to befriend you. He immediately turned to his secretary and commanded, contact my office at once and cancel all future engagements and orders at Seahai Tower for the next month. Furthermore, inform everyone that all seafood for my private gatherings will henceforth be exclusively supplied by Dragon King's Fresh from Moon Bay. This proclamation struck Hisihai like a thunderclap, draining the color from his face as he stumbled back, nearly collapsing. He knew his fate was sealed. Offending Lin Shan would cost him at least 30% of Seahai Tower's business in the provincial capital. All this merely for attempting to suppress a fisherman in his eyes. Lin Shan paid no further heed to him, instead approaching Suen and clapping him heartily on the shoulder. Xiao Su, I accept your gift. On another day, I shall host a tasting event at my villa, and you must certainly attend. Absolutely, Suen replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. He instructed the manager to open a wooden crate and carefully extracted a bottle of tribute wine, personally handing it to Lin Shan's secretary. A dramatic commercial crisis was effortlessly averted by Suen in this theatrical manner. He not only emerged unscathed, but also managed to trample his adversary into the mud, while climbing to an unexpected pinnacle of power. Just as Suen prepared to depart, a long-awaited system prompt chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected host has completed the hidden achievement of a remarkable turnaround, triumphing against the odds. Achievement reward: 5,000 ocean harvest points, 2 mental strength. Ding! Detected host has successfully expanded elite connections, entering a new phase in the commercial landscape, triggering a new side quest. The Tycoon's Feast. Quest name: The Tycoon's Feast. Quest description: within 1 week, provide at least 5 types of top-tier seafood, unseen in the market, for Lin Shan's private tasting, and gain unanimous praise from all guests. Quest rewards: 30,000 ocean harvest points. Unlock new section in System Mall, Life Transformation Zone. 1 special lottery opportunity. The generous rewards and more challenging quest ignited a fervor within Suen. He bid farewell to Lin Shan, and, under the resentful and envious gazes of Qian Jinxiong and Hisihai, strode out of the High Tian Pavilion with the remaining crate of tribute wine held high. As he settled into the truck heading back to Moon Bay, Suen gazed out at the rapidly receding streets, his mood tranquil. His phone vibrated with a message. The sender was Qian Jinxiong. The message was brief, containing only a single line. Hisihai has been removed from the board. The shares in High Tian Pavilion are reserved for you at any time, with no additional conditions. I implore you, Su Laudi, to reconsider. Suen glanced at it, a smirk of derision curling his lips, and swiftly deleted the message. Reconsider? A shattered mirror cannot be remade. He scrolled through his contacts, found Lu Fu's number, and dialed directly. The call connected swiftly, and Lu Fu's voice on the other end was a mix of astonishment, concern, and barely contained excitement. Su Laudi, you truly are. Lu Gu, Suen interjected calmly. I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Are you interested in leaving High Tian Pavilion and becoming your own boss? Chapter 31. Different paths, no collaboration. The truck traveled steadily along the route back to Moon Bay. Suen ended the call with Qian Jinxiong, deleted the ironically laden message, and then dialed Lu Fu's number. On the other end, Lu Fu's voice was laced with awe, worry, and an undeniable thrill. Su Laudi, you truly are. He seemed to have a multitude of words, yet was at a loss for how to begin. Lu Gu, Suen's voice remained composed as he cut to the chase. I have a business proposal I wish to discuss with you. Are you interested in leaving High Tian Pavilion to become your own boss? Silence enveloped the line momentarily, punctuated only by the crackling of static and Lu Fu's increasingly labored breaths. Suen did not rush him. He leaned back against the jolting seat of the truck, patiently awaiting his response. He understood the weight of this decision for Lu Fu. Being the executive chef at Haitian Pavilion was a prestigious title in the culinary world of Qingshan County, signifying a stable high salary, a respectable social standing, and a future that many envied. To abandon all of this to collaborate with a fledgling establishment like Dragon King's Fresh, which was still under pressure from industry giants, was akin to gambling everything on a long shot. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Fu's hoarse voice finally emerged from the receiver. Su Laudi, what do you mean by this? The meaning is quite simple. Suen adjusted to a more comfortable position. I plan to establish a new dining company, specializing in the most exquisite private cuisine. There will be no menu. It will depend solely on the finest ingredients available that day. I am entrusted with providing the world's most unique ingredients, while you, with your culinary prowess, are tasked with illuminating these ingredients in their most splendid form. His words struck Lu Fu's heart like a key, precisely fitting into the deepest lock within. Lu Fu is a chef in the purest sense. His lifelong pursuit is to create the most exquisite flavors using only the finest ingredients. Although he occupies a prestigious position at the Haitian Pavilion, he is ultimately constrained by costs, profits, and shareholders' opinions. Particularly after the capitalist He Sihai took over, everything in the kitchen began to align with the pursuit of profit. It has been ages since he experienced the exhilarating creative pleasure of pursuing the ultimate taste without regard for costs. The blueprint painted by Suen precisely resonated with his soul as a top-tier chef. I need to think it over. Lu Fu's voice was laden with struggle. He has a family, a mortgage, children to raise. He cannot make decisions based solely on passion. Of course, Suen replied with unwavering composure. I will offer you shares. In the new company, you will hold 10%. You are not merely working for me. We are partners. 10%. Lu Fu exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated that Suen would promise a higher salary and position at most, never imagining he would directly offer a stake in the company. This was not merely poaching. It was an invitation to co-create a legacy. I need a partner whom I can trust completely, and whose culinary skills stand at the pinnacle of this industry. I believe no one in the entire Qingshan County is more suited than you. Suen's words, devoid of flattery, resonated more profoundly than any sweet talk. Lu Fu felt his heart racing. On one side lay a stable present, and on the other, a future brimming with infinite possibilities. He recalled He Sihai's mercenary demeanor, the compromises and helplessness of Qian Jinxiong, and the extraordinary seafood Suen had presented. Along with his calm demeanor in the dining hall today, the answer seemed all too evident. Brother Su, I'm in, Lu Fu declared with a firm resolve, as if he had summoned every ounce of strength within him. However, I have one condition. Speak. I want to bring a few people with me. They are my longtime comrades, and their skills are absolutely reliable. No problem. You have full authority over personnel in the kitchen, Suen replied succinctly. Great. I'll go resign from Qian Jinxiong right away. Lu Fu hung up the phone, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He straightened his chef's uniform, took a deep breath, and strode purposefully toward the still oppressive atmosphere of the Imperial Hall. Inside the Haitian Pavilion's Imperial Hall, Qian Jinxiong wore a grim expression as he listened to the complaints and hindsight of several shareholders. He Sihai slumped in his chair like a defeated rooster, his eyes vacant. Lin Shan's words had spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of the county. Just moments ago, he had received several calls canceling orders. The door to the private room burst open with a loud bang. Lu Fu entered, his expression impassive. Chef Lu, your timing is impeccable. Look at this. Qian Jinxiong thought he had come to discuss countermeasures, but Lu Fu interrupted him directly. Chairman Qian, I am here to resign. Lu Fu gently placed his ID badge and office key on the mahogany round table. Instantly, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Resign? Lu Fu, are you out of your mind? Qian Jinxiong was the first to react, standing up in shock. Do you know what you're saying? At this critical juncture, I am well aware. Lu Fu stood tall, surveying the shareholders around him. I am a chef. My duty is to use the finest skills to cook the best ingredients and serve the best guests. However, this place is no longer suitable for me. His gaze finally settled on He Sihai, brimming with undisguised contempt. I do not wish for a day to come when a guest asks me why the fish is not fresh enough. And I can only answer that the fresher fish has been blocked by our own people. This statement landed like an invisible slap across the faces of Qian Jinxiong and He Sihai. You are going to join that Suen? Qian Jinxiong trembled with rage. Indeed, Lu Fu admitted calmly. Our paths diverge. I bid you farewell. With that, he turned and left without a trace of regret. At the door, he paused briefly to add, by the way, Chairman Qian, the few chefs in the kitchen who are closest to me, skilled in knife work, heat control, and ingredient preparation, also feel that the Haitian Pavilion is too small for them and wish to venture out. I have already placed their resignation letters on your desk. Saying this, he exited the room without a backward glance, leaving behind a room full of stunned shareholders. Qian Jinxiong slumped back into his chair, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. It was over. The foundation was pulled from under him. Suan not only took away the future supply of top-tier ingredients, but also the very soul of the Hai Tian Pavilion, its culinary team. Chapter 32. A Visit from Relatives. From this day forth, the golden signboard of the Hai Tian Pavilion was irrevocably shattered, and all of this stemmed from his initial miscalculation. When the delivery truck returned to Moon Bay, it was already afternoon. Suan instructed the manager to carefully carry the box of tribute wine into his yard, and after giving each of them a generous red envelope, he sent them on their way. Upon returning home, he briefly recounted the events of the day to his parents, of course omitting the dangers involved, merely stating that a business collaboration had fallen through, but that he had found a new and more formidable partner. Even so, Su Jiangwo and Zhou Yunxiao listened with bated breath. Son, that he fellow, he won't come looking for trouble with us, will he? Zhou Yunxiao asked anxiously. Mom, you needn't worry, Suan reassured her with a smile. He is currently too preoccupied to bother with us. In the future, it will be we who seek him out. He opened the box of tribute wine, took out a bottle, and placed it on the dining table. Dad, this wine, Mr. Lin priced it at 1 million per bottle. Today is a happy occasion. Let us taste what this $1 million brew is like. Su Jiangwo's hand trembled as he gazed at the ancient-looking bottle, hesitating to move. No, this is far too precious. No matter how precious, it is meant for drinking. Our family does not lack for money now. Suan poured a small cup for both his father and himself. A rich and exquisite aroma of wine instantly filled the entire hall. The next morning, Suan's life entered a new, fast-paced rhythm. In the morning, he, along with Lu Fu and the newly joined chef team, officially took over the kitchen of Long Wang Xian and began a comprehensive overhaul of the entire establishment. He upgraded the large tanks that were originally used for temporarily holding seafood into professional ecological seafood pools equipped with multiple filtration and temperature control systems. In a conspicuous location within the store, a semi-open kitchen countertop has been designed, where in the future, Lu Fu will showcase his culinary artistry, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary before the eyes of the guests. One afternoon, a black Audi A8 bearing the provincial city license plate silently came to a halt outside Suan's home. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, emerged from the vehicle, introducing himself as Mr. Lin Shan's personal assistant, tasked with discussing matters related to the upcoming tasting event. Suan did not invite him inside, but rather entertained him at a stone table in the courtyard. The two engaged in detailed discussions regarding the scale of the tasting event, the status of the guests, and the specifications for the dishes that Suan needed to prepare. The assistant's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, showing no hint of condescension despite Suan's youth and casual attire. He understood well that the young man before him had garnered the utmost praise from Mr. Lin and had made a public commitment to him. After bidding farewell to the assistant, Suan swiftly reached out to the city's finest architectural design firm and construction team. He had but one request: to use the best materials and the fastest speed to construct the most opulent seaside villa in the village, no, in the entire county. Atop the slope at the eastern end of the village, money was no object. Such a series of grand undertakings could hardly elude the notice of the residents of Moon Bay Village, particularly when the impressive Audi A8 drove into the village, followed by the appearance of a professional team composed of engineers, designers, and surveyors at the barren slope. The next day, the entire Moon Bay was abuzz with excitement. Did you see? The Su family has truly struck it rich. The people they hire are dressed to the nines, just like the ones on television. I heard from my relatives in the city that that kind of car costs several million. It's parked right at Suan's doorstep, as if serving royalty. They're building a villa. I hear it's 3.5 stories, complete with a swimming pool and garden. I sneakily caught a glimpse of the blueprints. Goodness. It looks like a palace. In Zhang Guifan's courtyard, the village's information hub, a group of idle women busied themselves with vegetables while gossiping enviously. Humph. What's so impressive about it? It's just luck, sheer coincidence. Look at how smug he is, as if he is afraid others won't know how wealthy he is. One woman scoffed disdainfully. Exactly. I've heard he even brought down Wang Fuguei. His methods are dubious at best. With money like that, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Zhang Guifan lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. If you ask me, it's the ancestral graves of the Su family that are smoking with good fortune. But you know, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Let us just wait for the show to unfold. Naturally, these discussions reached the ears of Su Jiangwo and Zhou Yunxia. The elderly couple, having lived their lives with honesty and integrity, had never encountered such idle chatter. Zhou Yunxia was so enraged that she couldn't eat for several days. While Su Jiangwo sat in the courtyard, his face darkened, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Son, perhaps we should keep a lower profile? This house. Maybe we should just build a modest little building? During dinner, Zhou Yunxiao finally could no longer hold her tongue. Mom, we've earned our money through our own efforts. How does that affect anyone else? Suin replied, placing a piece of food on his mother's plate. They're just jealous. The more you care, the more they'll be emboldened. You should stand tall and let them wallow in envy. Once our villa is completed, you can sip tea on the terrace and gaze at the sea while they watch from below, filled with jealousy. Though his words were blunt, they bore a certain truth. Zhou Yunxiao was amused, and much of her frustration dissipated. You, my child. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the courtyard. Su and second uncle, Su Jianya, swaggered in, accompanied by his idle son, Su Ming. Elder brother, sister-in-law, are you eating? Upon entering, Su Jianya unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes greedily scanning the dishes on the table. Jianya has arrived, Su Jiangwo said, his expression darkening. This younger brother had always been lazy and gluttonous. During the difficult years for the Su family, he had never shown his face. Now that the Su family was thriving, he seemed to appear daily. Oh, this meal looks splendid. We're even having prawns. Su Ming was even bolder, reaching out to grab a prawn from the plate. Suin deftly blocked his hand with his chopsticks, tapping lightly on the back of his hand. If you want to eat, let your dad buy it himself. Suin's tone was neither warm nor cold. You. Su Ming was visibly offended and about to erupt. Shaoan, how can you speak to your cousin like that? Su Jianya immediately adopted a stern demeanor, asserting his role as an elder. Elder brother, I came today to discuss a serious matter with you. I heard Shaoan is building a villa. This is wonderful news. He then shifted his tone, a smile spreading across his face. As it happens, Ming's maternal uncle is in this business. He has a construction team that does absolutely splendid work. Since we're all family, the price is negotiable. We can't let the good fortune flow to outsiders. Su Jiangwo frowned, ready to refuse, but Suin preempted him. Second uncle, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have already signed a contract with the best construction team in the city and paid the deposit. What? Su Jianya's voice rose sharply. Shaoan, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon your second uncle? Now that you're wealthy, you think you're above us poor relatives? He began to throw a tantrum. I tell you, if you build that villa in Moon Bay, you must use the construction team I recommend. Otherwise, I'll make sure not a single brick makes it onto your site. His threat was blatant. Without the consent of local villagers, an external construction team would indeed find it exceedingly difficult to operate. Suin looked at him with a smile. Second uncle, are you threatening me? Yes, I am threatening you. What of it? Su Jianya retorted defiantly. Very well. Suin nodded and took out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, is this the village head? This is Suin. I need to trouble you with something. My second uncle, Su Jianya, is at my home, stating that if I don't allow his construction team to work, he'll obstruct my project. Do you think this matter can be addressed by the village? Upon hearing this, the village head nearly lost his composure. Who was Suin? He was the one who could cause the local aquatic tycoon to go bankrupt overnight. The one who had county magnates visiting him in luxury cars. The village had high hopes for him to invest back into their hometown. This fool, Su Jianya, dared to poke the tiger's whiskers? We will manage. We absolutely must. Shaoan, don't worry, I'm on my way. In less than 5 minutes. The village had arrived, breathless and flanked by several village officials. Upon entering and seeing Su Jianya's arrogant demeanor, the village head wasted no time and delivered a swift kick. Su Jianya, you scoundrel, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rebel? Pointing an accusatory finger at him, the village head berated. I'll tell you this. Suin is a key supported figure in our village. His project is a priority for us. Anyone who dares to trip him up is opposing the entire village. I will not stand for it. Su Jianya was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how his simple desire to undertake a project had rendered him the pariah of the village. Under the scolding of the village chief, Su Jianya and his son were driven out, tails between their legs. Thus concluded a farcical episode. 3 days later, the construction of the Su family's seaside villa officially commenced. Several massive construction vehicles rolled into Moon Bay, while a professional team erected tidy temporary structures on the slopes. The impressive setup and modern equipment silenced the villagers who had anticipated a spectacle. Suin did not resort to the unscrupulous tactics of Su Jianya. Instead, he opted for a more straightforward approach to demonstrate his prowess. He announced the need for a number of laborers and general workers during the villa's construction, prioritizing recruitment from the village, with a daily wage of 300, settled on the same day. This rate was nearly double what one would earn working at a construction site in town. In no time, the village's able-bodied youth flocked to sign up. Even those who had previously spoken ill behind his back sheepishly sent their men to join. Suin did not turn anyone away. He welcomed all who were capable of work. He aimed to make it clear to everyone. Following Su meant prosperity. Opposing him would lead to deprivation. As the villa project thrived, Suin also began the final preparations for Lin Shan's tasting event. The Crimson Flame shrimp was merely the first dish. He required 4 additional. equally rare, and even more elusive top-tier seafood delicacies. That night, bidding farewell to his parents, he set off alone, piloting his Dragon King No. 1 once more into the vast, unfathomable sea. The night was as dark as ink, with a cool sea breeze. The Dragon King No. 1 glided smoothly across the water's surface, its spotlight piercing the darkness, illuminating a fan-shaped area ahead. Suen stood in the cockpit, his gaze fixed intently on the navigational charts and sonar screen. He avoided the area where he had previously discovered the crimson flame shrimp. One cannot relentlessly exploit a single source. Overfishing would only devastate a precious ecosystem. This was a fundamental principle he held as a top marine biologist. His current objective was a more distant and enigmatic region of the ocean, the Phantom Trench. This deep-sea canyon, located at the edge of the continental shelf, plunges over 1,000 meters deep and is named for its intricate topography and unpredictable currents. Local fishermen regarded it as a forbidden zone, claiming it to be the lair of sea monsters, with ships entering rarely returning. However, Suen understood that the more desolate the area, the greater the likelihood of uncovering hidden wonders. After 4 hours of navigation, the fishing vessel finally arrived at the precipice of the Phantom Trench. Suen steadied the boat and activated the high-precision sonar fish finder, commencing a scan of the uncharted abyss. Gradually, the underwater topography materialized on the screen. Steep cliffs, unfathomable fissures, and vast coral forests formed a bizarre underwater realm. Countless luminous dots flickered on the screen, representing a myriad of marine life. Yet, Suen's target was not these ordinary fish and shrimp. He adjusted the sonar's scanning frequency to an exceptionally high band, specifically designed to detect organisms with hard exoskeletons. Time ticked by. Suen patiently sipped his coffee, his eyes unwaveringly glued to the screen. Suddenly, in the lower right corner, a few faint red dots flashed against a cliff face at a depth of approximately 800 meters. Suen immediately magnified the image. Those dots were clinging to the rock wall, almost motionless. Without the sonar's specialized frequency, they would have blended seamlessly with the surrounding stones. He had found them. Suen's heartbeat quickened slightly. He donned a black insulated diving suit, checked his underwater propulsion device, in exchange for a new piece of equipment from the system store. Phantom Fishing Net, woven from high-tensile memory fibers. The net features an automatic retraction function, minimizing physical impact on the catch. Price, 1,000 coastal value. With everything in place, Suen, akin to a nimble seal, executed a graceful roll and silently slipped into the frigid waters. He activated the underwater propulsion device, transforming into a sleek shadow as he swiftly descended towards the sonar-marked location. As he plunged deeper, the surrounding light dimmed and water pressure intensified. Yet, for Suen, endowed with a system-enhanced physique and top-tier equipment, these factors posed no challenge. Chapter 34, Phantom Crab. Before long, he reached the underwater cliff at 800 meters. Here, darkness enveloped him completely, with only the headlamp on his helmet illuminating a small area ahead. He turned off the propulsion device and, like a gecko, stealthily approached the rock wall. Utilizing the light, he finally discerned the true nature of those red dots. They were several giant crabs, each the size of a basin. Their bodies exuded a translucent grayish-white hue, as if sculpted from frosted glass. Perfectly camouflaged within the rocky surroundings, their slender legs clung tightly to the rock crevices. Had they not occasionally waved their massive claws, one could easily overlook their presence. Phantom crabs. A surge of euphoria welled within Suen. This species existed only in deep-sea legends, 2 tiers rarer than the crimson flame shrimp, due to their exceedingly sensitive nerves and fragile exoskeletons. It was nearly impossible to bring them alive from the depths. Any sudden vibrations or changes in pressure could cause them to sever their own limbs or even dissolve into a pool of protein liquid. The difficulty of capturing a phantom crab could be described as hellish. However, its worth was equally infernal. A pristine, live phantom crab could fetch a 7-figure price among the elite circles. Suen refrained from acting recklessly. Like the most patient of hunters, he floated quietly at a distance. Observing the movements of these deep-sea denizens, he noticed that the phantom crabs appeared to be feeding. They used their massive claws to crush a certain type of mineral on the rock face, then consumed the fragments. A memory stirred within him. He recalled that phantom crabs were mineral-feeding creatures, deriving their energy not from flesh, but from rare metallic elements contained within certain deep-sea rocks. It was precisely for this reason that their meat possessed an unparalleled metallic sweetness. After observing for a full half-hour, Suen finally identified the opportune moment to act. One of the phantom crabs, seemingly satiated, slowly departed from the rock wall in search of a new resting spot. Now was the time. Suen activated the propulsion device, setting it to the lowest speed, and silently maneuvered beneath the phantom crab. He unfurled the specially designed phantom fishing net, gently enveloping the unsuspecting crab like a falling feather. The instant the net's opening made contact with the phantom crab, Suin immediately pressed the controller. The memory fiber net contracted instantly, forming a soft yet resilient cocoon that securely ensnared the phantom crab without inflicting any pressure. Success! A wave of joy surged within Suin, yet his actions remained unwavering. He deftly maneuvered the thruster, gently guiding the net, ensnaring the ghost crabs away from the rocky wall. Success! The first catch was his. Instead of hastily ascending, he temporarily secured the net on a flat stone nearby. These deep-sea creatures are exceedingly sensitive to changes in pressure. A rapid ascent would be akin to sealing their fate. It was imperative to allow them a gradual acclimatization process. Suin's gaze drifted once more to the other ghost crabs on the rock face. He repeated his method, like a specter traversing the darkness, patiently waiting and striking with precision. After nearly an hour of meticulous effort, he successfully captured 2 more. 3 in total, not a single one more than necessary, sufficient for Lin Shan's tasting event, with 1 left as a reserve or potential bargaining chip. He tied the 3 nets together and commenced his lengthy and monotonous ascent. He controlled his ascent speed to an excruciatingly slow pace of nearly 10 meters per minute. The underwater thruster was set to its lowest power, leaving him suspended in the endless darkness, accompanied solely by the faint hum of the life support system. This endeavor tested not only his technical skills, but also his patience. Any collector, having captured such a rare prize, would be eager to burst to the surface. Yet Suin remained composed. His prior life as a marine biologist instilled in him a fundamental reverence for life. Time trickled by second. When he reached approximately 300 meters underwater, a massive shadow suddenly appeared on the sonar screen, moving rapidly towards him. It emerged from a deep-sea fissure, charging directly at him. It was a colossal deep-sea octopus, its size immense, with tentacles extending potentially over 10 meters, one of the apex predators of these waters. Clearly, Suin and his precious catch were viewed as a delectable midnight snack. Suin furrowed his brow, but remained unflustered. He promptly accessed the system mall and spent 500 sea hunting points to exchange for a high-explosive flash bomb. This contraption, seemingly mundane on land, wielded effects akin to nuclear weaponry in the absolute darkness of the deep sea. Without hesitation, as the giant octopus approached within 50 meters, he activated the flash bomb. In an instant, an indescribably intense white light detonated in the depths, transforming the entire world into a pure, blinding white. The octopus, accustomed to the darkness, suffered a catastrophic visual assault. It emitted a silent roar, its massive body thrashing wildly in the water, with several tentacles convulsively entwining due to excruciating pain. Suin, unwilling to linger, seized the opportunity to activate the thruster and surged upwards at full speed. Following this brief interlude, the remainder of his ascent was uneventful. When he finally burst forth from the water's surface, the eastern horizon was already tinged with the faint light of dawn. He climbed aboard the fishing vessel and carefully hoisted the 3 nets onto the deck, placing them into a specially prepared tank infused with deep-sea water and oxygen. Under the gentle illumination, the 3 ghost crabs revealed their true forms. Their translucent shells exhibited a dreamlike quality in the water, as if they were not of this earth. Suin let out a long sigh of relief. He removed his diving suit and retrieved a bottle of ice-cold water from the ship's refrigerator, downing it in one go. A night of labor had yielded these 3 invaluable treasures of the deep sea. He picked up his satellite phone and dialed Lu Fu's number. "Brother Lu, I have secured the goods." On the other end, Lu Fu, still groggy from sleep, responded with a hint of confusion. "What goods?" "The main dish for old Lin's tasting event." A moment of silence enveloped the line, followed by a sharp intake of breath and the sound of pots and pans clattering. "Su, you mean to say you caught that thing?" 3. Alive and in perfect condition, Suin replied in a rather calm tone. Chapter 35. Relatives seek employment. The phone line fell silent once more. Lu Fu felt that his culinary career had finally reached its zenith at that moment. What chef, even among the so-called Michelin 3-star elite, ever had the chance to prepare such legendary ingredients? "I'm on my way. I'll dispatch the most professional cold chain vehicle to the dock immediately. You must take utmost care of them." Lu Fu's voice trembled with urgency. "No need. I have my own means of transporting them," Suin declined. Any conventional transportation method would be tantamount to a death sentence for these creatures. He hung up and began searching the system mall. Soon, he located exactly what he required. Portable deep-sea environment simulation box, features built-in pressure regulation, water temperature control, and trace element supplementation systems, capable of perfectly simulating depths of 500 to 1,000 meters. Price, 2,000 sea hunting points. Although the price was steep, it paled in comparison to the value of the 3 ghost crabs. He decisively exchanged for 3 silver, metallic boxes materialized in the cabin. Following the instructions, Suin carefully transferred each ghost crab into its respective simulation box. The screens on the boxes lit up, displaying internal pressure, water temperature, and a series of parameters, all functioning normally. After completing this task, he set the return route and started the fishing vessel. The Dragon King No. 1 sliced through the sea surface in the morning light, heading smoothly towards Moon Bay. By the time they returned to the Moon Bay dock, it was already morning. Awaiting him at the dock was the construction manager overseeing the villa project. Mr. Su, you have finally returned. There are several design details that require your personal confirmation. The manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Suin nodded, following him toward the construction site at the east end of the village while listening to his report. The foundation has been fully completed using the highest grade concrete, exceeding the standards for constructing a cross-sea bridge. All rebar is imported rust-resistant threaded steel. Additionally, regarding the underground wine cellar you requested, we have enlisted a French designer to create a temperature and humidity-controlled plan. Suin listened attentively, nodding occasionally. He aimed to build not just a house, but a benchmark that would provide peace of mind for his parents and become a symbol of aspiration for all the villagers. As they approached the village entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Su and second uncle, Su Jianya, and his son, Su Ming. The father and son exchanged furtive glances at the sight of Su and alongside the formally dressed construction manager, their expressions briefly betraying discomfort. Su Jianya forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Ah, little one, back from your endeavors? Busy with the house. Suin merely cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Su Ming, head bowed, dared not look at Suin. The memory of his public reprimand by the village chief still fresh in his mind. Having received a cold shoulder, Su Jianya dared not press further and retreated with his son in a hasty manner. Arriving at the construction site, Suin felt a swell of pride as he observed the grand foundation taking shape and the industrious, orderly workers. He confirmed a few details with the manager, adding new requests, such as reserving a sufficiently large space in the yard as he planned to construct a professional ecological seafood pond. Once he had completed his duties at the construction site, he drove his small truck, laden with 3 precious metallic crates, back to the Dragon King fresh storefront. Lu Fu and several newly recruited chefs were orchestrating the final renovations in the kitchen. Upon seeing Suin enter, Lu Fu promptly approached him. Brother Su, you're back. Suin gestured towards the 3 crates in the truck. The main ingredients have arrived. Lu Fu's breath quickened at once. He rubbed his hands together and followed Suin as he transported the crates into a secluded cold storage room at the far end of the kitchen. Brother Lu, from now on, this cold storage is off limits to anyone but you and me. Suin instructed solemnly. Understood. I'll guard it with my life. Lu Fu vowed. Thumping his chest, he leaned towards one of the crates and peered through a small observation window, catching sight of the ghost crab quietly nestled inside. Goodness, Lu Fu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Could this creature fetch a 7-figure sum on the black market? Suin chuckled softly, non-committal. Brother Lu, its worth is not measured by its market price. He patted the crate. Rather, it lies in the fact that from now on, only we will have the privilege of tasting it. In the following 2 days, Suin's life revolved around 3 primary tasks. First, he oversaw the construction progress of the villa. Second, he guided Lu Fu and his team in familiarizing themselves with the characteristics and initial handling of the scarlet shrimp. Third, and most importantly, he sought the remaining 2 top-tier ingredients for Lin Shan's tasting event. The ghost crab and scarlet shrimp had already established a luxurious tone for the event. But Suin aspired to create a seafood feast unparalleled in history. He required something even more extraordinary. That evening, having just returned from the sea, he had yet to step through the front door when he noticed his mother, Zhou Yunxia, sighing despondently in the yard. Mom, what troubles you? Who has upset you this time? Zhou Yunxia managed a faint smile upon seeing her son. It's nothing. Just that your second uncle's family has come by again. Suin's brow immediately furrowed. He entered the main room and, as expected, found his second uncle, Su Jianya, along with his aunt and cousin Su Ming, seated neatly at the table. A few fruits and some milk were laid out, evidently brought by them. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, Su Jianya exclaimed, rising with a beaming smile. Little one, you're back. It must have been tough out at sea. His overly enthusiastic demeanor was a stark contrast to just a few days prior. Ignoring him, Suin directly inquired of his father, Su Jiangwo. Dad, what is going on? Su Jiangwo, with a sullen expression, silently smoked his cigarette, not uttering a word. It was his aunt who broke the silence, clasping Zhou Yunxia's hand as she wept. Sister-in-law, we need your help. Our Ming is nearly 30. Yet he has no stable job, and he hasn't even managed to find a girlfriend. Your second uncle and I are so distressed that our hair is turning gray. She continued, a few days ago, your second uncle was foolishly misled and said some outrageous things to little one. When he returned, I scolded him soundly. We are all family. We cannot engage in such behavior. As she spoke, She pummeled Su Jianya. He, in turn, complied by repeatedly slapping his own face. It's my fault. All my fault. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, little one, please forgive your second uncle this once. Su Ming, too, lowered his head and murmured, brother. I'm sorry. The family put on a tragic performance. Zhou Yunxia's heart softened, leaving her somewhat at a loss as she looked to her son. Chapter 36. You want to work in my shop? That's impossible. Suin sat down, pouring himself a glass of water, sipping it leisurely. He remained silent, quietly observing their theatrics. The atmosphere in the room grew rather awkward. Su Jianya's hand fell still, and his wife's sobs gradually subsided. Go on. What exactly do you want? Suin finally spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Su Jianya rubbed his hands together, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Little one, you see, your enterprise is flourishing, building villas and opening large establishments. You must be short-handed, right? He gestured towards Su Ming. How about letting Ah Ming come help you? Though he lacks significant skills, he has strength. He could sweep the floors and move goods. That should suffice, right? You can decide the pay. As long as we have food on the table, we'll be satisfied. So they were waiting for this. When the hard approach failed, they attempted a softer one, aiming to insert Su Ming into Suin's business. Suin understood clearly that once such a person was allowed entry, today he would be sweeping, tomorrow he would want to manage accounts, and the day after he might dare to pilfer goods. Then, out of familial obligation, one would be unable to reprimand or chastise, and a single rotten apple could spoil the entire barrel. No, Suin's response was simple and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Jianya's smile froze. Why not? We are family precisely because we are family. It's not feasible, Suin retorted, fixing his gaze on him. Second uncle, let me ask you this. If Su Ming were to steal from my shop or get into a fight with a customer, what would I do? Call the police to arrest him, or overlook it for your sake? He wouldn't dare, Su Jianya hastily assured. Your assurances carry no weight. Suin shook his head. My establishment has my rules. All employees must sign formal employment contracts and undergo KPI assessments. Those who fail to meet standards will be dismissed. If Su Ming were to join and I had to fire him, wouldn't you all come to my house to cause a scene? His words effectively silenced all the rebuttals Su Jianya had prepared. His aunt was growing anxious. Little one, how could you say such things about your brother? He just wants to find a job. Why do you think so poorly of him? It's not that I think poorly of him. I just don't want us to lose our familial ties over such matters in the future. Suin maintained his calm demeanor. If he wants a job, I'll pay for him to learn a trade. Electrician, welder, excavator operator, whichever he wishes to pursue, I'll cover the tuition. Once he has trained, I can help him find a proper job. However, joining my company is out of the question. He offered a solution, yet it thwarted Su Jianya's true intentions. They weren't after a job for Su Ming. They sought to siphon benefits from Suin's business through him. Su Jianya's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. He had not anticipated that Suin, so young, would possess such astute and meticulous thinking, executing his plans flawlessly. Why you look down on us? Su Ming could no longer contain himself, defiantly raising his voice. I'm giving you an opportunity, if you don't want it. How does that equate to looking down on you? Suin countered. I don't want to learn those things. I just want to work in your shop. Su Ming resorted to petulance. Suin smiled. He stood up and approached Su Ming. Fine. Starting tomorrow, you will work at the construction site on the east side of the village, just like everyone else, moving bricks and cement. 300 a day, pay for a day's work. When you can diligently complete a full month, then we can discuss the possibility of you joining my shop. Su Ming was left speechless. Shall he toil away at the construction site, engaged in such filthy and exhausting labor? How could he possibly consent to that? I refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the notion outright. And thus, the matter was settled. Suin shrugged his shoulders, stating, I offer you a path, yet you choose not to traverse it. Father, mother, I am weary. I shall retire to my room, he declared before turning away. Casting not another glance at the trio of family members, Su Jiangwo rose from his seat and seized the fruit and milk they had brought, thrusting them back into Su Jianya's embrace. Take your belongings and do not return unless necessary, he asserted, slamming the door to the main room with a resounding thud. The Su Jianya family found themselves thoroughly barred from entry. This farcical spectacle concluded once more with Su's unequivocal triumph, as he, with unparalleled calmness, severed any aspirations these impoverished relatives harbored of clinging to him like leeches. On the following day, Suin set sail once again. This time, his destination was a trench marked on the nautical chart. Recalling memories from his previous life, he knew it was home to a particularly extraordinary species. After hours of navigation, the fishing vessel arrived at its destination. Suin donned his diving suit and descended into the depths of the ocean, plunging hundreds of meters beneath the surface. He searched through the inky darkness of the trench for quite some time until, at last, Near a cluster of underwater hot springs, he discovered his prize. There lay an assortment of peculiar mollusks, their shells twisted into irregular shapes and adorned with fine scales that reflected a metallic sheen under the beam of his spotlight. Ironclad scaly snails, a unique organism thriving in the scalding, toxic waters of geothermal vents. Their flesh, enriched by an abundance of minerals, possessed an indescribable, exquisite flavor. Truly a delicacy from the depths of hell. The process of capture proved unchallenging. The real difficulty lay in working within such extreme conditions. Fortunately, Suin was equipped with an insulated diving suit produced by the system, capable of withstanding high temperatures and corrosive environments. He meticulously collected a dozen or so ironclad scaly snails and placed them into a specially designed collection box. Thus, the third ingredient for the tasting event was secured. As he prepared to return, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! High-energy radiation detected in the vicinity of the host. Would you like to spend 1,000 oceanic value points to activate radiation energy absorption? Suin paused momentarily. High-energy radiation? He immediately recalled that near the underwater hot springs, there indeed existed natural nuclear radiation. Though the intensity was low and posed minimal risk to him in his diving suit, the system's prompt piqued his interest. Absorbing radiation energy? What utility could that possibly serve? With a spirit of experimentation, he opted for yes. Ding! Radiation energy absorption function activated. Commencing absorption of surrounding radiation energy. Energy conversion in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item, gene mutation liquid, trace, X1. Suin's breath caught in his throat. Gene mutation liquid? His heart raced. He swiftly examined the system's description of this item. Gene mutation liquid, trace, a miraculous product derived from high-energy radiation environments, capable of inducing benign genetic mutations in singular organisms, with an exceedingly low probability of engendering entirely new superior traits. Note: usage carries risks, potentially leading to the target organism's immediate death or malignant mutation. As he absorbed the information, a tempest of thoughts surged through Suin's mind. This substance was akin to a divine scalpel. Chapter 37. The ghost crab belongs to the nation. Despite its inherent risks and low probabilities, it presented a tantalizing possibility, a chance to create unique marine delicacies that transcended the limits of nature. What if he could successfully induce a mutation in a rapidly growing, top-quality grouper? What if the yield of the scarlet flame shrimp could be amplified tenfold? The commercial value behind such endeavors was immeasurable. He carefully secured the tiny vial of gene mutation liquid, acutely aware that it could not be used lightly. A secure and controlled environment, along with a suitable experimental subject, was essential. With this unexpected boon and a surge of excitement, Suin returned to Moon Bay. Only one ingredient remained elusive for the tasting event. Yet, he felt no urgency. A target had already taken shape in his mind. This item did not require a deep-sea expedition. It lay in proximity to Moon Bay, albeit more challenging to locate than the ghost crab. Upon arriving at the Dragon King seafood store, he found Lu Fu and his apprentices staring vacantly at a massive glass water tank. This was an ecological recirculating tank that Suin had commissioned at great expense, designed to showcase some of the more extraordinary delicacies of the sea, complete with realistic underwater rocks and aquatic plants. "Brother Su, you're back," Lu Fu exclaimed, visibly relieved. "Mr. Lin's assistant just called. The tasting event is set for 3 days from now at Mr. Lin's private villa in the provincial capital. The guest list has been sent over, and it includes some prominent figures from the province." Suin nodded in acknowledgement. "Have all the ingredients been prepared? The scarlet flame shrimp and ironclad scaly snails have been processed according to your instructions. We are simply awaiting those 3 esteemed gentlemen." Lu Fu gestured toward the heavily guarded cold storage. At that moment, a staff member rushed in. "Mr. Su, Chef Lu, a few individuals from the Provincial Marine Research Institute have arrived and are requesting to see you." The Marine Research Institute? Suin and Lu Fu exchanged surprised glances. How did they find their way here? "Please let them in." A moment later, 3 men clad in white lab coats entered, exuding an air of authority. The leader, a man in his 50s with glasses and impeccably styled hair, bore the nameplate, Deputy Director Zhang Bowen. Upon entering, Zhang adjusted his glasses and surveyed the establishment with a scrutinizing gaze. When his eyes fell upon the enormous ecological tank, a hint of disdain flickered in his expression. "You must be Suin?" he inquired, his tone condescending. "Indeed," Suin replied calmly. "We have received reports alleging that you are engaged in the illegal capture and sale of nationally protected rare marine species." Zhang Bowen leveled an accusation at him. The 2 young researchers behind him promptly produced cameras and notebooks, ready to document evidence. Lu Fu's expression soured at once. He stepped forward to contest the claim, only to be halted by Suin's hand. "Oh, I wonder which species Director Zhang is referring to." Suen inquired with an air of curiosity. We've heard that you have captured a live, deep-sea ghost crab. Zhang Bowen's eyes fixated on Suen. This species had taken their institute 10 years and over 100 million in funding to procure merely a few incomplete specimens. How could a mere fisherman possibly have caught a live one? He deemed it either a rumor or a stroke of luck resulting from illegal trawling. Indeed, I do have one, Suen admitted without hesitation. Zhang Bowen's breath caught, and his gaze ignited with fervor. Where is it? Lead us to it. That may not be feasible, Suen replied, shaking his head. These are private collections I prepared for an esteemed guest, not intended for public exhibition. Private collections? Zhang Bowen scoffed. Comrade Suen, you may not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. The ghost crab is a species of immense scientific value, holding significant importance for our nation's deep-sea biological research. It is not your personal property. It belongs to the state, to the people. He spoke with righteous indignation, elevating the matter to a national level. According to relevant regulations, our research institute is entitled to protective requisition of the rare organisms you have captured. I hope you will cooperate with our efforts and willingly surrender the ghost crab. This would be beneficial for both you and the nation. His words, resplendent in their grandeur, masked an underlying menace. What he termed protective requisition was, in essence, outright plunder. The young researchers behind him were already preparing to search the kitchen. Stop! Suen's voice was not loud, yet it halted the researchers' steps abruptly. Rising slowly, he approached Zhang Bowen. He towered over Zhang by half a head, casting an invisible weight upon him. Director Zhang, you are correct. Scientific research is crucial. However, I would like to pose a few inquiries. First, you claim I engaged in illegal fishing. May I ask at which level the ghost crab is classified in the National Protected Species Directory? As far as I am aware, it is not listed in our country's directory of key protected wildlife. Zhang Bowen's expression stiffened. Indeed, it was absent, due to its extreme rarity. There has never been a recorded instance of live capture within the official records, and thus it cannot be classified for protection. Secondly, you speak of protective requisition. Does your research institute possess the capability to sustain it? Suen continued his questioning. Do you know the water pressure, temperature, and trace element ratios it requires for survival? Are you aware of its primary food sources? Can your laboratory simulate the ecological environment of 800 meters deep in the ocean? A barrage of inquiries left Zhang Bowen at a loss for words. These data were indeed lacking in their institute. This was precisely why they sought the ghost crab for research. You are obstructing the advancement of the nation's scientific endeavors. Zhang Bowen fumed, his anger boiling over into incoherence. No, I am safeguarding it. Suen pointed toward the cold storage. In my care, it thrives excellently. In yours, it would be reduced to a worthless puddle of protein liquid within 3 days. That would truly be the gravest crime against the nation's scientific pursuits. Suen's words struck like a dagger, piercing directly into Zhang Bowen's vulnerabilities. Trembling with rage, Zhang Bowen pointed an accusatory finger at Suen. Fine. Very well, Suen. I shall remember you. Just wait. I shall contact the Fisheries Administration and law enforcement immediately. I shall see whether your personal property or the laws of the state hold greater importance. With that, he stormed off, taking his entourage with him. As a tempest seemed poised to break, Lu Fu was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Brother Su, what shall we do? If the officials truly arrive, we cannot withstand it. Yet Suen appeared remarkably composed. He retrieved his phone and found Assistant Lin Shan's number, dialing it promptly. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Assistant Wang. This is Suen. We have encountered a minor predicament and may require Mr. Lin's assistance. He succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. On the other end, Assistant Wang's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I will report this matter to Mr. Lin immediately. Our Lin Group donates an 8-figure amount annually to the Provincial Ocean Research Institute. I believe Zhang Bowen is well aware of how he obtained his position as Deputy Director. Chapter 38. A Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Suen hung up the phone, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had simply attended to a trivial matter. Beside him, Lu Fu was trembling with trepidation, his palms dampening his trousers. An 8-figure research funding. The Lin Group was indeed a major benefactor of the Ocean Research Institute. He gazed at Suen's youthful yet unervingly calm visage, his mind in turmoil. This brother Su not only had the means to procure legendary ingredients, but also possessed connections of a staggering magnitude. It seemed he had made the right move. Brother Su, is this truly settled? Lu Fu still found it hard to believe. Let us wait for news. Suen resumed his seat, refilling his cup with tea. Brother Lu, do not fret. We are legitimate businessmen. A clean conscience fears no shadows. Though he spoke thus, Lu Fu remained anxious. After all, it was an official agency. And should they act irrationally and seal the establishment, the losses would be substantial. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the establishment grew increasingly tense. Several young chefs who had recently joined Lu Fu were also aware of the brewing storm, their silence palpable, not daring to breathe. After approximately half an hour, the sound of abrupt breaking echoed from outside. Lu Fu's heart sank, and he peered out, his complexion draining of color. A vehicle emblazoned with fisheries enforcement insignia had come to a halt before the door. Moments later, Zhang Bowen emerged, a triumphant smirk plastered on his face. Flanked by two uniformed fisheries officers. It's over, it's over. Lu Fu's voice quivered, tinged with a near sob. They have truly arrived. Zhang Bowen strode in confidently, and upon seeing Suen leisurely sipping his tea, his smirk widened. Suen, I offer you one final opportunity. He pointed at the enforcement vehicle stationed outside. Now, immediately, surrender the ghost crab and cooperate with our investigation. There is still room for negotiation. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame us for carrying out our duties. Sealing your establishment and taking you in for questioning. The two fisheries officers wore stern expressions, one producing a folder, seemingly prepared to issue a sealing order at any moment. Lu Fu and the other chefs were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, Suen slowly set down his teacup, raising his gaze to meet Zhang Bowen's. Director Zhang, such anger is detrimental to your health. Spare me the pleasantries. Zhang Bowen assumed Suen was merely stalling for time. My patience is limited. Just then, Zhang Bowen's phone erupted with a cacophony of ringing, startling in the otherwise tranquil establishment. Annoyed, he retrieved his phone, glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowing deeper. It was the head of the institute, Director Zhang, calling. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Director Zhang. I am currently outside handling an urgent matter regarding illegal capture of rare organisms. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end. Loud enough for Suen, several meters away, to hear distinctly. Zhang Bowen, where are you right now? Zhang Bowen recoiled, nearly dropping his phone. I am at Crescent Bay, dealing with a case of illegal capture of rare organisms. What nonsense case? Are you in a restaurant called Dragon King Fresh? Are you causing trouble for a young man named Suen? Director Zhang's voice was saturated with an uncontainable fury. Zhang Bowen was taken aback. How could Director Zhang possess such intricate knowledge? Indeed, there was some truth to it. This Suen he. Silence. Director Zhang interrupted him sharply. Do you have any idea whom you've provoked? Mr. Lin of the Lin Group personally called me. He inquired whether I had any intention of resigning. He questioned whether our research institute still desired next year's funding. Zhang Bowen, let me remind you, your position as deputy director was granted only with the Lin Group's approval. You are now holding their bowl, and yet wish to smash their pot. Each of Director Zhang's words struck Zhang Bowen like a heavy hammer, painfully resonating within his heart. His complexion transformed at a visible pace, shifting from smug satisfaction to a ghastly pallor. Cold sweat instantaneously beaded on his forehead and back. Mr. Lin, how could he intervene for a mere country bumpkin? I had no idea he was connected to Mr. Lin. Zhang Bowen's voice quavered, betraying his rising panic. You had no idea? Are you devoid of intellect? If he could procure a living ghost crab, how could he be an ordinary person? After being deputy director for so many years, you lack even this basic discernment? I don't care what methods you employ, right now. Immediately, go and apologize to Mr. Su. If Mr. Su does not forgive you, you need not return to the institute. Write your resignation letter yourself. The phone call was abruptly terminated. Zhang Bowen stood frozen, clutching his phone, feeling as though his very bones had been extracted. All eyes in the store were fixated upon him. Just moments ago, the imperious deputy director Zhang now bore an expression more grotesque than one who had consumed bitter herbs. The two fishery administration staff exchanged glances, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and discreetly took a step back, distancing themselves from Zhang Bowen. Suen lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves before sipping. Throughout the entire process, he did not even glance up. Zhang Bowen struggled to turn around. His expression towards Suen filled with terror, regret, and disbelief. He could not fathom how he had stumbled upon such an insurmountable obstacle. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. Finally, Suen set down his teacup and spoke in a calm tone. Director Zhang. Still planning to seal it? Suen's voice was soft, yet it pierced through Zhang Bowen's last psychological defense like a needle. With a thud, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the once authoritative deputy director nearly collapsed to his knees, his legs giving way. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the nearby table, averting public humiliation. Mr. Su. In the span of a minute, Zhang Bowen's address had undergone a dramatic transformation. His voice was dry and hoarse, contorting his face into a smile more painful than tears. It was all a misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. He raised his hand and struck himself soundly across the face. The sharp crack startled Lu Fu and several chefs. I failed to recognize your greatness. I acted presumptuously. heeding the slanders of petty individuals to trouble you. Zhang Bowen was genuinely frightened. Director Zhang's words echoed in his ears. If he did not secure Mr. Su's forgiveness, he would not only lose his deputy director position, but would also find it impossible to navigate the entire academic realm. The influence of the Lin Group was far greater than he had ever imagined. Suan observed him quietly, remaining silent. Chapter 39. Official Endorsement, Mutual Benefit. Sometimes, silence can exert a more profound pressure than any words. Zhang Bowen's heart plummeted to the depths. He understood that failing to satisfy the other party today would spell his doom. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the two fishery administration staff and bellowed. What are you still doing? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su. The two men looked bewildered but dared not offend Zhang Bowen, forcing themselves to bow towards Suan. Mr. Su, we apologize. We were merely following orders. Enough, Suan finally waved his hand. Ignorance is no crime. You may leave. The two men felt as if a great weight had been lifted and nearly fled the shop, neglecting their fishery vehicle. Inside the store, only Zhang Bowen remained, standing there alone, akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment. Mr. Su, you see. Zhang Bowen wrung his hands, nearly bending at a right angle. Suan rose and approached him. Director Zhang, you just mentioned that ghost crabs possess immense scientific value, belonging to the nation and the people, correct? No. Zhang Bowen shook his head vigorously. I was speaking nonsense. This is your private property, sacred and inviolable. No, I find your reasoning sound, Suan interjected smoothly. Zhang Bowen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Suan's intentions. Such a precious species, if merely destined to become a dish on the tables of the wealthy, would indeed be a waste. Suan began to pace slowly. I, too, hope its value can be realized in scientific research. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope reignited in Zhang Bowen's eyes. Mr. Su, do you mean? What I mean is, we can collaborate. Suan halted, fixing his gaze upon him. The rare creatures in my possession can be provided to your research institute for non-invasive studies. For instance, you could regularly collect live tissue samples, record physiological data, and observe their behavioral patterns. However, ownership remains with me, and I shall determine their ultimate disposition. Zhang Bowen's breath quickened. This was akin to a windfall. The research institute had expended vast sums without obtaining such resources, and now there was an opportunity for close study. Of course, absolutely no problem. He nodded eagerly. In return, Suan continued, I require your research institute to provide an official, legally binding species identification and quality certification report for my Dragon King Fresh brand. In the future, for every rare marine organism I capture, you must dispatch experts to authenticate it promptly and affix the institute's official seal. Zhang Bowen instantaneously grasped Suan's intent. This was not merely collaboration. It was clearly a means of securing an official shield for himself. With the endorsement of the Provincial Marine Research Institute, Dragon King Fresh would essentially don an impenetrable armor. Who would dare question the source of his goods? Who would still attempt to cause trouble with accusations of illegal fishing? Such a maneuver was truly masterful. Mr. Su, your foresight is remarkable, Zhang Bowen exclaimed sincerely. On behalf of the Institute, I wholeheartedly agree to your proposal. No, this is not merely collaboration. It is your significant support for our nation's marine scientific endeavors. We should be grateful to you. He was now eager to finalize this matter and atone for his missteps. Words alone are insufficient. Let us draft a written agreement. Suan retrieved paper and pen from beneath the counter. Without hesitation, Zhang Bowen promptly drafted a protective research collaboration agreement in the name of the Institute, signing his name and affixing his thumbprint. Holding the agreement, a faint smile finally graced Suan's lips. He not only resolved the crisis, but also transformed a potential adversary into a formidable ally and promotional instrument. As the disheartened Zhang Bowen departed, Lu Fu approached, his face brimming with admiration. Brother Su, your strategy of leveraging strength against strength is truly remarkable. This isn't merely leveraging strength against strength. This is a win-win situation. Suan replied. With the crisis averted, the tasting event loomed on the horizon. The main dishes, scarlet flame prawns, phantom crabs, and armored scallops, were already prepared. However, Suan's menu still lacked the final, most exquisite soup. Lugu, near Moon Bay, there's a rocky area known as Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Are you familiar with it? Suan inquired. Lu Fu pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, that place is quite eerie. The rocks are oddly shaped, and the currents beneath are treacherous. The older fishermen dare not approach it. Tomorrow, at low tide, gather a few trustworthy and skilled mates, and accompany me there. Suan instructed. What for? That area scarcely yields sea snails, Lu Fu replied, somewhat perplexed. To gather an ingredient for a soup, Suan said with a mysterious smile. The following day, at the break of dawn, Suan, accompanied by Lu Fu and two young chefs, set sail on a newly acquired fishing boat to the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall rocky area. The rocks indeed lived up to their name, stacked and jagged, as if countless arhats bowed their heads in prayer under the relentless waves. The tide had receded to its lowest point, revealing large patches of slippery black rocks. What exactly are we searching for? Lu Fu asked, carefully navigating the rocks. Suen remained silent, walking straight to a tidal pool encircled by enormous rocks. This tidal pool was as large as half a basketball court, its water crystal clear, yet it was devoid of life, save for some ordinary seaweed. He crouched down, probing the stone wall of the pool. Soon, he felt a small protrusion beneath an unremarkable stone, about the size of a fingernail. With a firm tug, he dislodged a tiny stone shard, revealing a dark, mysterious hole. Suen inserted his finger into the small opening, seemingly triggering a mechanism. A soft rumbling echoed as a massive circular stone slab at the center of the tidal pool slowly slid aside, unveiling a bottomless abyss. A stream of crystal-clear water, infused with the essence of the ocean, gushed forth from the opening, instantly transforming the entire tidal pool. Lu Fu and the two assistants stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Is there a mechanism at the seabed? This is a sea eye, the spring of this rocky area, Suen explained. It only opens at the lowest point of the astronomical tide each month. As the spring water poured in, fine strands of golden seaweed floated from the aperture, unfurling in the water and shimmering with a faint luminescence. This is, Lu Fu's eyes widened, golden silk algae. Suen carefully scooped up some of the seaweed with a net. According to legend, the soup made from it could entice even the Buddha to leap over walls. This was the true origin of Buddha jumps over the wall. He handed a small handful of golden silk algae to Lu Fu, who brought it to his nose. An indescribable, exquisite aroma immediately invaded his nostrils, invigorating him, a seasoned chef of decades. This ingredient required no additional seasoning. It was the epitome of freshness itself. Chapter 40. The tasting event begins. At this point, all 4 divine ingredients for the tasting event had been gathered. Suen gazed at the shimmering sea surface. Knowing he was about to embark on a new journey, he retrieved his phone and messaged Assistant Wang, Lin Shan's aide. Assistant Wang, all ingredients are prepared and ready for departure. 2 days later, in the provincial capital at Yunding Mountain Villa. This was Lin Shan's private estate, sprawling over hundreds of acres, adorned with pavilions and flowing waters, and heavily secured, making it inaccessible to the ordinary person. A black cold chain truck, guided by personnel, smoothly entered the villa's kitchen area. As the doors opened, Suen and Lu Fu, along with their 3 apprentices, descended, carrying several temperature-controlled metal boxes. Assistant Wang had been waiting here and greeted Suen with a wide smile. Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work. Lin Lao is already waiting for you in the tea room. Suen nodded in acknowledgement. In the kitchen, a group of chefs clad in top-tier uniforms stood ready. All renowned chefs invited by Lin Shan from across the nation, now curiously observing the exceedingly young head chef, Suen. Lu Fu felt a bead of sweat forming in his palm at the sight, but seeing Suen's calm demeanor, his heart settled. Suen ignored the scrutinizing gazes and directed his apprentices to arrange the equipment and ingredients meticulously, with clarity and precision. This composed demeanor alone garnered nods of approval from several chefs. Once everything was set, Suen, led by Assistant Wang, traversed a long corridor to an elegantly quaint tea room. The billionaire Lin Shan sat behind a Wang Wali wood tea table, personally boiling water for tea. Dressed in traditional casual attire, he resembled a friendly neighbor, yet his occasionally glimmering eyes revealed a profound understanding of the world. Young friend Su, you're here. Please take a seat. Lin Shan gestured to a cushion opposite him. Mr. Lin, Suen replied respectfully yet confidently as he settled down. Assistant Wang has briefed me on your matters, Lin Shan said, pushing a cup of brewed Da Hong Pao towards Suen. Young man, you possess both courage and strategy. Impressive. This praise carried significant weight. It's merely some trivial tactics. I hope Lin Lao finds amusement in them, Suen humbly responded. To have so expertly maneuvered around someone as seasoned as Zhang Bowen is no trivial feat, Lin Shan chuckled. The cooperation agreement you submitted is quite intriguing. It essentially allows the Provincial Research Institute to provide you with free endorsement. Your path will be much smoother from here on. The two did not delve deeply into business matters, instead savoring tea and casually discussing maritime curiosities. With the wealth of knowledge from 2 lifetimes, Suen effortlessly shared insights on rare marine species and various nations' fishing policies, impressing Lin Shan with his profound understanding. An hour later, as dinner time approached, Lin Shan stood up. Come, young friend, let me witness the surprises you have prepared. The tasting event was set in a lakeside banquet hall at the villa's center. Inside, only 3 tables were arranged, and everyone invited was a top figure from various sectors within the province. As Suen entered the banquet hall alongside Lin Shan, all eyes turned to them. Curiosity piqued about the young man who had prompted such a solemn event hosted by Lin Shan himself. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Suin, Lin Shan announced with a hearty laugh. Tonight's grand feast will be entirely overseen by him. Polite applause erupted, though mixed with skepticism and scrutiny. Suin maintained his composure, offering a slight nod to the crowd. His gaze swept across the room, landing unexpectedly on a familiar figure at one of the tables, He Sihai, the proprietor of the Sihai Tower, who once humiliated him at the Hai Tian Pavilion and later sought to undermine him in business, was now facing utter defeat thanks to the alliance he forged with Lin Shan. At this moment, He Sihai stood, glass of red wine in hand, his countenance dark and brooding, his gaze filled with venomous resentment, almost palpable. How did he end up here? Suin's brows subtly furrowed, as if sensing Suin's scrutiny. Lin Shan leaned closer and whispered an explanation. Behind He Sihai stood the influential Li family from Hong Kong. They too had sent a representative to this tasting event, with He Sihai merely serving as an escort. Understanding dawned on Suin instantly. It appeared that He Sihai had found a new patron and was far from resigned. Just then, a young man clad in a custom-tailored suit, exuding an air of arrogance, approached, accompanied by He Sihai, wine glass in hand. Uncle Lin, is this the young hero you've spoken so highly of? The young man's tone was flippant, his eyes appraising Suin as though he were an item awaiting valuation. Ah, Jia, do not be rude, Lin Shan replied with a calm demeanor, though those who knew him could sense his growing displeasure. This is the third son of the Li family from Hong Kong, Li Zijia. Mr. Su, is it? I've long admired your reputation, Li Zijia said, a smile that did not reach his eyes as he extended his hand. I've heard you're quite adept at seafood. Even ghost crabs are within your grasp. One might mistake you for the illegitimate son of the Dragon King. Though ostensibly a compliment, the words dripped with sarcasm and provocation. Beside him, He Sihai wore a smug, cold smile. Suin chose not to grasp the outstretched hand, but simply regarded him with calm composure. You flatter me, young Master Li. I am not the Dragon King's illegitimate child, merely a fortunate fisherman. His response, neither soft nor hard, effectively silenced the barrage of mockery that Li Zijia had prepared. The latter's expression darkened as he retracted his hand. Is that so? Well, I'm curious to see what a fisherman can conjure that is truly extraordinary. He leaned closer to Suin, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I hear your Long Wang Xian is currently quite the sensation. However, the inland market is still rather shallow. Our Li family's global feast is poised to expand into this territory. I hope not to encounter any obstinate competitors in Moon Bay. It was a blatant threat, a clear ultimatum, submit or be crushed. A trace of a smile finally graced Suin's lips. He lowered his voice in response, enunciating each word with precision. Then we shall see whether the river dragon is mightier than the local serpent. With that, he turned his back on the visibly displeased Li Zijia and He Sihai, striding toward the kitchen. This evening, he intended not only to dazzle all the guests with unparalleled culinary delights, but also to announce his presence to these self-important titans of capital with an impeccable feast. The stage was set for a showdown. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Fu immediately approached, concern etched on his face. Brother Su, that person earlier, a mere buffoon, unworthy of our attention, Suin interjected, shedding his outer coat and donning a pristine chef's uniform, his aura transforming instantaneously. Relay my instructions. The first dish, the crimson flame shrimp, is to be prepared for serving. Chapter 41. The first dish, to silence you. As Suin stepped into the kitchen, the previously tense atmosphere crystallized. Lu Fu and several young chefs were gathered around a box of crimson flame shrimp, their palms clammy with excitement and trepidation. Brother Su, how should we prepare these shrimp? Steamed? Braised? Despite Lu Fu's extensive experience, he found himself uncertain in the face of such legendary ingredients. Water, 90 degrees. Do not let it boil. Suin swiftly transitioned into his role, exuding authority as he transformed from a composed young man into a masterful conductor of the culinary symphony. Prepare ice water, add 3 slices of lemon. Submerge for 7 seconds, then immediately transfer to the ice water. His directives were clear and succinct, devoid of hesitation. The young chefs moved instinctively, executing their tasks with the precision of soldiers following orders. Observing Suin's profile, Lu Fu's initial unease dissipated, replaced by profound faith. This calmness, this precision, was not merely the result of good fortune. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. He Sihai was quietly conversing with a few guests, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Mr. He, with such a grand affair today, what exactly is the background of this young man, Suin? A curious real estate magnate inquired. What background? Just a fisherman from Moon Bay, He Sihai scoffed, swirling his wine glass with disdain. He struck a stroke of luck, catching a few rare items. And now he is being exalted. What does he know about cooking or business? Merely a brash fool. seated at the head of the table. Li Zejia wore an amused smile, seizing the opportunity to interject. Mr. He speaks truthfully. In this day and age, there are always some unsophisticated individuals wishing to ascend quickly. Excellent ingredients do not guarantee culinary skill. Our Li family's global feast prides itself on a comprehensive system from ingredient sourcing, transportation, cooking to service. That is professionalism. What could a fisherman possibly understand? His voice, though not loud, was clear enough for all at the table to hear. The guests exchanged glances, their confidence in the evening's banquet wavering. Just then, the doors to the banquet hall swung open. Two elegantly attired servers, clad in simple kipayos, approached, each carrying a white jade platter. Upon the platters lay no extravagant embellishments, just several shrimp lying in repose. Their hue instantly seized the attention of all present. They were not the ordinary red of shrimp, but rather a vibrant crimson that seemed to flow as if ignited by an inner flame, adorned with intricate patterns that sparkled under the light. An indescribable fragrance, accompanied by a refreshing chill, wafted through the air, not the scent of seasoning, but the primal, pure essence of life from the depths of the ocean. The first dish, the crimson flame shrimp. Please enjoy, the server intoned softly. The guests were momentarily entranced, forgetting to pick up their chopsticks. So beautiful. This transcended mere food. It resembled a piece of art. A notoriously discerning gourmet carefully lifted a shrimp, placing it in his mouth. He did not chew immediately, instead closing his eyes. The next moment, his eyes flew open, brimming with astonishment. Exquisite texture, unparalleled tenderness, and sweetness. The shrimp seemed to come alive on his palate, a gentle bite releasing a wave of sweet juices that enveloped his taste buds. That flavor, bold yet pure, evoked visions of the dazzling miracles of life beneath the ocean's surface. Heavens! He could not help but exclaim, with the first brave soul to taste. The remaining guests eagerly followed suit. The banquet hall erupted with muffled exclamations of awe. I have never tasted shrimp like this. So fresh. It's as if it could make one weep. This is true seafood. Compared to this, everything else we've eaten is akin to chewing wax. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Shan's face as he glanced at the ashen faces of Li Zejia and He Sihai, lifting his glass in salute. Li Zejia's complexion had soured to an extreme, for he had not anticipated that merely the first dish would elicit such a commotion. He could not allow Sun to effortlessly seize control of the occasion. It was but a shrimp. Li Zejia suppressed his discontent, letting out a derisive snort. The taste was indeed commendable, yet the praise it received was excessive. In our global feast, while such quality shrimp is rare, it is not entirely absent. This was most likely a mere rare genetic mutation, an accidental find, entirely reliant on fortune, nothing to take seriously. With a single statement, he sought to reduce Sun's accolades to mere luck. He Sihai immediately chimed in. Masterly speaks the truth. Fishermen venture out to sea relying on luck. Do they not? Today they catch, tomorrow they do not. Such catches hardly merit attention. At that moment, Sun emerged from the kitchen, having changed out of his chef's attire into a simple casual outfit, calmly fixing his gaze on Li Zejia. You are correct, Masterly. This is indeed no ordinary shrimp. It is known as the scarlet flame shrimp, scientifically classified as Erythropenaeus flamma, a unique species residing near the deep-sea hydrothermal vents. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the banquet hall. It feeds on sulfur bacteria near the vents, and its distinct diet results in its unparalleled texture and flavor. Therefore, this is not a genetic aberration, but rather a stable species. Pausing for effect, he directed his attention towards Li Zejia. As for the shrimp at the global feast, I presume you are referring to your signature Argentine red shrimp? Indeed, it is a high-quality shrimp, yet it belongs to a shallow-water species. If memory serves, your kitchen's standard procedure involves blanching it in boiling water for 45 seconds. That duration is sufficient to excessively denature the proteins, rendering the flesh coarse. In contrast, my flame shrimp, he indicated the jade platter on the table, requires merely 7 seconds in water at 90 degrees. Any longer renders it overcooked, while any shorter leaves it raw. His words flowed like an expert's, imbued with scientific precision and undeniable professionalism. Li Zejia's face flushed to a hue resembling that of a pig's liver, rendered speechless by Sun's eloquence. He was utterly ignorant of these matters. He knew only what was considered high-end and expensive, oblivious to the principles behind it all. Before Sun, his meager sense of superiority was utterly demolished. A food critic, eyes gleaming, adjusted his glasses and stood to inquire. Mr. Sun, might I ask if the preservation conditions for this shrimp are exceedingly stringent? I detected a hint of lemon's freshness. Was that to neutralize potential sulfides within? You are partially correct, Sun nodded, offering a smile. The lemon serves two purposes: to remove any fishiness and to utilize the fruit's acidic properties to lock in the shrimp's sweetness in the shortest time possible. As for preservation, It must be flash frozen in an environment of -60 degrees within an hour of being caught to ensure that the cell walls are not ruptured by ice crystals, thus maintaining its current texture. Professional. Astoundingly professional. The attendees, all astute individuals, could discern who possessed genuine expertise and who merely engaged in pretentiousness. Their gazes shifted from initial skepticism towards genuine admiration and respect for Suen. Isihai attempted to interject, but found himself utterly ignored, his aged face turning a deep shade of crimson. Lin Shan clapped his hands in hearty laughter, his voice booming. Excellent. What a flame shrimp. Bravo Suen. Li Zijie, publicly humiliated, felt a searing heat on his face. He glared at Suen, forcing out a response through gritted teeth, well articulated. I hope your next dish is equally scientific. Ignoring the provocation, Suen simply turned to the waiter and instructed, prepare the second dish. He then faced the assembled guests, offering a smile laden with meaning. The forthcoming dish may challenge your perceptions. I hope your hearts are sufficiently robust. Suen's words rippled through the banquet hall like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Robust hearts? What could that possibly mean? The curiosity of the guests was piqued, each craning their necks towards the kitchen. A shared glance between Li Zijie and Isihai revealed a flicker of malice. They doubted Suen could present anything more astonishing than the scarlet flame shrimp. Soon, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed dramatically, leaving only a soft spotlight illuminating each table. Waiters approached, pushing carts draped in black cloth. The next main course of the evening was revealed, the ghost crab. As the waiter's words rang out, the black cloth was pulled away, unveiling not a dish, but a collection of exquisitely crafted cylindrical glass tanks. The tanks held a luminescent blue liquid, their bottoms lined with fine white sand, where peculiar aquatic plants swayed gently. Within that aquatic greenery lay a creature, pristine white, its shell exuding a translucent, jade-like quality, with its underlying tissues subtly visible. Though small in stature, it possessed an imposing pair of disproportionately large claws, striking in form and exuding strength. Is this the ghost crab? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. Alive. It's actually alive. My goodness. I have only seen it in National Geographic documentaries. I never imagined I would witness such a creature in person. The guests surged to their feet, gathering around the cart, frantically snapping photographs. This was no longer merely a dish. It was a glimpse into a miniature deep-sea museum. Li Zijie's pupils constricted in shock. He could hardly fathom that Suen had indeed managed to present a live ghost crab in such a manner. He understood all too well that this creature, dwelling at depths of 1,000 meters, could not survive outside its high-pressure environment for more than a few minutes. How had Suen accomplished this? Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He could not allow Suen to bask in glory any longer. Wait. Li Zijie suddenly slammed his palm on the table, calling out loudly. The raucous banquet hall fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Li Zijie adopted a concerned, authoritative demeanor. The ghost crab is indeed rare. However, due to its deep-sea habitat, our understanding of it is exceedingly limited. Who can guarantee that it does not harbor unknown heavy metals or toxins within? Our global feast once researched this species, but ultimately decided against including it on the menu due to unresolved safety concerns regarding its consumption. To so recklessly partake is to be irresponsible towards your health. His words were delivered with grandiosity. Isihai quickly chimed in. Master Li is absolutely right. Food safety is paramount. If anything goes awry, who will take responsibility? This is nothing but a mere stunt. Some guests, upon hearing this, began to show signs of hesitation, their initial excitement waning. Suen listened quietly to their performance, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. He gestured towards Lu Fu, who understood immediately and retrieved a silver briefcase from beneath the dining cart. Upon opening the case, a set of intricate instruments lay within. In full view of the audience, he extracted a ghost crab from a glass tank. As soon as the crab left the water, it began to restlessly wave its formidable claws, displaying an abundance of vitality. Lu Fu deftly pricked the joint of the crab's limb with a slender silver needle, and a droplet of clear liquid oozed forth. He placed this droplet onto a small square testing device, and all eyes converged upon the minuscule screen. Moments later, a soft beep echoed, and a green light illuminated the display, alongside a line of clear data. Heavy metal content. 0,001. Safe. Unknown toxins. Not detected. Purity. 999. At that opportune moment, Suen's voice rang out. The waters from which I harvested this batch of ghost crabs are an isolated seamount within the Phantom Trench, far removed from any known deep-sea sewage discharge zones. Their sustenance derives from photosynthetic chemolithoautotrophic bacteria, rather than decaying biological detritus. Therefore, they boast a cleanliness surpassing any sea crab available on the market. He continued, as for preservation, this is a portable deep-sea ecological simulator I designed. capable of perfectly mimicking the pressure, temperature, and oxygen levels found at depths of 800 meters. A mere trifle, truly. His words effectively neutralized Li Zijia's previous attack, while simultaneously showcasing his advanced technological prowess. The guests regarded Suan with a newfound sense of reverence. Yet, Suan was not finished. He stepped forward, locking eyes with the pallid Li Zijia. It is commendable how concerned young Master Li is about food safety. Speaking of which, I had the privilege last year to intern on Hong Kong Island, where a friend invited me to savor your group's signature dish, the Alaskan blue king crab, which was indeed magnificent. The crowd perked up, sensing a confrontation was imminent. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Zijia. Suan continued leisurely. That crab was indeed majestic. However, I noticed a rather intriguing detail. All of your restaurant's king crabs are male, and, without exception, each one is missing its right claw. Li Zijia's complexion shifted dramatically. Unperturbed, Suan elaborated, to my knowledge, this is a special treatment employed by a major supplier in the Bering Strait. To save on transportation space and costs, they directly sever the king crab's less meaty, yet more aggressive right claw after capture. Such an act induces significant stress responses in the crabs, leading to the secretion of copious amounts of stress cortisol within their bodies. This hormone renders the crab meat dry, astringent, and imbued with an imperceptible bitterness. Chapter 43. Let us toast to Suan. You mask this bitterness with rich butter and garlic, and sell it to customers at a price of 888 Hong Kong dollars per plate. Young Master Li, is this what you refer to as professionalism and quality at your global banquet? Boom. Each of Suan's statements detonated like heavy explosives within the banquet hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. A shipping magnate present nodded slowly. Indeed, this is true. Such clawless crabs are banned from entering high-end markets in North America. Who would have thought? He trailed off, but the implication was crystal clear. A food critic nearby, red with fury, pulled out a notebook and furiously scribbled, muttering, commercial fraud. This is blatant commercial fraud. Li Zijia felt a chill envelop him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He sensed the piercing gazes of the entire assembly, sharp as daggers, slowly dismembering him. Suan had trampled the prestigious reputation of the Li family before the Ser Mi de las Armées of the provincial capital, grinding it underfoot. This was more than mere humiliation. It was akin to desecrating his ancestral grave. You slanderous fiend, he see high exclaimed, witnessing his master's downfall. His voice a shrill echo of desperation. This is defamation. Suan, barely sparing him a glance, gestured towards the astonished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please savor the truly unblemished, pressure-free, sweet treasures of the deep sea. He turned to Lu Fu and instructed, prepare the third course. Let them witness what the ocean's true gifts are. The preparation of the ghost crab was simplicity itself. Lu Fu, in full view of the audience, swiftly cleaned the crab, extracting only the finest portions of the body and claws, steaming them in the purest spring water for 3 minutes. No ginger, no scallions, no wine. Any extraneous flavor would be a sacrilege to this divine ingredient. When the steamed crab meat was presented to the guests, its exquisitely sweet and pure aroma compelled everyone to swallow involuntarily. Upon tasting, the flavor burst forth like an explosion upon the palate. It was an experience of unparalleled sweetness. Laced with a mineral crispness, the texture of the crab meat resembled the finest pudding, tender yet resilient, melting slowly in the mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. A lifetime without regrets. The food critic sighed dreamily, eyes closed. Li Zijia sat in stunned silence, untouched by the feast. He needed not partake. Merely observing the expressions of those around him, inhaling the intoxicating aroma that drove him to madness with envy, he recognized his defeat. A resounding loss, utterly devastating. He see high, pale as a ghost, understood that neither he nor the sea high tower would ever rise again. Soon after, the third and fourth courses were simultaneously served, armored sea snails and golden algae soup. The snail meat was sliced as thin as gossamer, shimmering like pearls under the light, arranged in the shape of a blooming lotus. The soup was presented in the simplest white porcelain bowl, its golden hue crystal clear, with strands of golden algae gracefully unfurling within, reminiscent of swimming dragons. An exquisite fusion of mountain and ocean fragrances enveloped the banquet hall instantaneously. If the previous offerings of flame-grilled shrimp and ghost crab were a feast for the senses, then this combination of snails and soup was a baptism of the soul. The snail's textures, crisp, bouncy, glutinous, and smooth, exploded sequentially in the mouth. The soup, beyond description, awakened every cell in one's body upon the first sip. A warm current surged from the stomach, radiating through limbs and bones, inducing a comfort so profound it nearly elicited a groan of delight. This was not the freshness of spices, but the exquisite essence of life itself. In the banquet hall, silence reigned supreme. Everyone was lost in the exquisite flavors, unable to extricate themselves. Even Lizagia, who had been holding on, found his throat involuntarily swallowing upon catching the soup's aroma. He realized that his prideful global banquet had become a mere jest in the face of these dishes. Time slipped away until Lin Shan gradually set down his soup bowl. Releasing a deep sigh of satisfaction, he rose, his face aglow, vitality restored as if he had shed a decade. Raising his glass, his resonant voice resonated throughout the hall. A toast to Suen. We thank him for presenting us with this unforgettable feast. A toast to Suen. All guests, regardless of their wealth, stood in respectful unison, raising their glasses high. Then, before the astonished gazes of everyone present, an astonishing scene unfolded that shattered the hearts of Li Zijia and He Sihai. Lin Shan, a billionaire in his own right, personally picked up a bottle of exquisite sage to Lafite wine, striding over to the recently seated Suen, slightly bowing down to fill his glass with the finest vintage. Su, my dear friend, tonight, you are the true protagonist. This toast is for you. This gesture carried more weight than any words could convey. It was a public declaration, the highest form of recognition. It proclaimed to all present that Suen belonged to Lin Shan. To provoke Suen was to provoke Lin Shan. The wealthy elite in attendance instantly grasped the significance of this moment. Their glances towards Suen transformed completely. What had once been admiration and respect now shifted to a desire for equal camaraderie, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Mr. Su, I represent Hongta Group. Here is my business card. Please do not forget your old friend when you procure top-notch ingredients. Mr. Su, my private club is in need of a consultant. Would you be interested? Mr. Su, our company is keen on marine biotechnology. Could we arrange a time to discuss potential investments? In an instant, Suen found himself surrounded by eager individuals, presenting business cards and extending invitations in a continuous stream. He handled each approach with poise and grace, accepting every card with an air of dignified composure that only further elevated their perception of him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, the Feast of Kings. Task evaluation, perfect. Host's reputation has soared within the upper echelons. Reward, 10,000 points. Special reward, company structure blueprint, epic level. New feature unlocked, brand management module. A series of system notifications echoed in Suen's mind, filling him with a sense of elation. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet hall, Li Zijia and He Sihai had long since slipped away unnoticed. As the banquet drew to a close, the once vibrant atmosphere gradually quieted as guests took their leave. After dealing with the final wave of businessmen seeking to exchange cards, Suen lifted his glass. Taking a gentle sip, the wine was exquisite, yet his thoughts were far removed from the vintage. Lu Fu followed closely behind him, his face still flushed with excitement, unsure of where to place his hands. Chapter 44. The ancient residence, gifted by Elder Lin, worth several billion. Having spent a lifetime in the culinary arts, Lu Fu had never envisioned standing at the center of such a stage, winning the admiration of billionaires with his skills. All of this was brought about by the young man beside him. Su, my dear brother, we really did it. Lu Fu's voice trembled with emotion. Suen turned to him, a serene smile gracing his face. Lu, this is merely the beginning. At that moment, Lin Shan, accompanied by his assistant, approached with deliberate steps. The elder appeared in excellent spirits, moving with vigor that belied his advanced years. Su, my young friend, you have worked hard tonight. Lin Shan's voice boomed with warmth. Elder Lin, I am merely glad that you are satisfied. Suen replied with humility. Lin Shan waved his hand, signaling his assistant to withdraw, then personally led Suen and Lu Fu to the estate's terrace. A gentle evening breeze dispersed the remnants of intoxication, and the distant city lights sparkled like a galaxy. In my youth, I too dreamed of becoming a gourmand, savoring the culinary delights of the world, Lin Shan mused, gazing into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. Alas, as my business flourished, social engagements multiplied, the food grew ever more extravagant, yet I found my palate increasingly dulled. He turned his piercing gaze upon Suen. It is only tonight that I have rediscovered that exhilarating sensation of truly savoring food for its own sake. Your dishes are not merely food. They are art and a profound reverence for life. Elder Lin, you flatter me, Suen responded modestly. I am not one to enjoy owing favors, Lin Shan interjected, his tone shifting to directness. Especially not for such a significant favor. Speak plainly, what do you desire? Money? Resources? Or perhaps a promise from me, Lin? Lu Fu's heart raced at the prospect of a promise from a billionaire. Yet, Suen shook his head. Elder Lin, tonight's banquet is my gift to you as the founder of the Long Wangxian brand, honoring you as my first esteemed guest. In a show of our sincerity for future collaboration, I seek no recompense. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan did not express displeasure. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. Well said. a fine spirit of selflessness. You, my young friend, possess a steadiness beyond my expectations. The more he admired Suin, the more he felt he should not shortchange this remarkable young man. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled a brass key from his pocket, placing it on the stone table of the terrace. It was an antique key, accompanied by an exquisitely crafted wooden tag. This is from an old residence I owned by the shores of Undream Lake in the city center. Secluded and tranquil, it was once my sanctuary. Upon hearing the words Undream Lake, Lu Fu's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. That area was the city's most exclusive enclave, worth its weight in gold, and nearly impossible to acquire. You wish to open a top-tier private dining establishment? A bustling restaurant is too noisy, a club too pedestrian. They do not suit your culinary artistry. Lin Shan gestured to the key. This place is worthy of you. I bequeath it to you. Suin regarded the key without immediately taking it. He understood the magnitude of this gift. It represented not only an invaluable property, but also a clear signal from Lin Shan to the outside world. Elder Lin, this gift is far too generous. I cannot accept it. Accept it. Lin Shan feigned annoyance, fixing Suin with a stern glare. Once I give something, I do not take it back. If you feel indebted, simply prepare more exquisite dishes for this old man in the future. That would be more than enough. With this, any further refusal from Suin would seem disingenuous. He solemnly accepted the key and bowed deeply to Lin Shan. Then I shall express my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. Elder Lin, now that's the spirit. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, adding, the property's paperwork will be handled by my assistant tomorrow. As for your Longwangxian, I will ensure that all top-tier ingredient procurement for my Lin Group's hotels and restaurants will be sourced from you. The pricing, you will dictate. This was indeed a monumental gesture. With the Lin Group's procurement orders, Suin now possessed a long-term, stable source of substantial revenue. The foundation of Longwangxian was instantly fortified. After bidding farewell to Lin Shan, Suin and Lu Fu settled into the guest rooms of the estate. Lu Fu, brimming with excitement, paced the room, repeatedly murmuring Undream Lake, secluded and tranquil, as if in a dream. Meanwhile, Suin sat on the sofa, accessing the system interface in his mind. Ding. Detection of host acquiring a crucial commercial asset, the Undream Lake residence, significantly enhancing brand influence. Brand management module activated. Current brand, Longwangxian startup. Brand positioning, premium, rare, unique. Mission release. Please find a stable supply of an exclusive seafood with absolute market exclusivity within 30 days and complete initial breeding and domestication. Mission reward, 20,000 points towards coastal exploration. Unlock basic permissions for Life Transformation Zone. Upon reading the newly issued task from the system, Suin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Breeding and domestication? This was precisely what he desired. Relying on luck to salvage from the sea was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. To establish a true commercial empire, one must possess a core product barrier and the authority to dictate market rules. The prospect of the Life Transformation Zone ignited fervor within him. The unexpectedly acquired gene mutation solution could finally be put to use. He gazed out at the dense night, a new goal already forming in his mind. It was time to return to Moon Bay. That vast sea, which nurtured him, still concealed countless treasures waiting to be discovered. The following morning, Suin declined the luxury car arranged by assistant Lin and boarded a bus back to the county with Lu Fu. On the bus, Lu Fu finally calmed down from his excitement and began to discuss future plans with Suin brother Su, with the house gifted by old Lin. Our private restaurant's facade is truly impressive. Next comes the renovation and the team, he stated. Suin interjected, Lu Gu, you handle the renovation. Money is no object. So use the best. You will also assemble the team. However, we need not rush the restaurant's opening. Not in a hurry? Lu Fu was taken aback. Our foundation lies in the Dragon King Fresh brand, with its unparalleled ingredients. I need to return to the village to find something. Suin's eyes were deep with determination. Something that will ensure our eternal supremacy. Lu Fu looked at Suin's resolute expression and nodded vigorously. Though he was unaware of what Suin sought, he believed that this young man could always create miracles. Upon returning to Moon Bay, the gossipy women by the large locust tree at the village entrance immediately fell silent upon seeing Suin, their faces breaking into ingratiating smiles. Chapter 45. Our village has given rise to a golden phoenix. Oh, Littlin is back, truly becoming more successful. Indeed, you've even been on television. Our village has given rise to a golden phoenix. Suin merely nodded slightly and walked straight home. In the village, the seaside villa under construction had begun to take shape. The steel and concrete framework appeared particularly grand in the sunlight, attracting a crowd of villagers to gawk. Pushing open the door, he found his parents in the yard tidying fishing nets. Upon seeing him return, his mother hurriedly set down her work and approached him. Examining him closely, You must not have eaten well out there. His father, grinning widely, displayed a proud smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Suin placed a bag containing 100,000 yuan in cash on the stone table. Dad, Mom, this is what I earned from this trip. As for the villa, build it however you wish. Do not worry about the expenses. Seeing the thick wad of cash, his parents were both excited and pained. After lunch, Suin did not rest. He went to inspect the equipment on his newly purchased fishing boat. The high-precision sonar, onboard cold storage, and hoist were all ready. He unfurled the nautical chart, his finger gliding across it until it rested on a remote sea area far from conventional shipping routes. This area, known as the bewildering reef among the old fishermen, was rumored to be a graveyard for fishing nets due to its complex underwater topography. Yet, Suin's past life memories told him that such places often concealed undiscovered surprises. His mission was to locate a particularly unique deep-sea fish. It needed neither to be colossal nor to boast a terrifying legend. It simply required one characteristic potent enough to revolutionize the high-end ingredient market. After bidding farewell to his parents, Suin set out alone, piloting the Dragon King No. 1 away from the dock, heading towards the unknown azure waters. The boat left a white wake on the surface of the ocean, steadily making its way to the target area. Standing in the cabin, the sea breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a hint of saltiness. He did not rush to accelerate, but maintained a moderate speed. The sonar screen displayed green fan-shaped waves sweeping across, revealing the underwater terrain and the distribution of fish schools below. Ordinary fishermen relied on experience and luck when venturing out to sea. However, Suin was different. He depended on technology and knowledge far beyond this era. The sonar screen periodically flickered with red dots representing schools of fish, some of which were densely packed, indicating sizable fish populations below. Had it been any other fisherman, they would have likely stopped the boat to cast their nets. Yet Suin did not even bat an eyelid. These were merely common economic fish: yellow croaker, ribbonfish, pomfret. Though they could fetch a decent price, they held no significance for him. He sought the unparalleled. After more than 2 hours of sailing, he had completely left the coastal waters behind. The sea's color transformed from the murky yellow of the shore to a clear azure, eventually deepening into an unfathomable inky hue. The water here exceeded 500 meters in depth. The terrain on the sonar screen began to become rugged, with steep underwater mountains and deep-sea trenches crisscrossing, forming an incredibly complex underwater world. This was it. Suin disengaged the autopilot and took control of the fishing vessel. He reduced the speed to a minimum, carefully navigating around the protruding underwater peaks, much like a patient hunter seeking his prey. His target was a narrow trench approximately 800 meters deep beneath the bewildering reef. Based on his memories, this trench boasted a unique ecological environment, home to an exceedingly rare species of grouper. This grouper, having spent its life in the lightless depths of the ocean, had degenerated in vision but evolved a peculiar gland that emitted a faint glow at specific times. More importantly, its flesh, due to its unique habitat and diet, was astonishingly delicious and rich in a special substance that nourished the nerves. In his past life, this fish was dubbed the Starlight Grouper, capable of fetching astronomical prices at top-tier auctions, often exceeding $1 million, yet remained elusive in the market. What Suin needed to do was locate it and transform it into his own exclusive wealth. Beep, beep, beep. The sonar suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. On the screen, a massive red shadow was rapidly approaching from below and to the side. Suin's brow furrowed slightly. He magnified the image and saw that the shadow resembled a gigantic shark, measuring at least 10 meters in length. A great white shark? He was somewhat surprised. Such a large specimen should not appear at this depth. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The hull of Dragon King No. 1 was constructed from special alloys. Not even a great white shark, or an orca, for that matter, could breach it. He paid no heed to the unwelcome guest and continued to maneuver the fishing vessel along the edge of the trench. The enormous shark seemed to harbor a curiosity towards the steel monstrosity, circling the fishing vessel several times and even rubbing its body against the hull, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. After realizing that it could not gnaw through the vessel, it departed with a sense of disinterest. Following this brief interlude, Suin finally anchored the boat directly above the trench. He proceeded to the stern and opened a specially designed metal box. Within, there resided not a fishing net nor hooks, but rather a uniquely shaped spherical metal cage measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter. Attached to the top of the cage was an ultra-high-strength carbon tether, the other end secured to the boat's electric winch. This was the deep-sea fixed catch cage that he had exchanged a significant amount of coastal value for from the system's marketplace. Suin retrieved several pieces of tuna flesh from the ship's cold storage, remnants from his previous catch of the colossal grouper. He stuffed the fish into the bait compartment of the cage and then produced a small vial. Inside was the gene mutation liquid rewarded by the system after absorbing radiation from the ocean's thermal springs. With utmost care, he dripped 2 drops onto the tuna meat. Having completed these preparations, he pressed the switch of the electric winch. The metallic catch cage was gradually hoisted, crossing over the ship's railing before plunging into the inky waters, accompanied by a trail of bubbles swiftly descending. The numbers on the tether counter flickered rapidly, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, until finally it halted at 820 meters. Instead of lingering by the winch, Suen returned to the cabin, sipping tea leisurely while observing the sonar screen. On the screen, the green dot representing the catch cage hung quietly in the midsection of the trench. Chapter 46, Starlight Dragonfish. As time slipped away, half an hour later, the sonar screen finally revealed a cluster of small red dots. They cautiously converged towards the position of the catch cage from the depths of the trench. A smile crept onto Suen's lips. They were coming. The red dots multiplied rapidly, soon surrounding the catch cage completely. After a further 10 minutes, estimating that the time was right, Suen pressed the retrieval button on the winch. The motor emitted a steady hum as the carbon tether was coiled back in. The end of the tether remained taut, indicating a substantial weight hanging below. Suen approached the stern, patiently awaiting the outcome. A few minutes later, a massive shadow emerged from the depths. As the catch cage was raised above the water, Suen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The spherical cage was brimming with lively fish. These fish, cloaked in a profound black hue and averaging 1 to 2 pounds, were particularly remarkable for their bodies, which were adorned with shimmering silver speckles. Under the sunlight, these speckles radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire cosmos had been woven into their very beings. Starlight Dragonfish, Suen exclaimed joyously, uttering their name. He swiftly hoisted the catch cage onto the deck and opened the hatch. Dozens of starlight dragonfish surged forth, flopping energetically across the deck. He carefully grasped one. The fish felt icy to the touch, its surface coated with a slick, smooth mucus, and the silver speckles shimmered even more brightly upon leaving the water, twinkling like breathing stars. Ding! Rare species detected, starlight dragonfish, juvenile. Value assessment. Exceptional quality meat, rich in neuronourishing factors, possessing high commercial and scientific value. Would you like to perform gene locking and include it in the exclusive product database? Yes, Suen confirmed without hesitation. He gently placed these precious starlight dragonfish into the ship's live water chamber. Having completed this task, he did not rush to return. Instead, he took out a chef's knife and selected one of the deceased starlight dragonfish from the catch cage, expertly gutting it to extract 2 exquisite fillets. The fish meat exhibited a translucent, pearly pink hue, with a delicate texture devoid of any sinew. He cut off a small piece and placed it directly in his mouth. No seasoning was needed. The moment the fish melted in his mouth, an indescribable burst of exquisite sweetness, accompanied by a subtle creamy fragrance, exploded on his palate. The flavor was pure, clean, and elegant, as if he were not consuming fish, but savoring a piece of the ocean's finest cheese. This is it. With the starlight dragonfish, along with the gene mutation liquid and the system's impending unlock of the life transformation zone, he could undoubtedly establish his own deep-sea aquaculture base. At that time, Dragon King Fresh would possess a unique, stable supply of flagship products unparalleled in the world. He gathered his belongings, set the course for his return, his spirits soaring. The Dragon King No. 1 turned its bow, cutting through the waves at full speed toward Moon Bay. In the live water chamber, dozens of starlight dragon fish swam leisurely, their silver speckles flickering in the water, creating a flowing star map. Suen hummed a tune, feeling the sea breeze, utterly relaxed. However, scarcely half an hour after the fishing vessel had departed the bewitching reef area, a piercing alarm suddenly blared in the cabin. Warning! Pressure anomaly detected in live water chamber number 3 water circulation pump. Immediate inspection required. Suen's smile vanished instantly. He hastily rushed to the stern and opened the inspection hatch of the live water chamber. A torrent of insufficient water pressure greeted him. The No. 3 live water chamber housed all the starlight dragonfish. These deep-sea creatures were extremely sensitive to water pressure and dissolved oxygen levels. Should the circulation system falter, it would not be long before they collectively succumbed to asphyxiation, resulting in catastrophic loss. Suen immediately shut off the water pump and activated the emergency oxygen supply to stabilize the situation temporarily. He stripped off his shirt, grabbed his toolbox, and without a moment's hesitation, crawled into the narrow maintenance area. The internal piping of the vessel was a labyrinth. The mingled scent of oil and seawater was quite unpleasant. With the aid of his headlamp, Suen quickly located the malfunctioning No. 3 water pump. At the connection point of the pump, a sealing rubber ring had developed fine cracks due to the thermal expansion and contraction of the metal, leading to a loss of pressure. This was a minor design flaw that had only revealed itself after prolonged high-intensity operation. The trouble was that this rubber ring was custom-made, and he had no spare on board. Repairing it at the port would take at least 3 to 4 hours, a time frame the fish would not survive. System. Does the marketplace have a water pump sealing ring? Searching. Compatible model found. High-pressure fluororubber sealing ring, priced at 10 coastal value. Exchange 1. A brand new black rubber ring materialized in his toolbox. Suin deftly removed the old one and replaced it with the new. The replacement process required immense patience and precision. The vessel rocked in the waves, and the cramped space made exerting force quite challenging. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the scorching pump body, sizzling audibly. 20 minutes later, Suin emerged from the maintenance area, covered in grime. He restarted the water pump. The water pump emitted a steady and powerful hum, while the pressure gauge's needle firmly returned to the normal range. Within the active water chamber, a vigorous current surged forth once more, and the starry dragons became noticeably more animated. The crisis had been averted. Suin exhaled deeply, wiped his face with his sleeve, and revealed a relaxed smile. Such trifles posed no challenge to him. As dusk descended, the Dragon King No. 1 slowly docked at the Moon Bay harbor. Suin's return immediately captivated the attention of everyone at the pier. Little in his back. After being out for so long, he must have netted quite a haul. Several villagers warmly approached him, eager to see his catch. When Suin lifted the lid of the active water chamber, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. My heavens! What kind of fish is this? Why does it have stars on its body? It glows. Such a creature had never been seen in their lifetimes. The villagers craned their necks, their faces awash with astonishment and curiosity. Zhao Laosi was among the throng, rubbing his eyes vigorously as he edged to the front. Little one, this treasure must have come from the Dragon Palace, right? Suin chuckled, picking up the half-dead fish left over from his earlier tasting and tossing it to Zhao Laosi. Uncle C, take this home and have a taste. It's freshly caught. Zhao Laosi clutched the fish, which still shimmered faintly, his hands trembling slightly. How can I accept this? Just take it. It's merely a fish. Suin waved his hand dismissively and began washing the deck with a hose. The villagers nearby watched in awe, a mix of envy and jealousy etched on their faces. Chapter 47 Suin. You ought to recognize a good fortune when it presents itself. Such a rare fish, and you offer it away so casually. This little one is truly magnanimous. Of course, some remarked on his stinginess, questioning the propriety of gifting away merely half a fish, particularly one that was incomplete. Grateful beyond measure, Zhao Laosi returned home with the fish. His wife was taken aback at the sight of it, hesitant to prepare it. With determination, Zhao Laosi took the initiative, opting for the simplest preparation, steaming. The moment the lid was lifted, an indescribable aroma filled the entire house. As Zhao Laosi placed a piece of fish in his mouth, he froze in astonishment. The next moment, he shouted in exhilaration, "Wife, come quickly. This is divine meat. Truly divine meat." That very evening, many villagers caught a whiff of the overwhelming fragrance wafting from Zhao Laosi's home, and rumors about Suin having captured a miraculous fish spread like wildfire. Suin, however, remained indifferent. He secured the boat and meticulously inspected the life support system of the active water chamber to ensure everything was flawless. Then, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Fu's number. The phone rang once before being answered. "Su Laudi, you finally called." Lu Fu's voice brimmed with excitement. "Lu Gu, don't rush," Suin replied calmly. "I'm calling to inform you that I have found the foundation for our Dragon King Pavilion." Foundation? Lu Fu paused momentarily. "A fish that is utterly unique in the world. Its value exceeds your imagination." On the other end of the line, Lu Fu's breathing grew heavy as he fully believed Suin's words. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." Lu Fu exclaimed repeatedly. "Su Laudi, prepare on your end. Everything is proceeding smoothly on mine. Lin Lao has already arranged the paperwork for the property at Yunming Lake, and the title deed is in your name. I've enlisted the best design team from the provincial capital, and they are currently drafting a site plan to ensure it becomes the nation's premier private restaurant. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Gu. If funds fall short, just let me know. There's enough, there's enough." Lu Fu lowered his voice, shifting the topic. However, Su Laudi, an uninvited guest, showed up at the house today. "Oh, it's a university classmate of yours, named Zhou Rue. He mentioned he heard about your big project here and came specifically to take a look. From what I gathered, that fellow seems to regard us with a rather peculiar gaze." Suin hung up the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhou Rue, that name was certainly familiar to him. A brother who had slept in the bunk above him during their 4 years at university. However, their relationship was one of superficial camaraderie. While he secretly looked down on Su and Zhou Rue hailed from an affluent background, basking in the limelight during their school days, excelling academically and landing a prestigious position at a renowned design firm right after graduation. In contrast, Suin was the impoverished boy clad in faded, worn clothes. diligently studying in the library, surviving on scholarships and part-time jobs. Zhou Rui had often mocked him behind his back, claiming he was a rustic fool, destined for a life of poverty, no matter how many books he read. It was surprising that he would come seeking Suen now. Flattery from the undeserving often conceals ulterior motives. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Suen's mouth as he surmised the other's intentions. The following morning, Suen instructed his parents to keep an eye on the fish aboard the boat while he drove the small truck he had received from Wang Fugui towards the city. When the dilapidated truck came to a halt at the entrance of the affluent district of Yunming Lake, a security guard intercepted him. "Hello, this is a private residential area. May I ask who you are looking for?" The guard's tone remained polite, yet his scrutinizing gaze was unmistakable. Suen rolled down the window and provided the address of the house bestowed upon him by Lin Shan. Upon checking the system, the guard's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly saluted, allowing him entry. The truck rolled forward slowly, flanked by meticulously trimmed lawns and an array of opulent villas. Ultimately, Suen stopped before an expansive Chinese-style garden estate. With its white walls, dark tiles, and elegantly curved eaves, two imposing stone lions stood at the entrance, silently proclaiming the owner's distinguished status. This would be his future private restaurant, the Dragon King Pavilion. As he stepped out of the vehicle, several individuals emerged from the estate. At the forefront was Lu Fu, accompanied by a well-dressed young man in a tailored suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "Su Laudi, you've finally arrived." Lu Fu approached briskly. "Suen." The young man adjusted his glasses, appraising Suen and the shabby truck, a flicker of undisguised disdain flashing in his eyes. "It truly is you? I thought Chef Lu had made a mistake. Why did you arrive in this vehicle?" Suen regarded him coolly. "Zhou Rui. It has been a while." Zhou Rui erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. After graduation, there was no word from you. I thought you had returned to the village to farm. Who would have imagined that you, the quiet one, would amass such a grand estate in this prime real estate of Yunming Lake? Did you win the lottery?" His words dripped with condescension. Lu Fu, listening nearby, frowned and was about to speak when Suen silenced him with a glance. "Just good fortune," Suen replied nonchalantly. "Fortune is also a part of strength." Zhou Rui clapped Suen on the shoulder, feigning familiarity. "Come, let me show you around." Coincidentally, the design company Chef Lu hired, Elegant Design, happens to be our rival at Xinshin International. "I'm here today not just to catch up with an old classmate, but also to keep an eye out for you, so they don't take advantage." While he feigned assistance, his eyes wandered the courtyard, occasionally emitting sounds of disapproval. "This design is exceedingly conservative. A waste of such a splendid courtyard. The water feature appears rather banal, devoid of any Zen essence. And what of this corridor? How is the lighting arranged? It remains dim even during the day." The designer from Finjiashing, trailing behind, is visibly incensed, his face paling, yet he dares not retort. Everyone is aware that Zhou Rui is the ace designer of a prestigious international firm, notorious for his acerbic tongue. Lu Fu's expression grows increasingly grim. However, Suen remains unperturbed, following Zhou Rui as he critiques the entire courtyard. After belittling it thoroughly, Zhou Rui finally reveals his true intentions. He places an arm around Suen's shoulder and lowers his voice. "Suen, as classmates, I cannot stand by and watch you be taken advantage of. Why not dismiss them and entrust this project to me? I shall provide you with an 80% discount on the design fee. I promise to turn it into a sensational national classic. What do you say? Isn't that generous?" Suen gazes at him and suddenly smiles. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I find Finjiashing's design quite satisfactory." Zhou Rui's expression stiffens in disbelief at Suen's abrupt refusal. "Suen, don't be ungrateful. Do you even understand design? Do you know how much I charge for a single project? I'm only looking out for you as a friend. All I know is that they are the ones I hired." Suen replies, her tone remaining calm. "In my domain, I call the shots." The atmosphere instantly becomes unbearably awkward. Zhou Rui's complexion shifts between hues of green and white, feeling as though he has been publicly slapped. He takes a deep breath and suddenly bursts into laughter, albeit with a chilling undertone. All right. Your assertiveness is commendable." He swiftly changes the subject, eagerly proposing. "By the way, I've arranged a dinner tonight with a few classmates who are doing quite well in the city. You should join us. It's been ages since we gathered, and it would give them a chance to see how successful you've become." Lu Fu immediately grows wary. This is no mere gathering. It is clearly a trap. Yet, Suen readily agrees. "Sure, I'm curious to see what tricks this old classmate has up his sleeve." That evening, in a top-tier seafood restaurant named Hai Wangdian located in the city center, the private room already accommodates 5 or 6 individuals. All university classmates of Suen and Zhou Rui. These individuals had once revolved around Zhou Rui during their school days. Upon Suen's entrance, they expressed surprise, soon donning expressions of amusement. "Oh, isn't this our academic prodigy Suen? What a rare sight. I've heard you've struck it rich. Zhou Rui mentioned you bought a grand residence at Yundong Lake. Pray, tell us how you achieved such overnight wealth. Share your secrets with us. Their words, while seemingly warm, are rife with probing and testing. Zhou Rui occupies the main seat, exuding an air of authority as he smiles at Suen. No need to rush, everyone. Tonight, I'm treating. Order whatever you fancy. Especially you, Suen. I've heard you've become an expert in seafood. You must assess whether this restaurant's offerings meet the high standards. He pushes the menu towards Suen, his eyes glinting with challenge. Suen barely glances at it. Responding coolly, no need to look. You may order. Zhou Rui, undeterred by her lack of interest, waves his hand grandly and instructs the waiter. Bring us the finest, Australian lobster, king crab, and the prized grouper. While waiting for the dishes, Zhou Rui suggests, dining alone lacks excitement. Suen, as the expert, let us take a tour of the aquarium, and you can enlighten us with a live demonstration. Without awaiting her consent, he pulls Suen along, leading the group toward the restaurant's grand seafood tank. Zhou Rui points at a large aquarium, filled with vibrantly colored grouper, and smugly inquires, Suen, what do you think of this fish? We've airlifted these wild rainbow groupers from Malaysia. Each one costs tens of thousands. You probably wouldn't find such treasures in your little fishing village, would you? Suen's gaze sweeps across the tank, lingering for less than 3 seconds before she calmly declares, this is not a rainbow grouper. A sudden silence falls over the entire room. Zhou Rui's smug grin falters. What did you say? I said, this is not a rainbow grouper. Suen reiterates, her voice steady, each word crystal clear. This is a pearl grouper. A hybrid farmed fish, costing no more than 50 yuan per pound. The only similarity it shares with the true wild rainbow grouper is the name. One classmate can't help but chuckle. Suen, you must be joking. This is Hai Wangdian, the city's premier seafood restaurant. How could they possibly use fake fish to deceive us? Zhou Rui, regaining his composure, sneers, Suen, don't pretend to be knowledgeable. Is it merely because the fish looks pretty that you assume it's a delicacy? A country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin, unaccustomed to the finer things. Ignoring his derision, Suen simply points to the fish in the water. The genuine wild rainbow grouper, scientifically known as Plectropomus laevis, is characterized by its blue spots and a straight, truncated tail. In contrast, the fish before you possesses irregular oval spots and a typically rounded tail. This is the most evident trait of hybrid groupers. If you doubt my words, you may have one caught, and check its gill cover. Farmed fish have dark red gill filaments due to feed issues, while wild fish exhibit a bright crimson hue. Her explanation is logical and coherent, leaving her classmates in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Zhou Rui's countenance darkens. Just then, the restaurant manager arrives, visibly displeased. Sir, is there a problem? Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Rui points an accusing finger at Suen. Manager, my friend claims you are passing off farmed fish as wild rainbow groupers. You must provide an explanation. The manager, incensed, recognizes the threat to his reputation. Sir, one may indiscriminately consume food, but one cannot make baseless accusations. Our esteemed Hai Wangdian would never deceive you. Who are you to question us? Have you ever encountered such high-end seafood? The manager dismissively regards Suen and does not engage in banter, directly addressing Zhou Rui. Since you doubt my assertion, let him retrieve a fish for immediate verification, and all will be made clear. Zhou Rui, caught off guard, finds himself trapped in front of the assembled guests. He musters the courage to tell the manager, retrieve one. We must clarify this today. The manager, fuming, instructs the waiter to catch a rainbow grouper. Suen dons gloves and expertly examines the fish's gills before the gathered crowd. Everyone leans in to witness, and indeed, the gill filaments are dark red. An uproar erupts. The manager's face pales, drenched in cold sweat. Yet Suen is not finished. She strides over to the lobster tank. Australian lobsters, in such shallow water and at such density, are all under stress. The lobster in question exhibits a firm texture, with its sweetness diminished by at least 30%. He then approached the crab section. The tank housing the king crabs lacked any hiding spots, and several male crabs had lost limbs in their territorial skirmishes. This variety, when cooked, amounts to nothing more than a bag of diluted water. Furthermore, this abalone, touted as Japanese net abalone, is merely the domestically sourced wrinkled abalone. While its size is impressive, its flavor pales in comparison. With every seafood tank he encountered, Suen deftly pinpointed the issues within. He was not merely speculating. He was stating undeniable truths. Those premium ingredients that once represented luxury and taste in the eyes of Zhou Rui and his peers were laid bare and exposed as cheap and flawed under Sue and scrutiny. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. All the students, including Zhou Rui, regarded Suen with expressions of disbelief, as if he had stripped them of their dignity in public, leaving them feeling both shamed and embarrassed. Moments ago, They had been boasting about the prestige of the Sea Emperor Palace, yet in an instant, it had transformed into a den of deceit. And all of this was unveiled by Suen, the very individual they held in contempt, in a manner that bordered on humiliation. The restaurant manager's legs quaked beneath him. He realized he was facing a true authority today. "Sir, no, master. Master, please, show mercy. It is our fault for not recognizing greatness," he pleaded, his face a mask of despair. Chapter 49, You Are Fired. As Suen's words reverberated through the grand hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, an oppressive silence took hold. Everyone's expression froze, particularly Zhou Rue and his companions, as if they had been publicly stripped of their garments, engulfed in a sensation of shame and humiliation. They had just been extolling the establishment's stature, and now it lay exposed as a purveyor of counterfeit goods, all revealed by Suen, whose expertise rendered their proud assertions a mere joke. The restaurant manager trembled, wishing to articulate an explanation, yet found his throat choked, unable to utter a single word. He understood all too well that every word uttered by Suen was undeniably true. Suen, please do not spout nonsense. Zhou Rue finally managed to stammer, his voice dry and devoid of conviction. This is slander. This is defamation. Suen could hardly be bothered to cast him a glance, calmly addressing the now ashen-faced manager. Do you still perceive me as a simpleton? The manager shuddered, nearly collapsing to the floor, his face contorted in desperation. Master, ancestor, I am the one who failed to recognize greatness. I am the one who cannot produce ivory from a dog's mouth. Please, show us mercy. At that moment, a robust voice emerged from the back of the crowd. What is all this ruckus? What is happening? The crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man in a tang suit, his rotund figure commanding attention, flanked by two bodyguards. Upon seeing the newcomer, the manager rushed toward him in a frantic manner. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, thank goodness you are here. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Mr. Wang, the hidden owner of the Sea Emperor Palace, Wang Zhangyi, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene, his gaze settling on Suen with a menacing undertone. Is it you causing a scene here? Zhou Rue quickly interjected, embellishing the narrative. Mr. Wang, my classmate has had too much to drink and is rambling, disturbing everyone's dining experience. I apologize on his behalf. He sought to downplay the situation, framing Suen as merely intoxicated. Wang Zhangyi scoffed, ignoring Zhou Rue entirely, and focused intently on Suen, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Young man, regardless of who you are, creating a disturbance in my establishment warrants an explanation. How about this? Considering your youth, I will cover today's meal, and you will apologize to my guests, and we shall consider the matter settled. He believed this to be a magnanimous resolution. However, Suen appeared to have not heard him at all. At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. Suen retrieved it, glanced at the caller ID, and answered, putting it on speaker. A venerable yet commanding voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Shaoan, are you finished? I had Xiao Zhang finalize the paperwork for Yunming Lake. When will you have time to come by? I am eager to discuss the menu for the Dragon King Pavilion. I can hardly wait to sample your culinary skills. The voice belonged to Lin Shan. Wang Zhanghe's haughty demeanor faltered, slowly morphing into shock, and ultimately drained of color. This voice was one he could never forget. Recently, he had leveraged countless connections to merely catch a glimpse of Lin Shan at a banquet, unable to exchange a single word. Yet now, this business titan from Donghai province was speaking in such a familiar tone with the seemingly ordinary young man before him regarding the menu for the Dragon King Pavilion. Cold sweat instantly soaked Wang Zhanghe's tang suit. He finally understood the gravity of the mistake he had made. Lin, Mr. Lin. Wang Zhanghe's voice trembled. On the other end, Lin Shan seemed to have caught the commotion, inquiring, Shaoan, why is it so noisy over there? Nothing to worry about, Mr. Lin. I encountered someone selling counterfeit fish and took the opportunity to enlighten a few classmates who are not well versed in marine knowledge. Counterfeit fish? Lin Shan's tone darkened. Which fool dares to sell fakes under my nose? Where are you? I will send Xiao Zhang over. No need, Mr. Lin. It's a trivial matter I can handle myself. Suen concluded, hanging up the phone. The entire hall was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Rue and his companions stood utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. They finally grasped the true meaning of Suen's earlier remarks about good fortune. Wang Zhanghe could no longer afford any delay. He abruptly turned to the still-dazed restaurant manager, delivering a resounding slap across his face. You are fired. Get out of my sight, immediately. The manager clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features. Call accounting. All customers who consumed counterfeit ingredients shall receive triple compensation. All guests present today dine for free. Wang Zhanghe nearly shouted in fury. Once he had concluded these matters, he cautiously turned to Suen, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this resolution? This is our establishment's supreme card. Your future visits will be entirely complimentary. He presented a card crafted from pure gold with both hands. Suin did not even glance at it. He turned and walked towards the still-stunned Zhou Rui. The gathering is drawing to a close. With that, he strode towards the exit without a backward glance. As he passed by his classmates, they instinctively recoiled, as though evading a flood or a ferocious beast. Zhou Rui remained rooted in place, his complexion cycling through shades of green and white, feeling as if he had been unceremoniously thrust from the heights of euphoria into a quagmire, shattered beyond repair. His meticulously orchestrated banquet had devolved into a farcical solo performance, with him cast as the most pitiable of clowns. As Suin exited the Sea Emperor Palace, the fresh air outside invigorated him. He felt no sense of triumph. Dealing with someone like Zhou Rui was akin to swatting a fly. He lacked even the merit to disturb his thoughts. He climbed into his dilapidated little truck, merging into the urban traffic. The pressing concern was addressing the breeding issues of the Starlight Dragon carp, for that was the foundation of his commercial empire. As the vehicle swiftly ascended the highway leading back to Moon Bay, his personal phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. It was a call from his father. Suin answered, and the anxious voice of his father echoed through the receiver. Shaoan, something's gone terribly wrong. You must return immediately. Those celestial fish on the boat are in dire trouble. A heavy sense of foreboding engulfed Suin's heart. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the little truck groaning under the strain as it sped along the highway. More than an hour later, when he arrived back at the Moon Bay dock, twilight had descended. His fishing vessel, the Dragon King No. 1, was surrounded by villagers, each face etched with concern and curiosity. Shaoan is back. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. Chapter 50, Trouble at Uncle's House. Suin leapt aboard the boat, striding swiftly towards the live water tank at the stern. His father and Zhao Laosi were anxiously waiting there, and upon seeing him, their faces illuminated with relief. Shaoan, you must take a look. The fish are unresponsive. Something is wrong with them. Peering into the tank, Suin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Inside, dozens of precious starlight dragon groupers languished at the bottom of the tank, no longer the lively creatures they once were. Their once vibrant silver spots had dulled, as if they were on the verge of extinguishment. This was a sign that their biological stress response had reached its limit. If no remedy was found, these invaluable fish would perish within hours. Have you checked the water circulation system? Suin inquired calmly. Yes, the pump is functioning well, oxygen supply is uninterrupted, and the water temperature is normal, his father replied, wringing his hands in distress. Suin dipped his hand into the water, feeling the current, then scooped up a sample to smell. It was neither an equipment malfunction nor a water quality issue. He swiftly ruled out these external factors, his mind racing. Deep-sea fish, particularly those inhabiting extreme environments, depend on more than just water pressure, temperature, and dissolved oxygen. A crucial factor was food. They were hungry. Moreover, they only consumed specific types of food. Ordinary bait was beneath their notice and could even lead to toxic reactions due to indigestibility. System. Analyze the dietary needs of the Starlight Dragon groupers, Suin silently commanded. Analyzing. Starlight Dragon groupers primarily feed on deep-sea luminescent shrimp. This shrimp species also inhabits the deep sea at a depth of 800 meters, coexisting with the Starlight Dragon groupers. As expected, Suin exhaled in relief. As long as he identified the root of the problem, a solution was within reach. He needed to return to the bewildering reef to catch those deep-sea luminescent shrimp, not only to nourish the fish before him, but also to establish a sustainable ecological chain for future cultivation. Just as he was about to dismiss the villagers so he could return to the cabin and exchange his gear, the sound of a car engine echoed from the dock entrance. A sleek black Audi A6 slowly rolled in and parked by the dock. Such a vehicle was indeed a rarity in Moon Bay. The door swung open, and a man dressed in a white shirt hurriedly exited. To Suin's amusement, it was none other than Zhang Bowen, the vice director of the Provincial Marine Research Institute, who had recently been left humiliated by Suin. However, today, Zhang's demeanor was devoid of his previous arrogance, now tinged with a semblance of humility and anxiety. He approached Suin briskly, forcing a smile. Mr. Su, I hope my unannounced visit is not an inconvenience. Before Suin could respond, the rear door of the Audi opened as well. An elderly gentleman, his hair grizzled and spectacles perched on his nose, descended with the aid of the driver. Zhang Bowen immediately turned and respectfully introduced him. Mr. Su, this is Director Zheng Haidong from our Marine Research Institute. Director Zheng stepped forward, extending his hand, his expression imbued with the characteristic warmth and sincerity of a scholar. Comrade Suin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's earlier indiscretion. Suin shook his hand, sensing the intent behind their visit. It seemed the research data on the ghost crabs had proven fruitful for them. You are too kind, Director Zheng. It was merely a minor misunderstanding. Zhang's gaze was soon captivated by the dimly lit tank housing the ailing Starlight Dragon groupers. Adjusting his glasses, he leaned closer to observe, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. This is an unrecorded subspecies of grouper. My goodness, its spots can emit light autonomously. This is nothing short of a miracle in marine biology. He turned back to Suin, his voice brimming with eagerness for knowledge. Comrade Su, no, Teacher Su. I have come on behalf of our research institute to sincerely propose a collaboration. We are willing to provide our finest laboratory, the most advanced equipment, and all necessary personnel. Simply hoping to work alongside you in studying these precious marine creatures. He gestured towards the ailing groupers. Their current condition is perilous. They must be transferred immediately to a professional deep-sea environment simulation tank for care. Please trust us, we possess the capability to save them. This proposal resonated perfectly with Su's needs. He had been troubled by the lack of professional equipment to sustain these fish and conduct subsequent breeding research. The arrival of the Research Institute was akin to a timely solution to his dilemma. I am open to collaboration. However, I have one condition. Name it. I would agree to 10 conditions if necessary. Director Zhang replied eagerly. All ownership rights to these fish, as well as commercial development rights, shall remain with me. The Research Institute will only retain the rights to conduct research and publish papers, and all publicly disclosed research results must bear my name. Absolutely. No problem at all. Zhang agreed without hesitation. For a pure scholar like him, the opportunity to study such miraculous organisms was reward enough. The two parties reached a swift agreement. Zhang immediately made a call to mobilize the Institute's specialized transport vehicle and professional research staff to rush to Moon Bay overnight. The crisis was temporarily averted. As Suin observed the sincerely passionate old director of marine science, he felt a newfound sense of appreciation, entrusting the professional matters to experts. He only needed to oversee the final outcomes. At that moment, Lu Fu, having received the news, also hurried over from the city. Upon seeing that Suin had indeed acquired such extraordinary ingredients, he was rendered speechless with excitement. The three men, illuminated by the dim light aboard the boat, animatedly discussed the grand blueprint for the future of Longwang Pavilion. Suddenly, Suin's father, Su Daqiang, came rushing from the village, breathless and filled with anger. Shaoan, this is terrible. Your second uncle, that good-for-nothing, along with your cousin Su Ming and a bunch of ruffians from the village, have gone to your villa construction site to cause trouble, blocking the cement mixer. The construction site was ablaze with lights. To meet the deadline, the construction team was working late into the night. In front of the enormous cement mixer, Su Jianya stood with his hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. His son Su Ming, sporting bleached hair and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was leaning against the front of the truck with a group of rowdy youths, proudly preventing the workers from approaching. Why can't my son come to the site to supervise? Just because my brother's family has struck it rich. They look down on us poor relatives? Su Jianya, addressing the villagers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, shouted loudly in an attempt to elicit sympathy. That rascal Suin has constructed such a grand villa, spending millions. What is wrong with his cousin earning a mere few thousand a month on the construction site? This is simply keeping the wealth within the family. The foreman of the construction site, a man from out of town, was infuriated, his face turning a shade of green. Yet he dared not retaliate. Chapter 51. Overstepping Boundaries? You are being unreasonable. We have a contract, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with indignation. If this continues, I will have no choice but to call the police. Call the police? Su Ming spat out his cigarette butt and pointed arrogantly at the foreman. Go ahead. This is a private matter for the Su family. Even the police will have no authority here. If you don't assign me some work today, no one will be allowed to commence. Some villagers, not fully grasping the situation, began to murmur among themselves. Jinya has a point. They are relatives after all. A little assistance should be expected. Indeed, Littleton has found success. He should not forget his roots. When Suin arrived, he was met with this chaotic scene. His face betrayed no emotion. His father, Su Jiangwo, trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jianya. Second son, do you have no shame left? Did Littleton give you permission to act like this? Brother, don't interfere. This is between me and Littleton. Su Jianya retorted defiantly, certain of his advantage over Suin. He calculated that Suin, being young and sensitive, would be wary of familial and neighborly opinions, thus reluctant to escalate the situation. As long as he made enough noise, Suin would ultimately yield. Ignoring Jianya's bluster, Suin chose not to engage in any arguments. He quietly walked to a corner of the construction site, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Assistant Chun, it's me, Suin. On the other end was Lin Shan's astute and capable assistant. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? Nothing of great significance, Suin replied, his tone eerily calm. It seems that the Moon Bay Villa project is encountering some obstacles. The business environment here appears to be more complex than I anticipated. He said no more and promptly ended the call. Believing Suan was summoning the village chief, Su Jianya felt emboldened. It won't matter who you call. I demand an explanation today. However, within 10 minutes, a cacophony of screeching brakes shattered the village's tranquility. 3 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles, with an air of arrogance, barreled to the construction site entrance. The doors swung open, and a dozen burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses stepped out in unison. Leading them was Assistant Chun. Without sparing a glance at Su Jianya and the others, he walked directly to Su-un and bowed respectfully. Mr. Su, I apologize for the disturbance. The boss has sent me to resolve this matter. The villagers, having never witnessed such an imposing presence, were rendered speechless. Su Jianya and Su Ming stood dumbfounded, instinctively sensing that these individuals were not the petty thugs they were accustomed to. Without exchanging pleasantries, Assistant Chun approached the foreman and presented a new contract. This is a supplementary agreement between the security company of the Lin Group and your construction team. From now on, all security operations at this site will be under our management. Your project bonuses will be doubled, and all workers' salaries will increase by 30%. There is only one stipulation: completion on time, or even ahead of schedule. The foreman, trembling with excitement, eagerly accepted the contract. Assistant Chun then turned and leisurely approached the group of young men blocking the vehicle. Without uttering a word, he pulled out his phone and displayed several photos before them. The moment the young men saw the images, their faces drained of color, their legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The photos depicted their substantial gambling debts incurred at an underground casino, alongside their battered faces from being beaten by thugs. Would you prefer to continue chatting with Mr. Su's uncle here, or shall we head to the city to discuss your debts with Boss Wang? Assistant Chin's voice was soft yet laced with an undeniable pressure. And no, we're leaving. We'll leave immediately. The leader, now terrified, grabbed Su Ming, shouting at Su Jianya, "Uncle, we can't do this job anymore." With that, the group scurried away, as if pursued by demons. Su Jianya was utterly bewildered. He glanced at the men in black suits, then at the unflappable Suan, and a chill crept from his toes to the crown of his head. It dawned on him that his nephew was no longer the impoverished youth he could easily manipulate. He had climbed to the heights of a towering tree he could barely even look up at. Assistant Chin approached him with a smile. You must be Mr. Su's second uncle, correct? Mr. Su has indicated that he will consider the needs of the elders in the family. However, if anyone attempts to leverage their seniority, they should weigh their own worth carefully. Su Jianya's face turned ashen, and he could utter no further words, fleeing the construction site under the scornful gazes of the villagers. Thus, a farce concluded with thunderous finality. With the arrival of those black Mercedes-Benz vehicles, Su's standing in the village ascended to an unprecedented height, one that none dared to challenge. With his family troubles resolved, Suan was free from any lingering concerns. The following morning, specialized vehicles from the Research Institute cautiously transported the Starlight Dragon barge away. Suan, aboard the Dragon King No. 1, set sail once more, his sights still set on the mysterious Siren Reef. This time, he was equipped with additional new gear. Deep-sea bioluminescent capture net, a specially designed trawl net that emits faint light waves simulating the courtship signals of deep-sea bioluminescent shrimp, specifically intended for the capture of these small creatures. Ultra-low temperature live preservation box, professional equipment provided by the Research Institute, ensuring that those fragile deep-sea life forms can be safely brought back to shore alive. The fishing vessel glided steadily over the waves. Suan stood in the cockpit, observing the continuously shifting seabed topography on the sonar screen. This time, he felt more composed. Upon reaching the 800-meter deep trench, he hesitated not for a moment, activating the stern winch to slowly lower the bioluminescent net into the inky depths. On the sonar screen, the glowing point representing the net flickered in the shadowy trench, radiating an alluring signal. As time ticked by, Suan remained fixated on the screen. The engine of Dragon King No. 1 emitted a steady, deep roar across the surface. While Suan stood alone in the cockpit, eyes locked on the sonar display, the coastline of Moon Bay had long vanished beyond the horizon, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure. The air was infused with a briny, liberating scent. He had been sailing for over 3 hours, and guided by the memories of his past life and the precise navigation of the system, he finally arrived at the remote waters known as Siren Reef. This was not a traditional reef area. Beneath the surface lay a labyrinth of despairingly complex underwater mountains and abyssal canyons, with capricious currents. This is it, Suan declared, deactivating the autopilot as the vessel gently swayed with the waves. Chapter 52, The Deep Sea Glimmer Shrimp. He approached the stern of the vessel, where a brand new apparatus, the Deep Sea Microglow Trap Net, had been meticulously secured. This was not an ordinary fishing net. Its main cable was crafted from high-strength composite fibers, while the mesh nodes were embedded with countless minuscule luminescent particles, each akin to grains of rice. This specialized tool was what he had exchanged 1,500 points of coastal value for. He activated the winch, and the heavy lead sinker, attached to the custom net, silently slipped into the emerald waters, swiftly descending. Suen returned to the helm, his full attention riveted on the sonar screen. On the display, a flickering point of light was descending vertically, the depth readings rapidly fluctuating. 300 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters. Ultimately, at a depth of 800 meters, the light point hovered directly above a profound oceanic trench. Suen engaged the trap net switch. In an instant, the sonar screen illuminated with the representation of the net, which began to simulate an exceedingly faint light wave, pulsing at a specific frequency, in the pitch-black abyss of 800 meters beneath the surface. This glimmer was the most lethal beacon in the night. Time trickled by. The surface of the sea remained serene, punctuated only by the monotonous sound of waves. This was a supreme test of patience. Yet, Suen remained tranquil, reclining in the pilot's seat, his eyes closed in contemplation, orchestrating the entire commercial chain for the Starlight Dragon Soul in his mind. From harvesting and breeding to establishing an exclusive ecological circle, culminating in the grand presentation on the Dragon King Pavilion's dining table, each step demanded precise calculation. Suddenly, a shift occurred on the sonar screen. Surrounding the light point representing the net, smaller, densely clustered red dots began converging from all directions, as if drawn by a magnetic force. They had arrived. The deep-sea glimmer shrimp. Suen's spirits soared. These tiny creatures were the exclusive sustenance for the Starlight Dragon Soul. However, just as he prepared to activate the winch and retrieve the net, a colossal shadow loomed on the edge of the sonar screen, approaching at an astonishing speed. This was not a school of fish, but a singular, massive signal source. System alert. A strong deep-sea current has been detected approaching. Estimated to reach the target area in 3 minutes, with a flow rate exceeding 8 knots, sufficient to tear apart conventional trawls. Not a creature, but a natural calamity. Suen's expression turned grave. At the ocean floor, 800 meters deep, the tension on a cable was terrifying, and facing such a current, akin to an underwater tempest, the 1,500 coastal value trap net could very well be rendered utterly useless. Surrender? Impossible. The glimmering shrimp within that net were the only hope for reviving the several Starlight Dragon Souls, and they constituted a cornerstone of his future commercial empire. System. Exchange for high-strength directional stabilizer. Exchange successful. Consumed 500 coastal value points. Automatically installed in the winch system. Without a moment's hesitation, Suen promptly activated the newly acquired equipment. Below the winch's base at the stern, several clasps sprang open, extending 4 stabilizing claws resembling ship anchors, securely gripping the deck. Simultaneously, the winch's motor emitted a low, resonant hum, and the internal torque control system commenced operation. Almost simultaneously, the ferocious deep-sea current arrived. The Dragon King No. 1 lurched violently. The cable at the stern was suddenly taut, emitting a spine-chilling creak, as if it might snap at any moment. On the sonar screen, the point representing the net was violently jostled by the current. Suen gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the torque readings. Thanks to the high-strength directional stabilizer, the winch system did not collapse instantly. Instead, it engaged in a frenzied struggle against the immense force emanating from the depths. "Haul it in," Suen shouted, cranking the winch's power to the maximum. The cable began to retract at an excruciatingly slow, yet resolute pace, inch by inch. The vessel swayed, the engine roared, and the entire Dragon King No. 1 seemed to groan beneath the wrath of the deep sea. 15 minutes later, when the sudden current finally abated, beads of sweat had already formed on Suen's forehead. He exhaled deeply, collapsing into his seat. After another half hour, the beleaguered fishing net was finally drawn out of the water. Suen hurried to the stern. Within the netting lay countless translucent shrimp, shimmering like crystals. They were roughly the size of a fingernail, nearly transparent, yet their bodies glowed faintly, visible even under the bright sunlight. They were breathtakingly beautiful. Suen wasted no time, carefully transferring these fragile lives, along with the deep-sea water, into several ultra-low-temperature live preservation boxes provided by the Research Institute. Gazing at the shrimp flickering like stars within the boxes, a smile finally graced Suen's face. Ding! Successfully captured a new economic species, deep-sea glimmer shrimp. Completed the entry in the illustrated guide. Reward, 1,000 coastal value points. Current remaining coastal value, 10,200 points. Finally, a profitable venture. He wiped the sweat and seawater from his face and returned to the helm, setting a course for home. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, an old trawler adorned with a Japanese name slowly entered this enchanted reef area. On board, The radar operator was pointing to a recently vanished signal on the screen, reporting to a burly captain beside him. "Captain, that signal was engaged in deep water operations for over half an hour at a depth of 800 meters before it departed." The captain picked up his binoculars, gazing in the direction Suin had left, a greedy smile spreading across his face. 800 meters, intriguing. Let us follow it and see what sort of fat sheep dares to steal from our pasture. The return journey was accompanied by a gentle sea breeze, carrying the satisfaction of a fruitful endeavor. Suin did not immediately accelerate back to port. Instead, he dialed the phone of Director Zheng from the Provincial Ocean Research Institute. "Director Zheng, I have secured the specimens." On the other end of the line, Zheng Haidong's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and urgency. "You got them? Splendid. Professor Su, where are you now? The Institute's ambulance and expert team are waiting at the dock. No rush, I'm on my way. Just be ready to receive them." Suin hung up, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He knew very well that the experts at the Institute would be utterly powerless in the face of the nearly lifeless starlight dragon sauls. The glimmer shrimp he had harvested were their only hope and represented the most significant bargaining chip at the negotiating table for his future dealings with the Institute. Chapter 53, The Japanese Vessel. He brewed himself a cup of hot tea and stood at the bow, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. The radar on the vessel suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. On the screen, a yellow dot was rapidly approaching from the rear flank at an alarming speed. This was no ordinary fishing vessel speed. Suin furrowed his brow and picked up a pair of high-powered binoculars to scrutinize the direction. In the distance, a trawler, nearly twice the size of the Dragon King No. 1, surged through the waves with an imposing presence. The vessel's hull was marred by rust, while the deck lay cluttered with disordered fishing gear, and several tattered Japanese flags fluttered erratically in the wind. A group of bare-chested, sun-darkened crew members stood at the bow, casting lewd glances and gestures in this direction. A chill of foreboding gripped Suin's heart. Trouble was brewing. He swiftly activated the system's biological radar, locking onto the approaching ship. Scan results. Target vessel Maru. 7 crew members detected. Prohibited knives, spear guns, and 2 homemade gunpowder weapons found in the cabin. Indeed, they came with malicious intent. Vessel ahead. Halt. Prepare for inspection. Blared a rough, clumsy Mandarin from a loudspeaker aboard the other ship. Ignoring them, Suin gradually increased the speed of Dragon King No. 1. Seeing his lack of cooperation, the opposing vessel abruptly accelerated, attempting to cut him off and force him to stop. "Baka, I said stop. This is the traditional fishing ground of our great Japanese empire. You are illegally fishing here and must submit to our inspection." The voice from the loudspeaker grew frantic. Suin smirked coldly. Traditional fishing ground? They were practically at his doorstep, still daring to utter such nonsense. It was clear these men regarded him as a solitary prey, intent on a predatory ambush. Unfazed, he maneuvered his vessel while rapidly devising a strategy in his mind. A direct confrontation was out of the question. They vastly outnumbered him and were armed. Alerting the authorities? That would be futile. By the time the Coast Guard arrived, he would have already been sunk to the depths, serving as fish feed. His gaze fell on the special equipment zone in the system store. The high-frequency sonic trap, previously used to capture deep-sea blood eels, came to mind. A bold plan swiftly took shape in his mind. "Kid, if you don't stop, we'll open fire." The opposing crew seemed to lose patience. One member even brandishing a black homemade gun, pointing it towards Suin's cockpit. At that moment, Suin suddenly reduced the vessel's speed. Laughter erupted from the other ship, as they assumed he had conceded. "That's right. Cooperate early, and you'll suffer less." The corpulent captain shouted triumphantly. The Maru slowly closed in on Dragon King No. 1, preparing to board forcefully. The two vessels were now less than 30 meters apart, allowing Suin to see the greedy, grotesque smiles on the crew's faces. Now was the moment. Suin silently commanded, "Activate high-frequency sonic trap, switch mode to biological neural interference, power set to 70%, target locked on Maru, 30 meters ahead." Command confirmed. Initiating. An invisible wave of sound was instantly emitted from the hull of Dragon King No. 1, enveloping the entire Maru with precision. In the next heartbeat, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 7 crew members, who had previously appeared so brazen, suddenly froze, their expressions contorting in agony as they clutched their heads and stomachs, emitting pained groans. "Ah, my head. It hurts so much. Ugh, I feel nauseous," cried one member, dropping his gun onto the deck. The captain, pale-faced, collapsed to the ground, rolling about and clutching his head, howling in a manner that resembled a tortured animal. The Maru, once a fierce sea predator, was instantly transformed into a hellish scene of despair. Suin observed the chaos expressionlessly. This subsonic wave targeting biological neural systems, while not lethal, was sufficient to induce severe headaches, nausea, and dizziness, rendering the targets immobile. Perfect for dealing with these scoundrels. He did not spare another glance, abruptly pushing the Dragon King No. 1's engine to maximum power. The modified engine roared, and the vessel shot forth, leaving a frothy white wake as it sped past the disoriented Maru, racing into the distance without looking back, leaving the 7 Japanese crew members to experience a hellish existence upon the boundless sea. The engine's roar echoed in his ears, while Dragon King No. 1 traced a long white trajectory across the surface of the sea. Suen remained vigilant, fully aware that cutting away the grass does not uproot the weeds. With spring breezes, they may sprout anew. Maintaining maximum speed, he retrieved his phone, capturing a series of clear photographs and a video of the retreating Maru. The ship's name, flag, and the crew's disheveled appearances were all documented in vivid detail. Having completed this task, he refrained from calling the authorities. Instead, he scrolled through his contacts, locating a number and dialing it. Assistant Chun, it's me, Suen. On the other end, Lin Shan's astute and capable assistant, Chen Feng, responded in his usual calm tone. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? Has there been an issue with the villa construction? Not at all. The domestic matters have been resolved. I just returned from the sea, where I encountered a minor case of commercial competition at coordinates 35 degrees north by east, approximately 80 nautical miles from the coastline. Oh, Chen's tone remained unchanged, but Suen could sense him sitting up straighter. A Japanese fishing vessel named Maru has been rather unfriendly. Suen continued nonchalantly. They seemed quite interested in my fishing techniques and warmly invited me aboard for a discussion. As I tend to be somewhat reserved, I decided to leave first. He paused before shifting his tone. I am merely concerned that such overly enthusiastic commercial exchanges, if they occur frequently, could potentially impact the stability of the future supply chain for premium ingredients at Dragon King Pavilion. Assistant Chun, with your extensive connections, could you assist in finding out which company the Maru belongs to? It would help me prepare mentally. His words were crafted with precision, neither pleading for help nor failing to clearly indicate the gravity of the situation, highlighting a potential threat to Lin's top-tier ingredient supply. Chen Feng, being exceptionally astute, grasped Suen's underlying message immediately. Mr. Su, I understand. Rest assured, the supply chain of Lin's group will not tolerate any instability. Please send me the coordinates you mentioned and the photographs of the vessel. I will take care of this matter. Thank you. Suen hung up and promptly sent the photos and videos. He had confidence that Assistant Chun, or rather Lin Shan behind him, would provide a satisfactory response. An hour later, Dragon King No. 1 gracefully docked at Moonbay Wharf. Director Zheng and Lu Fu had been waiting anxiously, their hearts finally relieved upon seeing Suen return safely. Without engaging in idle chatter, Suen immediately immersed himself in work. Chapter 54. Nonsense, I'm the expert. Listen to me. The atmosphere at the dock was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. Director Zheng and several white-coated experts huddled around the immense professional tanks, each face etched with anxiety. Inside the container, dozens of starry-eyed dragons lay on their sides, their once resplendent glimmers now dim and lifeless. The feeble and sluggish movement of their gill covers signaled their imminent demise. Director Zheng, the dissolved oxygen levels in the water are declining, and the fish's vital signs are weakening, exclaimed a young researcher, his voice trembling as he held a testing device. Zheng Haidong rubbed his hands together, sweat beading on his forehead in his anxious state. The expert team he had assembled had attempted various methods, from adjusting water temperature and salinity to injecting high concentrations of oxygen, even preparing stimulants to revive their vitality, yet these precious fish showed no signs of improvement. Just then, the engine sound of Dragon King 1 drew nearer. Upon seeing Suen's boat approach the shore, Zheng Haidong felt as if he had spotted a savior. Rushing forward in haste, Professor Su, you've finally returned. Suen jumped down from the boat, his expression calm. He first glanced at the gasping fish in the tank before turning to Zheng Haidong. I am aware of the situation. He wasted no words. Moving directly to the stern of the boat, where he retrieved several ultra-low temperature live preservation boxes containing deep-sea bioluminescent shrimp. Placed these into the water tank. Zheng Haidong was still in a daze when an elderly expert, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of authority, furrowed his brow. Mr. Su, what is this? Live bait. Indeed, Suen replied succinctly. The old expert adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with scholarly arrogance and skepticism. Nonsense. These fish are currently in a state of extreme stress. Their digestive systems have virtually shut down. Recklessly feeding live bait will only exacerbate their physical burden, and they might even exhaust their remaining strength in a futile chase. Another expert echoed his sentiment. Exactly, Professor Wang is correct. The priority is to stabilize their vital signs. We recommend immediate injection of adrenaline for the fish to preserve their lives first. Faced with the professional advice of the experts, Suen did not even flutter his eyelids. He merely looked at Zheng Haidong. Director Zheng, will you trust me or them? Zheng Haidong was taken aback by the question. He glanced at his most authoritative expert, then at the young man who consistently performed miracles, his mind torn in conflict. On one side lay scientific theory, and on the other, an almost mystical reality. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. We will heed Professor Su's counsel. Director, this is far too risky. These are the first live starry-eyed dragons discovered in the country. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Professor Wang exclaimed, alarmed. Responsibility for what? All these fish belong to me personally. Suen retorted coldly. Zheng Haidong's expression darkened. If anything goes awry, I, Zheng Haidong, will shoulder the burden alone. Now, we will proceed as Professor Su advises. He had gambled once before, and the outcome had proven Suen correct. This time, he chose to gamble again. With the director's words, the other researchers, despite their lingering doubts, had no choice but to comply. They cautiously opened the preservation boxes and gently poured the shimmering bioluminescent shrimp into the tank housing the ailing starry-eyed dragons. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The translucent little shrimp did not scatter in fright. Instead, they seemed to respond to some unseen call, swimming toward the toppled dragons. As the already near-death starry-eyed dragons sensed the shrimp's approach, their dull eyes regained a flicker of vitality. They began to move their fins, awkwardly reorienting their bodies, and then open their mouths. 1, 2 The predatory motions, which would typically require immense exertion, now came effortlessly. The bioluminescent shrimp seemed to swim willingly into their mouths. With the first shrimp swallowed, a miracle occurred. The once dim stars on that starry-eyed dragon's body flared brightly, followed by a second, a third. The brilliance intensified, shining ever more radiantly. Its previously weak breathing steadied and strengthened, while its stiff body began to relax, swaying its tail and slowly swimming within the tank. It's alive. Truly alive, a young researcher exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This exclamation ignited a chain reaction. Within moments, dozens of starry-eyed dragons began to devour the bioluminescent shrimp one after another, reviving in succession. In just 5 short minutes, the tank was devoid of any trace of lethargy. The starry-eyed dragons regained their vigor, their starry brilliance merging into a dazzling display, frolicking in the water and illuminating the tank like a magnificent galaxy. On the dock, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Zheng Haidong gaped, unable to close his mouth. Lu Fu stared, his eyes wide in disbelief, muttering incessantly about the miraculous technique. Truly a divine skill. Meanwhile, Professor Wang and his colleagues, who had been so adamant about the efficacy of science just moments ago, stood utterly petrified. The sight before them had completely transcended their understanding and knowledge. This was no longer biology, it was sheer theology. Suen dusted off his hands and approached the astonished Professor Wang, his tone devoid of emotion. Professor Wang, do you now believe that your adrenaline is effective? Or that my shrimp are? Professor Wang's face flushed a deep crimson. His lips trembled for a moment, yet he could not utter a single word. His lifetime of academic confidence was shattered in that instant. Suen paid him no further heed, turning to extend his hand toward Zheng Haidong. Director Zheng, shall we now discuss the specific terms of our collaboration? Zheng Haidong suddenly snapped back to reality, grasping Suen's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously while stammering with excitement. Yes, we must discuss. Professor, however you wish to collaborate, we shall follow. All resources of the Research Institute will be at your disposal. With the crisis averted and the agreement finalized, the research team's members left, satisfied, taking with them 3 starry-eyed dragons for non-invasive research and a trove of precious bioluminescent shrimp specimens. As they departed, Zheng Haidong left Su in an entire set of the highest standard deep-sea aquaculture maintenance systems, ensuring that any seafood produced by Dragon King Fresh in the future would receive the most authoritative quality certification reports from the Institute at the earliest opportunity. Once the research team had departed, Lu Fu approached, his expression filled with awe as he looked at Suen boss. How did you know those fish would eat that kind of shrimp? Suen smiled. Well, I can't exactly say it was from a past life. I guessed. He added. Lu Fu's mouth twitched, finding it hard to believe. Guessed? To guess so accurately is not mere guessing. That's called foresight. At that moment, Suen's phone vibrated with a new message. The sender was Assistant Chen. The content was simple. Chapter 55, The Gift from Lin Shan. Mr. Su, everything has been taken care of. A small gift is on its way. A gift? Suen raised an eyebrow, knowing well that the small gift Assistant Chen referred to would not be trifling. However, he did not inquire further, simply replying with a thank you before pocketing his phone. After concluding matters at the dock, he returned with Lu Fu to the Dragon King Fresh restaurant, which was undergoing renovations. This location would soon serve as their private restaurant's kitchen base and temporary seafood holding center. Lu Fu, a paragon of culinary expertise, truly exemplifies the role of an executive chef, meticulously orchestrating the layout of the kitchen. From the installation of the vivifying water circulation system to the delineation of various temperature zones and the careful selection and procurement of kitchenware, every detail is accounted for with precision. Boss, as per your request, the design drafts for the old residence by Yunming Lake have been finalized in 3 versions. When would you be available to review them? Lu Fu reported to Suen, holding a tablet in hand. There's no rush. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Coordinate with the designer dispatched from Lin Lao's side. Suen waved dismissively, expressing his disinterest in the interior design, focusing instead on the core of their enterprise. I have made considerable progress regarding the breeding base for the Starlight Dragon Carp. Once we settle things here, we shall commence. Excellent, Lu Fu exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Provided that the Starlight Dragon Carp can be consistently supplied, the grand opening of our Dragon King Pavilion will undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Jiangnan. As their conversation unfolded, a sleek black business vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. A sharply dressed young man emerged, cradling a sealed document bag, and made his way directly inside. Excuse me, may I inquire if Mr. Suen is present? I am, Suen replied. Upon confirming his identity, the young man handed over the document bag and produced an electronic signature pad. Mr. Su, this is an international express package from Tokyo. Please sign for it. After Suen affixed his signature, the young man bowed and departed without uttering another word. Lu Fu, intrigued, leaned closer. Boss, from Tokyo, do you have overseas dealings? Suen remained silent as he tore open the seal of the document bag. Inside lay a substantial stack of papers, all in bilingual Japanese and Chinese. The topmost page was a printed letter of apology, issued by the Japan Ocean Fisheries Corporation, with the president's name embossed with a vivid red seal and personal stamp. The letter conveyed the utmost humility, offering sincere apologies for the misunderstandings and inconveniences caused to Mr. Su and by their subsidiary, the Meru fishing vessel. While on the high seas, Lu Fu stared in disbelief. A prestigious Japanese corporation was issuing an apology letter to his boss. Such an honor was beyond comprehension. However, what astonished him further lay beneath the apology. Beneath the letter was a vessel ownership transfer agreement, clearly stating that the Japan Ocean Fisheries Corporation willingly and without compensation transferred the Meru trawler, along with its complete set of fishing equipment, to Mr. Suen. All associated transfer procedures and taxes would be borne by the transferring party. Moreover, tucked within the final page was a cash check from a Swiss bank, amounting to $500,000, annotated as compensation for emotional distress. Wow, Lu Fu gasped, almost losing his grip on the tablet. A large fishing vessel, coupled with a compensation of $500,000. Was this the small gift that Assistant Chen had mentioned? The scale of this gesture was audacious beyond reason. He finally grasped the magnitude of the formidable presence supporting his young boss. This was no longer merely a commercial power. It was a force capable of effortlessly overturning established norms. In contrast to Lu Fu's astonishment, Suen's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He simply organized the documents and checked, as if this were an inconsequential matter. What should we do with the ship? Lu Fu instinctively inquired. Let it be for now. It conveniently fills the need for a transport and supply vessel, Suen replied nonchalantly. He casually tossed the documents onto the table and picked up a life jacket. Let us set sail. Huh, we're going out to sea? Lu Fu questioned, perplexed. To find our precious creature a new home and to see how it adapts. Suen remarked, referring to the Starlight Dragon Carp. Although the Research Institute could provide a temporary habitat, it could not compare to the vastness of the ocean. He intended to locate a suitable bay near his home to serve as a natural breeding ground for the Starlight Dragon Carp. Half an hour later, the Dragon King No. 1 embarked once again. This time, the vessel was equipped with a specially designed live transport box, containing the most robust Starlight Dragon Carp as a scout. Lu Fu stood beside Suen, marveling at his adept navigation of the fishing boat, skillfully avoiding hidden reefs as they headed towards an unfrequented stretch of ocean. His respect for this boss deepening. This boss, upon entering the sea, transformed into a dragon, and upon returning ashore, became a tiger, truly capable of anything. The Dragon King No. 1 eventually anchored in a sheltered bay, embraced on 3 sides by mountains. The entrance to the bay was narrow, with deep, calm waters and crystal-clear visibility, a natural harbor. This is the place, Suen declared, casting the anchor and activating the system's biological radar to scan the underwater environment of the bay. Scan complete. Water composition meets the survival requirements of the Starlight Dragon Carp. Small underwater caves are present for habitation. No large predatory organisms detected. Perfect, Suen nodded in satisfaction. Preparing to release the Starlight Dragon Carp into the sea, he affixed a miniature signal transmitter to the fish's dorsal fin to facilitate tracking. With a splash, the Starlight Dragon Carp glided into the water, seemingly delighted by its new surroundings, joyfully swimming 2 laps before diving into the depths. Su-in and Lu Fu stood aboard the ship, observing its every movement through the screen connected to the signal receiver. "Boss, it seems to really enjoy this place," Lu Fu remarked, watching the glowing point on the screen explore the bay with enthusiasm. "Indeed, the ecological environment here is quite pristine, suitable for it," Su-in replied, keeping an eye on the screen while surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, an unusual signal flashed on the biological radar interface, approximately 500 meters away, beneath a steep cliff. This signal was faint but exhibited a high-energy response. It was neither fish nor crustacean. It resembled a type of mollusk. Su-in's interest piqued, and he turned to Lu Fu. "Stay with the boat. I'll go take a look." "Boss, you're going into the water?" Lu Fu exclaimed, apprehensive. Despite the calm surface, the open sea could harbor unpredictable dangers beneath. "Don't worry, I'm a good swimmer," Su-in reassured him, waving his hand as he retrieved a basic diving set from the storage compartment, a diving mask, a snorkel, and a pair of fins. He didn't even take an oxygen tank. Under Lu Fu's worried gaze, he plunged into the refreshing sea. Chapter 56, Golden Abalone. As he entered the water, the surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only the gentle sounds of water flowing past his ears. Sunlight pierced the ocean's surface, refracting into countless shimmering beams that illuminated the vibrant underwater world. Schools of snapper darted by like blue sprites, while uniquely shaped coral reefs hosted sea anemones that gracefully unfurled their soft tentacles, activating his unlimited breath-holding ability. The abundant oxygen made him feel akin to a true marine creature, free and relaxed. He did not rush to locate the signal source, but instead leisurely glided through this natural aquarium. This sensation was far more relieving than strategizing in an office or engaging in verbal duels at a negotiation table. This was the life he longed for. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally adjusted his course, swimming towards the location marked on the radar. It was a nearly vertical underwater cliff, adorned with an array of mollusks and seaweeds. Below the precipice lay a deep stone crevice. The source of the signal resided deep within this fissure. Su-in leaned in for a closer inspection. The entrance to the crevice was narrow, allowing only one person to pass sideways. Without hesitation, he turned his body and slowly squeezed inside. The light within the crevice was dim, growing darker the deeper he swam. He unsheathed a waterproof flashlight from his waist and flicked it on, piercing the darkness with a beam of light. Where the illumination reached, he spotted several ordinary abalone, each the size of a palm, but these were evidently not the source of the signal. He continued to dive deeper, approximately 7 or 8 meters, until he was greeted by an unexpected expanse. Astonishingly, he had stumbled upon a small underwater cavern. As the beam of his flashlight illuminated the rocky ceiling of the cave, Su-in's breath caught momentarily. He beheld dozens of basin-sized discs clinging to the ceiling. The edges of these discs gleamed with a resplendent, golden hue, reflecting a dazzling light under the flashlight's glow. Golden abalone. Moreover, they were of the highest quality and size, wild specimens that Su-in recognized instantly. In his previous life, a single one could fetch a 5-figure sum, a rarity that was often sought after but seldom found. To his astonishment, he had uncovered an entire colony right here. This was no mere abalone. It was a wall of golden treasures. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he drew a specialized abalone knife from his leg and commenced his harvesting. These top-tier wild abalones possessed an extraordinarily strong adhesive grip. Even a hammer might struggle to detach them from the rocks. However, Su-in's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average person. He zeroed in on the largest specimen, expertly inserting the thin yet resilient abalone knife into the crevice between the abalone flesh and the rocky wall. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a muffled pop echoed as the golden abalone dislodged, landing firmly in his grasp. It was heavy, weighing at least 3 pounds. With the first successfully harvested, he moved on to the second. Su-in resembled a diligent gardener, plucking ripe fruits from his own orchard. He did not take them all indiscriminately, but selected the largest 20 or so, leaving behind the smaller ones and those in the breeding process to ensure the sustainability of the ecosystem. Before long, his net bag was brimming with his bounty. Triumphant, Su-in retraced his path. As he broke the surface and hurled the hefty net of glistening golden discs onto the deck, Lu Fu, who had been anxiously awaiting on the ship, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. "Is that golden abalone?" Lu Fu dashed over, trembling hands reaching into the net to examine one, turning it over in awe. "My heavens! Such size! Such quality! Boss, this one alone could be worth a month's salary." As a top chef, he was acutely aware of the value of such an ingredient. This was not merely a matter of money. It was a treasure that an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime. Weave struck gold. "Boss, we are truly in for a fortune." With a relaxed smile, Su-in wiped the water from his body. "Don't get too excited. In the future, such delicacies will be standard fare at our Longwang Pavilion." Lu Fu felt his blood surge with excitement. envisioning the bustling scenes of diners vying for a table once the pavilion opened. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Longwong number 1 set sail, laden with abundant harvest and hope. By the time they returned to the Moon Bay dock, the sky had turned pitch dark. Suin carefully placed the harvested golden abalone into the top-tier vivarium at the base, knowing they would become the treasured gems of the establishment. Just as he finished showering and changed into dry clothes, his phone rang from his pocket. It was an unfamiliar number. Suin swiped to answer. A young man's voice, slightly magnetic yet laced with arrogance, resonated from the other end. "Is this Mr. Suin? I am Li Zijie." There was a brief pause, as if he were relishing the weight of his name, before he continued leisurely. "I believe we should meet and have a proper discussion regarding the business you've taken from me." His tone dripped with condescension, as if he were issuing an irrefutable command rather than making a request. Suin moved the phone slightly away from his ear, his other hand picking up a gleaming golden abalone, admiring its exquisite patterns under the light. "Discuss business? I don't believe we have anything to talk about. Whether we do or not is not for you to decide." Li Zijie chuckled lightly, his laughter brimming with unabashed arrogance. "My sources inform me that you had a good catch today. I am quite interested in your haul. Name your price. I'll take it all. Furthermore, you may withdraw from the supply of ingredients to Old Lin, and I can offer you a sum that will sustain you for a lifetime." Lu Fu, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. The Li family from the harbor island was indeed wealthy, attempting to buy people off with money. Yet, Suin seemed unfazed, placing the golden abalone back into the vivarium, responding calmly, "I'm not selling. I have no interest." "You." The breath on the other end hitched noticeably. Li Zijie was evidently taken aback by such a forthright rejection. "Suin, don't be ungrateful. Do you think that by associating with Old Lin, you can act with impunity in Jiangnan? Allow me to enlighten you. In the face of absolute capital, your little cleverness and luck are utterly worthless. Is that so? Then come to Moon Bay and let me see the extent of your capital." He directly provided the address of Longwong Fresh Seafood Restaurant. "Very well." Li Zijie's voice turned icy. "You can expect me. I'm curious to see just how resilient your backbone truly is." The call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 57. Li Chengze has arrived. Lu Fu edged closer, worry etched across his face. "Boss, Li Zijie comes with ill intent. Are we really just going to wait for him to show up? What else can we do? When a dog bares its teeth, one cannot simply lie down and let it bite. Let him come. It will be a fine opportunity for him to witness the winds of Moon Bay." He glanced at Lu Fu, who was brimming with excitement, eager to take action, and shook his head. "Come, let us not just wait here. Let us go out to sea." We're going back out? Isn't Li Zijie coming?" He asked, traveling from the city. "It will take him at least 2 hours. We can take a spin, stretch our legs, and return just in time to welcome our guest." As he spoke, Suin had already picked up a life jacket. Observing his boss's relaxed demeanor, Lu Fu felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. With his boss at the helm, what was there to fear? Half an hour later, Longwong number 1 set sail once more. This time, Suin did not venture into the open sea, but circled the waters near Moon Bay. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a briny scent, while the sunset bathed the ocean in golden red hues, with a few seabirds swirling at the stern of the boat. Suin refrained from activating the sonar or employing any system tools. Instead, he relied solely on the experience and intuition from his previous life, navigating through several inconspicuous rocky areas. "Boss, what are we looking for?" Lu Fu inquired with curiosity. "We're in search of some snacks to accompany our drinks. You keep an eye on the boat while I dive down to gather a few." With that, he donned his flippers and snorkeling mask, plunging into the water with vigor. The evening sea felt rather cool, and the underwater visibility was not particularly high. Suin glided through the aquatic flora and rocks with the grace of a fish. Soon, he discovered a cluster of tightly adhered black objects on the shaded side of a reef. These were Buddha's hand snails, colloquially known as ghost claw snails by the locals. Despite their unappealing name, they were a rare delicacy. Suin drew the sea knife from his waist, carefully prying the snails off the rocks, selecting only the plumpest ones. In no time, his net bag was half filled. He meandered nearby and spotted some well-camouflaged flounders hidden in the sandy expanse, skillfully spearing too. Although his haul was modest, Suin relished the experience. This pure form of fishing, reliant solely on skill and expertise, imparted a sense of ease reminiscent of returning to one's true self. As he emerged from the water and tossed the net onto the boat, Lu Fu was holding his phone, a grave expression on his face. "Boss, Li Zijie has arrived. He is right outside our shop, accompanied by over a dozen people and 3 vehicles. The spectacle has drawn the villagers in droves." "Really? That's a bit quicker than I anticipated," Suin remarked, wiping the seawater from his face as he leisurely climbed aboard. "Let us head back. We wouldn't want our guests to grow impatient." The Dragon King number 1 turned its bow and cruised toward the dock at a relaxed pace. At that moment, The entrance of the Dragon King seafood restaurant was already thronged with villagers drawn by the commotion. 3 sleek black luxury SUVs arrogantly occupied the road, their polished emblems glinting in the evening light. A dozen bodyguards clad in black suits stood expressionless on either side, creating an aura that kept the curious villagers at bay, rendering the entire village eerily quiet. Leviathan, dressed in a meticulously tailored casual suit and puffing on a cigar, wore an impatient expression as he glared at the closed shop door. High trailed behind him, smiling obsequiously. "Young Masterly, don't be anxious. This country bumpkin is probably scared and has hidden away. I'll call him right now to urge him." "No need." Leviathan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze laced with disdain. "If he dares not return, I shall dismantle this shabby establishment. I am curious to see if Lin Shan will sever ties with the Li family of Port Island over a mere dead man." The villagers, overhearing this, fell silent, fear-stricken. They had never encountered such brazen individuals, threatening to demolish a shop and incite violence over a disagreement. Su Jianya and his son Su Ming blended into the crowd, their faces alight with schadenfreude. "Dad, this time Su is finished. He has provoked someone formidable. Let us see how he meets his end." Su Ming whispered excitedly. "He deserves it. Let him be arrogant." Su Jianya's eyes gleamed with malice. Just then, the sound of an engine, leisurely approaching from the dock, captured everyone's attention. A sleek fishing boat glided into view. Suin leaped from the vessel, a dripping net bag in hand, ignoring the extravagant spectacle at the shop entrance. He walked straight to a nearby faucet to rinse the Buddha's hand snails and flounders as if the crowd were mere figments of air. Lu Fu followed closely behind, equally unfazed. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Li Zhejia's face darkened, a storm brewing within. He had assembled such a large entourage only to be blatantly disregarded, while the other party busied themselves washing seafood. This was not mere provocation. It was a flagrant humiliation. "Suin." High was the first to erupt, pointing an accusatory finger at Suin. "Do you not see young Masterly here? Hurry up and pay your respects." Suin calmly finished rinsing the last Buddha's hand snail before lifting his head to regard High and then Li Zijia. He hoisted the net bag and strode toward the shop entrance, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Oh, so it's young Masterly gracing us with his presence. I thought it was some theatrical troupe come to set up a stage in our humble village." His words plunged the scene into an odd silence. The villagers stifled their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. High's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, his finger trembling as he pointed at Suin. You are being outrageous." Li Zijia intervened, extinguishing his cigar against the side of a nearby vehicle. Striding slowly towards Suin, towering half a head taller than Suin, he scrutinized him from above, his eyes gleaming with a cat-and-mouse mockery. "So you are Suin? Quite intriguing." He appraised Suin from head to toe, his gaze ultimately settling on the still-dripping net bag in his hand. "For such a paltry catch. You left me waiting here for over half an hour?" Suin disregarded him entirely, proceeding to the shop door and retrieving his key. With a click, the door swung open, releasing lang of aromas unique to the finest seafood, wafting invitingly into the air. Li Zijia's nostrils flared, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, soon replaced by his trademark disdain. "You think to showcase your uniqueness in such a manner? How juvenile." He followed Suin into the shop, flanked by his bodyguards, and High. Inside, the establishment was brightly lit, with rows of pristine professional aquariums lining the walls, emitting a soft, rhythmic hum. Li Zijia's attention was immediately captured by a few aquariums at the back. One contained dozens of fish, their bodies glimmering like stars, casting the entire tank in a celestial glow. Starry dragon grouper? Wild golden abalone? Even someone as worldly as Li Zijia could not suppress a gasp. Both items were legendary delicacies, virtually priceless. His establishment, Global Feast, struggled to procure even 3 or 5 smaller starry dragon groupers each year, and those were always frozen. Yet here, in this unassuming little shop, were dozens of live specimens. The golden abalone, in size and quality, far surpassed any he had ever encountered. Jealousy and greed surged within him. "Name your price," Li Zijia rasped, pointing at the 2 aquariums. "I will take both of these. I shall offer you an irresistible deal." Suin appeared oblivious, handing his net bag to Lu Fu. "Uncle Lu, for tonight's snacks, let us steam these, and add plenty of garlic." "Certainly." Lu Fu accepted the net bag, not sparing a glance at Li Zijia, turning to head into the kitchen. Li Zijia was left utterly disregarded, his expression a tempestuous shade of fury. Beside him, a figure clad in a white chef's coat, seemingly an expert, leaned in and whispered, "Young Masterly. While the golden abalone is rare, it requires meticulous handling. Water temperature, salinity, and light exposure, all must be precise, or they risk self-dissolving. I observe that while his system appears professional, it may not be capable of sustaining such precious creatures." Li Zijia's eyes lit up with understanding. a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He approached the aquarium containing the golden abalone, theatrically tapping the glass. Mr. Su, while your abalone does exhibit fine quality, do you possess the knowledge to care for them properly? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Zhang Sun, a Michelin 3-star chef graduated from the esteemed Le Cordon Bleu in France. When it comes to the maintenance of such exquisite ingredients, I am indeed an authority. Zhang Sun puffed out his chest, exuding arrogance as he continued. Mr. Su, with all due respect, your salinity meter reads excessively high. Wild golden abalone are exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in salinity. If it exceeds 35 parts per thousand, their glands will secrete a dissolving enzyme. Within 12 hours, this wall of gold will transform into a pile of decomposed flesh. He gestured towards the control panel of the aquarium, asserting, you must immediately lower the salinity to 32 parts per thousand and inject 5% freshwater to neutralize it. He Sihai, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. His gaze towards Suin laced with derision. See, this is professionalism. You, a mere country bumpkin, stumbled into something good. Do you even know how to care for it? Yet, Suin merely observed him quietly, as if watching a jester perform. Have you finished? Zhang Sun frowned. I am merely assisting you in averting substantial losses. Oh, Suin replied, nodding slightly before turning to Li Zijie. Young sir, you seem quite irate, storming into my establishment, waving your hands around. And now you wish to tamper with my possessions? He approached the control panel, and rather than lowering the salinity, he pressed several buttons. Bubbles began to rise from the aquarium as a richer seawater was infused. The salinity meter gradually climbed to 38 parts per thousand. You've lost your mind, Zhang Sun exclaimed, his voice a high-pitched shriek. You will kill them. Li Zijie was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Suin would engage in such self-destructive behavior. However, the next moment, the spectacle inside the aquarium left everyone wide-eyed. The once still golden abalone, reacting to the increased salinity, showed no signs of distress. Instead, their golden edges shimmered more vibrantly, and their skirts appeared more lively. One even shifted slightly, revealing its plump, robust flesh, teeming with vitality. This is impossible. Zhang Sen's face drained of color as he pointed at the aquarium, his lips trembling. This is not how it is written in textbooks. All marine biology treatises clearly state. Your textbooks require an update. Suin interrupted him, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You only know that golden abalone are sourced from the deep seas of Australia, yet you are unaware that mine are from a unique geothermal region beneath the Phantom Trench. They have long adapted to high salinity and mineral-rich environments. Using the same methods for ordinary golden abalone on them would indeed be a true act of murder. His words struck like a resounding slap, thoroughly dismantling Zhang Sun and Li Zijie's pretensions. Zhang Sen's face was ashen. His once proud expertise had been utterly dismantled before him. Li Zijie's countenance darkened to an extreme. He had intended to utterly dominate Suin in his field of expertise, only to become the subject of ridicule. In a fit of rage and humiliation, a frantic thought surged within him. If he could not have it, he would destroy it. With a sudden burst of fury, he lifted his foot and, with all his might, kicked the golden abalone's life-sustaining aquarium. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated. Although the thick, specialized glass did not shatter, the violent tremor caused the entire aquarium to shake violently. A precision probe used for monitoring dislodged from its clasp and plopped into the water with a splash. The probe, connected to electrical wires, emitted a faint spark as it fell into the water. In the aquarium, the golden abalone nearest to the probe visibly recoiled. Its golden skirt instantly charred black. Suin's expression finally darkened. He slowly turned to face Li Zijie, whose face bore a malevolent grin. Finished with your antics? Now, let us discuss compensation. Compensation? Li Zijie erupted into uproarious laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He adjusted his wrinkled trousers from the kick and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha. Suin, are you out of your mind? You want me to compensate you? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, even if I were to demolish your shop and ruin you today, you would have to endure it without protest. He Sihai chimed in, leveraging Li Zijie's bravado. Exactly. Young Masterly gracing your pathetic establishment is a favor. Don't overreach. Suin ignored their taunts. He simply walked to the aquarium and retrieved the golden abalone that had been electrocuted. Once full of vitality, it now bore a charred skirt, with its thick flesh showing signs of permanent damage. A product of the geothermal region beneath the Phantom Trench, this top-tier, wild golden abalone weighed 3.5 pounds. Cradling the abalone, Suin's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the shop. In perfect condition, with exceptional vitality, according to last year's auction records from Sotheby's. Similar items have sold for $3,200,000. He paused, flipping the abalone to display the charred damage. Chapter 59. One fish, 100 million. Now, You have turned it into a defective product with a mere kick. Even if it could be repaired, its value would diminish by over 90%. Therefore, young masterly. Suin raised his gaze, calmly meeting Li Zijia's eyes. $320,000 equates to approximately $227,526,397,705. Shall I round it down for you? 2,200,000. Will you pay by card or by transfer? The entire shop fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Villagers outside craned their necks, dumbfounded by the revelation. 2 million for a single abalone? Is this lad insane? This is faster than robbing a bank. Li Zijia was also stunned, but soon erupted into even louder laughter. 2,300,000. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Suin, I reckon you've lost your mind. Do you truly believe you can extort me with such a price? I am not negotiating with you, Suin replied, his tone remaining flat. I am informing you. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, not to call the police, but to dial Assistant Chun. The call was quickly connected. Assistant Chun, it's me, Su and Mr. Su. How may I assist you? Nothing major. Suin glanced at Li Zijia, casually continuing. It seems there has been a minor incident with the batch of golden abalone reserved by Old Lin. One was accidentally damaged by a customer named Li, and we might need to reassess our supply agreement. On the other end, Assistant Chin fell silent for 2 seconds before his tone grew serious. Mr. Su, are you at the shop? Please hold on. I will handle this immediately. After hanging up, Suin tucked his phone back into his pocket, ceasing to speak. Simply observing Li Zijia in silence. A sense of unease gripped Li Zijia inexplicably, yet he maintained his bravado. What a charade. Do you think a mere phone call will intimidate me? Let me tell you, today, you will never see that 2 million again. If you dare to mention it again, I will make you. Before he could finish his words, his phone erupted with frantic ringing. The caller ID displayed his father's name. Li Zijia furrowed his brow, impatience evident as he answered, Dad, I'm currently dealing with something. I'll call you back later. Damn it. A thunderous roar erupted from the other end, causing Li Zijia's ears to ring. Where are you right now? Are you at a place called Suin in Moon Bay? Li Zijia was taken aback. Dad, how do you know? How would I know? Lin Shan just called me directly. He said the life-preserving medicine he reserved has been ruined by you. He is about to withdraw all cooperation projects with our Li family group on the mainland. Do you have any idea how much loss this will incur? Hundreds of billions. You prodigal son. Right now? Immediately. Go kneel and apologize to Mr. Su. Whatever he demands, you must compensate. If Mr. Su does not forgive you, you can forget about returning to Hong Kong. The phone was slammed down. Li Zijia stood frozen, gripping the phone, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. Leaving him pale. Lin Shan, calling personally, hundreds of billions in collaboration, he finally comprehended the magnitude of the disaster he had stumbled into. It was not merely a stumbling block. It was an insurmountable mountain, one he was not even worthy enough to gaze upon. Li Xiao, Hai, who had also overheard the furious exchange, felt his legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Thud. In the astonished gaze of all present, the once arrogant third son of the Li family from Hong Kong dropped to his knees before Su and Mr. Su. I'm sorry. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. It's my fault. His voice trembled, his formerly haughty demeanor now replaced with overwhelming fear. Suin looked down upon him, his expression unchanged. Now, are you willing to discuss compensation? Willing. Li Zijia nodded vigorously. 23 million. I will compensate. I'll transfer it immediately. Too late. Suin shook his head. That was the price a moment ago. He gestured towards another water tank, where starry-eyed fish swam gracefully. Your earlier kick not only damaged my abalone, but also startled them. These fish are quite timid. If frightened, their appetite and growth can be adversely affected, potentially even leading to genetic instability. Therefore, besides the cost of the abalone, you must also compensate for their mental distress. Not much. Let us say 100 million for each fish. There are 20 in total, so that is 2 billion. Suin's voice was soft, yet each word struck Li Zijia's heart like a hammer. 1 fish, 100 million. Li Zijia's head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot with despair. This was no longer mere compensation. It was an attempt to drive him and the entire Li family to ruin. This was not just a bank robbery. It was as if he was having the printing press hauled back home. Hai nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back. Had he not been gripping the adjacent water tank, he would have collapsed. He had never seen such a sum of money, let alone dared to imagine it. Meanwhile, Li Zijia, upon hearing that figure, felt all strength drained from his body, collapsing in defeat. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with sheer terror and rage. This is extortion. You're robbing me. He screamed, his voice cracking. Suin regarded him with an unflinching gaze. Robbing? Li Xiao. You stormed onto my territory with a dozen people, threatening me, kicking my goods worth millions of dollars, and now you accuse me of robbery? With each word from Suin, Li Zijia's complexion turned increasingly ashen. Li Zijia was at a loss for words, his throat choking out gasps. Unable to muster a single rebuttal. The cost of the abalone is compensation for my direct loss. Suin raised a finger. That 2 billion is for your offense against my future partner, Old Lin, and the mental distress and reputational damage inflicted upon me. He raised a second finger. After all, I'm quite timid. Being scared like that makes it hard for me to sleep at night. His tone was calm. Yet the underlying chill in his words seemed to lower the temperature of the entire shop. Timid? No one present believed that. This was clearly an attempt to swallow the entire Li family whole. I don't have that much money. The Li family cannot produce 20 billion in cash. Li Zijia finally broke down, his voice tinged with a sob. Can't produce? Suin raised an eyebrow. I heard your Li family group is currently bidding for the land in the southern city, planning to invest 300 billion in a new commercial center. A mere 20 billion should be a drop in the bucket for you, no? Li Zijia was utterly stunned. How could he possibly know about this? This was still a core secret within the group. Fear, like a chilling current from the deep sea, engulfed him in an instant. He finally comprehended that he was not facing a mere fortunate fisherman, but a formidable entity capable of effortlessly discerning all his secrets. Just then, Li Zijia's phone, abandoned on the ground, rang again at the most inopportune moment. It was still his father's number. Suin bent down, picked up the phone, and pressed the speaker button. Ajay, you scoundrel. What is going on? Has Mr. Su forgiven you? The anxious and panicked voice of Li's father came through, devoid of its previous fury, replaced by a tone of subservience. Li Zijia knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to utter a word. Suin brought the phone to his lips, speaking with a casual demeanor. Hello, Director Li. On the other end, there was a sudden silence, followed by a markedly more humble voice. Is this Mr. Su? Good day, Mr. Su. My son was ignorant and offended you. I am here to apologize on his behalf. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold this against him. The Li family is willing to pay any price for your forgiveness. Any price. Those 4 words made it abundantly clear to everyone present, including Hisihai, that Suin's earlier mention of Lin Shan retracting hundreds of billions in cooperation was not a mere threat, it was a reality. Suin chuckled softly. Director Li, you are too kind. It's really not a big deal. Your son merely treated my establishment like a playground, damaging an abalone I was preparing to gift to Old Lin, while also startling 20 fish I was set to supply to him. I value integrity in business. Now that there's an issue with the goods, I feel quite remorseful for not being able to account to Old Lin. Cold sweat cascaded down Li's father's back. He understood the implications. This was not just about damaged goods. This was a relentless push towards the demise of the Li family. Mr. Su, please, tell me what to do, and I will comply. As long as it appeases you and ensures Old Lin is satisfied. Simple, Suin interrupted. The cost of the abalone is 22 million, not a cent less. As for the mental distress fees for those 20 fish, Suin elongated his voice, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. 2 billion in cash? I shall forego it, for I possess no place to store it. Upon hearing this, Li's father exhaled a sigh of relief. I have heard that the young master Li owns a dining company called Global Feast, which is reportedly thriving in the mainland. A sudden chill gripped Li's heart, as an ominous premonition surged within him. Yes, it is merely a trivial venture his son recklessly engaged in. I have taken a fancy to it. Suin's tone brooked no dissent. Transfer all the stores, supply chain, and management team of Global Feast in the mainland to my name. I shall offer 1 million for the acquisition. Furthermore, I demand the Japanese fishing vessel named Wanha and an additional $500,000 for mental anguish. As I have been informed that the paperwork is already in order, by tomorrow morning, I expect to see the ship, the money, and the transfer contract for Global Feast at my dock. After uttering this, Suin hung up the phone without awaiting a response. Throwing the device back to the already ashen-faced Li Zijia, the entire establishment fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Suin's maneuver. He relinquished 2 billion in cash, yet sought a fully developed dining empire worth far beyond that. This was no mere act of cruelty. It was akin to devouring both flesh and bone, leaving not a shred behind. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that the Japanese fishing vessel and the $500,000 were also acquired from the Li family. All eyes converged on the composed young man, beneath whose calm demeanor lay terrifying methods and unfathomable power. Upon completing his task, Suin appeared to regard it as no more than a trifling matter. He turned and slowly approached the visibly terrified Hisihai, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. Boss Suin gently patted his shoulder. Hisihai's body jolted, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mr. Su, no, Lord Su. I was wrong. I lacked discernment. Please spare me. Do not be anxious. A benevolent smile graced Suin's face. I have always been kind to others, disliking violence. Did you not previously wish to suppress my Longwang fresh? Here is your opportunity. Henceforth, your sea-high tower shall serve as my exclusive downstream supplier. I shall provide the goods, and you shall handle the sales. As for the profits, Suin extended 3 fingers. I shall take 9, you won. Sea-high was left speechless. This was not a partnership. It was a transformation into a mere laborer for Suin. Yet did he dare utter a word of dissent? Observing Leviathans, who knelt on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, he harbored no doubt that should he dare to shake his head, he might not see the sun rise again. I am willing. I am willing. Sea-high nodded fervently, forcing a smile more grotesque than a cry. Suin nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the door, gazing at the throng of villagers outside, and announced in a loud voice, "Fellow villagers, you may disperse. A minor misunderstanding has been resolved." Pausing, he added, "By the way, starting tomorrow, those in the village seeking work may come to me to apply. My new ship is still in need of a few diligent sailors." Upon hearing this, Su Jianya and his son Su Ming felt as though the world before them had gone dark, and they fell straight back. As the night deepened, the winds of Moon Bay carried the salty scent of the sea, dispersing the clamor at the entrance of the Longwang Fresh Store. The villagers departed in small groups, filled with astonishment and reverence, each carrying a tale of the evening that would serve as a legend for a decade or more. Inside the establishment, Li Zajie and Sea-high, disoriented, were supported by their respective subordinates as they left, their figures resembling those of forlorn strays. Suin watched them retreat, devoid of any expression of triumph. For him, this was merely the removal of 2 bothersome pebbles from his path. "Boss, your maneuver is indeed brilliant." Lu Fu emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming plate of garlic-steamed conch, his expression bordering on reverence as he gazed at Suin. He had anticipated a fierce battle that night, yet his boss had effortlessly devoured a dining empire without shedding a drop of blood. "The side dish has arrived. Let us eat." Suin pulled up a chair and sat down, seemingly unperturbed by the events that had just transpired. At that moment, a black Mercedes pulled up outside the store, and Assistant Chun hurried inside. "Mr. Su, I hope I have not disturbed you." He first offered a respectful greeting, then glanced at the chaos within the establishment, his eyes flickering with understanding. Chapter 61. Fortune has smiled upon us. Dozens of tons of large yellow croaker. A minor inconvenience has been resolved. Suin picked up a Buddha's hand conch and extracted the succulent meat with a toothpick. "I have already made arrangements with the Li family. Tomorrow morning, everything you require will be delivered promptly." Assistant Chun exhibited remarkable efficiency. Additionally, regarding the handover of Global Feast, Old Lin's intention is to dispatch a professional legal and financial team to assist you, ensuring everything is flawless. Much obliged. Suin nodded. Such mundane matters were indeed burdensome for him. Assistant Chin did not linger, hastily departing after relaying the information. For a figure like Lin Shan, the outcome far outweighed the process. Suin's ability to resolve issues with such decisive methods would only serve to deepen his admiration. As the night grew quiet, Suin sent away the still excited Lu Fu and locked the store door behind him. In his mind, the system's prompt finally arrived. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the hidden achievement. Expansion of business territory, beginner. Achievement description, through decisive means, seamlessly absorbing a major business competitor, thereby extending the influence of the personal brand to a regional level. Achievement reward, 20,000 C gathering points. System Mall, Vessel Section, unlocks the Ocean Class category. System Personal Panel unlocks Title Function. Suin glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Suin. Physique, 15, average person 10. Strength, 16, average person 10. Spirit, 14, average person 10. Sea gathering points, 33, 200 points. Titles, King of the Undersea Claws. Wearing this enhances the speed of acquiring online reputation slightly. Uncrowned King of Moon Bay. Wearing this slightly enhances personal prestige within the Moon Bay area. Skills, Infinite Breath Holding, Biological Radar. Equipment, Nearshore Professional Fishing Vessel, High Precision Sonar Fish Finder. With over 30,000 sea gathering points, this substantial sum bolstered his confidence. Without hesitation, he accessed the vessel section, his gaze fixed on the upgrade options for the newly acquired Wanha trawler. Wanha Basic Upgrade Package includes high-power engine replacement, hull reinforcement, and the latest generation commercial-grade trawling sonar system. Price, 8,000 sea gathering points. Wanha Special Upgrade Package unlocks deep-sea electromagnetic pulse fish aggregation system, capable of mimicking specific fish schools' bioelectric signals for large-scale precision trapping. Price, 15,000 sea gathering points. Upgrade all. Suin made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Upgrade complete. Wanha has been renamed Dragon King No. 2, and the corresponding legal documentation has been generated. After completing these tasks, Suin stretched and headed in the direction of home. The foundation of the villa has been firmly established, with the parents residing in a temporary wooden house on the construction site, eagerly awaiting the day-by-day progress of the building. Upon returning, Suin found his parents still awake, animatedly discussing the design style of the house under the warm glow of a lamp. As he entered, his mother hurriedly approached him. "Anzi, I heard that some rather intimidating individuals came to the shop tonight. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Mom. Just a few business discussions. They were a bit loud." Suin replied nonchalantly. "That's a relief," she said, patting her chest in reassurance. Meanwhile, his father handed him a cup of hot tea, gazing at his son with unspoken concern, ultimately opting to give him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Get some rest. We'll be heading out to sea tomorrow." The night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, the dock at Moon Bay buzzed with an unusual liveliness. A fishing vessel, significantly larger than the usual boats, stood majestically at the berth, its sleek black body resembling a formidable steel beast. This was the upgraded Dragon King No. 2, now transformed under Suin's vision. Adjacent to it lay a stack of contracts sealed with bright red stamps and a safe brimming with U.S. dollars, respectfully handed over to Suin by several well-dressed lawyers. The fishermen gathered at the dock, recognizing the significance of the moment, instinctively kept their distance, not daring to utter a word. "Boss, this ship is utterly magnificent," Lu Fu exclaimed as he circled the Dragon King No. 2 in awe. "This is no mere fishing boat. It's a moving fortress upon the sea. Come aboard and give it a try," Suin beckoned, casually tossing the documents and safe into the cabin. "Absolutely," Lu Fu replied excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he leapt onto the deck. With a roar, Suin ignited the engine, and the vessel trembled slightly before gliding smoothly out of the harbor, venturing into the azure depths of the ocean. Inside the cockpit, an array of advanced instruments flickered with ethereal light as Suin confidently took the helm. "Old Lu, today you will witness what true modern fishing looks like." He activated the state-of-the-art deep-sea electromagnetic pulse fish aggregation system, and on the massive display, countless luminous dots represented schools of fish. "Target acquired, southeast direction. 40 nautical miles, yellow croaker schools," Suin announced, setting the parameters and pressing the activation button. An invisible electromagnetic pulse emanated from Dragon King No. 2, spreading into the depths of the sea. The scattered dots on the chart, as if summoned by a mysterious force, began to converge toward a single point. "My heavens!" Lu Fu gasped, his mouth agape as he watched the ever-growing and brightening cluster on the screen. "This is not fishing. It's like scooping fish from a pond with an aircraft carrier." As the Dragon King No. 2 arrived at the target area, the surface of the sea shimmered with silvery light. Thousands of plump yellow croakers swirled beneath the vessel, forming a dazzling silver tide. "Drop the net," Suin commanded. The massive hydraulic arm at the stern sprang to life, lowering a net resembling the maw of a colossal beast into the water, guided by the fish aggregation system. The entire school of yellow croakers almost willingly swam into the net. "Haul it in," the powerful winch whirred to life. The thick steel cable taut with a creaking sound that sent shivers down the spine. Moments later, a net brimming with fish, nearly bursting at the seams, was drawn from the water. The silvery scales glistened in the morning sun as tons of yellow croakers writhed within, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "WVE hit the jackpot. WVE truly struck gold," Lu Fu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "This haul must weigh at least several dozen tons, worth millions. The speed at which we're making money is faster than a printing press." As the catch was dumped onto the deck, it formed a sparkling mountain of fish. Suin, Lu Fu, and a few hastily recruited sailors began the urgent task of sorting and packing. The fishtails slapped against the deck, creating a rhythmic symphony of life. Lu Fu, overwhelmed with joy, had never witnessed such a magnificent harvest in his lifetime of dealing with seafood. Chapter 62. A single haul makes a millionaire. "WVE done it. Boss, WVE really done it." His words tumbled out in a rush as he circled the mound of fish, reaching out to touch it, hesitant to soil the golden bounty. "Stop dawdling, old Lu." Suin's calm voice broke through. He had changed into waterproof gear, holding sorting boxes. "Get to work. These fish 1 weight. Every hour we delay, the prices drop." The newly hired sailors, witnessing this unprecedented scene for the first time, stood with their mouths agape, as if enchanted. "Everyone, get moving." Suin's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. "Sort by size. Fish over a pound into the blue boxes, half a pound to a pound into the white boxes, and under half a pound into the red boxes. Layer ice between the fish." The crew snapped out of their stupor and scrambled into action as the deck of Dragon King No. 2 transformed into a highly efficient assembly line. Suin moved with remarkable speed, his net seemingly possessing a mind of its own, deftly tossing fish into their respective boxes. Lu Fu and the sailors quickly found their rhythm, shoveling ice, packing boxes, and stacking them with fervor. The initial thrill soon gave way to the exhausting reality of labor. The enormity of the catch, while impressive in theory, translated into tangible sweat and toil. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature on deck soared. Each person was drenched in sweat, their arms aching, mechanically repeating the motions. Only Suin maintained a steady pace, his stamina seemingly boundless, coolly orchestrating the entire operation to ensure every detail was executed flawlessly. Lu Fu, panting heavily, plopped down on a box filled with fish, gazing at his boss's relaxed demeanor. Filled only with admiration. This is no ordinary man. He asked like an inexhaustible machine. Boss, take a break. We must have 40 or 50 tons here. With just a few of us, we won't finish until dark, a young sailor gasped, wiping sweat from his brow. Almost done, Suin replied, straightening up after sorting the last net of fish. Weigh all the boxes and record the data. After a thorough tally, the final figure was revealed, a total catch of 47 tons. Remarkably, nearly 30% of it comprised premium yellow croakers weighing over a pound, totaling an impressive 13 tons. Lu Fu, calculator in hand, trembled as he punched in the numbers, feeling as though he were estimating the worth of a small asteroid rather than money. Premium yellow croakers are fetching at least 300 per pound in the wholesale market. 13 tons equals 26,000 pounds. This batch alone is worth 780,000. The remaining 34 tons, even at an average of 80 per pound, would still command over 540,000. Combined, that is a staggering total of 13 million. My goodness. Lu Fu's calculator clattered to the deck as he stood in shock. A single haul. Just one haul created a millionaire. Several sailors overheard the astonishing figure, pausing their tasks in sheer disbelief. Having spent the majority of their lives at sea, toiling tirelessly throughout the year, they would consider themselves fortunate to earn a mere 200,000 after expenses. Yet now, before their very eyes, they witnessed someone amass in a single day what they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. This was no longer fishing. It was akin to minting money upon the ocean. Suin appeared unfazed by the revelation. He retrieved his phone to check the time. Lao Lu, stop dawdling. Contact the buyers. Huh. Oh right. Of course. Lu Fu snapped back to reality, fumbling to pull out his phone. I'll reach out to the largest seafood wholesale markets in the province. No, I'll contact their owners directly. With this quantity, they will surely go wild. That won't be necessary, Suin interjected. Call He Hai. He Hai? Lu Fu was taken aback. Boss, with such high-quality goods and such a large quantity, we can set our own price. Why let him profit from it? Who said anything about letting him profit? A knowing smile graced Suin's face. He is currently our exclusive downstream supplier. When we possess something of value, we must prioritize our own. Lu Fu's mind raced, and he quickly grasped Suin's intent. They intended to utilize this enormous haul of large yellow croakers to destabilize the entire regional market, allowing He Hai Lu to spearhead their efforts. Monopolizing all sales channels. Brilliant. This transcended mere fish sales. It was a strategic maneuver, a grand chess game. Without hesitation, Lu Fu dialed He Hai's number. After what felt like an eternity, the call was finally answered, revealing a groggy yet alarmed voice on the other end. Hello? Who is this? Since the last time he was dealt with by Suin, He Hai had grown wary of unfamiliar numbers. It's me, Lu Fu. Lu, General Lu. He Hai's tone instantly shifted, infused with a hint of obsequiousness. What can I do for you? Nothing too formal, Lu Fu cleared his throat, adopting Suin's detached demeanor. Our boss has just caught some fish and wants to know if you're interested. Absolutely, of course. He Hai responded eagerly. Suye's goods are always top-notch. How much do you have? Lu Fu exchanged glances with Suin, who gestured for him to continue. Well, the quality is indeed commendable, but the quantity might be a bit overwhelming. He deliberately stretched his words. Approximately 40 to 50 tons, all premium East China large yellow croakers. On the other end, silence reigned for several seconds before a sound akin to something crashing to the floor was heard, followed by He Hai's panicked exclamation. How much? 40 tons. You heard correctly. Suin took over the call, his tone cool and composed. I give you 2 hours to organize all your cold chain vehicles to the Moon Bay dock for pickup. Remember, all of them. Additionally, prepare sufficient cash. I do not accept bank transfers. As for the price, I'll offer it at a 10% discount off the market rate. However, I have one condition. I want this batch to fill every high-end restaurant and supermarket in the entire East China province within 3 days. I intend to establish that from this day forward, the standard for premium large yellow croakers will be set by my Long Wang Xian. With that, Suin ended the call and slipped his phone back into his pocket, gazing at the bountiful catch. He envisioned not just fish but the building blocks of a burgeoning commercial empire. Set sail. The Long Wang No. 2 emitted a low rumble as it turned, cutting through the waves and creating a white spray as it sped towards Moon Bay. Behind the vessel lay a school of fish, startled yet hesitant to flee due to the residual electromagnetic pulse. Chapter 63. My ship can indeed reach 40 knots. Before long, Wong number 2 even docked. The Moon Bay wharf was already abuzz with activity. Sea-Hi's influence was indeed formidable. In less than 2 hours, a convoy of large cold chain trucks emblazoned with the Sea-Hi Lu logo stormed into the tranquil fishing village, clogging the already narrow dock road. Sea-Hi himself led the charge, clad in a sharp suit, yet devoid of his usual bravado, standing at the edge of the dock. Craning his neck to catch sight of the approaching vessel, beads of sweat collecting on his forehead. As the colossal silhouette of Long Wong number 2 emerged on the horizon, a collective gasp echoed throughout the dock. The villagers had never encountered such an imposing fishing boat. They craned their necks and murmured among themselves. My heavens! Is that Suan's ship? It's at least twice the size of the largest one in town. That's no fishing boat. It's a warship. Su Jianya and his son Su Ming were also in the crowd, their faces dark as they beheld the ship. They had assumed Su and was merely lucky. But they were now confronted with the startling realization of his rapidly expanding power, which had grown to a level that was blindingly impressive. As the ship docked, Sea-Hi, accompanied by several managers, rushed forward. Suyi, you've returned. His face beamed with a smile, bowing almost at a 90-degree angle. Upon spotting the mountain of fish neatly stacked on the deck, his legs began to tremble. It's true. It's really true. 40 to 50 tons of premium large yellow croakers. If this were in the past, it would have crowned him as the undisputed king of the seafood market in East China. But now, these goods belong to Su. Enough talk. Let us inspect the goods, unload, and settle the payment. Suan leaped off the ship, tossing a printed list to Sea-Hi. Total weight is 47.3 tons. I've rounded down for you. We'll consider it 47 tons. The total price is 12,420,000 in cash. Sea-Hi took the list with trembling hands. The total cash he had brought barely amounted to 10 million. For the shortfall, he would have to urgently call his finance team to transfer funds from various branches. At the dock, an unprecedented transaction unfolded under the watchful gaze of the villagers. Box after box of large yellow croakers, layered with crushed ice, were hoisted from the ship by cranes and loaded onto cold chain trucks. Meanwhile, several cashiers set up tables, with multiple counting machines roaring to life, producing a sound more melodious than any music. Suan paid little heed to these mundane matters, entrusting Lu Fu to oversee the process while he returned to the ship's cabin. Ding. Host has completed a substantial transaction, earning seed gathering points. 124, 200 points. Ding. Host's title Uncrowned King of Moon Bay effect triggered, greatly enhancing regional prestige, earning an additional reward. Seed gathering points 5,000 points. Current total seed gathering points, 162, 400 points. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers on the system panel, Suan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He opened the marketplace, ready to lay the foundations for his commercial empire. Deep sea cage aquaculture technology, complete set, includes designs for storm-resistant cages, automated feeding systems, real-time water quality monitoring systems, and disease early warning systems. Price, 30,000 seed gathering points. Starlight Dragon Soul Feed Formula, basic, satisfies the fundamental growth needs of Starlight Dragon Soul, slightly enhancing meat quality. Price, 10,000 coastal credits. All exchanges. Merely possessing the products is insufficient. It is imperative to establish one's own aquaculture base and create technological barriers to secure an unassailable position in the market. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the dock. A white enforcement vessel, blaring its siren, approached at high speed and came to a stop beside the Dragon King number 2. Several uniformed fisheries enforcement officers disembarked, led by a youthful man in his 30s, with a square jaw, a serious demeanor, and piercing eyes. We are from the Provincial Marine and Fisheries Enforcement Corps. We have received reports of illegal fishing activities in this area. Everyone is to remain still and cooperate with our inspection. The young man's voice resonated with undeniable authority, instantly heightening the tension at the dock. The workers who had been unloading cargo froze in place, and Sea-Hi's complexion paled considerably. Such a significant catch undoubtedly aroused suspicion. If detained, he would face utter financial ruin today. The young man, accompanied by 2 others, boarded the deck of the Dragon King number 2. He surveyed the towering pile of fish and furrowed his brow even deeper. Who is the owner of this vessel? I am, Suan replied, emerging from the cabin with an air of composure. Greetings, I am Fong Zhong, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Provincial Fisheries Corps. He displayed his credentials. Mr. Su, the volume of your catch has far exceeded the limits permitted for nearshore fishing. Please present your deep-sea fishing license, along with the navigation records and catch logs for this voyage. His demeanor, while courteous, carried a palpable sense of pressure. Not a problem. Suen turned back to the cabin and soon returned with a stack of documents. These were automatically generated by the system, flawless in both format and seals. Fang Zheng accepted the documents, scrutinizing them meticulously. He examined each word and data point with painstaking care. Meanwhile, he Sihai fidgeted anxiously, like an ant on a hot stove, yet dared not urge him. After several minutes, Fang Zheng set the documents down, yet his expression bore even greater confusion. The paperwork is complete. However, he pointed at the large yellow croakers. To my knowledge, during this season, such a massive school of yellow croakers cannot possibly be found in this region. Moreover, the uniformity in the size and quality of these fish is remarkably unnatural. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Sue and Mr. Sue. You would do well to explain how and where you procured these fish. Should you have employed prohibited methods such as electrofishing or blast fishing, or fished in restricted or protected zones, the consequences would be dire. In the face of this inquiry, Suen merely smiled. Captain Fong, the art of fishing is my closely guarded secret, not to be divulged. As for the location, the catch log clearly states, in the international waters at 123 degrees east longitude and 31 degrees north latitude. International waters? Fang Zheng's brow knitted into a tight frown. From your departure to your return, the total time is less than 12 hours. Although the Dragon King No. 2 is a large vessel, it is implausible that it could make a round trip of over 300 nautical miles and conduct fishing operations in such a short span, unless your vessel is capable of speeds exceeding 40 knots. The people at the dock stood in stunned silence. What does 40 knots even mean? That is the speed of a typical speedboat. Regular fishing vessels can barely reach 20 knots. My ship can indeed reach 40 knots, Suen calmly affirmed. If you doubt it, you may inspect my engine and navigation recorder. Fang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a candid admission. He immediately instructed his technical personnel to board the vessel for inspection. A few minutes later, a technician returned, his expression one of disbelief. Captain, the engine is indeed a high-power military-grade modified engine, theoretically capable of achieving that speed. The navigation recorder's data also corroborates this. Now it was Fang Zheng's turn to be at a loss for words. He felt as though he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon today, each event surpassing his understanding. Yet, being a person of meticulous principles, he would not relent until all doubts were dispelled. Even if your vessel's speed is adequate and the paperwork is in order, the origins of your catch remain suspect. To ensure absolute certainty, we must temporarily seize this batch for sampling and testing. No transactions are permitted until the results are obtained, Fang Zheng declared decisively. Upon hearing this, he Sihai nearly fainted on the spot. If this batch of fish were confiscated by the time the testing results emerged, it would be too late. Captain Fong, this cannot be. These are live seafood. A day's detention incurs losses exceeding $1 million. This is protocol. Fang Zheng remained unmoved. Just as the standoff continued, Suen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Hello, Director Zheng. What a coincidence. I was just about to contact you. On the other end, the buoyant laughter of Director Zheng from the Provincial Marine Research Institute filled the line. Haha, Brother Su, have you come to your senses and decided to send us those starry dragon flatfish for our research? Not quite. Suen glanced at Fang Zheng. I have encountered a minor predicament. I recently caught a batch of large yellow croakers, but Captain Fong believes my fish appear too pristine, suspecting they are not legitimate, and is preparing to take them all for investigation. Tell me, should I also send along the mutated sea urchins we discovered in the Phantom Sea Trench for them to study as well? On the other end, Director Zheng's laughter ceased abruptly. What? The mutated sea urchins from the Phantom Sea Trench? You found them? Alive? Indeed, alive and in considerable quantity. Suen replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. I had initially intended to deliver them to you, but it seems I must first cooperate with our fisheries colleagues. Nonsense. Director Zheng's voice erupted in a furious roar. This is sheer madness. Get that fellow Fong on the line. Now. Suen handed the phone to the still-dazed Fang Zheng. Captain Fong, our research institute's director Zheng wishes to speak with you. Fang Zheng, still skeptical, took the phone. Hello. This is Fang Zheng. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the thunderous reprimand from the other end. Fong, this is Zheng Guoping. You must immediately halt your foolish actions. Do you have any idea who you are dealing with? Do you understand how crucial that batch of fish is for our research? It represents an entirely new, previously undiscovered ecological population. If you dare to touch a single fish, I will ensure you regret it. Director Zheng was genuinely alarmed. The mutated organisms from the Phantom Sea Trench represented a groundbreaking discovery, one that could immortalize his name in history. Now, this precious opportunity lay before him. Thwarted by a blundering subordinate, how could he not be infuriated? Fang Zheng, thoroughly chastised, stood there in a daze. In the academic and official circles of the province, Director Zheng was a towering figure, while he, a mere squad captain, was hardly worthy of carrying his shoes. Director Zheng, I am merely adhering to the regulations. Regulations? Regulations are rigid, while humans are vibrant. Director Zheng reprimanded without reservation. Mr. Su is a distinguished consultant at our province's Ocean Research Institute. All of his fishing activities have been duly authorized by us, constituting a part of a directed marine resource investigation project. What right do you have to confiscate anything? Distinguished consultant? Directed investigation? Fang Zheng's mind went blank. He could hardly fathom that a fisherman, seemingly younger than himself, could possess such an intimidating status. I was unaware. Now you are aware. Immediately apologize to Mr. Su. Then fully cooperate with his work. Provide him with whatever he requires. This is an order. With that, Director Zheng hung up the phone with a decisive click. Fang Zheng stood there, holding his phone, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Today he had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a steel wall. Taking a deep breath, he approached Su In and executed a formal 90-degree bow. Mr. Su, I apologize. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I sincerely regret my earlier reckless behavior. This gesture left everyone at the dock dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the imposing and authoritative head of the fishery administration seemed to have transformed into a frightened mouse before a cat. Suin graciously accepted the bow. Captain Fang, you are merely enforcing the law, which I can understand. He did not take advantage of the situation, but rather offered a way out. However, can I proceed with trading this batch of goods now? Absolutely. Fang Zheng nodded vigorously. Not only can you proceed, but I will immediately arrange for personnel to maintain order and ensure a smooth transaction. If you need anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much. Thus, the storm was dissipated with a mere phone call. He Sihai watched in awe, his respect for Su in deepening. The power wielded by this Mr. Su was truly unfathomable, capable of mobilizing both the Research Institute and the Fishery Administration at will. With the protection of the Fishery Administration, the subsequent transactions unfolded with remarkable ease. Refrigerated trucks filled one after another, swiftly departing the dock to various major cities within the province. Su-in's bank card soon reflected the final payment from Isihai. Mr. Su, the payment is settled, Isihai said, wiping his brow and respectfully presenting the bank receipt. Rest assured, within 3 days, I guarantee that the large yellow croaker from Longwang Fresh will become the most sought-after delicacy in the province. Excellent. Su nodded, retrieving a card from his pocket and tossing it to him. This contains 1 million. It is a reward for you and your team for your hard work. Isihai was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a windfall and hesitated to accept. Take it, Su-in's tone brooked no argument. Those who work with me shall not be treated unfairly. But woe to anyone who dares to harbor ulterior motives. He left the sentence unfinished. But the coldness in his voice sent a shiver down Isihai's spine. I would never. Absolutely not. From now on, I, Isihai, will follow Mr. Su's lead without question. He quickly accepted the card, swearing his loyalty. After sending Isihai on his way, Su-in turned his attention to the still-present Fang Zheng. Captain Fang, you have worked hard today as well. Here, take this box of fish back for your team to enjoy. Su-in pointed to a box of the largest yellow croakers set aside on the deck. Fang Zheng quickly waved his hands. No, Mr. Su. That would be against regulations. This is not a bribe. It is a token of appreciation for the enforcement comrades from our research institute. Su-in replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. If you refuse, it would be disrespectful to Director Zheng. With that statement, Fang Zheng found all avenues of retreat blocked. He could only redden with embarrassment as he allowed the box to be loaded onto the enforcement boat. Before departing, he earnestly told Su-in, Mr. Su, if you ever need assistance at sea, do not hesitate to call me. As the enforcement boat vanished from view, Lu Fu approached, his face filled with admiration. Boss, your blend of benevolence and authority is truly masterful. You have effortlessly managed both the underworld and the law. Su-in smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. His high-profile approach today was intended to resolve all potential troubles in one fell swoop. He aimed to make it clear that Longwang Fresh in Moon Bay was not to be trifled with. As all matters were settled, dusk began to fall. The clamorous noise faded, and the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness, sweeping through the small fishing village that had been utterly transformed by Su-in. Su-in did not linger on the boat, delegating the subsequent cleaning tasks to Lu Fu and a few newly hired sailors, while he walked alone towards the construction site. Although the transaction for Dragon King No. 2 was discreet, the sight of numerous refrigerated trucks and cash exchanges could not escape the villagers' notice. As he made his way, the expressions of the villagers he encountered shifted from initial mockery to astonishment and now to a complex mix of reverence and distance. Su-in paid little heed to their gazes. He traversed the village and arrived at the site of his family's villa. The foundation was complete. and the skeletal structure of steel and concrete began to take shape under the night sky, resembling a slumbering giant. Lights still illuminated the temporary shelter where his parents resided. Suin pushed open the door, and the aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped him. "Anzi's back," his mother exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried him to the table. "Wash your hands and come eat. Knowing you were busy today, I specially made chicken soup for you." His father, sitting nearby with a wine glass in hand, wore an expression of restrained joy, speaking little but radiating pride through his eyes. "Mom, Dad." Suin gazed at the steaming home-cooked dishes, warmth flooding his heart. No matter how tumultuous the outside world may be, returning here, he would always be the son who put his parents at ease. "Did I frighten you at the dock today?" Suin filled his father's glass. "Frightened? My son is successful. I couldn't be happier." His father raised his glass and downed the contents, his face flushing. His mother, however, patted her chest in relief. That spectacle was truly alarming. With uniforms and so many large trucks. "Anzi, your business doesn't carry any risks, does it?" "Mom, don't worry." Suin added a piece of food to her plate. "It's all legitimate business. The captain in uniform from today will be our friend in the future. As for those trucks, they are just clients coming to pick up goods." He did not elaborate further, but his parents understood. Their son was no longer the child who needed their concern. He had his own world and capabilities. Gathered around the small table, the family enjoyed their meal, sharing stories and laughter, the atmosphere warm and serene. After dinner, Suin produced the plans he had meticulously devised. "Mom, Dad, now that the dock matters are settled, I wish to contract the bay behind our village." He pointed to a location on the blueprint. Precisely the crescent-shaped bay where he had discovered golden abalone. "Contract the bay? For aquaculture?" His father was momentarily taken aback. "Yes," Suin affirmed with a nod. "I have discovered a remarkably rare fish, the starlight dragon flatfish, which you may recall from our previous encounter. This species possesses immense market potential. However, it necessitates a suitable breeding environment. The bay, encircled by mountains on 3 sides and boasting pristine water quality, serves as a natural aquaculture site." Suin eloquently articulated the carefully crafted pitch he had prepared. He presented the blueprint for the deep-sea cage aquaculture technology obtained through the system, as a collaborative design developed after consulting with experts from the Ocean Research Institute. This proposal not only guarantees the quality of the fish, but also enhances the ecological environment of the bay, creating a win-win situation. Listening to their son's articulate use of specialized terminology and clear planning, Sue's parents, though somewhat perplexed, sensed his earnestness and confidence. "All right, if you wish to pursue this, your father will support you," Sue's father declared, thumping his thigh. "We need to approach the village committee to secure the bay, right? I'll seek out the village chief tomorrow." "Dad, I can handle this myself," Suin replied with a smile. The local matters were manageable. The primary challenge lay with the permits from the town and county's Marine Bureau, which might require some time. Early the next morning, Suin presented a detailed Moon Bay ecological aquaculture-based project proposal directly to the village chief. The chief regarded Suin with the same reverence one would reserve for a deity of fortune. Upon learning of Suin's intention to contract the bay for aquaculture and his commitment to prioritize hiring locals, the chief wasted no time in convening a village committee meeting. The proposal passed without a hitch. Next, Suin turned his attention to the town. Instead of visiting in person, he first called Director Zhang of the Provincial Ocean Research Institute. In a casual mention, he expressed his intention to commence preliminary artificial domestication and breeding of the starlight dragon flatfish, while also hinting at the need for policy support regarding venue approval. Director Zhang, upon hearing this, became even more anxious than Suin. The preliminary research report on the starlight dragon flatfish had elated him, and if artificial breeding were to be realized, it would undoubtedly mark a groundbreaking achievement in the national aquaculture sector. "Wait, I will promptly notify the leaders at the Municipal Marine Bureau. Such a beneficial project for the nation and its people deserves expedited handling." An hour later, Suin's phone rang. It was the town mayor himself, whose tone was so enthusiastic that it took Suin by surprise. The mayor expressed high admiration for Suin's entrepreneurial return to his hometown and his efforts to uplift the community. He assured Suin of maximum support for the ecological aquaculture project, allowing him to proceed directly with the necessary paperwork, with no obstacles in sight. The process unfolded with astonishing ease. Within a single day, Suin secured the contract for the bay and the relevant aquaculture permits. The moment the contract was signed, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Host's commercial territory has expanded, successfully establishing the first private aquaculture base. Reward: 10,000 sea gathering points. Unlocked: infrastructure module, enabling rapid generation of aquaculture facilities in designated areas. Current total sea gathering points: 172, 400 points. Without hesitation, Suin accessed the infrastructure module. Storm-resistant deep water cages, diameter 50 meters, depth 30 meters, x 10, including a full set of automated equipment. Generation cost, 50,000 sea gathering points. Seafloor Ecological Monitoring Network, covering 5 square kilometers. Generation cost, 20,000 sea gathering points. He generated everything. With Suin's confirmation, a miracle was quietly unfolding in the depths of the newly contracted bay, in an uninhabited seabed. Chapter 66, A Farm of His Own. The cage supports, composed of a special alloy, emerged from the seabed as if they were growing, automatically assembling and securing themselves. Countless microsensors, akin to dandelion seeds, silently dispersed throughout every corner of the bay, forming an invisible web of monitoring. After accomplishing all of this, Suin finally felt a sense of solidity. The starlight dragon flatfish and the golden abalone would serve as the most robust foundation of his commercial empire. In the evening, he returned to the bay, where Lu Fu and several sailors had meticulously transferred dozens of starlight dragon flatfish into one of the newly generated cages as per his instructions. Watching the fish swim contentedly in the spacious cage, Lu Fu was utterly astonished. "Boss, when were these cages constructed?" "This is astonishingly quick. They are the latest products ordered from abroad through a friend, modular installation for greater efficiency," Suin casually explained. As he observed the swimming fish, he glanced at his system panel. Over 100,000 sea gathering points remained. Lu Fu's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating a fist. As he pointed at the real-time seabed visuals displayed on his phone app, his words stumbling incoherently. "Boss, is this really our aquaculture farm?" The images depicted 10 massive deep-water cages, resembling slumbering sea monsters, peacefully suspended in the cerulean waters. Each cage's structure exuded the beauty of industrial design, its alloy framework gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the faint underwater light. Countless tiny bubbles emerged from the automated oxygenation devices, creating ethereal water curtains. Even more astonishing was the fact that the entire bay's water quality, temperature, salinity, and dissolved oxygen levels were being displayed on the screen in real time, with alarming precision. "It's an experimental product from a friend's company. I'm just testing it out," Suin replied nonchalantly as he turned off the screen and patted the still-dazed Lu Fu. "All right, enough of that. The starlight dragon flatfish and the golden abalone are the treasures of our Longwang pavilion. We must not disturb them lightly. But what about the numerous branches we just acquired from the global feast and the channels in Hesse that are eagerly awaiting supply? We can't rely solely on selling large yellow croakers every day, can we?" Lu Fu quickly regained his composure and posed the most pragmatic question. While high-end ingredients have garnered fame, the true foundation of a vast culinary empire's cash flow relies on a stable supply of mid-range to high-end staples. Certainly not. Suin chuckled, his attention shifting to the system marketplace in his mind. "Come, let us venture out to sea and make our first deposit at our underwater bank." He turned towards the dock, with Lu Fu hastily following behind. Inside the cockpit of Longwang No. 2, Suin locked the door and immersed himself in the system. Current total sea gathering points, 102, 400 points. This considerable sum bolstered his confidence. His objective was clear: a fish species with immense market demand, high value, and significant wild capture difficulty, the redmouth grouper. The true treasure of this fish lies not in its flesh, but in its swim bladder, commonly referred to as fish maw. With the finest redmouth groupers, swim bladder fetching prices comparable to gold. To precisely locate this fish in the vast ocean, sonar alone would not suffice. Suin's fingers swiftly navigated the marketplace interface. Special equipment zone. Ultrasonic swim bladder detector, capable of emitting sound waves at specific frequencies that resonate with the swim bladders of different fish species, providing feedback in three-dimensional models. It can accurately identify the species, size, and scale of fish schools. Price, 35,000 sea gathering points. Composite pheromone fishing bomb. Simulates various deep-sea fish mating, foraging, and panic pheromones, capable of specifically attracting or repelling fish schools in designated areas. Each priced at 5,000 sea gathering points. He exchanged for the detector and ordered 5 fishing bombs. Ding. Exchange successful. Total consumption, 60,000 sea gathering points. Current total sea catch value, 42, 400 points. A flash of brilliance illuminated the system, transforming an ostensibly mundane monitor on the bridge into a mesmerizing deep blue interface reminiscent of science fiction. A complex, three-dimensional model of the maritime terrain appeared at the center of the screen. Suin deftly adjusted the detection frequency and activated the Dragon King 2. The massive vessel, under the astonished gaze of Lu Fu and several crew members, erupted into an astonishing speed that belied its size. Surging forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the open sea. This time, their objective lay within a labyrinthine underwater mountainous region, 200 nautical miles away. The currents there were treacherous, and the reefs densely packed, rendering it a forbidden zone for ordinary fishing vessels. Yet, it was the favored habitat of the prized red grouper. As the fishing boat ventured deeper into the ocean, the sky gradually darkened, and the sea breeze turned sharp. Lu Fu stood behind Suen, observing the incessantly fluctuating data streams and intricate topographical maps on the screen, feeling as though they were not fishing, but rather undertaking a clandestine military operation. Boss, this area has seen seasoned fishermen venture in before, and 9 out of 10 boats never returned. Fear not, Suen replied, his gaze unwavering from the screen, his hands deftly maneuvering the controls. What is a forbidden zone to others is a treasure trove for us. No sooner had the words left his lips than a glowing point representing the fishing vessel elegantly navigated around a cluster of reefs marked as extremely perilous. The vessel swayed only slightly, failing to catch the attention of the crew. Lu Fu swallowed hard, stifling the latter part of his sentence. He realized that following this captain into the sea rendered the nautical wisdom he had accumulated over decades practically obsolete. After all, he had once been a renowned sailor. Just as the fishing boat entered a profound trench, the previously calm detection interface erupted with a piercing alarm. At the center of the screen, a colossal red light appeared, teeming with countless luminous dots, resembling a burning nebula. Detected a supermassive school of red grouper. Estimated quantity, 3,000. Average individual weight, 15.25 kilograms. Discovered oversized individuals. Estimated weight, over 70 kilograms. In that instant, Suen's breathing grew slightly hurried. While he had anticipated a bountiful catch, he had never envisioned such a monumental surprise. This was a dreamlike assemblage of prime red grouper. All crew members, attention. Suen's voice resonated through the vessel's intercom. Prepare to cast the net. Repeat. Prepare to cast the net. The crew on the deck, momentarily stunned, erupted into exuberant cheers, though they were unaware of what they were about to harvest. The uncontainable excitement in their boss's tone spoke volumes. Chapter 67. What do you think you are? Suen steadied his mind, guiding the Dragon King closer to the underwater mountain range. He refrained from immediately casting the net. Instead, he retrieved a palm-sized, starfish-shaped fishing lure from the equipment box and loaded it into a small launcher on the side of the ship. He pressed the launch button. The composite pheromone fishing lure silently traced a trajectory under the immense pressure of the deep sea, precisely landing at a narrow passage of the underwater mountains. There was no explosion, no sound. Only invisible chemical signals spread outward in concentric circles, like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake. The screen of the ultrasonic fish bladder detector, once relatively calm, suddenly erupted with fervor. As if drawn by an irresistible force, innumerable luminous points began to converge frantically towards the passage. Now, Suen commanded sharply, thrusting the activation lever for the deep-sea electromagnetic pulse fish collection system. A low, resonant hum emanated from the vessel's hull, and the surrounding seawater seemed to thicken. An invisible electromagnetic net, centered around the fishing boat, began to envelop the school of fish. Reel in. With Suen's command, the massive dragnet, woven from specialized materials, was gradually lowered into the sea. Under the influence of the electromagnetic pulse and the lure's pheromones, the entire school of red grouper seemed to lose their rationality, scrambling towards the passage, ultimately plunging into the net Suen had meticulously laid. The winch began to spin frantically, emitting a grating sound that set the teeth on edge. The specially designed steel cable connecting to the dragnet was pulled taut, groaning under the strain. Boss, the winch power is nearing its limit, came the anxious shout from a crew member over the intercom. Stay the course. Keep reeling. Suen's brow glistened with beads of sweat, yet he remained composed. The weight of this catch far exceeded his expectations. As time ticked by, when the enormous net finally broke the surface, everyone on deck held their breath. What emerged was not merely a haul of fish. It was a small mountain, slowly rising, constructed from countless red treasures. Countless red groupers floundered and leaped within the net, their scales reflecting a golden-red glow under the spotlight, dazzling to the eye. Particularly at the top of the school, a giant red grouper, nearly 2 meters long and as robust as a calf, thrashed its tail in resistance, each strike causing the entire net to quiver violently. Oh my God, Lu Fu murmured, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. Having spent a lifetime in the fishery, he had encountered myriad large fish. But the scene before him had utterly surpassed his comprehension. Hurry, activate the live water tank. Ice on. Suen's shout roused everyone from their stupor. Instantly, they sprang into action, hoisting the fishing net onto the deck. As the net was released, a cascade of golden-red fish poured forth, swiftly covering a significant portion of the deck. The crew scrambled to sort and weigh the valuable red groupers, carefully transferring them into the refrigeration chamber. The colossal grouper king was placed in a specially designed large live water tank. Preliminary estimates indicated that this hull weighed over 60 tons. Based on market prices, the value of the fish alone had undoubtedly exceeded 20 million. Moreover, the most precious fish glue within them was incalculably valuable. Weave struck it rich. This time, Weave truly struck it rich. A young crew member, trembling with excitement, cradled a nearly half-meter-long grouper. Leaning against the door of the control room, Suin felt the sea breeze tousling his hair, yet he did not share the euphoric excitement of the others. His joy stemmed more from the satisfaction of a plan successfully executed. With this batch of goods, he could completely revitalize the cash flow of the global feast and, on this foundation, establish his own mid to high-end seafood standards. Just as the ship erupted in jubilation, the radar on the bridge suddenly blared an urgent alarm. A green light was rapidly approaching the Dragon King II from the side. "Boss, another vessel is coming," shouted the lookout crew member. Suin's brow furrowed. This location was in the high seas, a perilous area beyond the shipping lanes. It could not possibly be a mere passing fishing boat. He swiftly returned to the control panel, magnifying the radar image. The opposing vessel boasted considerable tonnage and swift speed. Charting a direct course with unmistakable intent, it was heading straight for them. All non-essential personnel, returned to the cabin. Suin's tone instantly turned frigid. "Lu Fu, prepare the crew for action." The celebratory atmosphere aboard the ship dissipated, replaced by an air of grim foreboding. Although the crew felt a twinge of anxiety, their hearts brimmed with an inexplicable trust after witnessing Suin's extraordinary capabilities on numerous occasions. Before long, the silhouette of the approaching ship emerged on the horizon. It was a modified black fishing vessel, its sleek lines exuding an aggressive demeanor. A fearsome shark was emblazoned on the flag flying at the bow. "It's the shark ship." Lu Fu's complexion shifted dramatically upon recognizing the flag. "Boss, we're in trouble. This shark Lu is notorious in the provincial capital. A ruthless sea overlord known for his plundering ways. How could he have found us here?" Suin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He recalled the earlier incident involving the multi-million-dollar yellow croaker catch. Such a significant commotion had inevitably drawn the attention of the shark. The black shark, true to its name, loomed menacingly in the path of the Dragon King II. At the bow stood a burly, bald man, adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger, and a vicious scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin. He was none other than Lu Haisha, the shark Lu. "My friend across the way, having struck such a lucrative fortune, you think you can just sail away without even greeting your elder brother? Isn't that a tad disrespectful to the code of the sea?" Lu Haisha boomed through a megaphone, his voice dripping with audacity. A dozen crew members aboard his vessel, equally menacing, brandished steel pipes and machetes, leering at the Dragon King II. Lu Fu's heart plummeted. He understood that this situation was unlikely to end amicably. Yet Suin, seemingly unfazed, leisurely emerged from the cabin with a steaming cup of tea in hand. Leaning against the ship's railing, he gently exhaled the tea's steam before casting a fleeting glance at his adversary. "What do you think you are? You think I need to heed your so-called greeting? My rules are my own." Chapter 68. The opponent became severely seasick. His tone, while calm, conveyed an undeniable arrogance. Lu Haisha momentarily froze, then burst into raucous laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. "Kid, you're audacious. I like that." But his mirth vanished in an instant, his expression turning sinister. "I won't make it difficult for you. Leave 80% of your cargo, and hand over the modification blueprints and fishing techniques of your vessel. I'll pretend none of this ever happened and grant you a chance to escape." "And if I refuse?" Suin sipped his tea, countering with a question. "Refuse?" The scar on Lu Haisha's face twitched. "Then we'll send both you and your ship to feed the fish in these waters forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the crew aboard the shark erupted in a unified roar, brandishing their weapons with unbridled arrogance. Lu Fu and the crew felt beads of sweat form on their palms. Outnumbered and outgunned, they would surely suffer a significant loss if a confrontation ensued. Yet, Suin's expression remained devoid of any sign of anxiety. He set down his teacup and turned back toward the cockpit. Lu Haisha, thinking Suin was afraid, was ready to shout again when suddenly, the bow of the Dragon King II illuminated with several blinding spotlights. In the next moment, an invisible sonic wave surged forth from the vessel. It was not merely sound, but a vibration that sent shivers through their very bones. The raucous crew aboard the shark, once clamoring with bravado, suddenly resembled ducks with their necks grasped, contorting in pain as they clutched their heads and chests. Ugh! Lu Haisha felt as though his internal organs were being gripped by an unseen hand, violently churning them. His mind went blank, the world spinning, and he collapsed onto the deck. The crew members around him displayed equally distressing reactions, some frothing at the mouth, others rolling on the ground, their weapons scattered. The shark had instantaneously transformed into a hellish nightmare. This was the alternative mode of the high-frequency sonic captor that Suen had activated, biological neural interference. It caused no tangible harm, but could incapacitate targets within a short span. Witnessing the scene unfold, the crew aboard the Dragon King II stood in stunned silence. Without a single shot fired, they had rendered this band of fearsome pirates utterly incapacitated. Such a tactic was nothing short of miraculous. Disregarding the cacophony of despair on the deck, Suen picked up the maritime phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Captain Fong? This is Suen." On the other end, the voice of Fong Zhang, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Provincial Fishery Administration, conveyed astonishment and joy. "Advisor Su, what prompted you to call me? I require your assistance with a matter." Suen's tone was relaxed. While conducting legitimate fishing operations at longitude 125 degrees east and latitude 32 degrees north, I encountered a vessel named Shark. They are armed with prohibited weapons, intercepted my ship, and issued threats against my person. I suspect they may be pirates. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhang's voice immediately turned serious. "Advisor Su, are you and your crew safe?" "We're fine. The opposing crew seems to have collectively succumbed to seasickness and is currently lacking combat effectiveness." Suen glanced at Lu Haisha, who was twitching on the deck. "I understand." Fong Zhang quickly made a decision. "Advisor Su, please ensure your safety and evacuate at once. I will mobilize nearby maritime police and enforcement vessels to encircle the shark. Thank you for your contribution to maintaining the security of our waters." After hanging up, Suen started the Dragon King II, the engine roaring to life as it maneuvered past the immobilized shark and sailed away. Lu Haisha and his crew watched in despair as the red and blue police lights gradually appeared on the distant horizon. They would never comprehend the true nature of the formidable presence they had provoked. On the return journey, the atmosphere aboard the ship was electric with excitement. All the crew members gazed at Suen, their expressions transformed from admiration to fervent devotion. Upon arriving at the Moon Bay dock, still shrouded in darkness, Hisihai awaited with dozens of refrigerated trucks, eagerly anticipating their return, when he beheld the mountainous haul of red-mouthed croakers. This former culinary magnate was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly knelt before Suen. From that point onward, Suen relinquished all responsibilities, delegating tasks to Lu Fu and Hisihai while he himself drove back to the village. His seaside villa was nearing completion, its grand structure now in the midst of interior decoration, standing as the most prominent landmark in the village. His parents had already moved into the adjacent completed building, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles. Suen shared a warm breakfast with his parents before inspecting the aquaculture base at the bay, observing the thriving starry dragon fish in their enclosures, and feeling a profound sense of tranquility. As dusk fell, he sat in the courtyard, drafting the opening menu for the Dragon King Pavilion private restaurant. A sleek black Hongqi sedan silently came to a stop at the villa's entrance. A woman clad in a black trench coat and donning sunglasses alighted from the vehicle. Her posture was upright, exuding an air of competence, with a certain aloofness that suggested her long-standing position of authority. She strode directly towards Suen, removing her sunglasses to reveal a strikingly handsome face. From her briefcase, she produced a document and presented it to Suen. The cover bore a vivid red national emblem, beneath which were inscribed the words, "Top Secret." Her voice, as cold and powerful as her demeanor, pierced through the air. "Mr. Suen, we require your assistance." The woman's sudden appearance instantly froze the previously warm and homely atmosphere of the courtyard. With her rigid stance and sharp presence, she resembled a drawn sword, utterly out of place in the tranquil little yard. Suen's parents stood up awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected visitor. Yet, Suen remained composed. Gesturing for his parents to sit back down as he stood, his gaze fixed upon the top-secret document adorned with the national emblem. "Mr. Suen, my name is Long Ying," she stated, her tone crisp and devoid of any unnecessary emotion. "I hail from the National Oceanic Resource Strategic Security Administration." Upon hearing this, Suen comprehended immediately. This was no minor department, but a specialized unit that reported directly to the upper echelons. It was no wonder they had found him without a sound, nor that she exuded such an imposing aura. "Are you here for something specific?" Suen inquired directly. Long Ying did not beat around the bush. She gently placed the document on the stone table and pushed it toward him. "We have encountered a dilemma that necessitates your expertise." Suen refrained from immediately touching the document. He was acutely aware that accepting such a matter would entail responsibility and complications. "I am merely a fisherman," he replied, shaking his head. Long Ying appeared to anticipate his response, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. "We are not investigating you. Rather, we seek collaboration." A fisherman capable of making a 12-hour round trip to the high seas and precisely capturing an entire school of yellow croaker? A fisherman whose expertise has warranted a consultancy position at the Provincial Ocean Research Institute. and who has even prompted an apology from the captain of the Fisheries Administration. Or perhaps one who subdued the notorious Lu Haisha pirate gang without a single shot being fired, delivering them directly into the hands of the Coast Guard? With each statement, Suin's expression grew increasingly tranquil. They had thoroughly scrutinized his background. The system was his greatest secret, yet the results it yielded were conspicuously laid bare in the light of day. These seemingly miraculous achievements appeared to the discerning eye as a series of inexplicable anomalies. So, you are here to investigate me? Suin's tone turned frosty. No, Longing shook her head, her demeanor forthright. We are not here to investigate you. We are here to seek collaboration. Your abilities are precisely what the nation currently requires. She gestured toward the document. Contained within are the specific challenges we face. However, you must first sign a non-disclosure agreement. With that, she retrieved another meticulously formatted agreement and a pen from her briefcase. After a moment of contemplation, Suin ultimately picked up the pen. He understood that he had entered the purview of certain entities. Refusing would not resolve the issue, but would likely incite further unwarranted suspicion. It would be wiser to ascertain what lay beneath the surface of their intentions. Upon signing, Longing unsealed the confidential document. As Suin opened it, he was taken aback by its contents. Contrary to his expectations of military secrets or political intrigue, it was a comprehensive report on marine biological research. The focal point of the report was a unique species known as the deep-sea blue star coral. According to the report, this coral thrived in deep-sea trenches below 800 meters and secreted a distinctive active substance, which was the core material for the nation's biopharmaceutical projects, proving remarkably effective in treating certain stubborn neurological ailments. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that over the past 6 months, all known habitats of the deep-sea blue star coral had experienced extensive bleaching and mortality. The nation's top research vessels, equipped with the most advanced submersibles, had been unable to locate new, healthy coral colonies, let alone procure viable living samples for study. Consequently, the project had stalled. We have analyzed all your fishing records. Long Ying's voice interjected. You possess the ability to reach maritime areas inaccessible to others and to discover what others cannot. Thus, we hope you can assist us in locating healthy deep-sea blue star corals and bringing back living samples. Suin closed the document, realizing that this was indeed not an inquiry but a commission, one of high technical difficulty from the national team. What do I stand to gain? He pushed the document back, reclining against the chair with a relaxed posture. He was not a naive youth, swayed by impassioned fervor to offer his services recklessly. Long Ying seemed momentarily taken aback by his directness. Mr. Suin, this is in service of the nation. In service of the nation, I have no objections. Suin interrupted. But my survival must come first. My family must be well, and my career must not suffer. You seek what lies beneath 800 meters in the deep sea. Your report clearly states the dangers involved, with the research team's submersibles nearly encountering accidents. I operate a fishing vessel, not a submarine. Longing fell silent. Suin spoke the truth. The risks associated with this task were indeed substantial. What do you desire? First, I require official status, not merely the hollow title of a research consultant, but a genuine identity that allows me to navigate freely in any Chinese waters and conduct scientific operations without facing scrutiny. Suin raised a finger. Second, for this mission, any new species of economic or scientific value I discover, aside from the deep-sea blue star coral, shall belong solely to me, including commercial development and naming rights. You may only have priority for research. He raised a second finger. Third, I need access to your resources, such as real-time satellite imagery, ocean current data support, and assistance from you should I encounter insurmountable troubles at sea. Long Ying's breath quickened. This young man was making audacious demands, each condition striking at the heart of the matter. I cannot make such decisions. I will need to report to my superiors. Then go report. Suin took a sip from his teacup. I expect a response within 3 days. Additionally, inform your superiors that this task can only be accomplished by me. This confidence drew a deep glance from Long Ying, who ultimately nodded, collecting the documents and turning to leave. Once Long Ying departed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Suin's parents approached with concern. Shaoan, who were those people? Could there be trouble? Everything is fine, Mom and Dad. They are from a national agency seeking my assistance for marine research. Suin reassured them with a smile. It's a good thing. From now on, our boat will serve as a research vessel, and no one will dare to stop us wherever we go. Upon hearing this, his parents finally relaxed. After resolving this matter, Suin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the national team's mission is fraught with challenges, it also serves as a formidable talisman. At present, he has more pressing matters to attend to. The 60 tons of razor clams are the key to revitalizing the entire culinary empire. He dialed He Sihai's number. Old He, how is the shipment? Boss Su, my heavens, your batch of fish is nothing short of miraculous. Hisihai's voice quivered with excitement from the other end of the line. I organized a night crew, and the fish maw we've extracted is of the highest quality. As per your instructions, I've sent the finest batch to Longwang Pavilion, and the rest is secured in cold storage, beginning distribution to high-end restaurants throughout the province. What is the market response? Remarkable. Every restaurant that has inspected the goods is clamoring for more. Although our set price is 30% above market value, the orders are pouring in like snowflakes. At this rate, within half a month, we will completely monopolize the high-end razor clam market in the province. Excellent. Suin nodded in satisfaction. Maintain the momentum. Do not rush to lower the prices. Our products are worth this value. Additionally, the menu update plan for the global feast can commence. Let's feature this batch of razor clams to reignite our reputation. After hanging up, Suin gazed at the shimmering sea in the distance, feeling elated. The commercial territory was expanding steadily. Everything was falling into place. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking in a symphony of sound. Recently, he had been occupied with construction, fishing, and business negotiations, his spirit constantly taut. Chapter 70. Capturing the Razor Clam. It was time to set sail and unwind. He summoned Lu Fu, and the two of them navigated the smaller Longwang No. 1, opting to remain in the nearshore waters rather than heading out to the open sea. Boss, what shall we catch today? Lu Fu inquired. Let's gather some appetizers, Suin replied with a smile, activating the high-precision sonar fish finder aboard the vessel. On the screen, beneath the blue waters, signals of various fish schools appeared as vibrant colored dots. Suin disregarded the dense clusters indicating large fish schools, instead maneuvering the fishing boat to a relatively flat sandy area on the seabed. What could possibly be good here? Lu Fu queried, puzzled. Without responding, Suin pointed to some faint, almost imperceptible pale yellow specks on the sonar screen. He steadied the boat and exchanged for a specially designed bottom drag net from the system's marketplace. This net had a row of metal teeth resembling rakes along its edge, specifically crafted for harvesting organisms dwelling in the mud. As the fishing net slowly descended to over 40 meters beneath the surface, Longwang No. 1 began to drag at an incredibly slow pace. Lu Fu anxiously watched the winch. He had been to this area before, and aside from some inconsequential small fish, there had been little to show for it. After dragging for more than half an hour, Suin finally commanded the net to be pulled in. When the net emerged from the water, Lu Fu leaned in for a closer look, his initial enthusiasm waning. Most of the catch consisted of mud and seaweed, with only a few insignificant fish and some small starfish. Boss, it seems our luck has run dry today, he began, but before he could finish, Suin had already picked up a high-pressure water gun and began washing the mud from the net. As the sediment was rinsed away, some grayish-white, clam-like creatures emerged. They were enormous, each one measuring the length of a child's forearm, their shells tightly closed, with a thick siphon protruding from the shell, exuding an unusual appearance. Is this a razor clam? Lu Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. These specimens are remarkably large. He lifted one, feeling its substantial weight, at least 3 to 4 pounds. Beneath this sandy terrain lies a wild population of razor clams, Suin explained while rinsing. These creatures have stringent requirements for water quality and environment, rendering them undetectable by ordinary sonar. We've caught over 30 in this haul, perfect for tonight's sashimi. Lu Fu was so excited he could hardly speak. Such high-quality wild razor clams are rare treasures in the market, each fetching over 1,000 yuan. With this catch, they could easily rake in several tens of thousands in revenue. Just as they were preparing to process their catch, Suin's phone suddenly rang. It was Hisihai, his voice sounding anxious and grave. Boss Su, we have a problem. Hisihai's voice bore an almost imperceptible tremor. Suin raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Lu Fu to focus on processing the razor clams while he moved to the bow of the boat. Speak slowly, what has occurred? It's Chaoyi. Our large yellow croaker and razor clams just hit the market, and he has encroached on our territory. This morning, several restaurants in the provincial capital that were collaborating with us unilaterally tore up their contracts, preferring to pay the penalties rather than accept our goods. Chaoyi? Suin was unfamiliar with the name. Yes, his real name is Zhao Xiangqiao, a true veteran in the provincial seafood industry. Hisihai's tone was filled with apprehension. He is not like Li Zijia, who is merely an outsider, nor like Lu Haisha, who resorts to brute force. This man has been in the seafood business for over 30 years, rising from a dock laborer to controlling 70% of the mid to high-end seafood wholesale market in the province. His connections, channels, and foundation are terrifyingly deep. We've stirred the pot too vigorously this time. We've directly threatened his base. What tactics has he employed? Despicable ones. Hisihai replied, somewhat indignantly. He has sent people to spread rumors, claiming our fish are artificially fattened with special hormones. That our fish meat is like gilded exteriors hiding rotten interiors, and that consuming them is harmful to health. He even alleged that our fishing vessel lacks proper documentation and is smuggling goods. Although these are absurd fabrications, as the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. Many uninformed customers are beginning to waver. Upon hearing this, Suen merely chuckled. Is that all? Boss Su, this is no trivial matter. He Sihai exclaimed urgently. In the restaurant industry, reputation is paramount. He is attempting to destroy the Dragon King fresh brand at its roots. Once the label of unhealthy and unsafe is affixed, it will be challenging to remove. Do not worry, he is merely a buffoon. Suen's tone was calm. First, stabilize our existing clients. Inform them that in 3 days, we are hosting a tasting event in the provincial capital, inviting all partners and media to attend. At that time, I will surprise them greatly. After hanging up, Suen gazed out at the vast sea, his expression sharpening. This Chao Yi was indeed more astute than previous adversaries, targeting the brand's vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Boss, are we in trouble? Lu Fu approached, offering a slice of freshly cut razor clam sashimi. The siphon of the razor clam was sliced paper-thin, submerged in ice water, presenting an enticing pearly hue. Suen picked up a piece with chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce and wasabi, and brought it to his mouth. The exquisite combination of crunchiness, freshness, and sweetness erupted on his palate. Not a bother. Suen mumbled while chewing on the sashimi. Just in time. Our new product needs a dazzling stage for its debut. He glanced at the remaining dozens of razor clams in the tank. This delicacy could serve as a dish at the tasting event, but it lacked sufficient quantity. We must find another substantial dish, one that can decisively silence all critics. Lu Fu found himself in a bit of a quandary. Locating a vegetable as resilient as this wild clam was no easy task. That may not be the case, Suen replied with a mysterious smile, retaking his place at the helm. Instead of turning back, he pivoted the ship's bow towards the deeper waters of the sea. Although the Dragon King No. 1 was not as extravagant as its counterpart, No. 2, it had undergone systematic preliminary modifications, boasting performance that far surpassed vessels of its class. An hour later, the fishing boat arrived at a rocky sea area, densely populated with reefs. The nautical charts ominously marked this region as hazardous, deterring ordinary fishing boats from venturing close. Boss, there are too many hidden reefs here. The ship might run aground, Lu Fu cautioned. No problem, Suen replied, his gaze fixed intently on the sonar screen. This time, he activated the geological scanning auxiliary feature. The underwater imagery transformed from simple contour lines into a detailed 3-dimensional model. He deftly maneuvered the fishing vessel through the labyrinth of submerged reefs, akin to strolling through his own backyard. Ultimately, the boat halted above a massive underwater cliff. The abyss seemed unfathomable, as the sonar's signal vanished upon reaching this depth. This is it, Suen declared, shutting off the engine. He opened the system marketplace, scanning the special equipment section swiftly. Deep Sea Point Exploration Robot, Starfish Model, a small biomimetic robot capable of submerging to depths of 1,500 meters. Equipped with a high-definition camera and mechanical sampling arm, with a 24-hour endurance. Price, 20,000 tide gathering points. Exchange. As the tide gathering points were deducted, a palm-sized, silver-white robot resembling a starfish materialized in Suen's hand. He approached the ship's edge, gently placing the robot into the water. Upon entry, the starfish robot's mechanical legs began to move gracefully, silently descending into the depths. The cockpit's screen relayed images captured by the robot's camera. As the depth increased, the surrounding water quickly darkened. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Darkness enveloped everything, illuminated only by the robot's built-in spotlight. On the rocky cliff's surface, peculiar deep-sea creatures clung tenaciously. Boss, what are they doing? Lu Fu asked, bewildered. Searching for something, Suen replied succinctly. When the depth read 1258 meters, the robot halted atop a protruding rock shelf. Within the spotlight's beam, a sight that made Lu Fu gasp in astonishment unfolded. Countless helmet-shaped creatures densely covered the shelf, their shells exhibiting an unusual dark golden hue, etched with irregular spirals, appearing extremely hard. Is that a shell? Lu Fu queried uncertainly. Ironclad scaly snail. Suen replied, succinctly identifying the species. A rare mollusk inhabiting depths below a kilometer, near hydrothermal vents, their shells composed not of calcium carbonate, but of iron sulfide, boasting hardness comparable to steel. This was precisely the second hard dish he had prepared for the tasting event. Can this be eaten? Lu Fu asked, eyeing the metallic shell with a twinge of apprehension. Not only can it be eaten, but it is also a delicacy, Suen assured him, manipulating the robot. He extended its mechanical arm to grasp one of the ironclad scaly snails and applied force. With a satisfying crack, the resilient shell shattered, revealing the succulent, plump flesh within. The texture combined the springiness of abalone with the sweetness of scallops, unparalleled by any other mollusk. Having confirmed the target, the next step was to capture it. Suen recalled the robot, exchanging for a new piece of equipment from the system marketplace. High-strength deep-sea adhesive net, crafted from memory alloy and polymer materials. Capable of withstanding immense pressure and tension, the net's opening equipped with a powerful adhesive mechanism. Price, 15,000 tide gathering points. He cast the large net into the sea, precisely aligning the opening with the rock shelf's location. Activate adhesion, he commanded, and with that, the edge of the net emitted a faint electric glow. A powerful suction was generated instantly, drawing the ironclad scaly snails away from the rocky wall. As if they were iron filings attracted to a magnet, swiftly ensnared within the net. The retrieval process went smoothly. Soon, a heavy catch of ironclad scaly snails was hoisted onto the deck. Each shell, the size of a bowl, glimmered with a cold, hard sheen in the sunlight. Lu Fu picked one up, weighing it in his hand, astounded by its heft. His admiration for his boss had reached new heights. This legendary creature had been found at his command. With both the clam and the ironclad scaly snails, the offerings for the tasting event were already astonishing. Suen prepared to return to shore, satisfied. Yet, at the very moment the fishing vessel powered up, the sonar screen erupted with a piercing alarm. A massive red shadow surged rapidly from the depths of the unfathomable cliff, targeting Dragon King No. 1. The alarm blared sharply, echoing within the cockpit. The enormous red shadow ascended with astonishing speed, racing from a kilometer's depth to 500 meters in the blink of an eye. Boss, there's something coming up from below. Lu Fu's face drained of color as he fixated on the screen, his voice trembling. The shadow's size was immense, estimated to exceed 20 meters in length, surpassing even Dragon King No. 1. Suen's expression turned grave. He immediately cranked the engine's power to maximum, the vessel roaring as it sped away from the cliff. However, the creature's speed was even greater. The distance between them rapidly diminished. 400 meters, 300 meters. Brace yourself, Suen shouted, sharply turning the helm. The ship carved a perilous arc across the surface. Just as the vessel completed its turn, a thunderous explosion erupted from the water behind, akin to an underwater bomb detonation, sending a towering column of water skyward. A colossal head emerged from the surging white waves, an enormous sperm whale. Its head resembled a giant square box, marred with scars. One eye tightly shut as if blind, while the other fixed intently on Dragon King No. 1. It's a sperm whale. Lu Fu recognized the behemoth, his legs going weak as he nearly collapsed. What does it want? We haven't provoked it. Suen had no time to respond. He sensed a volatile and tormented aura emanating from the whale. Its behavior was alarmingly erratic. The sperm whale plunged back into the water, its immense form generating a powerful undercurrent that surged towards the bottom of Dragon King No. 1. It aimed to overturn the vessel. There was no time to evade. Suen's gaze sharpened as he made a reckless decision. Instead of fleeing, he reduced the ship's speed. Simultaneously, he delved into the system. Special Equipment Section, High-Frequency Sound Wave Lure, capable of simulating various biological sound wave signals or emitting specific frequency interference waves. Switch Mode, Biological Pacification, Target, Sperm Whale. The mode switch was successful, consuming 500 points of tidal value. An imperceptible sound wave emanated from Dragon King No. 1, radiating outward. The frequency of this sound wave was exceptionally unique, carrying a gentle and tranquil rhythm. Beneath the surface of the ocean, the sperm whale, poised to strike, suddenly halted. The ferocity in its single eye appeared to be somewhat pacified by this peculiar sound wave, causing its movements to hesitate. It worked. Suen increased the output power of the sound waves. The sperm whale came to a complete standstill, its massive body suspended beneath Dragon King No. 1. Devoid of any aggressive actions, the crisis was temporarily averted. Lu Fu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Suen remained vigilant, activating the underwater camera on the ship to discern the true nature of the sperm whale's predicament. As the camera focused on the whale's abdomen, the image that appeared on the screen ignited a surge of fury within Suen. Chapter 72. This is an act of ruthless extermination. The footage relayed by the underwater camera stoked an inferno of indignation in Suen's heart. The enormous sperm whale's belly was ensnared by a massive and grotesque fishing net. Thick nylon ropes were deeply embedded in its skin, carving out gory wounds, some of which had even become festering and infected, a truly harrowing sight. What enraged Suen even further was the sight of a metallic box swaying gently in the tangled netting, a red indicator light flashing rhythmically atop it. It was an illegal high-power electric fishing device. No wonder the sperm whale was so agitated. It was not attacking, but rather calling for help. Tortured by the deadly net and the incessantly discharging currents of the device, each struggle only tightened the ropes and intensified the stinging pain of electricity. It charged toward Dragon King No. 1, perhaps viewing the vessel as the source of its torment, or perhaps in its final moments. The oceanic behemoth was making a desperate collision with the only entity it could perceive. "Boss, what is that?" Lu Fu, having witnessed the horrific scene on the screen, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Suen did not respond. His mind had already plunged into the system's marketplace. Conventional cutting tools would be futile. The underwater pressure was immense, and human intervention was impossible. Moreover, any close proximity could result in Dragon King Number 1 being dismantled by the whale's unconscious tail swipe. Remote-controlled equipment was necessary. Special Equipment Zone. Sea Spider Miniature Underwater Operation Robot. Biomimetic design, equipped with 8 high-strength mechanical arms, capable of diving to 2,000 meters. Featuring an ultrasonic cutter and powerful electromagnetic gripper for precise control. Price, 35,000 title value. The price was exorbitantly painful, yet Suen hesitated not. Exchange. A silver gray, spider-like robot, compact enough to fit in the palm of a hand, materialized on the deck. Suen swiftly lowered it into the water, simultaneously maximizing the biological soothing power of the high-frequency sound wave trap. The gentle sound waves continuously caressed the tormented giant beneath the surface, its struggles gradually diminishing. The fierce emotion in its enormous eye seemed to fade, replaced by a profound weariness and sorrow. In the cockpit, Suen donned a pair of VR control goggles, instantly shifting his perspective to that of the sea spider robot. He deftly maneuvered the robot, its 8 mechanical legs propelling it silently toward the whale's abdomen. Upon closer inspection, the wounds were even more harrowing. Suen suppressed his fury, guiding the sea spider to adhere precisely to the fishing net. Activating the hydraulic pincers. A mechanical arm equipped with hydraulic clamps silently sliced through the resilient nylon ropes. With a soft hiss, the thick ropes snapped without producing any significant tremor. This was an exquisitely delicate operation, akin to performing surgery on a giant that could explode at any moment. Lu Fu beside him dared not breathe. His gaze fixed on the screen, palms slick with sweat. Suen's expression was intensely focused as one by one, the ropes binding the sperm whale were severed. Finally, only the flickering electric fishing device remained. Suen controlled the sea spider to extend its electromagnetic gripper, firmly grasping the metallic box before cutting through the last remaining tether. In that instant of liberation, the massive fishing net slowly peeled away from the sperm whale's body, sinking into the deep sea. The whale's colossal form trembled slightly, as if struggling to comprehend that the torment it had endured for an unknown duration had simply vanished. It gradually turned its body, that enormous eye now gazing toward Dragon King Number 1. Suen maneuvered the sea spider, bringing the electric fishing device swiftly to the surface. Upon returning to the deck, he removed the goggles and exhaled deeply. Just then, beneath the surface of the water beside the ship, a colossal shadow surfaced. It was the sperm whale. Instead of departing, it partially emerged, its massive head breaking the water's surface, its single eye quietly observing Suen, devoid of the previous fury, replaced by an indescribable gentleness. A long, ancient whale song resonated across the sea. It was neither a threat nor a roar, but rather a sincere expression of gratitude. The whale gazed deeply at Suen. Then its massive body slowly sank into the azure waters, turning to swim into the endless depths of blue, quickly vanishing from sight. The surface of the ocean was left rippling with gentle waves. Lu Fu stared blankly at the direction in which the sperm whale had disappeared, finally murmuring, "Boss, was it thanking us?" "Perhaps," Suen replied, his attention now focused on the torn fishing net fragment and the electric fishing device on the deck. On a relatively intact piece of netting, he discerned a mark imprinted with a special dye, a tidal character cradled by the waves. While unfamiliar with the mark, Suen knew there were those who would recognize it. He retrieved his phone, captured a photograph, and sent it directly to He Sihai. The call was quickly returned. "Su boss, what is this?" He Sihai's tone was laced with confusion. "Old He, please help me identify which company this mark belongs to." After a prolonged silence of several seconds, He Sihai's voice returned, tinged with suppressed shock and anger. "This is the mark of Master Zhao Xianchao's fleet. How dare he use such things? This is an act of ruthless extermination." "Master Zhao?" "Yes, the old hand I mentioned to you, Zhao Xianchao." He Sihai's tone turned grave. "Su boss, where did you acquire this item?" "Just disassembled it from a sperm whale." Suen replied flatly. On the other end of the line, He Sihai gasped sharply. He immediately comprehended that Suen had not only encountered Zhao Xianchao's illegal fishing gear, but had also rescued the trapped giant. "Su boss, please be extremely cautious of this man. He is a dangerous individual. Rest assured." Suen hung up the phone, securing the net fragment and the electric fishing device. He gazed out at the boundless expanse of the sea, initially seeking a moment of relaxation and perhaps a delectable catch, but he never anticipated encountering such a situation. This tide master had transcended the realm of commercial competition. This was outright criminality. Boss, should we continue to fish? Lu Fu's emotions were still somewhat unsettled. Fish? Why not? Suen restarted the fishing vessel. The main business remained unfinished. Not only did he intend to fish, but he aimed to do so with unparalleled ferocity. Did this tide master seek to undermine him through public opinion and rumors? Then he would retaliate with an unparalleled catch that would leave the opponent utterly humiliated at the appraisal meeting. Chapter 73, The King of 7-Star Grouper. The fishing boat set sail once more, with Suen locking in on a more remote and bountiful secret fishing ground, a prime spawning site for top-tier grouper. The Dragon King No. 1 sailed for over 2 hours, arriving at an area marked on the nautical chart as Rugged Reef. The seabed here was complex, littered with hidden reefs that ordinary fishing vessels dared not approach. Yet, Suen navigated with ease, relying on high-precision sonar and geological scanning capabilities to steadily maneuver through the labyrinthine rocks. Boss, what good fish could possibly be here? Lu Fu observed the sparse dots on the sonar screen with skepticism. Good fish never congregate in populous areas, Suen replied with a smile, halting the boat above a trench formed by 2 massive underwater reefs. He did not use nets. Instead, he exchanged for a set of advanced longline fishing equipment from the system shop. Unlike traditional longline fishing, each hook on this apparatus was equipped with a miniature sensor that could provide real-time feedback on underwater biting activity and even preliminarily assess the size and type of fish. The bait was particularly noteworthy. Universal biomimetic bait, deep-sea grouper special, simulates the pheromones of various prey favored by grouper with max allure. Suen personally attached the bait, gradually lowering the 1,000-meter-long fishing line into the 100-meter deep trench. What followed was a test of patience. Suen brewed a pot of tea and sat at the stern with Lu Fu, sipping tea while observing the monitoring screen before them. The screen displayed hundreds of dots, each representing the status of a hook, all quietly glowing green at that moment. After approximately half an hour, a dot on the far left of the screen suddenly flickered, turning yellow. Something's happening. Lu Fu's spirit surged. Suen, however, waved his hand. Don't rush. It's just small fish testing the waters. Indeed, the yellow light flickered a few times before reverting to green. Minutes later, in the center of the screen, several dots simultaneously transformed from green to a glaring red. Here they come. Suen leaped to his feet, swiftly pressing the button to raise the catch. The powerful winch began to whirl rapidly, and an immense force surged from beneath the sea, causing the bow of the boat to dip slightly. What tremendous strength! Lu Fu exclaimed, gripping the gunwale tightly. Suen's expression, however, was filled with excitement as he managed the speed and force of the winch, shouting to Lu Fu, "Get the landing net ready. It's a big one." This was a contest of wills between man and fish. The colossal creature below thrashed desperately, attempting to free itself from the hook. Suen remained calm and collected, alternately reeling in and letting out line, leveraging the vessel's power and the resilience of the winch to gradually deplete the creature's strength. The entire struggle lasted over 20 minutes before the immense force began to wane. When a large shadow emerged from the water, Lu Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a grouper, entirely crimson, with blue starry patterns adorning its body. Its size was truly monumental, measuring over 1.5 meters in length and weighing well over 200 pounds. Is this the East Star Grouper? Lu Fu's voice trembled. No, the East Star Grouper isn't this large, nor is it this vibrant. This is the 7-Star Grouper, a distant relative of the East Star Grouper and a top-tier variety. Suen clarified. However, one of this size should be called the King of 7-Star Grouper. Together, they used a massive landing net to hoist the fish onto the deck. The giant fish thrashed on the deck, each tail flipped, producing a heavy thud. We've struck gold. Boss, this is it. Lu Fu's face flushed with excitement. A living king of 7-Star Grouper brought to the appraisal meeting would effortlessly shatter any rumors. Suen nodded in satisfaction, carefully placing the fish into a live well. Yet, the surprises were not over. As the long line continued to be reeled in, they subsequently caught more than a dozen slightly smaller, but equally high-quality 7-Star Groupers. This outing yielded far beyond their expectations. On their way back, Suen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Is this Suen from Dragon King's Fresh? Mr. Su? A steady and polite voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Yes, this is he. Good day, Mr. Su. I am the assistant to Mr. Zhao Xianchao. Our Mr. Zhao would like to invite you to a banquet at Chaoxing Pavilion in the provincial capital tomorrow at noon, hoping to meet a talented young person like yourself. A hint of amusement curved Suen's lips. The banquet of the Hongmen, arriving so swiftly. Certainly, I accept. The other party seemed taken aback by his prompt agreement. Pausing before continuing, Mr. Zhao mentioned that this banquet is also intended to clarify some misunderstandings in the market. So he has invited all colleagues from the seafood industry in the province. as well as several mainstream media representatives. We hope Mr. Su will not mind. This was hardly a matter of clarifying misunderstandings. It was evidently a setup, a stage prepared for public scrutiny to roast him alive. I don't mind, Suan replied nonchalantly. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Zhao. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Lu Fu, visibly anxious, remarked, Boss, this is clearly a Hongmen banquet. Why did you agree to attend? He issued a challenge. How could I not accept? Suan chuckled, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Perfect. I won't have to seek them out one by one. He's gathered them all for me. I must express my gratitude. Suan then dialed He Sihai's number. Tomorrow at noon, Chaoxing Pavilion, you should also go. Mr. Su, don't worry, just go and watch the show, Suan interrupted. Additionally, help me prepare a few items. I want to present a grand gift to everyone at the banquet. He detailed his requests, and although He Sihai felt apprehensive, he agreed wholeheartedly. Upon returning to the Moonbay dock, night had fallen. As Suan disembarked, he spotted a figure waiting at the shop's entrance. It was Wang Feng, Lin Shan's assistant. Mr. Su, you have finally returned. Wang Feng hurried over, carrying an exquisitely crafted elongated wooden box. Assistant Wang, is there something you need? Old Lin heard you are attending a banquet tomorrow and specifically asked me to deliver something to you. Wang Feng handed over the wooden box. Old Lin said, a good chef deserves a good knife. Suan opened the box to reveal a beautifully crafted chef's knife, its slender blade glimmering with a faint cold light, and the handle inscribed with two ancient characters, Dragon Chant. This is a renowned blade, cherished by Old Lin for many years, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Wang Feng chuckled. Old Lin also asked me to convey a message to you at tomorrow's banquet. Feel free to act boldly. Should the sky fall, the Lin group will support you. Suan gripped the icy hilt, a warm wave surging within him. Chapter 74, shocking the audience. This support arrived just in time. He gazed at Wang Feng and solemnly nodded. Please extend my gratitude to Old Lin. I will do so. After completing his task, Wang Feng took his leave. Suan, holding the blade case, stared into the distant city lights, his gaze becoming profoundly deep. Master Chao, Zhao Xianchao. I hope you can hold your own tomorrow. The following noon, at the premier private club, Chao Xinggu, in the provincial capital. This is the stronghold of Zhao Xianchao, which typically only serves members, but today, it has made an exception for Suan, reserving the entire third-floor banquet hall. By the time Suan arrived, the hall was already bustling with voices. A glance around revealed that nearly all the prominent figures in the local seafood industry, wholesalers, restaurant owners, and hotel procurement directors, were present, clad in suits and engaging in lively conversation. He Sihai was among them. Upon seeing Suan enter, he hurried over, his face etched with anxiety. Boss Su, you have arrived. This spectacle is rather grand. How could it be anything less if we are to perform? Suan patted his shoulder and strolled into the crowd with ease. His presence instantly captivated everyone's attention as curious, scrutinizing, and disdainful glances converged upon this remarkably youthful upstart. Oh, so this is the owner of Longwang Fresh. He looks like a fresh college graduate. I've heard it was he who dealt with the third young master of the Li family, and He Sihai. Merely luck. I heard that his batch of fish was all drug-induced, beautiful to look at, but inedible. The murmurs were neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly reaching Suan's ears. He feigned ignorance and made his way to the main table. An elderly gentleman, dressed in traditional attire and with white hair, yet an energetic demeanor, sat at the head of the table. He was casually playing with two walnuts, his face radiating warmth, though his partially squinted eyes betrayed a depth of calm and sharpness forged through life's tumult. It was Master Chao, Zhao Xianchao. Su Xiaoyu, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Zhao Xianchao warmly beckoned. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, Suan replied, maintaining his composure as he took his seat. After a round of insincere pleasantries and 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Xianchao finally revealed his true intentions. He set down his glass, cleared his throat, and the banquet hall fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you here today for 2 reasons, to socialize and, more importantly, to clarify some unfounded rumors regarding my friend, Su Xiaoyu. He turned to Suan, continuing with a smile. Recently, there have been whispers suggesting that Su Xiaoyu's fish are problematic. I, Zhao, do not believe such claims. Someone favored by Old Lin of Linshan cannot possibly be a mere opportunist. However, as the saying goes, many voices can forge gold, so to silence these rumors, I would like to invite Su Xiaoyu to showcase his skills before all of you, allowing us to vindicate Longwang Fresh. What do you all say? As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. Everyone knew the main event had arrived. Zhao Xianchao clapped his hands, and 2 chefs brought forth a massive glass water tank. Inside, a large sea fish swam languidly. Su Xiaoyu, since you call yourself Dragon King, I presume you possess profound knowledge of marine life, Zhao Xianchao said with a smile, pointing at the fish. Today, we shall not compare anything else, but rather, we will test the most fundamental skill, discerning flavor and origin. I invite you to taste a small slice of this fish's sashimi and then tell me the salinity of its living waters. The room erupted in astonishment. This was utterly absurd. To determine the salinity of seawater from a mere taste of fish? Such a feat transcended professional knowledge. It was something only a deity could accomplish. Everyone recognized that Zhao Xianchao was deliberately setting a trap, aiming to humiliate Suan publicly. He Sihai turned pale, ready to stand and defend Suan, but was halted by a single look from Suan. Suan rose and approached the water tank, glancing at the fish with a smile. Mr. Zhao, this challenge is rather intriguing. He turned to the crowd, speaking with clarity. However, simply playing along lacks excitement. Let us raise the stakes. He extended a finger, pointing directly at Zhao Xianchao. If I can accurately state the salinity, precise to 1 decimal place, you, Mr. Zhao, must publicly acknowledge the rumors you spread and apologize to me in front of all the media. Should I be mistaken? Suan paused, surveying the room. Long fresh shall, effective immediately, withdraw from the provincial market permanently. The banquet hall erupted in chaos. Such a gamble. Everyone was struck dumb by Suan's audacity. Zhao Xianchao's expression shifted slightly. He had not expected this young man to play so ruthlessly. Yet, with all eyes upon him, he could only grit his teeth and nod in consent. Very well. The young man possesses courage. Let it be as you wish. The chefs promptly sliced a piece of fish as thin as a cicada's wing and reverently presented it to Suan. He picked up his chopsticks, the crowd holding its breath as he slowly placed the fish in his mouth. Closing his eyes, he savored the taste. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone stared intently, waiting for his answer. A smirk of arrogance crept onto Zhao Xianchao's lips. He simply did not believe anyone could accomplish such a feat. This fish had been deliberately caught from a deep-sea trench with highly unstable salinity. Even the most precise instruments required multiple measurements. After a full minute, Suan finally opened his eyes. Instead of immediately stating a number, he looked at Zhao Xianchao and calmly said, Mr. Zhao, this fish is indeed a fine specimen. Unfortunately, the method of capture was flawed, startling it and causing the flesh to lose at least 30% of its freshness. Then he shifted his tone. As for the salinity, he picked up a glass of clear water, rinsed his mouth, and leisurely announced, 34.7 parts per thousand. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he continued. The catch location should be at 123 degrees east longitude and 28 degrees north latitude in the Devil's Trench, with a depth of approximately 300 meters. The seawater there, besides sodium chloride, is rich in a unique trace element, which imparts a faint metallic taste to the fish's sweetness. Am I correct, Mr. Zhao? The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone was utterly bewildered by Suan's statement. This was not merely answering a question. It was a live report on Zhao Xianchao's fishing expedition. Zhao Xianchao's smile completely froze. His assistant behind him turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Every word Suan spoke was accurate. Hurry, bring me the test results. Zhao Xianchao nearly shouted. A staff member hastily raised a tablet connected to the water tank sensor. The digits on the screen crystal clear for all to see. Real-time salinity, 347. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 75. With this slap in the face delivered, it is time to collect the payment. The glaring 347 on the tablet was akin to a silent slap, striking Zhao Xianchao, the so-called Tide Master, with an unforgiving force. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone's eyes widened as they fixated on the digit, then turned to the young man who appeared so effortlessly composed, their minds buzzing with disbelief. This was no mere trickery, it was sorcery. The muscles on Zhao Xianchao's face twitched uncontrollably, and for the first time in decades, his hands, which had skillfully cracked walnuts, exhibited the slightest tremor. He stared intently at Suan, as if trying to discern a flower blooming on his face. How could you possibly? Mr. Zhao, there are matters in this world that transcend your comprehension, Suan replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He refrained from pressing the advantage or mocking loudly. Instead, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. However, the more composed he appeared, the quicker the mountain of Zhao Xianchao's confidence crumbled. He had lost. In front of all his peers in the provincial seafood industry, he had suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him utterly humiliated. I concede. Zhao Xianchao slumped back into his chair, his voice hoarse, as if all the strength had been drained from him. I apologize. It was I who spread the rumors. Apologies are unnecessary, Suan replied, setting down his teacup with a soft clink. He produced a sealed bag from his pocket and placed it on the table, gently sliding it toward Zhao Xianchao. Inside the bag lay a piece of a fishing net, unmistakably marked with the character for tide, buoyed by the waves. Beside it was a black metal box, the very illegal electric fishing device of considerable power. Mr. Zhao, I believe you are familiar with this? If the previous salinity test had been a jolt to the senses, these two items were the final straw that would break Zhao Xianchao's back. His pupils constricted sharply, the color draining from his face, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Although the guests were too far away to discern the contents, Zhao Xianchao's ghostly expression made it evident that what lay before him was far from benign. This was salvaged from a distressed sperm whale. Su Wen's voice remained steady, yet it sent a chill through the hearts of all present. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across the room. In my business, I believe in harmonious prosperity. Yet I harbor a deep disdain for two types of individuals. One, those who threaten my livelihood. The other, those who obliterate the livelihoods of all fishermen. Mr. Zhao, you are fortunate to embody both. Su Wen picked up the metal box, weighing it in his hand. Tell me, if this were to be turned in, accompanied by a detailed report, how much of your reputation accumulated over decades would remain? Would your Tide Pavilion be able to continue operating? Zhao Xianchao's body shook violently, cold sweat soaking through his traditional attire. He understood that Su Wen was not exaggerating. Once exposed, he would not only be disgraced, imprisonment would be a mild consequence. What? What do you want? Zhao Xianchao's voice quivered with desperation. I desire nothing of consequence, Su Wen replied, placing the box back on the table. I prefer to avoid trouble, detest violence, and have no interest in making enemies. He resumed his seat, observing the ashen-faced Zhao Xianchao, and laid out his terms. First, all fishing quotas and sales channels for your distant water fleet must be transferred to me. I will purchase them at 70% of the market price. Second, you will publicly declare your permanent withdrawal from the seafood industry, effectively washing your hands of it. Third, and most crucially, you must ensure that neither you nor your subordinates utter a word about today's events. Should even a whisper escape, this box may inadvertently find its way to its rightful destination. Each word struck Zhao Xianchao's heart like a heavy hammer, threatening to uproot him entirely. Yet, did he have a choice? He gazed into Su Wen's calm eyes, devoid of anger or triumph, only an unfathomable coolness. He realized that this young man was capable of fulfilling his threats. Very well, I agree. Zhao Xianchao closed his eyes, seemingly aged by a decade in an instant. What began as a banquet intended to humiliate an adversary had ultimately transformed into his own guillotine. Su Wen stood, offering no further glance at him, and nodded slightly to the assembled guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle today. At Long Wong Fresh, we welcome all friends, but we only deal in high-quality seafood, eschewing any disreputable dealings. The meal has been served, the show has been witnessed, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed alongside He Si Hai, under the awed gazes of all present. Upon returning to Moon Bay, evening had descended. The sea breeze was gentle, carrying a salty tang. Su Wen stood on the dock, gazing at his vessel, Long Wong No. 1, and the even larger Long Wong No. 2 nearby. The slightest stir in his heart having long since settled. Boss, your maneuver truly turned the tides of the entire provincial city. He Si Hai trailed behind, his tone filled with relief and genuine admiration. Su Wen shook his head, his expression devoid of any semblance of pride. What does turning the tides even signify? It is exhausting. He turned, patting He Si Hai on the shoulder. From now on, let the underlings handle such conflicts. We are fishermen, and we should engage in what fishermen ought to do. He gazed at the sea, golden under the evening glow, inhaling deeply. Starting tomorrow, we shall cease our battles, venture out to sea properly, and conduct ourselves as respectable fishermen. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the dock at Moon Bay buzzed with activity. Su Wen did not indulge in slumber. He donned a comfortable set of athletic wear and was on the deck of Long Wong No. 1, conducting the final checks before departure. The engine roared with a deep, powerful sound, and the various instrument screens aboard flickered with a soft glow, all appearing normal. Lu Fu and two diligent young men, Zhao Chong and Li Hu, recruited from the village, were busily loading boxes of fishing gear and supplies onto the boat. The atmosphere today was unlike any previous outing. The tension of confrontation was absent, and the looming threat had dissipated, replaced by a long-lost sense of ease and anticipation. Boss, where are we headed today? Are we going for the big catch? Zhao Chong excitedly inquired while securing the icebox. Having accompanied Su Wen on a previous outing, he had been thoroughly captivated by the massive catches, making him Su Wen's most loyal follower. No big catches today. We are going to fish for mackerel. Mackerel? Lu Fu paused for a moment. While mackerel is indeed a fine delicacy with tender flesh and a respectable market price, it pales in comparison to the monstrous creatures Su Wen had previously netted. Chapter 76, Fishing for Mackerel. Yes, mackerel, Su Wen confirmed, tightening the last oil valve cap and dusting off his hands. It is currently the season for mackerel migration. They pass through our East Sea in droves. At their most succulent, The fish is only truly delectable when fresh, those frozen varieties available in the market pale in comparison. Suin's tone was unremarkable, yet Lu Fu detected a subtle difference in its essence. This did not resemble the execution of a commercial fishing venture. Rather, it evoked the spirit of an excursion purely for the sake of savoring exquisite flavors. Set sail. With Suin's command, the Dragon King No. 1 gracefully departed from the dock, cleaving through the water and leaving a frothy white wake as it sped eastward. Today's target area lay 60 nautical miles away, in a region known as the Blackstone Current. Here, the underwater currents converged, abundant with bait fish, making it an essential route for the migratory mackerel. As the vessel sped across the sea, Suin was far from idle. He retrieved several brand-new trolling fishing rods and began instructing Zhao Chong and Li Hu on how to assemble them. The key to trolling for mackerel lies in the bait and the speed. As he spoke, Suin produced several uniquely shaped lures from an exquisite box. These lures, slender and fish-shaped, were adorned with reflective holographic stickers that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, their tails embellished with a tuft of colorful feathers. This is a mimic bait, designed to imitate the mackerel's favorite snack, small sardines. Observe how it must swim in the water. Suin demonstrated the lure's movement in a bucket of water, and indeed, its undulating motion was so lifelike that it was nearly indistinguishable from a real fish. Zhao Chong and Li Hu watched in awe. They had seen trolling before, but never with such meticulous attention to detail. 2 hours later, the fishing boat arrived at the Blackstone Current. Suin reduced the speed and began to scrutinize the surface of the sea. Boss, this place doesn't seem particularly special. How do we know where the fish are? Li Hu scratched his head, puzzled. Observe the seabirds. Suin pointed toward the sky not far off. A flock of seagulls hovered above the water, occasionally diving into the depths to snatch up small fish. Where there are seabirds, there are bound to be schools of bait fish beneath the surface, and where there are bait fish, larger fish are not far behind. Suin glanced at the fish finder on board. The screen displayed a water temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, precisely the temperature favored by mackerel. This is the spot. Drop the lines. For sturdy trolling rods were secured at the stern of the boat, their long lines attached to gleaming lures submerged in the water as the vessel maintained a speed of around 6 knots, beginning its slow patrol across the waves. What followed was a test of patience. The sea breeze caressed their faces, and the sun shone pleasantly. Suin brewed a pot of tea and, along with Lu Fu and the others, sat at the stern, conversing while keeping a watchful eye on the tranquil rods. This leisurely and serene atmosphere allowed Lu Fu, who had been perpetually tense, to completely unwind. Boss, to be honest, this is the first time I've found going out to sea to be such a delightful experience. Lu Fu remarked. You'll grow accustomed to it, Suin replied with a smile. At that moment, the tip of the rightmost rod suddenly dipped sharply, followed by the reel emitting a piercing whine as the line was violently pulled away by an unseen force. Fish on. Zhao Chong leapt to his feet. Don't panic. I'll handle it. Suin swiftly stepped forward, firmly grasping the rod, and with a vigorous upward motion, he set the hook. The rod bent into an exaggerated arc, the fish beneath the surface exerting tremendous strength as it thrashed about. It was a sizable catch. Excitement flickered across Suin's face. He did not rush to reel it in, but expertly manipulated the drag system of the reel, alternating between tightening and loosening it to gradually deplete the fish's strength. This was a pure contest of power and skill. Zhao Chong and Li Hu watched in fervent anticipation, unable to intervene and only able to feel the tension. After a protracted struggle of over 10 minutes, the immense resistance began to wane. Prepare the net, Suin called out, gathering his strength to reel in. A massive silver form was slowly drawn from the depths, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. It was a colossal mackerel, its length exceeding 1.5 meters, its muscular body exuding raw power. My heavens, what a huge mackerel! Lu Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Together, they managed to hoist the magnificent fish onto the deck with a large landing net. The fish thrashed on the deck, each tail whip thudding heavily against the surface. With the first catch secured, fortune seemed to smile upon them. In the ensuing hour, the reel's shrill cries echoed one after another, hardly pausing. Suin, Lu Fu, Zhao Chong, and Li Hu took turns battling the fish, each experiencing the thrill of the chase, their arms aching yet exhilarated. As dusk descended, the Dragon King No. 1 made its way back to shore, the live wells brimming with lively mackerel, over 100 in total, each one substantial and of excellent quality. Upon returning to the dock, Suin generously bestowed red envelopes of 5,000 yuan each to Zhao Chong and Li Hu and instructed Lu Fu to select the largest mackerel to take home for a taste. The remaining catch was promptly dispatched to His cold storage, ready to supply the various channels under the Dragon King's fresh brand. That night, Suin's courtyard was aglow with lights. A large round table was set in the center, surrounded by Suin's parents, Lu Fu, Hisihai, and several key staff members. At the table's heart lay a platter of pan-seared mackerel, golden and crisp, exuding an irresistible aroma. Come, everyone, do try this. It's freshly caught today. Suin warmly invited. Hisihai picked up a piece of fish and brought it to his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. The exterior was crispy, while the interior remained tender and juicy, the rich oils melting in his mouth, delivering an exquisite flavor that even a seasoned gourmet like him could not resist closing his eyes in delight. This taste is simply divine. Hisihai marveled sincerely. Everyone eagerly dug in, and soon the courtyard was filled with a chorus of appreciative murmurs. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Fu wiped his mouth and leaned towards Suin. Boss, the Dragon King Pavilion near Yunming Lake has completed its interior renovations. We can begin internal tastings next week. He paused, then posed a pivotal question. Have you decided what our signature dish will be for the grand opening of the Dragon King Pavilion? Suin picked up the last piece of the pan-seared mackerel, savoring its sweetness. He gazed at the satisfied expressions of those gathered around the table and smiled gently. A week later, in the provincial capital by the shores of Yunming Lake. Chapter 77. This is the food of the gods. An ancient and elegant courtyard stood, its entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with golden characters on a black background, Dragon King Pavilion. This was Suin's private restaurant, the pinnacle of his culinary empire. Today, the Dragon King Pavilion was not open to the public, but was hosting the most crucial and intimate internal tasting event. The spacious and well-lit kitchen was equipped with a complete set of top-tier kitchenware imported from Germany, gleaming like a mirror. Lu Fu and several of his proud disciples from the Sea and Sky Pavilion stood respectfully to the side, resembling eager students, watching the young figure at the preparation station. Dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform, Suin was intensely focused. Before him lay 2 freshly caught mackerel, transported from Moon Bay just the day before. The Spanish mackerel must be exquisite, emphasizing the essence of freshness. Yet, mere freshness is insufficient. To create a distinctive dish with barriers, one must delve into the textures. Suin grasped a slender chef's knife, the very dragon's whisper gifted by old Len. He did not hastily commence the preparation of the fish, but first addressed Lu Fu and others, saying, Today, I shall teach you how to make mackerel balls. Mackerel balls? A young chef murmured softly. Isn't that a tad too ordinary? Can it truly serve as our signature dish at Dragon King Pavilion? Lu Fu shot him a glare, signaling him to silence. Suin chuckled lightly, unfazed. Ordinary is where true skill reveals itself. As his words fell, the dragon's whisper glimmered in his hand. A flash of cold light darted by, so swift that it eluded the eye. The blade skimmed along the mackerel's spine, slicing with precision to separate a thick, luscious fillet of fish, leaving the bones impeccably clean, devoid of any excess meat. This masterful technique left all the chefs present gasping in awe. Next, Suin employed the back of the knife to rhythmically pound the fish flesh, transforming it into a fine paste while meticulously removing tiny bones and sinew. When making fish balls, using a meat grinder is a grave error. The machine's rapid rotation destroys the fish fibers, resulting in a texture that is lifeless and devoid of soul. As he worked, he explained, it is essential to use hands and blade, scraping and pounding bit by bit to preserve the fish's vitality to the fullest extent. Before long, a large basin filled with white, delicate fish paste was ready. The next step was seasoning and activating it. Suin refrained from using any complex seasonings, simply adding the fundamental salt, white pepper, and a touch of ginger and scallion water. Quality ingredients require no superfluous embellishments. Our task is to awaken their inherent flavors. With that, he extended his hand, swiftly whipping the fish paste in one direction. His arm seemed to transform into a tireless machine, accelerating in speed, causing the fish paste to grow increasingly viscous and elastic. This activation is the most crucial step in crafting fish balls. The duration of whipping, the force applied, and even the temperature of one's hands will all influence the final product. After approximately 10 minutes of vigorous whipping, beads of sweat began to form on Suin's forehead. He paused, scooping a mound of fish paste with a spoon. It had become akin to chewing gum, brimming with resilience, capable of stretching into long strands. Done. Suin brought a large pot of water to a gentle warmth, around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. Before extinguishing the flame, with his left hand, he grasped a handful of fish paste, squeezing out balls the size of ping-pong balls from between his fingers, while his right hand scraped with a spoon, allowing perfectly round, smooth fish balls to fall into the warm water. His movements flowed like water, dazzlingly swift. In mere minutes, the pot brimmed with pristine white fish balls. After all the fish balls were submerged, Suin reignited the flame on low, gradually bringing the water to a boil. As the temperature increased, the fish balls floated to the surface, becoming plumper and exuding an enticing aroma. Upon removal from the pot, The fish balls must be immediately plunged into ice water to achieve a bouncy texture. When the translucent fish balls were lifted and immersed in the ice water, an enchanting silence enveloped the entire kitchen. All the chefs fixated on those fish balls as if they were gazing upon a masterpiece. Give it a try. Suen prepared the simplest of presentations, boiled fish balls in clear broth, garnished only with a few slices of greens and a pinch of salt. Lu Fu was the first to take a spoon, delicately scooping one up and placing it in his mouth. The instant his teeth pierced the fish ball, an indescribable elasticity responded. Immediately, an explosion of intensely rich fish sweetness, mingled with the light broth, erupted on his palate. The texture, bouncy, smooth, tender, and refreshing, was flawless to a fault. The flavor, fresh, fragrant, rich, and profound, seemed to encapsulate the essence of the entire ocean within that small ball. This Lu Fu was so overwhelmed, he could scarcely find words. After 30 years of cooking, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of culinary understanding, yet today, Suen's simplest fish ball had utterly shattered his preconceptions. The other chefs eagerly sampled as well, each face mirroring Lu Fu's astonishment. Boss, this is truly a dish fit for the gods. It's exquisite. I have never tasted such delectable fish balls. Suen observed their reactions, nodding in satisfaction. From this day forth, these handmade mackerel balls will be our flagship dish at Dragon King Pavilion, limited to 100 servings daily, no more, no less. Understood. Lu Fu straightened his posture, responding with vigor. He knew that with this dish, Dragon King Pavilion's status in the culinary world was secure. The tasting event had achieved unprecedented success. That evening, Suen hosted a banquet at Dragon King Pavilion to treat his core team. Hai was also present. And after tasting the fish balls, he was left speechless, eventually managing to utter, "Mr. Su, I shall close my Hai tower and become your supplier instead. As long as I can enjoy a bowl of these fish balls daily, I shall be content." Laughter erupted around the table. The atmosphere at the banquet was relaxed and joyous, with everyone brimming with confidence about the future. Just as they clinked glasses and dreamed of what lay ahead, Suen's phone suddenly rang. He stepped into a corner of the courtyard to answer the call. On the other end, a cool and efficient voice belonged to Long Yang. "Mr. Su, your conditions have been tentatively approved by the higher-ups. The identification and relevant documents for the special consultant position will be delivered to you tomorrow. During the mission, you will have all the conveniences for conducting scientific research activities within our territorial waters. Any newly discovered species with commercial value, provided they do not involve national strategic security, will grant you priority for commercial development. Access to the National Marine Database and satellite remote sensing data will be partially granted to you." Longing spoke rapidly, clearly relaying the higher-ups' decision. Excellent. Suen was not taken aback by this. Chapter 78. A 20% price reduction, focusing on a price war. The voice on the other end faded away. Suen put away his phone, the revelry and merriment in the courtyard seeming to recede behind a veil, becoming somewhat distant. He returned to the table, where Hai was animatedly regaling Lu Fu with tales of his youthful maritime exploits, eliciting waves of laughter. Suen's parents, meanwhile, wore genuine, tranquil smiles. This warmth of camaraderie quickly quelled the ripples of concern stirred by the mission within him. "Come, Mr. Su, I toast you." Hai, sharp-eyed, stood up upon seeing Suen return. "From now on, the seafood market in the provincial city will rely entirely on you to guide us. Sit down and speak." Suen raised his glass, clinking it against Hai's. "Business is a collective endeavor. We all share in the profits." He took a sip of his drink and inquired, "Are the channels from Lord Tide flowing smoothly?" Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Hai's inebriation faded slightly. He set down his glass, a hint of concern crossing his face. "Boss, the reception was fine, but there's a bit of a snag." "Oh, in the past, Master Chow's methods were exceedingly audacious. His subordinates responsible for sales were intricately entwined with the market below, relying on dubious tactics and personal connections to maintain their grip. Now that our legitimate forces have entered the fray, adhering to proper protocols, the others refuse to acknowledge our presence." Hai sighed, particularly regarding several major wholesale markets where a coalition of obstinate individuals declared our fish prices exorbitant and vowed to boycott Long Wangxian. Lu Fu, listening nearby, furrowed his brow. Is this not akin to burning bridges after crossing? With Master Chow's downfall, do they still dare to act so brazenly? They are not merely acting with impudence. They seek to subdue us and force a price reduction, Hai incisively pointed out. These individuals, accustomed to the kickbacks provided by Master Chow, now feel disgruntled in the absence of profits and wish to exert their influence over us. Upon hearing this, Suen remained unfazed, leisurely savoring a piece of fish. The atmosphere in the courtyard fell silent as everyone turned their gaze upon him, awaiting his decision. "Boycott." Suen swallowed the morsel and wiped his mouth. Then let them boycott us. Huh. Hisihai was taken aback. Boss, this is no trivial matter. Those markets collectively account for 40% of our offline sales. For every day we do not move stock, our cold storage is filled with money. Why panic? Suin poured himself another cup of tea. If they refuse to buy, there are plenty of others who wish to. He turned to Hisihai. Tomorrow, you will accomplish 3 tasks. First, publicly announce that Long Wangxian is responding to market demands and, in appreciation for the support of the citizens, all large yellow croaker and mackerel will be discounted by 20%. Hisihai's eyes widened in astonishment. A price reduction? Boss, our profit margins are already slim. Cutting another 20% would mean losing money for mere publicity. Listen to me until I finish, Suin waved his hand. Second, this price reduction will only apply to online channels, our own direct stores, and all partnered restaurants and hotels. As for those wholesale markets, the prices remain unchanged. Not a penny less. Third, contact several of the largest local fresh e-commerce platforms and leaders in community group purchasing, informing them that Long Wangxian is eager to collaborate closely, offering them exclusive top-tier seafood at the most favorable prices. With these 3 strategies laid out, Hisihai was initially perplexed, but then his eyes sparkled with insight. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Brilliant. Boss, this strategy is truly ingenious. Undermining their foundation. What advantages do those wholesalers possess? Their channels and pricing. Now, Suin is directly striking back, utilizing lower prices through e-commerce and community group buying to deliver seafood straight to the citizens' tables. In this way, who would still choose to purchase fish from the inconvenient and overpriced wholesale markets? By uniting to boycott us, they are merely sealing their own fate. Their clientele will swiftly migrate to Long Wangxian's online channels. By the time they realize what has happened and come crying for supplies again, the initiative will have entirely shifted back to Suin's hands. Isn't this a ruthless tactic? Lu Fu gasped in disbelief. They were the ones who first disregarded the rules, Suin replied calmly. I am merely teaching them what the business acumen of the new era entails. Hisihai gazed at Suin, and any lingering doubts in his mind were extinguished. This young man is not only a king upon the sea, but also a formidable force in the marketplace. Following him is undoubtedly the right choice. After their meal, everyone dispersed. Suin bid farewell to his parents and returned to his room alone. The next day, an encrypted electronic document and physical credentials were delivered to Suin through special channels. The cover bore no insignia, but upon opening it, the golden embossed national emblem was solemn and dignified. National Ocean Resource Strategic Security Administration, Special Consultant Suin. The document was simple yet carried immense weight. Suin carefully stowed the items away, feeling reassured. He dialed Hisihai's number, his tone relaxed. Old He, we can commence. Absolutely, boss. Hisihai was already itching with anticipation. Half an hour later, a message was dispatched simultaneously through Long Wangxian's official public account, partnered restaurants, and various online platforms. To express gratitude to the citizens, Long Wangxian announces that, effective immediately, all large yellow croaker and mackerel products will be discounted by 20% across online and direct channels. Upon the announcement, the seafood industry in the provincial capital erupted in shock. In the offices of several large wholesale markets, the atmosphere was tense. A rotund wholesaler known as Fathead Lou slammed his phone onto the table. A 20% reduction? Has he lost his mind? This will lead to his own ruin. I believe he's simply desperate to clear his inventory and recoup funds. Another sharp-featured associate chimed in. Exactly. Let us hold out for a couple more days. And when he suffers a massive loss, he will be begging us for supplies. At that point, we will dictate the prices. As they conspired, they all felt that Suin had made a grave miscalculation, their faces adorned with smug smiles as they continued to sip tea and chat, eagerly awaiting Long Wangxian's downfall. They remained oblivious to the storm that was silently brewing against them. Moreover, was Suin's fishing cost excessively high? It was practically negligible, let alone a 20% cut. Even a 50% reduction, after accounting for various channel commissions, would not lead to losses for him. At 9 in the morning, the operations department of the province's largest fresh e-commerce platform, Fresh Home Delivery, was abuzz. The director, witnessing the skyrocketing orders for Long Wangxian products, felt his eyes redden with excitement. Quickly, elevate Long Wangxian's advertising space to the most prominent position on the homepage. All ground promotion teams, prioritize Long Wangxian today. A similar scene unfolded in community group purchasing chat groups. Attention, everyone. Long Wangxian's top-quality large yellow croaker is on special today. 20% cheaper than market prices. It will be delivered to your doorstep tonight. Supplies are limited, so act quickly. In an instant, countless households found themselves graced with a dish of high-quality seafood they previously hesitated to purchase. The taste of Long Wangxian's fish is simply unparalleled. Indeed, it is both fresh and affordable. From now on, I will exclusively buy fish from their establishment. The word of mouth spread at lightning speed. Within a mere day, Long Wangxian's brand transitioned from a high-end label to a household name, infiltrating thousands of homes. Meanwhile, the wholesale markets presented a stark contrast, desolate and eerily quiet. Fathead Lou's phone had been ringing incessantly since morning. "Lou boss, why are the yellow croakers in your market still so expensive? They are being sold online at reduced prices." "Old Lou, I haven't sold a single yellow croaker today. Customers are accusing me of running a black market. You need to lower your prices immediately." Fathead Lou wiped the cold sweat from his brow, offering forced smiles, yet he was internally panicking. By afternoon, his dozens of stalls had collectively sold fewer than 10 fish. The mountain of goods in the cold storage loomed ominously, suffocating him. He finally realized the magnitude of his error. He had been grievously mistaken. The young man was not committing suicide. Rather, he was taking his life in a manner he had never encountered before. Unable to remain seated any longer, the rotund Lou scrambled out of the office, hastily making his way to He Sihai's company. Inside He Sihai's office, the latter was leisurely savoring his tea. Not even lifting his eyelids at Lou's abrupt entrance, He Sihai remarked, "Ah, Boss Lou, what brings you here?" "Mr. He, Brother He." Lou's face contorted into a mask of despair, nearly bringing him to his knees. "I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. I implore you to convey a message to Boss Su. We are willing to purchase at the original price. No, we will even pay a premium. An additional 10%. He Sihai leisurely blew on the froth of his tea. "Is this when you remember?" "Alas, it is too late." He placed his teacup down and regarded Lou with a knowing gaze. "Our boss has stated that Long Wang Fresh will not cooperate with merchants lacking credibility. Please, Mr. He." Lou was on the verge of tears. "Just plead for us. We were blinded by greed." "Plead?" He Sihai chuckled. "That can be arranged." He extended 3 fingers. "First, all payments must be made in cash, no credit extended. Second, from this day forward, your purchasing price will be 20% higher than the market retail price. Third, you must sign an exclusive supply agreement stipulating that you will only sell Long Wang Fresh's fish in your market. Should we discover any goods from other channels, the consequences will be yours to bear." After hearing these 3 conditions, Lou was left utterly dumbfounded. This was no cooperation agreement. It was akin to a bond of servitude. Yet did he have a choice? As he gazed at He Sihai's inscrutable expression and then recalled the perishable goods in his cold storage, he ultimately nodded in resignation. I will sign." Having secured the wholesale market, Suin's phone buzzed with a banking notification. Without even glancing at it, he tucked it back into his pocket and approached Lu Fu, who was busy tinkering with fishing nets in the yard. "Old Lu, do me a favor and install several high-definition cameras on Long Wang No. 1, capable of underwater shooting and real-time streaming." 3 days later, under a bright and sunny sky, Long Wang No. 1 rested quietly at the dock of Moon Bay. Unlike before, several new, high-tech black cameras had been installed at various points on the vessel. Suin posted a brief teaser on his Dosha live streaming platform account. "At noon, the King of Crabs will take you on a unique tidal exploration." His previously dormant account was instantly flooded with eager fans. "Wow, the King of Crabs is back. The missing person returns. My youth is back. King of Crabs guarantees quality. I've set up my stool, and I'm ready." At precisely noon, the live stream commenced. The screen displayed Suin, whose face was slightly darkened by the sea breeze, yet still strikingly handsome. Clad in a lightweight diving suit, he smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Suin. But you can call me the King of Crabs." Without unnecessary preamble, his succinct introduction sent the live chat into a frenzy. The King of Crabs himself. Alive. Such handsomeness. It would be a shame not to debut. "Stop talking, get into the sea. I want to see you catch lobsters with those pincers." Glancing at the barrage of comments, Suin picked up a camera affixed to his helmet. "Today, we won't venture too far. We will explore the nearby rocky area. This stretch of sea may seem ordinary, but if you know it well enough, surprises await." With that, he donned his diving mask and executed a graceful backflip into the azure waters. The live stream transitioned seamlessly, and viewers felt as though they were diving alongside Su and into a vibrant underwater realm. Under the high-definition lens, sunlight penetrated the water's surface, creating beams of light that illuminated everything below. The colorful corals, leisurely swimming fish, and swaying seaweed painted each frame with the beauty of a premier oceanic documentary. "Wow, the image quality is stunning. What kind of magical equipment is this?" Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. "Just looking at this scenery is worth it. I'm in love." Ignoring the excitement of the comments, Suin moved like a nimble fish, weaving through the crevices of the underwater rocks. His movements were light, causing no disturbance to the marine life. As he swam, he spoke in a steady voice. "Look here. This stone is darker in color, indicating that it has been shaded for years and retains high humidity. Such places are most likely to harbor treasures. With his titanium alloy crowbar, he gently pried open the stone. A sizable blue crab emerged, brandishing its formidable claws in a display of bravado. This local blue crab appeared to weigh at least 2 pounds. Good fortune indeed. Instead of using a net, Suin drew forth his familiar retractable iron pincers from his waist. The pincers seemed to come alive in his grasp. Timing his move perfectly, they shot out like lightning, deftly grasping the base of the crab's claws. The once mighty blue crab was rendered immobile in an instant, easily lifted and placed into his waist pouch. The entire process flowed effortlessly, embodying a beautiful amalgamation of strength and skill. Here it comes. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. Such technique, a feast for the eyes. King of Crabs is amazing. I feel like I could do it too, but never mind. I'll just watch the King of Crabs in action. For the next hour, Suin exuded the air of a king strolling through his own garden.